Hello, this is James Fox, director of the Phenomenon Moment of Contact, and just finished the program, actually about 8 o'clock last night. I wanted to wish Ryan Sprague the great success on Anomacon 2024, for all of you to be welcome and have a great time.
Welcome, everyone, to Anomacon 2024. I'm your host, Ryan Sprague, and man, we have a long, awesome day planned for you guys here. I don't want to say long. That doesn't sound like the right word. An extremely insightful and rich day of the Anomalous. Anomacon, a free virtual conference taking place all of today and all of tomorrow. I want to say hello to everyone in the live chat. Thank you for being here so early. For those of you on the West Coast, even the East Coast, I know it's a little after 10 a.m. there. It's about 3 p.m. here in the United Kingdom where I am. But I want to say hello to everyone throughout the world who is joining us today. We have so much to talk about before we get to our first presentations. But I see a bunch of our regulars here. I see a lot of new faces, so welcome. If you're not familiar with what we do here, I am a podcast host. I host the Somewhere in the Skies podcast, all about UFOs. We've been going strong for, almost 6 years now. We're almost up to 400 episodes. We've hit #1 on everything, Apple, Spotify, you name it. We have hit #1 because there is a hunger for not only the UFO topic, but everything anomalous out there. And that's why you guys are here today. I'm so excited. If I told you the amount of tech issues we've had trying to put this together for you guys, you probably would believe me, to be completely honest. But I want to say a special hello and a special thanks to our moderator for all of today, and that is Suzanne. You know her, you love her. She's going to be hanging out with us all day long and learning, as I do, from all of these incredible speakers you are going to hear from. We have some talk shop before we start getting into the presentations, guys. So much. Let me start with what Anomacon is. So bear with me here as we stumble through. Things will get easier as the day goes on. They always do. But I'm going to go ahead, put some stuff up on the screen for you. And here we go. Anomacon is an annual virtual conference that brings together speakers from around the world in a digital space to present their research, insights, and to have discussions on all things anomalous. From UFOs and the paranormal to the cryptozoological and supernatural, the world continues to prove it is a mysterious place. Anomacon attempts to get to the heart of those mysteries, one discussion at a time. So that's a little teaser of what Anomacon is for you guys here today. Again, forgive me for reading from my script. I'm a playwright at heart, so you'll have to forgive me. So all of today and tomorrow, you're going to see and hear from people in all walks of life, cultural backgrounds, belief systems, approaches to the anomalous. And most importantly, you're going to hear from people you usually don't hear from at conferences. They're new, they're fresh, and they have new, fresh perspectives on everything anomalous. We are here to have a discussion. You may not agree with some of our speakers, you may not believe in what they have to say, but this is about challenging our preconceived notions and, in essence, challenging the anomalous itself. This is a free virtual event that will live on this YouTube channel hereafter, so you will be able to watch this on demand whenever you want. And let me see here. Yes, it'll live in perpetuity. You can hop in and out all day and go back and watch some of our lectures, our presentations. And yeah, it'll be up here forever. And please feel free to take part in our live chat here. We have a very active bunch, an awesome, passionate bunch with us already. So take part in that all day. Speaking of which, I do want to thank again Suzanne for being here and moderating for us. She'll be chatting with all of you throughout the event. And also, we'll be collecting all of your super chats and your super stickers, which we will feature on the screen throughout Anomacon. So let's get to some of the more important stuff about those super chats and whatnot. All of our donations throughout Anomacon today and tomorrow will be split 50-50 between all of our speakers and to the following three organizations. As some of you may know, my mother, Susan Sprague, recently passed away a few months ago. She was a kidney and pancreas transplant recipient, and our family was truly blessed to have been given an extra 27 years of life with her. Organ, tissue, and blood donation was something my mother clearly advocated for her entire life. And she volunteered at hospitals and was even the president of the Donor Family Network in our hometown for many, many years. So, in her memory, we've decided that the other 50% of donations tonight will go to Donate Life America, NHS Blood and Transplant, and Canadian Blood Services, all of which cover America, Canada, and the United Kingdom. This is something I truly believe in, and I hope you'll consider donating to compensate our speakers and these wonderful organizations. All of your donations can be made through Super Chat, Super Stickers, PayPal, and Buy Me a Coffee. We have QR codes that we'll have up on the screen throughout the event that you can scan and donate to. We will also scroll them across the bottom of the screen, and you can also find links to our PayPal and our Buy Me a Coffee in the show notes as well. All right. That's it for that, guys. A few more things before we get to the presentations. I know you're dying to see these. I want to give a special thanks to a few people. To Polaris Castillo for the amazing artwork for Anomacon 2024. You can see our logo right behind me here. He created our logo for last year and this year. I was blown away, absolutely blown away by it. So I love working with him. All of our art design at Anomacon is from Polaris Castillo. You will be able to find out more about him on our website, anomacon.com. And yeah, check out all of his incredible artwork. Very talented guy. All right. I also want to thank our incredible composer for our exclusive Anomacon theme song, which you heard right at the opening there. That was created solely for Anomacon, and I love it. It was created and composed by Septembrio. You can check out his Spotify page, which is linked on our website, again, at anomacon.com. You will also be hearing and seeing some music videos by Septembrio as well throughout. So be on the lookout for that. I also want to give a special thanks to all of our sponsors, including Lionsgate Sound, Spectre Vision, based on a true story podcast, Small Town Monsters, Para Reality, Applied PSI, Estimate of the Situation, Beyond the Fray Publishing, The Debrief, and UFO UAP WTF. You can find all of them at the links in the show notes as well. Lastly, like I mentioned, we have music this year for you guys. This is so cool. All having to do with the Anomalous. So you are going to hear and see music videos by Septembrio, Neck Deep, Seven Kingdoms, Dante and the Bird Dogs, Sunspot, Beach Creeper, and One Night in Paris. You can learn more about them and all of their music once more at anomacon.com. Lastly, we do have merch, guys. So if you are interested in rocking some merch after Anomacon this weekend, you can get all of that. Again, there's a link in the show notes. All right, I think that is it for Talking Shop, guys. The chat is blowing up. Again, hello to all of you. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I truly do appreciate it. And thank you to Mindfork for the super sticker. That's amazing. We really do appreciate that. All right. I think we're ready. You've seen enough of my face. Let's get to some beautiful faces who have much more interesting things to say than I do. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up our speakers and give you their bios. And then we're going to go straight into our first two speakers of the day, guys. So you will see two presentations back to back. We might have a couple ads or commercials in between them. But yeah, just prepare for that. We will have two speakers speaking back to back. Then I'll hop back in. We'll chat for a little bit. And then we'll go right into the next two. So think of tonight as duos. We're doing our presentations in pairs. So yeah. We are going to start tonight with our opener, and that is Darcy Staniforth. So let me read Darcy's bio for you here. Darcy Staniforth is an academic, writer, performer, and paranormal investigator. She's been interested in the paranormal since she was very young, and that interest has carried over into her personal and professional life. She holds a BA and an MA in American Studies, and in addition to the paranormal, her research areas include race and ethnicity, gender, and sexuality, ideals and institutions, and death, dying, and grief in American culture. She is also a podcaster, comedian, writer, amateur magician, and is a ghost host for Haunted OC. She currently resides in a haunted house in Southern California. And coming up right after Darcy, we're going to have Shannon LeGros and Aaron Dees. Shannon LeGros has been interested in the paranormal since she was a teen after her own personal sighting of something truly anomalous. And although it's not what her encounter entailed, one of her passions is the subject of Sasquatch. Her weekly show, Into the Fray, has Shannon speaking to witnesses of cryptids, UFOs, and various aspects of the paranormal. She has authored books on both Bigfoot and the paranormal, hosted UFO documentaries from Small Town Monsters on the Trail of UFOs, seasons 1, 2, and 3, and their Dogman-centric documentaries, The Dogman Triangle, Werewolves in the Lone Star State, and Dogman Territory, Werewolves in the Land Between the Lakes. All of these films are available on Amazon and other streaming platforms. And her partner in this presentation is Aaron Dees. Aaron is a San Antonio-based author and producer at Small Town Monsters. When he isn't chasing werewolves, he enjoys books, video games, podcasts, and nunchucks. Aaron lives with his wife, Sarah, with whom he hosts the podcast, Hey Strangeness, and their son, Ezra, along with way too many cats near the Alamo. That's awesome. All right, guys. So we're going to hop into our first two presentations for the day. Thank you for hanging with me at the beginning of Anomacon here. Again, we will be taking your donations throughout the event. We'll be putting stuff up on the screen for you. But let's get to the presentations. Let's waste no more time. And we're going to hear first from Darcy Staniforth, and then we're going to move into our presentation with Shannon LeGros and Aaron Deese. Enjoy, guys.
Hello, Anomacon. I am so excited to be here and part of this incredible conference and lineup of speakers and presenters this weekend. My name is Darcy Staniforth. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I am here to talk to you all this weekend about hauntings and hesitations. Because I want us to ask the question, why is it that we will talk about ghosts but not about death? Because it's a really important question to ask, because I talk about ghosts a lot, and I mean a lot. And it's not just because I'm a paranormal enthusiast and researcher and investigator, but it's also because I lead haunted historical tours of the Kellogg House in Santa Ana, California at the Heritage Museum of Orange County. But I also talk about death a lot, and I mean a lot. Well, partly because I am a death scholar. It's part of the academic work that I do. But it's also because I lead haunted historical tours of the Kellogg House in Santa Ana, California at the Heritage Museum of Orange County. Because if we're talking about ghosts, then we are talking about death. In very simple terms, I mean, how else do you get a ghost? But many of you and many of my guests may not realize that. They root themselves in thinking that in thinking about ghosts, they're simply thinking about the supernatural and the paranormal. However, whether they realize it or not, they are in some way contemplating death. And I want people to think about death. I want people to think about their own deaths. I want people to think about the deaths of their loved ones. I want people to think about death every day in some way. And it's not because I'm morbid. It's not because my soul is full of darkness. I want people to think about death because in thinking about death, we can enrich our lives. And I'm here to argue that by connecting death education with haunted tourism, we can all benefit from thinking about and facing our own mortality. Because whether or not we believe in ghosts, we're all haunted in some way. We're haunted by our mortality. We're haunted by the way that we avoid and flee from the idea of our own death. We can either go looking for those ghosts, or we can seal up the house and hope to never look back. But eventually we're gonna have to go back. So let's go back together and unseal the house and face the ghosts to learn some of the reasons why people go on ghost tours, why as people we are death avoidant, and how being in haunted places can help us all be a little less haunted ourselves. So, if we really don't want to face death, then why do people go on a haunted historical tour? Well, I think partly is because people want to hear ghost stories and people want to learn history. However, I think our reasons run a lot deeper than that. Historian Jill Titus states that through their focus, ghost tours can allow us to engage in escapism and voyeurism. So, haunted tourism allows us to escape the reality of death while being voyeurs of death by looking into the windows of history and ghostly tales. And you see, as humans, we like to ground ourselves and our existence in the larger timeline of history. Historian Tia Miles writes in her book, Tales from the Haunted South, Dark Tourism and Memories of Slavery, ghostly visitors from the past fascinate us in large part because we mortal human beings are historically minded, historically grounded, and historically driven. And she goes on to state that we like to speculate about what transpires after we die. I would guess that every one of us has had a conversation about what happens after we die. And while I agree with Miles, I also think we have more selfish motivation for engaging with these kinds of tours. And that selfish motivation is that we want to be remembered in the grand scheme of history. I think we all hope to leave a legacy behind and not be forgotten. And while ghosts can sometimes be seen as sad entities, at least they're still being talked about years, decades, and sometimes even centuries later. Ghost stories are a way of keeping us and others alive, even if it's not in our mortal form. And while I don't think that most people want to end up trapped in a space as a haunting, I think it's only natural that we all have a deep desire to be remembered. Now, we've looked at why people might want to participate in these forms of tourism, but we have to address the elephant in the room, and not that elephant. We have to address the elephant, the dead elephant, about why we don't want to talk about death. Well, the first is that people are simply afraid of death. It is a phobia. It's called thanatophobia, to be exact. It's the extreme fear of death and or the dying process. Of course. We've all heard the joke about it's not death I'm afraid of, it's the dying part, right? It's how we get to death. Think about how many times you've heard someone say, I want to be old and gray and I just want to pass peacefully in my sleep. We don't want to go through pain and suffering. And so we're afraid of dying and that process. And then there is that moment, we all have it, when we become aware of the inevitability of our own death. It's a concept known as mortality salience, and that awareness generates anxiety. And no surprise here, as humans, we really, really strive to avoid, escape, and minimize anxiety and emotional distress. So we just don't think about our own demise. Now, granted, part of this anxiety can come from the existential dread that we may feel around just not existing one day. You see, as philosopher Stephen Cave notes in his book Immortality, it is truly a struggle for us to even conceive of our own non existence. And then there are the other ways we avoid death, like using euphemisms. We have such a hard time saying somebody is dead or they died. We say people have passed away. They've moved on. They've left on their next big journey. And we've also pushed death out of our homes, our neighborhoods, and our cities. Newer cemeteries are not built in the center of town. Like historic ones, they are built on the outskirts of town. We have swapped laying out the dead in our homes for leaving the dead in the hands of our funeral professionals. And funeral homes work hard to blend in their businesses with other businesses around them. For the most part, we erase the presence of death in our everyday lives. Then, of course, there is the magical thinking. We get caught up in magical thinking that if we talk about, think about, or plan for our death, that we are going to die. Like today, like right now. Like you're not going to make it to the end of this presentation. But I do have to break some news to y'all. We are going to die. All of us. It's a natural part of life. Every single one of us is technically dying right now. From the moment we are born, we are inching ever closer to death, and we just don't like to face it. And while I can be very direct about how I want to educate people about death and dying, I can only show you all to the crypt door. I cannot push you in. But this is where good, and I do mean good, haunted tourism comes in. Now, I want to note here that what I'm not talking about is haunted attractions, like Knott's Scary Farm at Buena Park, in Buena Park, California, or Halloween Horror Nights at the Universal Parks, or rigged attractions filled with jump scares. That is personally not my cup of tea. If I worked on a rigged attraction with jump scares, you would just see me just like, okay, everyone, we're going to go into this next room now. And my reviews would be like, she's very passionate, but also very cautious. So I just don't do well with jump scares. What I'm talking about is haunted historical ghost tours that are rooted in spooky tales and local history. But we have to define what exactly haunted tourism is. It's a blend of dark tourism and heritage tourism. So dark tourism focuses on death, suffering, and tragedy, while heritage tourism focuses on local history and culture. So when we bring those things together, we get haunted tourism. But what do I mean by good? I mean a few things. So first of all, good history is responsible and accurate history that uses storytelling to tell historically accurate stories that do not shy away from filling in silences for marginalized and unrepresented communities. And did I mention accurate? It is so important that as good researchers, we are determined to find the truth and not sensationalize or talk about things that are simply not true. This especially comes into play when we are doing haunted tourism around places that involve women, children, indigenous folks, and enslaved folks. And we need to make sure that, secondly, we're not sharing history that upholds, promotes, or creates problematic narratives. Done are the days of referring to enslaved women as the mistress of the plantation owner. Because if you're somebody's property, you don't have a choice in that kind of thing. Because the retelling of history should not create more victims who cannot speak for or defend themselves. And it should not do more violence to people. It just shouldn't. But I also think that being a good storyteller does help a lot. Because a boring haunted historical tour isn't going to be good no matter how good the ghost stories are or how good the history is. But as storytellers, I think we have a responsibility to pay attention to tone and affect. In other words, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Because, for example, I can talk to people about postmortem photography. And I can either say, a postmortem photo is a photo that was taken of a person after they died. Or I can say, postmortem photography was a photo they took of a person after they died. I'm saying the exact same words in those sentences, but my meaning comes across completely differently based on how I'm saying it and how I'm expressing myself. And so it's really important that in our storytelling, we don't insert biases around being death positive. So be aware of how you speak and how you tell your stories, because we want to be part of the death positive solution, not part of the death avoidant problem. So now, y'all, let's say hello to our hostess with the mostess, Helen Kellogg, and head inside the Kellogg house. I say that to you all because every time we go into this house, we say hello to Helen, and every time we leave, we say goodbye. Because, y'all, this is definitely Helen's house. And before the pandemic, the tours of the Kellogg house used to be led by the docents and staff of the Heritage Museum of Orange County. And while they had some understanding of Victorian life and death, they did not expound on Victorian death culture very much. So when I became the ghost host at the Kellogg, I was given freedom to expand on the historical aspects of the ghost walk. Now, some of you are wondering, is this Kellogg of cereal fame? It is not. This is Kellogg of gardening fame. You're welcome. And since the Kellogg House is a fully restored Queen Anne Victorian that was built in 1898, and because I'm a death scholar, I found it was the perfect space to teach people about Victorian death culture and the lasting effects that we still see in funerary practices today. You see, we begin each tour in the front parlor of this house. I discuss the natural motifs in Victorian design, and I transition to the various forms of leisure in the front parlor, like the stereoscope, the pump organ, the Victrola, the Edison talking machine. And then I ask my guests, what room in our house is this room now? Because we don't have front parlors. And every time, at least one person will answer, the living room. I follow up and I ask, so why do we call it the living room? And sure enough, someone will always say, because we live there, with that kind of no duh tone. And it is a great guess, y'all. But this is where my death education begins. Death was ever present in Victorian life, and often when people died, they would lay out their loved ones in the rear parlor and leave the living in the front parlor, thus the living room. I then go on to discuss Victorian death and mourning culture. You see, on my tours, I dress in full Victorian mourning. Here is a photo of me doing that. And I use my costuming to explain the different stages of Victorian mourning, as well as the gender differences in regards to mourning expectations. This photo of me was taken after I did a haunted Anaheim talk, and I'm standing next to the grave of Victoria Kellogg, who was Hiram Clay Kellogg's first wife. And don't worry, Hiram and Victoria are still nearby, even in death, because he and Helen are interred in the same neighborhood in the community mausoleum. Now, in dressing like this, I do cheat a little bit in regards to wearing full mourning, because in full mourning, I wouldn't have any accessories on. And I wear earrings, and I wear this beautiful mourning brooch from 1858. It commemorates the life of Anne to Anne, who died on March 5th, 1858. Explain to my guests the significance of the hair under the glass that is encircled by gold and enamel. And I let them come up a little close to see it as it's perched on my throat. Guests on my tour also get to get up close and personal with the Victorian hair wreaths and the Victorian mourning doll that reside inside the house. Now, this is where I usually feel my guests pull back a little bit. You all might be pulling back a little bit as well, because the hair freaks people out. It's also a phobia. It's called trichophobia. So many phobias in this talk. But I use this moment to remind them that photography was still a relatively new, costly, and time-consuming medium. So you had to hold on to your loved ones through other sentimental acts like hair work, hair wreaths, and this beautiful Victorian mourning doll. And if you're wondering, Darcy, how do we know she's a Victorian mourning doll? She just looks like a doll. Two reasons. One, that is actual human hair on her head. And two, the back of the doll's head is flat. And we know that they would make them flat, so after the child had passed away and this doll was made, the parents could lay out this doll on the grave of the child, or perhaps in a bed, or in a pram, or a crib, and the head wouldn't move around. So she was very clearly representative of somebody's special someone. And these hair wreaths also reflected the love and sentimentality around those who had gone before us. But this is where I can also start to talk about postmortem photography and the fact that for many families, because of the cost, postmortem photography might have been the only photo of their loved one that they ever had. I can also go on to talk about the Thanatos Archive, which is one of the most beautiful collections of postmortem photography that's out there. I recommend you also check out the Thanatos Archive if you haven't done so yourself. I then discuss the stores that were dedicated to mourning goods and clothing, and then I follow up by explaining some of the Victorian superstitions around death, like why they would cover the mirrors and the windows, because they felt that if spirits went towards shiny objects, they would get confused and lost. We also talk about the criteria for a good death, such as making peace with God and having a proper burial. I then move on to the invention of embalming during the Civil War. And President Lincoln himself was a huge proponent of embalming because it allowed those who made the ultimate sacrifice, if they could be located on the battlefield, to then be returned to their loved ones and be able to have a good death. Lincoln himself was embalmed 14 times over the 20 days that his body traveled to his final resting place. And embalming is still a funerary art and practice that we use today. And then I tell the ghost stories. So during that portion of my tour, I get to talk plainly about death, dying, and grief without preface, and I can root it in the larger context of Victorian culture. It's just part of the presentation. Then later in the tour, I go on to discuss the deaths of Hiram Clay Kellogg, his first wife, Victoria, and our hostess with the mostest, Helen Kellogg. But I also discuss and describe their graves and talk about grave symbols. More death education, more ghost stories. There's history in there as well. And that's how I teach about death during my Kellogg House tours. But death is a part of our lives. And so even though we don't want it to be, we can find ways to engage people with death education when if you told them, hey, I'm going to bring you on a tour that focuses a lot on death and you're going to hear some ghosts, or it's a death and ghost tour, they might be a little bit more hesitant. But if you just make that death education part of your haunted historical tour, it just becomes part of the larger story that you're telling. So you see, just a few miles up the road from the Kellogg House is another beautiful Queen Anne Victorian, and this is the fully restored house of Dr. Willella Howe Waffle, and she was the first female physician in all of Santa Ana. This Victorian was completed in 1889 and saved in the 1970s by the Friends of the Howe Waffle House. This house is also reported to be very haunted. I've had my own experiences there, and so have many people that I also know had experiences there. And the museum itself doesn't really place heavy focus on the haunted activity, but they do tell some stories that revolve around the patients who died in the house. And so these kinds of stories can be the perfect vehicle to discuss death, the limitations of medicine, and what end of care life looked like for people during the time that Dr. Howe Waffle was in practice, especially since the fact that she was known to care for many of the children that were going through the Spanish influenza outbreak of 1918 by placing old army tents in her backyard to house and care for them. So we know that there was loss of life on these grounds. So why not just talk about the ghosts, but also talk about what happens in a medical space when we are engaging in both life and also death. And while we stay local, we can head a few miles up the street to expand our horizons a little more globally at the Bowers Museum, which is an incredible local museum in Santa Ana that showcases art and artifacts from cultures around the world. Since it too claims some museum guests that are no longer living, the museum has actually embraced their haunted tales, and they've begun offering haunted tours during September and October. And since they are a cultural museum, then why not discuss the death and mortuary practices from those different cultures? Give them the death education and then give them the ghost stories. Heading just a state over to our neighbor Arizona, you are going to find a lot of history. More recently, I had the incredible opportunity to visit and investigate in Tombstone, Arizona, which is full of history and haunted places. And while I was there, I was lucky enough to visit and investigate Undertaker Espresso, which you see the sign here for Watt and Tarbell Undertakers, because Undertaker Espresso is the former home of Watt and Tarbell Undertakers. Every person buried on Boot Hill went through Watt and Tarbell's doors, and the space is still home to some of the tools of the Undertaker's trade, including the drain where they would drain the fluids out of the bodies to prepare them for burial. A number of Watt and Tarbell's customers also rode in the opulent and very famous Black Maria that you can see just behind me here. This incredible hearse is trimmed in gold and silver, and it was drawn by a horse up through the town. It's housed at the Birdcage Theater that's just a few spaces up from Undertaker Espresso. So I would love to see a tour that discusses death and mortuary practices of the Old West and then takes people on a final ride from Undertakers to Boot Hill, which you see here in the middle. They are a natural place to combine hauntings and history with death education. Then, y'all, there are cemeteries. This is a beautiful photo of Anaheim Cemetery in Anaheim, California. You can actually see Victoria's grave in there towards the left third of the screen. This is also where many of the Kellogg's are buried. But cemeteries, both old and new, are cities of the dead, right? And thanks to the model created by Dr. Hubert Eaton, who founded Forest Lawn Cemetery, most cemeteries and memorial parks focus more on eternal rest and eternal life than the reality of death. These haunted historical cemetery tours often discuss the historical and notable figures who are buried there, yet there's very little acknowledgement that guests are surrounded by death, real death, people underneath them that are dead. And yet, with a few simple additions to these tours, they could be excellent spaces to engage in death education. All right, Darcy, we get it. You want us to talk about death. You want to teach us about death. But why is talking about death good for us? I'm so happy you asked. Well, there's a number of benefits for us if we learn about death. Not only can learning about death and considering our own mortality lessen our death anxiety, but according to recent psychological studies, it can help us become more present and grateful for the life that we have by being aware that one day our life won't be. So we can stay mindful and present in the life that we're experiencing. In addition to helping us be more present and grateful, learning about death can also help in dealing with grief and losses in our own life. We are not just a death avoidant culture, we are also a grief avoidant culture. Grief and loss makes us uncomfortable and we want to shove it away. But by teaching people about how different people and cultures grieve and process grief, we can turn the tides and normalize grief and give people permission to grieve. And since ghosts are often thought of those who are experiencing a non-traditional afterlife, haunted tourism can also give people space to grieve the non-traditional losses in their lives. Losses that fall into categories of what is known as disenfranchised grief, which is grief that does not follow any social or cultural norms, as well as ambiguous loss, which differs from ordinary loss in that there is no verification of death or certainty that the person will come back to us and return us to the way they used to be. So it can help us process these different kinds of losses in a really powerful and also entertaining way. The more we can learn about death and grief and educate others that death and grief are also natural parts of life, the better our lives can be. It ties to transformational learning theory. The idea that was presented by sociologist Jack Mezirow that the more we are confronted with things and evidence and proof of something, the more we can no longer ignore it and that we have to accept it. And we can use transformational learning in the way that we teach about death. And then we can learn about ghosts and haunted history as well. So see, y'all, it wasn't that scary. Y'all sat here learning and thinking about death, maybe even your own death. And you know what? You're still alive. So thank you so much for going back to the haunted house with me and facing the ghosts. I hope you all leave this presentation with a little more understanding and a little less haunted. These are some of my sources. These are my sources, not some of my sources. These are my sources. If you're interested in learning more, and if you want to reach out and talk to me at all, you can find me at darcystaniforth@gmail.com or on Instagram or Twitter. I know it's called X. It's called Twitter at Darcy Staniforth. And I really appreciate you all taking this time out of your day to think about your death and spending some time with me. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody.
Hello, and welcome to Based on a True Story, the podcast that compares your favorite Hollywood movies with history. Have you ever wondered how accurate those movies are that say they're based on a true story? My name is Dan, and I'm the host of the Based on a True Story podcast, where we learn from historians, professors, authors, TV and film consultants, or sometimes even the real people the movies are based on, as they help us separate fact from fiction with what's in the movies. We've covered hundreds of movies and TV shows, so when you're ready to compare Hollywood with history, just search for your favorite movie over at basedonatruestorypodcast.com. Once again, that's basedonatruestorypodcast.com.
Hello, my name is Aaron Deese, and welcome to Chasing Werewolves, the modern dogman phenomenon. I am a writer, researcher, and content producer over at Small Town Monsters, and I have written 2 books on the werewolf dogman phenomenon. I've also had the opportunity to participate in 2 documentaries on the same topic alongside my very good friend, Shannon LeGros.
Opposite side.
Hello. I always
Hello, everybody. I do the same thing every single time I'm on StreamYard. I'm like, hey, oh no, just kidding. Yes, we did. We were able to do 2 different documentaries so far together, specifically on the subject, the very strange subject of Dogman.
Do you want to tell them who you are, Shannon, in case someone's been living
Oh
under
yeah,
a rock?
okay, right. I guess I should. Okay,
Just
yes,
in case.
I'm no, not that everybody should know me, by the way, but
You should.
yes, I'm Shannon LeGros. I am the producer and host of Into the Fray. Been running about 8 years now and cover all sorts of high strange goodness, UFOs, Bigfoot, general head scratchers that you can't quite put your finger on. Those are some of my ultimate favorites. And then, of course, I have been a part of several Small Town Monsters documentaries, including On the Trail of Bigfoot. And then I also co-host On the Trail of UFOs 1, 2, and 3. And then our 2 Dogman docs with, I did it again, this guy here.
This way with
Yeah.
Shannon. The latest of which was, actually I have a picture of it, Dogman Territory, Werewolves in the Land Between the Lakes. So all that is just to say that Shannon and I have been dealing with this Dogman stuff for a couple of years now, collectively, as well as independently through our own research. And I won't speak for you, I'm very excited to present some of the things we've encountered to our friends at Anomacon today. So thank you everybody for watching.
Ditto. Yes. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We hope you enjoy the Dogman subject. I know that, I mean, even for myself, I've said it on my own show. I'm like, I try to cough out the word Dogman because it just sounds silly, right? I mean, it just sounds goofy, silly, but people are seeing something. We don't know what it is. They're seeing something. And actually, Aaron, would you mind if we open up with this? And I'm sorry to take the reins right out of the gate, but I kind of wanted to go to a 101 place here for a second, because I know that on our shows, when you and I have a conversation on ITF, I wanted to get this out of the gate, right out of the gate, because even in the books and in the docs, we interchangeably Dogman and the word werewolf. So I think it's important to kind of talk about that a little bit. Why did you end up using both of those words in your books, which in turn led to us using both of those words in the docs.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to address that. And I think that's important. I agree with you. I actually prepped a slide here. What is Dogman? Because I think this is an important question when even when you're talking to folks in the quote unquote paranormal world, you know, UFO enthusiasts, Bigfoot researchers, supernatural ghost researchers, when you mention Dogman, you mention werewolves, there's still kind of a knee jerk gut reaction that goes, this is nonsense. Why are you doing this? We have a hard enough time getting people to take Bigfoot seriously. And that was my reaction when I first encountered this stuff. But the term dogman is used to describe an upright canine form which displays bipedal locomotion. When I'm not trying to sound smart because I'm an Anomacon, it's a dog that walks on two legs. It's a wolf, a dog, a coyote, whatever you like, that walks on two legs. Now, it's not as simple as that. We have examples of dogs and canines walking on two legs as a learned behavior, as a trick, as an adaptation. We see that all the time. We see it in domestic animals. We see it in wild ones. What sets these creatures apart is that they seem to prefer to move on two legs, or at the very least, they're adapted to it in such a way that it's not a trick. It's not an adaptation to get a treat. It's something that they do with a lot of comfort. Canines aren't supposed to do that. The reason that I and a lot of other people who I won't speak for, but I can say with confidence I'm not the only one that feels this way. The reason that I use those terms interchangeably is because, one, that is what eyewitnesses are describing. And we are 100% reliant. You and I have talked about this before, Shannon. You and I, all of us that research this stuff, are 100% reliant on eyewitness testimony to do what we do. If people don't share their stories, I don't really have a job anymore. When someone says to me, I saw what looks to me like a werewolf, it's not incumbent upon me as a writer, a researcher, an enthusiast to change the wording that they use, to take their words and put them into something else and say, well, they said werewolf, but really this is Dogman, when I don't even know what Dogman is. I'm pretty sure it exists, but I don't know what it is. And then the other reason, and we could maybe split hairs about this, but the etymological roots of those terms are pretty much the same. Werewolf comes from Old English terms meaning man and wolf. Dogman, dog, man, they mean pretty much the same thing. So, and then just a side note, I've written 2 books on this topic, and you can only say dogman so many times before even you yourself writing the book start to hate it. So you got to mix up the language a little bit. But at the end of the day, this is what eyewitnesses are describing. This is what they're reporting. This is what we're going to say when we redistribute this information, because it's their story, not mine.
Shannon's story time, where I'm going to share a couple of the encounters that were shared on Into the Fray. One does specifically use the term werewolf. So, and she actually kind of means werewolf, and we'll see. But okay, so another 101 question is, when you say dogman, people automatically go, golly, those things are grumpy as heck fire. You know, that just seems to be almost across the board. They're very in your face. They're very get off my lawn kind of guys. Why is that, do you think? Do you have any theories as to why that is?
That's a really good question. And that's what sets these encounters apart from Bigfoot activity. Because if you break them down to their most basic parts, you know, Bigfoot sightings and Dogman sightings both involve people reporting seeing an upright, bipedal, hairy creature in a place where it's really not supposed to be, that fits outside of the local wildlife that we know is in that area. And very often we have vocalizations, we have, you know, instances where things are banged on or scratched. We have instances where rocks are thrown. Not so much the rocks in the Dogman stuff. I'm going to take that back. Can't think of any rock throwing reports in the Dogman world. But on the surface, the activity is very, very similar. The difference is when we have these clear sighting reports and when witnesses are saying unequivocally, no, I saw a canine form, not a primate, not a humanoid, not an ape, they often are also describing a sense of fear, dread, anxiety, symptoms that we would equate with post-traumatic stress disorder, you know, saying that without a medical professional's opinion. People are losing sleep. They're having nightmares. Oftentimes when these encounters take place, we're hearing things like loss of bodily functions, you know, not not cool, fun stuff that you run home and tell your friends about, things that people keep to themselves for many, many, many years. And we see this popping up all over the place. You know, the two areas, Shannon, where you and I have done most of our on the ground research, Texas and the land between the lakes, that's a recurring trend in both of those areas. So it becomes very difficult to look at this as just potential Bigfoot activity or a different looking Bigfoot when the pattern of behavior and the eyewitness responses are overwhelmingly negative, overwhelmingly.
And, something else is that I've noticed, and I don't know if you would agree with this, but it just seems to me that, we talk about Bigfoot, and I love the subject of Bigfoot, of course. When you talk about the subject of Bigfoot versus Dogman and what you said about going home and telling your buddies what happened or sharing with anybody what happened, it seems that the subject of Dogman is just that much more taboo than pretty much anything else that people could think of having an encounter with and deciding, yeah.
That definitely seems to be the case. And it's, again, it's really overwhelming. You can almost draw a line down the middle of a piece of paper and write likely dogman encounters over here, likely Bigfoot encounters over here. And if you look at behavior profiles, it's going to be starkly different. But then again, like you said, they're much stranger. It doesn't just stop with they're more aggressive. It doesn't just stop with they were distinctly, canine. There's also the supernatural element that you and I have run into so many times when we've been talking to witnesses about this stuff.
Well, yeah, that was just some of the 101 stuff that I thought might be nice for people that are not really, maybe they're not even into the dogman subject. And they're like, well, maybe I'll just dip my toe in there. It's a weird pool, everybody. So, yeah,
It
but
is.
continue with, whatever points that you think that we need to cover as well, Aaron.
Yeah, well, I think, again, defining what it is really important. So we've done that. We've chunked that information. I'd like to get into some of the reports and the stories that you and I have received because we've kind of been talking in abstraction, and people are like, okay, you say this is happening, where and when? So would you like to start off? I know you've got some
Sure,
interesting
absolutely.
stuff.
Absolutely. Okay, so I mentioned that there was a woman that she said werewolf and she meant werewolf. And it was on episode 290 and it was titled Werewolf of Codman Square. And so she is Tina, that is her name. She is a student at UMass Boston and she usually took a train to Codman Square and then she would walk the rest of the way home, right? Coming home from school. And just a side note, and I do think it's interesting to note because it's come up in our conversations, Aaron, with folks, is that this is supposedly sacred land, but we know. So she gets off the train and she begins walking in this residential area. And it's early fall, it's already dark, but there's still people outside. They're on their porches and they're out doing their neighborly nighttime thing, just hanging out. There are sounds. She can hear people and, birds starting to go to bed, all that kind of stuff. And then at the end of the street, there's an old church. And she said, all of a sudden, it's like all the sound just faded away. And then her ears began popping like she was on an airplane. That's what she likened it to. And she turns around and notices there's no more people anywhere outside. And the lights have all gone out. Now, that's an important part that I think that could be up for discussion later. But where'd the people go that were just there? Where's the sound? Where's the lights? She says, then a crackling in the air began, and a 10-foot hedge in front of the church begins to part. And out comes a snout. It is elongated, just like a wolf. The fingers are very long, and it has long fingernails. And she estimates it at about 8 feet because of the height of the bush. It has the top half of a man, and it has a shirt on. And I asked her about this. I said, well, what kind of shirt was it? And she kind of actually chuckled at that point. I remember. And she goes, I can't remember, but wouldn't it be funny if it was like a plaid shirt, like the classic werewolf shirt? But she couldn't remember the shirt, but it had a shirt on. So again, mark that down. That's a strange note. She says instantly in her mind, she goes, that's a freaking werewolf. That is her quote. And she said, this is everything I've ever seen in a movie that resembles a werewolf. And she said his eyes were an orange yellow, highly luminescent. It shows her its teeth, which just like a Bigfoot, I mean, who knows what that gesture is, right? If it's
Mhm.
aggressive or just who knows. So there's still static in the air, and she ends up turning and running back into Codman Square. And she did drop her bag at the church. So she quickly goes, oh my gosh, like I need my keys. I got the whole thing in it. She goes back, and there's people back there now. The lights are back on. She can hear sounds. There's things going on. And the bag that she dropped was sitting completely perfectly upright in the middle of the road as if it was just placed there by someone or something. The creature's gone. The bush doesn't look like there was ever even a disturbance at all. But her parting description, like her final coup de grace description of it, was it looked like the werewolves that they had designed for the movie Dog Soldiers.
Mhm.
So, I mean, a shirt wearing dog man, right? Like, what does that mean? I mean, that just points to the classic man turns into wolf, and then, well, Moon is away, so he's back to his manly self again.
That's what it makes us think of. And as bizarre as that story might sound, it's not the only time we have something like that. There's a case out of Gregton, Texas. We didn't get to visit this place when we were filming the Dogman Triangle, Werewolves in the Lone Star State, directed by Seth Breedlove, because it's kind of way far up. It's kind of closer to Oklahoma than a lot of other parts of Texas. But this woman reported to Fate magazine in the 1950s, I believe it was 55, 57, that she saw an upright canine form in her yard that had the lower half of an animal, the head of like a dog or a wolf, and it had a human-like torso. And that sounds incredulous. That sounds ridiculous. That sounds nuts, even to me as someone who's interested in this stuff. But again, why are people reporting this? Why would you make this up? It's a lot easier to say, yeah, I think I saw Bigfoot, because that's at least something that people accept as being a recurring phenomenon. Even if you don't believe in Bigfoot, you are aware of the fact that people see Bigfoot on a pretty frequent basis, or believe that they do, if you want to remain skeptical. That's a little more difficult with a werewolf. That's to me, it's so beyond the pale of something you would want to report or want to be associated with. One of the encounters that really kind of anchors me to this phenomenon, the one that got me started on this whole personal interest, came from a family member. And Shannon, you spoke with him. He goes by the name of Trent in the Dogman Triangle film. Still hasn't come forward with his name, and I don't his real name. That's a pseudonym, and I don't think he ever will. He's a family man. He's a business owner. He's a military veteran. He's not a guy who has any outside interest in this stuff whatsoever. And when he relayed his encounter to me, the language he used was, I saw what looked like a werewolf. And we were just having a conversation one day. I was like, yeah, I've been getting into more of the cryptozoology stuff. This was about 4 years ago. And he's like, well, I've never seen Bigfoot, but I think I saw a werewolf once. And I had just gotten done reading The Beast of Bray Road by Linda Godfrey and watching the STM documentary, The Bray Road Beast, available on YouTube. And it just, I was like, what? You have to tell me more about this. And he basically had your kind of atypical roadside sighting where he was driving through a very rural wooded area, coming around a slight bend, and saw this creature crouched by the side of the road. It appeared to be feasting on roadkill. And as he saw it, it stood up on two legs and made eye contact, or what looked like made eye contact with him. And this is a guy who's been in a dangerous situation a time or two. Again, spent some time in the military, knows how to defend himself. And when you and I spoke with him, Shannon, I remember you asked him, did you feel if you had pulled over the side of the road and gone after this thing that you would have been in some kind of danger? And his answer was a pretty straight, yeah, I do. This was not something that he wanted to get any closer to. And knowing this guy personally for so many years, he's not a guy that gets rattled. I've never seen him lose his cool in any situation ever. So that means something when those people, say these things. That's what keeps taking me back to it again and again. Yeah.
Well, and in this encounter that I just shared, I love the fact that Tina was okay saying, you know what, I've already seen all this, and I'm about to talk to Shannon about this, and this. I'm not going to leave out the shirt because I freaking saw that. Like, she could have left that out, and I'm not trying to split hairs on an already very unique story. All of these are unique stories, but I was so thankful that she says, "Listen, this is going to sound it's already sounding crazy, but let me tell you something. Let me take it up a level. It had a shirt on, and I don't know what to make of that. And I'm going, oh my goodness, I don't know what to make of that either. But I'm so thankful that she decided to share that detail.
Yeah. Well, and the fact is, and I'm not trying to make a case, or convince anybody that shapeshifters are a real thing. Do your own research, but start with this in mind. People have believed in shapeshifters for a very, very, very long time, all throughout history in all different parts of the world. Not even talking about canines and werewolves, which can be found from ancient Mesopotamia to medieval Europe to modern day America and all places in between. But the idea of a human being taking on the form, or in some cases the spirit of an animal, has been a consistent belief with many, many people for a very long time. So it becomes difficult, when we spend so much time researching this stuff. We do try to remain skeptical, but then we get these reports that coincide with these folk tales and this historical record, and it's like, what's going on here? What, you know?
Well, and look what happened with the story about the LBL, our most recent doc, and what Tina said about this is supposed to be sacred land, and we just build all over it, and we throw asphalt down, and we desecrate everything that we can. We cover it for our needs, and it was the same thing with out there in the LBL. There's sacred parts of the land, and bad things happen, and who knows if that is part of the reason or the entire reason some of these maybe darker things are coming in and going, oh, this is an interesting spot over here. Let me just hang out for a few thousand years. I don't know.
Yeah, that's another, like you said, a consistent theme. Some of the places we visited in Texas, like Plum Creek in Lockhart, we have the Beast of Plum Creek out there. And we met a gentleman named James Witter, who was an original witness to this creature's appearances in the 80s. He is as authentic of a cowboy as you can get. He literally spent his career wrangling cattle on a horse with a lasso. He's a cowboy. And when he first witnessed this thing with a few of his fellow cattle guys, back in the 80s, they made an agreement not to come forward with it because they didn't want a whole bunch of frenzy around it. They didn't want to be, the next Boggy Creek, the next Flatwoods. They weren't interested in that. But the story got out anyway. And then, 40 odd years later, Heather Mosier was able to track him down and we were able to get an interview with him. But Plum Creek historically was Comanche land. There's a massive battle that took place there between the native Comanche people and European descended settlers, where there were heavy losses on both sides. And there's, a ghost story that you can still see the ghosts of the Battle of Plum Creek if you go at the right time on the right day. So again, yeah, you mentioned the land between the lakes, sacred Native American ground. We had talk from people up there that, these are areas where there are burial mounds, places where settlers were forcibly displaced when the government came in and established the land between the lakes. We see reports in Ohio and Wisconsin that Linda Godfrey documented that coincide with native burial grounds. So, I'm hesitant to draw a direct line and say, yes, this makes it a Native American thing. But we do see this pattern of them appearing, like you said, near sacred ground, churches, graveyards, burial places. It's a traceable pattern. If we want to say a pattern requires 3 or more instances, we've got more than 3.
So hopping back to maybe a 101 question for people that might have this is... I would hazard to say most people think Dogman is a supernatural entity, but does that mean there are no cases of them being reported injured or killed, much like we've heard with Bigfoot? We've heard of people taking shots or claiming to have felled a Bigfoot, and then off the body goes, the black helicopters come in, the whole story of the black vehicle, everything, including aircraft, comes in and takes the body. But is that the case with Dogman at all?
We do have instances where they are purported to be shot. In almost every case I can think of, the witness reports the gunfire is either being ineffective or very much not very effective, equivocated to like a slingshot, just making an impact but not really doing anything. There's a gentleman out of Dallas who goes by the name of John, who I was fortunate enough to interview a couple years ago, who will look you dead in the eye and say he's taken several shots at these things, from a fairly close range with a very powerful caliber of ammunition, and he'll see it do damage, but they get up and they keep moving. We have the story of the Converse werewolf, which goes back about 100 years, wherein one of these creatures was alleged to have killed and fed upon a young man. And when the boy's father and the local townsfolk discovered, this creature, they opened fire on it. Didn't do anything. It ran off, and those are just two stories where we hear those anecdotes of them being fired on. We don't have a body, obviously, or this would be a very different conversation. We do have some physical evidence that I feel we can make a case as being legitimate. Probably the most striking is the one that was captured by our friends Jesse and Joe over at Hellbent Holler, of the thermal image of a canine form in the woods. It's been examined by wildlife guys, hunters, people who know how thermal technology works, and nobody can seem to figure out what this thing is. Can't tell you for sure that's a thermal image of a dogman. Can tell you it's a very, very strange thermal image of a large canine appearing form in an area where we have repeated and historical dogman reports coming in. That's what I can tell you. So
when we were in that spot with those guys, and then you and Joe go over to that same exact berm, that is invaluable, is being able to go to the exact spot where it happened. Invaluable. Anyhow, you guys went over to that berm and we're doing the comparison. You guys' heads and shoulders look teeny tiny comparatively. Yeah. I mean, you're kind of going, how? I don't even know how you would even begin to fake this. Not that they do. Those guys are bad to the bone. They go out every single freaking day, it seems like, and are doing something. Check out Hellbent Holler, Jesse and Joe for sure. So yeah, that was really a mind blower for me, because everyone's like, there's no evidence of these things. That is just not true. And no, we cannot prove 100%, like you said, that is a dogman in that thermal image, but golly, is it compelling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something. It's something strange, and we haven't figured out what it is. Yeah, and yes, there's a pretty impressive body of evidence when it comes to Sasquatch research. 100%. I don't think it's too much of a stretch for me to say that, yeah, I'm pretty sure Bigfoot is a real thing. But we have that evidence in the dogman world too. We just don't have as much of it. And we also run into this problem. What does a dogman print look like? We don't know. What does a dogman carcass look like? We don't know. Give the time and elements a little bit of space, and they're going to render any remains as almost unrecognizable in the wild. Decomposition happens very, very quickly. What is going to differentiate a dogman skull from a wolf skull or a large coyote skull? And if someone is not looking for that, they're going to write it off. So when we say, like, why haven't we found a dogman body? I think there are actually a few reasons why we wouldn't have, that being chief among them. So how often do we find dead bears in the woods? Not very often, but when we do, we know they're bears.
Yeah, and when you talk about decomposition, something that always sticks in my mind is something that Cliff Barackman had said on a show. He said, an elephant takes 6 months to break down, and that's usually in a much drier climate with a lot less ground brush and all the creepy crawlies that happen in a forest, especially our climate. So that's always something that stuck with me, when everyone's like, well, where's the bones? But like you said, if you're not looking for that, I do wonder how many times hikers, hunters, whatever, have been out and just walked right over a cryptid type of a skeleton that could change everything and not known it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're not looking for that. It's not.
Yeah. Like, who would think twice about that?
Yeah. We find animal bones in the wild all the time. So why should we assume this is anything different? And
look at Coyote Peterson. He's great at finding.
Oh yeah.
Skulls, he found a fully intact one. How about that?
Oh yeah, because it's really easy to get stuff through borders and custom control. It's very easy.
I digress. We get heated when we talk about that, but okay, sorry.
Yeah. No, we're just chatting. We're just having fun. Nobody's listening. But no, and even if, say, we took every bone, every strange carcass, every weird hair sample, and sent it off for DNA testing in pursuit of dogman. We have the Texas chupacabra, aka the Texas terror dog, down here. If you haven't ever seen that, folks, Google it. I'm sure you'll find it real quick. but that blew up in the mid 2000s, late 90s as being this new version of the chupacabra. Well, we finally got a couple samples taxidermied, and we found out that, yeah, this is kind of a new animal. We can classify it as a cryptid, but it's a mix of Mexican red wolf, coyotes, maybe some foxes, and some domestic canines. So if we're looking at Dogman as potentially a new canine species or offshoot or hybrid, why would we expect its DNA to look anything different than what I just described, a canine mix of some kind? But then, of course, we butt our heads up against the supernatural side of things, which we've touched on a little bit. And based on those stories, the ones that fall in the stranger realm, really beginning with the one wearing the shirt, there's not really any reason for us to assume that these things would function like regular animals at all. So that's hard too.
Yeah, that's something that I just keep coming back to. I'm like, the chances of them having the mommy and the daddy dog, and they make it the baby dogs, and they're living in the dens, and I just don't see that. I don't think that it's impossible. Or if they do, they also have the ability to open like the Marvel Sparkle Circle and then travel in and out of that. So
Yeah, the thing that saved Gambit.
that's right.
I saw Wolverine last weekend.
Sounds like he's gonna have his own movie. That was a
like
great,
that.
great movie.
I was really happy about it. Yeah.
For Wolverine. Go see
Like-
it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. We can talk about it anytime.
Awesome.
It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was. I haven't laughed like that in a movie in a long time. Okay, sorry.
Same
We're
here.
digressing. Sorry, I'm the queen of that, everyone. Okay, did you want me to continue with my? We'll continue with my last encounter that I was going to share with everybody.
Yes. Yeah, and then we'll talk
Okay.
about Daryl and Martin, because that's where our
Yes.
journeys intersect. So yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So this was episode 197 of Into the Fray, and I titled it Dire Wolf Under the Supermoon. And this is Deborah, and she moved to Oklahoma to help care for her mother. And she worked the night shift, and she ended up leaving home usually around 9:30 p.m. And she ends up slamming on her brakes to avoid hitting a deer that just blasted right across the road. And she had her windows down and heard a very loud growl after she had initially stopped. Now, this is a very wooded area, right? With trees like right alongside of the road. And a couple nights later, she ends up seeing a pair of red eyes in the woods, but she said they were strangely high up, a little bit too high up for comfort, she said. So fast forward just a little bit, and she's at home, and it's 3:30 a.m. And keep in mind, she's a night owl. She works nights. So she's up, and she had purchased a brand new camera, and she's trying to get used to it. And there was a super moon that night. So she thought, well, I'll go out and practice with it and see what's doing with this thing. And their house sits on 3 acres, and it has a 6-foot tall fence surrounding the entire thing. So she and her little dog go out, but she ends up very quickly actually getting a bad feeling. She just can't quite put her finger on what it was. So she takes the dog back in and comes out alone because she's figuring, maybe it's a cat or goodness knows what. And she's got a little dog. So in he goes. She's back out sitting on the porch, scrolling through some pictures on her camera when she sees something out of the corner of her eye. She said, it is a huge, huge dog-like creature that is sniffing the ground and grunting really loudly. And he's swaying. Oh, sorry, I said he. There I go again. It is swaying back and forth as it's sniffing. And it stops. It stops literally 15 feet in front of her and just looks away. It's acting like it doesn't even see her there. She gets a really good look at it from the side. She says it has scraggly gray hair, a huge dog-like tail, and huge pointed ears with some tufts of hair at the top. We've heard that before. And huge canine-like back legs, long hair around its neck like a lion's mane, and a hump on its back, which we've also heard before because sometimes the description, it sounds more like a hyena that can walk on 2 legs, right? So when it pointed its head straight again, she saw this super long snout and a bit of the eyes, which were amber colored. So again, some kind of a yellow amber is the theme here for my stories today. She estimates on all fours that it was about 4 feet tall at the shoulders. So yikes. And the body did seem to taper at the waist. It reminded her of a dire wolf and smelled like a wet dog. So that's interesting. She was close enough, well, and horrifying. She was close enough to smell it. Dang. Yeah, she's baffled as it never turned to look at her. Like it never ever acknowledged she was there. And she says, she's like, I'm sitting on the porch and her camera screen is, on. She's going through photos and it's yeah, there's a super moon, but it's dark outside. She goes, I was illuminated by this screen. It just simply put its nose back down to the ground. It starts sniffing again. It's swaying again too, she said, and it glided off. Those were her words. She called it gliding, right? She notes how quiet it was when this all began. Here we go again with that same stuff until she did not see it anymore. Now, she admits that she definitely wanted to take a picture because I can hear everybody on the other side of the screen going, what the heck? She has a freaking camera. Would you really want to go and make any extra noise if it's not noticing you? I'm sorry. Just put yourself in her shoes for 2 seconds. I'm sure that you would not. So she did the right thing there. I'm sorry, guys. So
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
with it not noticing her, I think that to me, that's why this one stood out obviously just so much because normally, and I brought this up as a one-on-one question. I'm like, man, they're in your face. They're so aggressive. They're like, here I am. Come at me, bro. That is their modus operandi. That's what they go off of. And this is the total opposite. He's just like, this smells good. This smells good. Okay, off I go. I mean, I think that she's very lucky and she knows that she is. And she admits, yeah, lifting that camera to take a picture was not going to happen because by some grace of whatever, it did not notice me. And 15 feet, that's a bag of nope right there when it comes to Dogman. I'm sorry. That's and you can definitely hear it in her voice. Like when she's retelling that, that is what she saw. I mean, that we sit with people like this and you're like, that's what they saw.
Yeah, it's not. This may be more of a general thing, but I believe very strongly that we can sit here and be subjective about, what did or did not happen, what phenomenon this category is, what they really were experiencing, but when they say this is what I remember and this is how I responded to it, that's not subject to our interpretation. Like, I can't tell you what's going on in your head. So then it's down to this person's either lying to me or they genuinely believe what they're telling me. Why would you lie about werewolves, bro? I get sure. Okay. I'm sure there are some fraudulent reports out there. Absolutely. Especially now that this topic is gaining more popularity and more people are discussing it. The data pool is going to be polluted. That's fine. We've had the same problem in the ghost, UFO, and Bigfoot worlds for decades, getting up on a century. So, it still comes down to why lie about this? Why? The one that, I think is really difficult for me to process and fit into any given category, and you might agree with me with this on this, Shannon, is the most recent encounter that Martin Groves and Daryl Denton had in the Land Between the Lakes. And, for anyone who's not familiar with that, Martin Groves is a former law enforcement officer, was active in the LBL area for many, many, many years, had his own encounter with one of these creatures in the early 90s, and then started documenting additional reports as they arrived on his desk. Mr. Denton is a former mayor, alderman, politician in the area, well-known, well-respected in his community. These are guys that, again, if you're talking about witnesses you can trust who are credible, you can't do much better than Daryl and Martin. And they had this recent encounter in the Land Between the Lakes where they saw one of these things that seemed to interact with the environment around it. It disturbed the brush. It seemed to rustle the gravel. It could be heard moving when it finally did leave. But it also was accompanied by a strange kind of fog or mist that seemed to settle on the area very quickly. It also appeared to be translucent. They were able to perceive the environment behind it or around it while still being able to see its actual physical form. And it had the glowing eyes that we hear about so often in these reports. I think, and I don't have a chart in front of me, but I think if we looked at most documented Dogman reports, we're going to see more that involve these illuminated eyes than ones that don't. And very often we're seeing yellow, blue, red seems to come up a lot. This creature, I believe Daryl and Martin did describe it as having blue eyes. I'm about 99% on that. It could have been yellow.
I think so.
I believe they were blue, though.
Yeah, I think that they are.
Yeah, blue keeps sticking out in my head. And they both saw this thing. And this is one of those cases where once this thing showed up, the sense of dread, the sense of panic, fear was almost immediate. Both of these gentlemen were left with physical exhaustion, nausea, migraines. Again, not pleasant stuff, not fun, manly stuff. Like, I went out in the woods and I threw up. Look how cool I am. Very bizarre, very strange encounter. And it's in this area where these things continually seem to take place. This was as recent as, I believe it was 2022. We were there in 2023, and it had been about a year. So yeah, 2022, right around the time you and I were filming Dogman Triangle. Actually, I believe it was within 30 days when I looked at the calendar. So this is an ongoing phenomenon. It's something that's all throughout history with us, but it hasn't stopped.
Martin describes, feeling so sick and so quickly and so violently. And I'm just, when you listen to those two gentlemen, and I wish that everybody watching and listening could come along with us and just be a fly on the wall for a lot of these interviews, because it's a whole lot different to be in there. But these folks experience what they said they did, and it's not easy for anybody, especially for people in positions that Martin and Daryl have held, to come out and say, here is my list of completely strange and crazy sounding to most people things, and I'm going to go through every single point on here. And by the way, I could barely lift my head up, and like you said, it's not a cool story. Cool story, bro. Like, you got woods and you saw a monster. Well, but they did. They are saying that they did, and I definitely believe them 100%. And I think that when Martin is, I think, for a lot of people, kind of, I would say, a gateway drug for some people into the subject of Dogman, because Martin has got a couple of different encounters, and neither one of them are, let's go over and pet the fuzzy, cute little, happy little dog over there.
Yeah.
Neither one of them. So yeah, I'm so thankful to people like Martin and Daryl that decide not only, and just like I said about Tina, Sharon, the part about the shirt, which is such a, like, you just, whoa, didn't see that coming. There are so many parts of all of these encounters you're like, whoa, didn't see that coming. Thank goodness they were willing to share, because we have to have all the data points that we can get, because like you said, we just don't have a lot of physical evidence of these things at all. And all we have is our conjecture and these data points to go off of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're looking at someone who has something to risk, has something to lose by sharing a story like this, regardless of whether or not your friends, your family, the people around you accept what you're saying and believe you, you can have the most open-minded, compassionate, understanding support group of people around you in the world, and you are still the guy that had a Bigfoot story. You're still the guy that had a UFO encounter. That's just the way it is. So these folks are taking a risk. It's not as simple as logging onto Facebook or Reddit and posting a comment and, oh, I did that. Like, it's, you could argue that for a lot of these folks, it changes their entire lives. Having the initial encounter, and then once you've come forward publicly and your name is out there, being associated with that phenomenon, it takes a risk. It takes a leap. My job is easy. I just write books about it and say, well, maybe this happened, but there's a real human impact to these stories, a tremendously human one. And you could argue that this whole phenomenon is somehow tied to us as human beings because it has been with us for so very long. I had made a list of historical references to werewolves to rattle off. I won't do that, but so many cultures have talked about this idea, whether it's a shapeshifter or just some kind of a creature as is of the upright walking canine form.
So you won't, I agree, like, maybe not to rattle off the list, but can you give me a general guess on a percentage as far as what percentage thinks it's, the shape-shifting doohickey over here, and what percentage is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum with it?
As far as like Like people today, or just in general going back
Just
through?
the whole going back all the way through. Is it
It's
heavier one side or the other?
It seems overwhelmingly our ancestors regarded this as something dark and spiritual. Going back to ancient Mesopotamia, these were considered demonic creatures that were summoned by the elder god Tiamat. And we see some similar ideas in the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita in Hindu religious texts. We see that same idea in the European werewolf. Sorry, I said I wasn't going to do the list, but it overwhelmingly seems to be something that is otherworldly, that goes beyond the veil of what we completely understand. Some of these legends are people, that are doing this and are able to tap into these spiritual energies and take on these other forms. Some of them are just purely what we would define as, quote, demonic entities. And I'm hesitant to throw that term around. I think it gets overused
Right.
today, but that's how these older religious texts would describe them or would typify them, as some kind of a dark spiritual presence. So it's tough. As far as the modern research community is concerned, from where I sit, it seems like it's 50-50. I think we're kind of split down the middle as far as people that are convinced this is a physical animal, people who are convinced this is something very spiritual, and then I think there's maybe more of a minority that kind of sit in the middle and go, maybe it's both. I don't know where I'm at. I flip-flopping back and forth across this fence every day, so I don't know.
Big ditto on that, my friend. Yeah, it depends on what day it is and who I'm speaking to and
Mhm.
what their data points are. I'm like, yep, that's a puppers that grew up in that den, and he's just angry about his lot in life for whatever reason. And other days it's the sparkle circle, and he's gonna leave after you wet yourself. And
Yes.
sorry about your therapy bills, bro. Like, I don't.
I'm an eldritch horror from beyond the veil, and I don't care how you feel. Like that's kind of the general attitude they seem to have. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say it again. It's bring the brown pants, man.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to talk tough until it's bring the brown pants day.
Dogman Day is probably a brown pants day.
I would
Would be for
hazard to
me.
say pretty much any day for the dog man would be brown pants day.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think this is probably a good point to kind of take all of this in, try to summarize everything we've talked about, because if anyone has been patient enough to tune in since minute 1, we're creeping up on 45 here, your head may be spinning. My head often spins in this world. So what we can conclude with when it comes to the dogman werewolf question is that, one, this is an old phenomenon. This is an old idea. We kind of talked about that at length, but our ancestors were interested in this concept as far back as ancient Mesopotamia. What really cinches it, what really grounds it for me, is that it is also recurring. It is also ongoing. All of these modern witnesses, just a few that Shannon and I had time to talk about in the last, again, 45 minutes, they paint this picture for us wherein we can't stop and go, this was just an old folk tale, and then it became a movie, and then some people saw Bigfoot and misidentified it. And that might be the most important point, other than the human element, the way this thing affects people, is that this is a legitimate, independent phenomenon. It might take us into the realm of Bigfoot research, but very, very quickly it goes down its own path. And I think those two words, that's kind of what nails it for me. It's a legitimate phenomenon, and it's very much worthy of continual study.
Yeah, and for anybody on the fence on this, and I'm not just saying this so you'll go watch our documentaries. I just want you to go immerse yourself in this a little bit, just beyond maybe some of the Reddit pages and things, and just watch people as they're speaking and listen to their voice, listen to their tone and their inflection and the emotion that they impart when they are speaking about their experiences. Because I know that even without being there in person, you will be able to tell that that is exactly what this person experienced. And we really do. We need all the data points that we can get. No matter how cuckoo and crazy you think they sound, they aren't. We listen to this stuff day in and day out. And much like Tina being willing to share about a shirt-wearing werewolf, it's okay. Just share. Just share it with somebody.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Doesn't even have to be with us. But if they do want to share with us, right?
Email
Then
us.
get in touch with us. please don't hesitate to do that. So it's Aaron at smalltownmonsters.com and me, Shannon, at intothefrayradio.com. And interchangeably, just like Dogman and Werewolf, email the other and say pass it along to the other. That's fine. We will do that. It's not a big deal. So
Yeah.
please just thank you for listening to us
Thank
drone
you.
on about one of our favorite subjects, right, Aaron?
It is. It very much is. Sometimes I'll think I'm going to not do Dogman stuff for a while, and then I get 3 more reports and I'm right back into it. It's a very captivating subject. Yeah. They say sometimes the phenomenon chooses you, and I feel that that's happened to me with the Dogman stuff. So no matter how bizarre your story is, no matter how outlandish you think it is, there's a pretty good chance there are 1 or 2 other stories that have some things in common with it, and that you are not the only one experiencing or that has experienced an encounter with one of these creatures. I'm speaking directly to any potential experiencers who might be listening or watching. We hear you. We see you. Come talk to us.
You know, it's funny you say that, Aaron, because I try to really stick that home on my show, because someone will say, you know, there's this little thing that happened. I don't know if I should really share it. And I don't push them, but I'm like, well, if you want to, you know, and it to them, like, they're like, well, it's just a small little stupid little thing, you know, it may be in a whole barrage of this massive thing that they just shared. But that one little tiny thing is what got 3 other people reaching out to me going, oh my God, I thought I was the only one. And that was the catalyst that got them to go, I'm not alone. And now I want to talk about it. So yeah, I second that big time.
100%. Yeah. Well, I think that brings us to our time, Shannon, unless you have anything else.
No closing words. Just be safe out there, guys. Pack the brown pants just in case you go hiking.
Yep. Stay safe. Be kind. Thank you for coming to Anomacon. Thank you for hanging out with us. Be sure to, I'm not sure when in the programming block this will air, but stick around for the rest of Anomacon. Check out smalltownmonsters.com to see more of the stuff that Shannon and I have been involved in. And have a great day. Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
All right, guys, there were our first 2 presentations of Anomacon. A huge thank you to our speakers and a huge thank you to all of you for being here. I'm blown away by the amount of people here already, and we've only just begun. Yeah, that was awesome. I'm going to head right into our next speakers, but before I do that, guys, I'm going to reset the room and let you know you are at Anomacon, a free virtual conference on the Anomalous, and we have speakers all day long that are going to be presenting for you. And I also want to let you know that we are taking donations tonight for Anomacon, and 50% of the donations will go to our speakers for compensation, and the other 50% will go to these incredible organizations: Donate Life America, NHS Blood and Transplant, and the Canadian Blood Services. So for those of you who may not know, I unfortunately did lose my mother, Susan Sprague, a few months ago, and she was a huge advocate for organ donation. She was a kidney and pancreas recipient, and we were blessed with an extra 27 years of life with her after her transplant. So I decided that in her memory, I wanted to make 50% of our donations tonight available to these incredible organizations. So you can donate to those through PayPal, buy me a coffee, and also through the Super Chat and Super Stickers as well. Those will be available all night. All right, let's get to our next 2 speakers. And the first is Todd Purse. Todd has been drawing pictures of cats, wizards, UFOs, and all manners of whimsical weirdness as long as he can remember. He is a full-time creative cartoonist and illustrator, spreading positivity with silly drawings via packaging, comics, and more for over 15 years. With a goal to embrace the imagination and share creative kindness through a world of silly stories and drawings, he mainly aims to make art that inspires others to create. For more, check out createmagicstudios.com. And we should also mention that Todd is the co-creator of Welcome UFO People, which I hear is going to be available as a graphic novel, a comic book, hard copy very, very soon. So be on the lookout for that as well, guys. He makes that with our good friend and colleague, Rob Christofferson. So thank you, Todd. And then coming up right after Todd, we also will have Brian Corey. Brian is the host and producer of the Necronomicast, excuse me, Brian, the Necronomicast podcast, guiding you through topics better left mentioned after sundown and under a full moon. Brian is a highly sought after and experienced musician and public speaker in Omaha, Nebraska. He has performed as a trumpet soloist at the NCAA College World Series for the past 26 years, the FEI World Cup, the Big Ten Baseball Championship, has been featured on NBC and ESPN, and has performed at both summer and winter U.S. Olympic team trials. In addition to hosting the historic Haunted Heartland series of live events, Brian has emceed the Omaha Haunticon Paranormal Convention and the Nebraska Bigfoot Conference. In 2023, Brian and Necronomicast was featured on the true crime documentary series Murder in the 21st on A&E Network. In 2024, Brian will appear on the true crime series Kill or Be Killed on the Oxygen Network and the paranormal documentary series A House in the Harbinger Kingdom from filmmaker Chad Kalick. His upcoming book, Reconsider Everything, will be released in late 2024. All right, guys, these are our next two speakers. So let's give it up for Todd and Brian, and let's get to those talks. I hope you enjoy.
Thanks for having me today. My name is Todd First, and I am stoked to sit here and make a zine with y'all. So first off, thanks Ryan for putting this on. It's a beautiful event full of amazing speakers, and I'm just really stoked to be a part of it. So many awesome artists, creatives, and just general weirdos that I really respect and love. So yeah, thanks for having me. I wanted to go about this kind of utilizing or leaning into my strengths, so I figured let's make a zine. I've been making zines since I was probably 15 or so, and started going to punk shows for the first time and kind of found my place in the scene, the punk scene, making zines. I kind of found my place making stuff more on the visual arts to start. I would eventually become a member of some bands and things like that, but I couldn't play any music, so I figured I could draw silly pictures and make fun collages, and did a lot of flyers and Xerox work. So zines have been kind of a part of my life for a good chunk of years now, and I really love that there's this beautiful connection between the paranormal and UFOs and punk and art in this way of zines. It's been a part of both cultures since the start, so I really thought this would be a fun way to kind of sit down and talk about that, and the fact that I really feel like we need to invest more in creativity these days. I feel like the more that we all kind of carve out time to make things on a daily basis, the better that things will be.
So again, alls we'll need for this little fun zine project are some drawing utensils, a pair of scissors, and some 8.5 by 11 paper. I'm using just regular old computer paper, but you can use anything you'd like really. And again, this doesn't have to be a comic, it can just be a series of drawings or writings, whatever you want. So first what you want to do is fold the paper long ways, creasing it down the middle, and then you're going to turn it and fold it over itself from end to end, creasing it one more time. And then you'll take that and fold one more time, end to end. And now you're going to have your general panel breakdown. So zines have been really important to me for a long time just because they represent how easy it is to make things, and I love the feeling of copying something over and over again and seeing a whole bunch of one thing become a billion things. And the idea that that was prevalent in not only kind of the weirdo punk culture I grew up in, but has been prevalent in things like UFO culture forever, fascinates me. So after you get it folded and we have all of our panels broken down, we're going to fold it in half once more and get ready to make our cut. Now this is going to be the magic of the whole thing. So you're going to make a cut right in the middle, not all the way to the other end of the paper, just through the middle panels. And when you open it back up, it should look like you have a little slit right in the middle of the paper. You can kind of fold it and twist it, and it looks like a little funny shaped UFO guy or a puppet mouth. And this is one of my favorite parts, is how this little origami project can turn into a little book of stories that you can share with everybody. So from here, we pretty much have our zine ready to fill. Now again, when you're going to make yours, please do anything you want. Do not follow my lead on doing a little comic here. I'd love to see what y'all make at some point, so definitely reach out. Now, we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages, and our back cover and our front cover. So we can fill those pages with anything we want. I'm going to do a mini issue of Personal Folklore, which is my ongoing zine that I've been doing for a long time, and it's going to be a little conversation between a UFO and a worm friend. But again, please do anything that you would like, and really just let your creative brain go free. I use drawing time as meditation time, and I feel like that is something that's overlooked in a lot of ways. So many of our stories that we've told ourselves our whole lives are based on a time long, long ago when magic was real, or a different time far, far into the future where magic becomes real. And so few of them are set now and focus on how magic the world is that we currently inhabit. To me, the best way to see how enchanted our everyday world really is to lean into creativity and curiosity. Which really is what I think paranormal events or anomalous occurrences or lines of esoteric thought and magic are all leading us to. This idea that we are superpowered as humans, and our imagination is a large part of that. So let's make some stuff together. And that's the mentality that has always attracted me to zine making, is we can just make stuff. So to kind of cover a little bit of a history of zines, I'm no expert or anything, but I figure I can go over a little bit that I know off the top of my head. I didn't write any of this out. I'm just kind of going, so please fact check me. I'm sure some of it's wrong, but this is my little knowledge of it. But so like zines as we kind of know them started around the 1930s or 40s, and they grew out of the Chicago sci-fi scene, which is amazing. There's so much great paranormal, UFO, all of the favorite topics that you might have. That history is so embedded in the fanzine and the sci-fi community, especially in Chicago in the 30s and 40s. And the first, what is, I guess, officially classified, and I can only remember this because I love the name it, zine was called The Comet, and it was created by the Science Correspondence Club, which is now one of my favorite clubs that I wish I was a member of. But there was amazing art and literature all coming out around there, and the zines, especially the fan zines, kind of grew out of this need for cheap reading material that the pulps created. And the pulps have its whole own beautiful esoteric history that I'd love to get into, but I'm not educated or prepared enough to really cover that. But man, really beautiful stuff. And zines kind of grew out of that, so there was this need for a really affordable, disposable way to read kind of entertaining literature and just writing that didn't have another home. So zines really stepped in there, and one of the cool things is that from the beginning, topics like queerness and alternative lifestyles and a million other things were covered in zines all over the country and all over the world. And that leads straight into the punk zines that I love and that were in the direct lineage of the zines that I grew up on, like the Riot Girl zines and the Comet Bus zines from the early 90s and the 80s, and just so many amazing voices that never would have been heard or had a proper outlet other than these zines. So of course that also would find a home in the margins of the UFO and the paranormal world, and to cover the amount of zines that were started in those worlds would be a whole other topic or a whole other presentation of its own. So I'm not going to get into too many, but the one thing that always strikes me as fascinating is how once there is the outlet or a new medium arises, whether it's from technology or something becoming more affordable, it's filled by these beautiful stories that you would never hear otherwise first. These stories from the margin, these kind of almost like throwaway lowbrow pieces of art, and then it grows from there. And that growth is just something that is significant in all of culture and constantly reminds me that things are growing that we don't even know about right now. And not knowing what that will turn out to be is very exciting to me. So anyway, what I'm going to make here today is a mini version of a personal folklore issue. Personal folklore is a zine I started about 2 years ago because I was tired of just looking at my artwork in a digital form. I wanted something physical again that you could hold and that you could distribute and share, and it was so gratifying to just hold a bunch of art that had only existed on my iPad before that. And I forgot that that is important, that there's a lineage to that. There's a historical connection when you feel the paper and turn the pages that is important to me for some reason. So I started the personal folklore project with the goal of printing or with creating and printing a zine once a month for a whole year, and I did that and was exhausted, so I slowed down to just doing them quarterly or really whenever I have the material to justify them. And it's been super fun. I tell all kinds of weird stories and have some goblin friends that make multiple appearances, as well as this little worm and UFO. I don't really have names for these guys, but they're friends. They have little adventures and conversations, and in this mini issue, we're gonna follow our friends through some fun with leaves and realizing how magic their little world is because they're friends, kind of like I was talking about a few minutes ago. So, this is the cover. It says Personal Folklore, like I just mentioned, that's the title, and then we got our little friends saying hi to each other. Now, again, when you're making your zine at home, if you're making something along with me, which I really hope you are, please don't feel like you have to be like, oh, this is the front cover, so it needs a title. Open it up, make whatever you want. That's the fun of this, is it's just an expression of yourself. And the biggest point of this is that it's supposed to be fun. Making stuff, especially when you see kids do it, you realize how much fun it is for us humans to just create things. I have a new friend and an amazing cartoonist named Nick Forker who put this idea in my head that around the ages of 7 or 8, he teaches a lot of kids, and he sees that we start to not have this innate or this need to make things. We lose the capacity to just sit down and draw on a blank piece of paper no matter what, and we stop having this like daily creative exercise, and why that is, and furthermore what that leads to, because I really do feel like watching my kids go through this progression, there's something to this magical time of just constantly wanting to make things and destroy things and make things and destroy things, and I am forever inspired by watching that unfold in front of me. And what if we can try to nurture that not going away, that we can kind of, even if it's for 5 minutes a day, just constantly make things for ourselves. Nothing that we're supposed to share or that we have any kind of pressures. I mean, it can be something you share and it can be for work. It could be dinner. It could be a million different things. But what if we just kind of got back into making things for a couple minutes a day, not because we feel like we have to, but in a way that comes across that we need to, if that makes any sense. I guess it doesn't really have to make sense. That's kind of the point. I realized a long time ago, when I guess probably 3 or 4 years into supporting myself as an artist, that looking back on it and trying to figure out how any of it made sense, that I got here to be lucky enough to be a full-time creative and support a small family, none of it makes any sense. And I think that's kind of the point. And this is something I think that creative projects and the paranormal or UFOs could do in general, and that's getting you comfortable with things not making sense, getting you comfortable with paradox. One of my favorite lines of thought as far as how to be creatively productive is to keep a loose but rigid schedule. You have to be rigid enough where you're showing up and you're doing the work every day, but you also have to keep loose enough to allow the novelty in and allow things to just bubble up and occur. And that can be tough for some folks, and myself included, on both ends. Sometimes I'm a little too loose and sometimes I'm a little too rigid. And I think that's because of that paradoxical nature. There's something that makes it harder for us to truly grok or let sink in. But that seems to be at the key of almost, or at the core of almost everything that I'm really interested in, is getting comfortable with paradox. And not to get into any kind of current events or anything, but for how weird the world's getting, I think we could all stand to get a little bit more comfortable with paradox. I was talking to my neighbor the other day, something I'm trying to do more of, and I really encourage everyone to, and they're a professor at University of Delaware, the local university around here, and they were telling me about how one of their coworkers, their whole gig before becoming a full-time professor, was consulting different giant corporations on how to do just that, how to execute and sit with paradox, how to take advantage of these paradoxical situations that we all find in every corner of our lives, whether it's business or personal or spiritual. It's in it all, and I think it's because it's a feature, not a bug, as the saying goes. And that's something that, again, I think sitting with a blank piece of paper or a blank screen or just a open field of possibilities can get you a little bit more comfortable with that unknowing, that sitting with the questions that don't have answers, again, because they're not supposed to have answers. That's one of my favorite things that all of my go-to thinkers in this field talk about, is that maybe this stuff can't be solved, and that's not a bug, but it's a feature, to go back to that phrase, that the point is to sit with mystery, not to find the answers to that mystery. And that can be frustrating, just like when you're sitting in front of a blank canvas or a blank piece of paper and nothing's coming out. And it can be even more frustrating when there's a deadline involved, or when it's supposed to be something that you enjoy. But that is all going back to that comfort and paradox. So try implementing a small daily practice of making things and sitting with that big unknown white piece of paper or blank screen or whatever the medium is, and then notice the next time something big comes up that there's no answer to right away, that you might have to sit and wait for a few days for an answer, and see if you can sit a little bit more comfortably. Because after years and years of this, I find it does help myself, and that's all I can really speak to. So let's get back to this little zine we're working on. So if you've been following along with the drawings that I've been making here from page to page, you'll see that this story is about the little UFO friend and worm friend meeting up and catching some falling leaves, and the UFO is talking about how much fun this is, and the worm says, "I like to make wishes on the falling leaves as if they are falling stars." And the UFO thinks that's a great idea because duh, wishes are awesome. So he wishes that he lives in a magical world, and the worm thought that was beautiful, so he wanted to one-up it there and decided to wish for an enchanted universe. And this is all going to conclude with them kind of realizing that they already live in a magical world and an enchanted universe because they're friends and they are here. And when you stop and think about what it takes, and this might be a little cliche, but I still find it very effective, when you stop and think about all the things that had to happen to get you to be where you are now, listening to this and watching it maybe, or just being who you are, what it takes for you to be you, it's a lot. And in any other words, it'd be magic. It's what I guess I'm getting at. And that's what I want to kind of wrap up here with, is the whole thing that I get out of diving into these stories of high strangeness and listening to these different experiences and reading these books about people thinking deeply on these subjects. I get inspired and reminded that everything around us is magic if you stop and think about it. just the fact that everything started out as an idea is kind of mind-blowing. This microphone only exists because someone thought about it and then brought that thought into the material world. And that's what we're doing right now with this zine, and that's what you can do on a daily basis if you'd like. It's what I find the most enjoyable to do, is bring something that didn't exist before into the world now. I love screen printing. Screen printing is it's kind of how I made my living, and is a big basis off of the coffee brand that I run and do all the illustrations for, and that allowed me to be a full-time creative. And what has always attracted me about screen printing is you take a blank piece of paper and automatically, with one little push of a squeegee, there's something there, and that can be replicated over and over again. You can take nothing and make it something, and the nothing was something, but it becomes more once that ink goes through that screen, and that is what we have the ability to do all the time. So let's make zines more often. If you all are making something at home along with this, please reach out. I'll have all my contact information. CreateMagicStudios.com is where you can check it out, and definitely send me what you make, because I'd love to see it, and I'd love to send you a copy of this zine that you watched me make. If you'd like one, reach out with your address and I will send you a copy free, just for fun, because mail's awesome, and who doesn't want to get mail? So yeah, reach out and enjoy making stuff, and stay weird, y'all.
Remote viewing. For decades, this once secret practice was shrouded in mystery, debated by scientists and psychics alike. From the Cold War to modern-day experiments, evidence is growing that there's something more, something measurable at play. And now, with applied psi, the power of remote viewing is at your fingertips. Whether you're new to remote viewing or a seasoned practitioner, the Applied Psi platform makes it easy to participate and create remote viewing sessions. Start by registering an account and dive into an active remote viewing session. Choose from ongoing sessions or create your own predictions with just a few clicks. Creating a new prediction is as easy as selecting a prediction category and time. Your task is simple. Clear your mind, remote view, and submit your results. Our system pairs remote viewers with experienced judges, with feedback helping you to refine your skills and contribute to an accurate prediction of future events. You can participate in a leaderboard to see where you rank among the top remote viewers. So join the future of remote viewing today. Sign up with the code Anomacon24 to gain public beta access and be among the first to explore the possibilities. Sign up now at appliedsci.com. That's appliedpsi.com and use the promo code Anomacon24. Applied Sci, where perception meets prediction.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. Somewhere in the desert, a lonely trailer stands, and the Wizard of the Air sits there with the microphone in his hand. Strange lights in the distance and mystery on the lips. Destination unknown, we're going live without a script. And who knows what crazy things we'll hear today. It don't matter if you're a liar or an angel or a vampire. Well, you're preaching to the choir in the dark of the night. Just don't waste our time when you're on the line. Maybe you're ex-CIA, maybe you worked Area 51. We never knew who would call in, all we knew is it'd be fun. In the desert, there's still a voice calling through the night. And when the clock strikes 12, you can almost hear west of the Rockies, you're on the line. And who knows what crazy things we'll hear today. Yeah, it don't matter if you're a liar or an angel or a vampire. Well, you're preaching to the choir in the dark of the night. It don't matter if you're a liar or an angel or a vampire. Well, you're preaching to the choir in the dark of the night. Just don't waste our time when you're on the line. 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 Bye, Art. We miss you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Corey, and I'm very excited to be presenting here at the Anomacon, spearheaded by the great Ryan Sprague, featuring all these magnificent speakers as part of this this big event, September 1st and 2nd here. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting all these great presenters, and thank you for supporting Ryan in his endeavor to bring all this kind of weird communication, these weird ideas and thoughts to you in a fun, non-confrontational way. Conversational, not confrontational. So a little bit about myself. My name is Brian Corey. You might know me from a podcast called Necronomicast. Started in 2011 as a horror movie aficionado podcast, started by Wayne Brecky and Tim Welch here in Omaha. In 2014, I was asked to be a guest because I know a lot about Friday the 13th. Then I became a co-host and then a producer. And then in 2020, I took over the show and changed the focus of the show from being horror movies in a group conversational setting to more one-on-one interactions and interviews with experts in the field, authors, paranormal researchers, people into cryptozoology, also true crime. I've had a lot of reporters and researchers and clinical psychiatrists, psychologists on the show, forensic psychologists, talking all aspects of things that are strange and weird that are usually inspirational to horror movies in a darkened theater. So I'm having a lot of fun hosting the show and having these great discussions with people of diverse backgrounds and educational expertise and also experience. So it's been a lot of fun. So thank you for allowing me to talk to you today about my presentation entitled The Song Remains the Same. And it's kind of a fun little wink, little tip of the cap to our friends in Led Zeppelin who came up with The Song Remains the Same. Also, that little tune that I played beforehand is called Body and Soul. And I thought that was a kind of a cutesy way to start the show, talking about the interconnectedness of human consciousness and our physical reality and what might persist after our bodily death, or maybe even dipping our toe into telepathy and psychic experiences. So that's where we're going to go with this. So buckle up. And I hope you, I hope this opens some doors of thought for you. And if it does, and you want to talk further about this, feel free to email me at necronomicast@gmail.com. You can find me on my website, necronomicast.com. So I'd like to tell you just a little bit about myself outside of the show. I'm a musician in the Omaha area. And I studied music at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, where I was in the Cornhusker Marching Band. I was in the wind ensemble, the jazz ensemble, small ensembles, solo work. I toured the country in my 20s with a ska band, played in New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City, all around the Midwest coasts. Some of those stories are best left for another time, but I'd love to tell you about them sometime because they were a lot of fun years playing in an ensemble like that. So I've had the opportunity to play for the Olympics, the summer and winter trials, Olympic team trials, national anthem, and also for Major League Baseball games. But I've also had the opportunity to play for very small, intimate engagements like graveside services. So I've played in front of tens of thousands of people, and I've also played for like 3 or 4 people. And in all of those situations, I felt like there have been opportunities to connect to people spiritually, telepathically, psychically, in ways that you can't with the verbal word through the avenue of music. So I'd like to start off with a little bit of a story. I was asked to play for a church service about a year ago, and I'd had nothing on my calendar, so I said, that's great. So I packed up my trumpet, went to the church, was handed a list of tunes that we're going to be playing. I looked over them, and lo and behold, there was a tune on there written by a friend of mine, a liturgical composer of some note, and this is his most famous tune. It's in hymnals all across the country. He has since retired, and relocated to South Carolina. So South Carolina, Omaha. We're going to play his tune. That sounds great. So the song was programmed for the communion part of the service, which is about 2/3 of the way through. Service started at 5:30. So at about 6:11, we started playing his song. Now, I know it was 6:11 because I went back and watched the live stream, and we started pretty much right on time. And by the time we were in the middle of that song, it was about 6:11. And as we were playing that song, I'm thinking about my friend Marty, who wrote the song, and all the fun that we had, you know, musically and just conversationally, and just a really good guy. So I'm thinking about Marty. My wife's sitting in the congregation, and she's like, "Oh man, Marty, we haven't seen Marty in a number of years. I wonder how he's doing." So she's thinking about Marty. Hundreds of people in the congregation are singing the song, thinking about the lyrics or the melodic structure, the harmonic structure of the song as they sing it. They are connected to Marty in some way, right? So after the service was over, I pick up my cell phone, check my email, and lo and behold, friends, as I live and breathe, Marty emailed me at 6:11 p.m. that night while we were playing his song. And the email was, "Hey, Brian, I'm going to be in town in a couple of weeks. Do you want to go to lunch?" So I thought that was crazy, right? Hadn't thought about Marty in a while, haven't talked to him in a while, haven't seen him in years. 6:11 p.m., while we're playing his most famous piece of music, he's thinking of me enough to pick up his mobile device and to email me to ask me if I want to go to lunch when he's in town. Through wires of infinity, from Omaha, Nebraska to South Carolina, at the very same time that I'm thinking about him, my wife's thinking about him, the congregation is singing his song, he picks up his phone, thinks of me, and texts me. Coincidence? I don't think so. I don't really believe in coincidence. I think that something, you want to call it psychically, you want to call it telepathically, somehow through the avenue of music, through the performance of music, it opened up something in my mind, other people's minds. It opened up an avenue for communication. So I don't know at what point he would have contacted me to see if I would have gone to lunch if it wasn't at that moment, but it was at that moment that I was playing his song. And I've talked this over with Lloyd Auerbach, who you'll hear from in a second here. I also talked it over with psychic medium Cindy Keza. And I'm like, "Cindy, does that sound psychic to you?" And she's like, "Yeah, absolutely, that's psychical." Now, I don't pretend that I'm a psychic like she is psychic or other people are psychic mediums. But at that moment, I had like a psychical experience, a telepathical experience, an experience that wasn't natural, an experience that wasn't normal. So it was paranormal, outside the normal. So that's how I'm going to start this little talk, with that personal experience, and there'll be others that I'll talk about as we chat here together. What you can expect later on is you're going to see how to incorporate music into a paranormal investigation on your own. We'll talk about some concepts of that. And then also at the very end, if you make it to the end, also at the very end, I challenge you to listen to a piece of music with me, to listen to a piece of music with everybody else that's watching this far and wide over the magical power of the internet, to listen to a piece of music and see as an experiment if we can connect all together in some way, or if we have shared experiences while listening to the music. So right now I'm going to cut to a little bit of a conversation that I had with Lloyd Auerbach, famous parapsychologist. And then John Tenney, had a conversation with him about music and the interaction between human beings, the connectedness. And then also rock musician, platinum rock musician, Chad Sexton from the rock band 311. We talk a little bit about the connectedness between musicians, not only in the creative process, maybe on stage, but also the connectedness of musicians to audience, maybe audience members amongst themselves. So here's a little bit of my conversations from my show Necronomicast.
Between me and Marty, like, were we thinking of each other at the same time, not because of coincidence, but because of maybe some kind of creative flow? I was playing his song and thinking of him, and then he thought of me.
Well, here's the thing. First, if you hadn't been doing that, you might have gotten an email at a different time because he was coming into town, right?
Correct.
It's the timing of the situation we're talking about here that's the amazing thing.
Yes, the exact same time.
That's right. Yeah. And this is not a new thing. I mean, people will often say, it's commonly reported, people say, well, I was just thinking of somebody and suddenly I get a phone call from them, or I get an email or a text from them. And I hadn't thought of them in months. And so the question then becomes, in this instance, I would say, because you were told to play the song, I take it, right? It's part of the program that you were given.
Yeah, like here's the song list. You know,
right. So that, you know, if you had just decided to play the song, then the question would have been, did he think of you and cause you to play it, or did you think of him to cause him to email? But because you were programmed, the odds are that he picked up on you, focused on him.
Yeah, sure.
And that triggered him to send the email sooner than he might have otherwise.
From across the country, so we're not bound necessarily
there's no distance, no space and time. I mean, there might be if we get out to the outer planets or something like that, but there, you know, when it comes right down to it, psychic information or information in general, we're not very far away from people. We're not even a light second away from people when it comes right down to it. You know,
and it's a disaster of an album. It is not. It doesn't. I mean, they are all over the fucking place.
Right. So, like, let's tie this into a little bit of spirituality or paranormal kind of stuff, because a lot of times what I was saying, like what they're getting to is so badass. There's like a psychic connection. You know what the bass player's getting ready to do. You know what the drummer's going to do. You listen to his foot, and then without even knowing it, you're playing the same thing that his ride cymbal's doing, or you're following that. There's like a connection, interconnection, intuition. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's
I talk sometimes to my other musician friends and people who are interested in music. I feel a lot of the time the closest I come to actually having a back and forth communication with a larger intelligence or a larger spiritual world is when I'm playing guitar, because sometimes I just find that riff, or I find that note, and I'm like, oh, where the fuck did that come from? Like, I shouldn't have not done that. Like, and this song is becoming something. Like, but it's not me. It really isn't. I know how I write songs.
Yeah.
And the songs that are the best are not how I write songs.
And my fingers have never been in that combination before, in that you know, in that space of time, and I'm writing this wave, this wave
that wave, right?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's a real thing, man. It's for non-musicians, it's hard to communicate that, you know. I had to put my finger on when I really felt like connected as a musician in a lot of ways to an audience. It was like when I was in the Cornhusker Marching Band, because people are, you know, you got 90,000 people standing up on their feet, clapping along with you as you're performing. No Place Like Nebraska, and they're screaming "Go Huskers" in the breaks of the song. So that kind of got me thinking about like this, these concepts that I've been kind of batting around in my head the last year and a half or so, about like connectedness of spirit. Like obviously you five guys have been working together for decades, and you guys are all great friends and like brothers in a way. And so like when you guys get together and you perform either your old stuff or you're working on new stuff, it's almost like you, and I'm just kind of guessing that you have like an intuitive sense of like, well, Nick's might go here, or Tim might, start doing this a little bit. Or when Peanut starts doing this, you might not even have to think about it. Like you instantly start doing it with your hands or with your feet, or you guys kind of almost like unify, and using your old band name Unity, you guys might like almost unify as like five people in one.
Yeah, that's I mean, that does happen from the experience of just being together and playing so many shows together, really. So yeah, I think some of those things are automatic, and it's a pretty cool thing. It's again, as a musician, really enjoyable to have that happen. Yeah, I guess we don't think about it too much, but yeah, it's definitely in the live setting. You know, that's what's going on, and what else is going on is we're feeding off the crowd a lot. You know, and I'll say, especially as you get older, you know, to get that energy, you know, if you're trying to do some sort of high energy rock performance and you're older, you might be missing a bit of that energy or even motivation. But when you see people that are excited or they're loving hearing you play, then that tends to give you energy. And you know, we feed off that big time, you know, because if there's, you know, if they're not enjoying it as much as you'd like, it does affect your energy. And you know, we say it all the time, but yeah, we can't do it without the fans, you know, the entire career and performing the way we do. And I know that sounds cliche, and maybe some of them don't believe that's true, and we're just saying that to be nice, but that's not the case at all. It's absolutely true. And so it's I think some of them know that, so it's kind of a sort of a symbiotic experience, you know, together that is sort of special at a lot of our shows. So so that's an aspect of it too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and like your you know, the lyrical content that you guys put together, it's always super positive, always about loving your life, always about finding connections and unity across different realms of thought or different ideas. It's always like there's always a commonness, and also like being positive and loving your life. So I think those kinds of things too, like capture people's spirit and capture people's imaginations in ways they might not even truly understand. And then you put a kick-ass beat behind it. You know what I mean? So they're like, it's inevitable that there would be some kind of connection. And I'm thinking like, you know, telepathic, psychical. I mean, yeah, that's kind of far out there, but in a way, you know, human consciousness and human history, we've always been unified sometimes over like tribal beats and sounds like that kind of resonate in our core just from where we've, you know, evolved from. So you take all that positive messaging, great visual show, but like there is you said like the word cliche, but no, I think there really is something to be said about how people open themselves even for a 90-minute show. Like there's something like one big organism, I think Nick says, you know, like jump up and down like one big, you know, living thing. And I think there's a lot to be said about that, like truly.
Okay, so there's 3 different conversations with 3 different uniquely talented and whip smart individuals looking at the connectedness of people through music, whether they're musicians amongst themselves in an ensemble on stage, or musicians interacting, give and take with the audience. There's connections that are there. And in my brain, paranormal investigation of all kinds, doesn't matter if it's about ghosts or if UFOs or if Bigfoot's your bag, it doesn't matter. Paranormal investigation at its core, paranormal research at its core, all this is looking for connections. Connections that don't seem to be there on surface level, but we know and feel and experience these connections. And I think music is super useful in this endeavor because it helps us fill the gaps between us. It helps fill the gaps emotionally, spiritually. It can fill gaps between across time and space. And what do I mean by that? Like, I can listen to a recording of the Chicago Symphony, or I could listen to a recording of West Side Story, recorded 50 years ago. And I can listen to One Hand, One Heart. And it might trigger something, and it'll trigger an emotional response in me. It'll conjure It'll manifest meaning and expression in me, emotion. It will change the temperature of my soul, change the temperature of my spirit. Just a few measures in, I know that song's starting, and it can start the floodgates. So across time and space, recorded music, performed music, it has a unique ability, I think, to bridge these gaps that we're looking to bridge when we're looking to connect ourselves either with things of this world or other dimensions or of other worlds. So now we all know, like, paranormal investigations, like 99% of paranormal investigations might be considered a failure. And why is that? Because we're looking for evidence. We're looking for video evidence of this or that. We set up trail cameras to look for Bigfoot. We have EVP recorders to see if there's any spirits coming from beyond the grave. We're looking for evidence. And if we're only looking for tangible scientific evidence, then I think we're just kind of bound to fail. I think a better focus would be looking for an experience. And I got some video here that I want to show you. And it's not the greatest video in the world. It's easily debunked. That's why I don't show it all over YouTube or TikTok or anything like that. It was me doing an investigation of the Rose Theater in Omaha. Now, the Rose Theater in Omaha is a beautiful 100-year-plus old theater that's had many forms of existence over the years. It was a vaudeville stage for a long time. Then it showed silent movies. It showed regular movies, the talkies. And it was also used for a while as a bowling alley by Creighton University. Then a businesswoman and philanthropist, Rose Blumkin, bought the place, pumped a lot of money into there as a community enrichment endeavor, and it's now been named in her honor as the Rose Theater. Anyway, I went to go visit and do a paranormal investigation at the Rose Theater a number of years ago. And I met with the staff, and they were telling me, like, doors open and close, all these things happen, apparitions are seen. And so they gave me full reign of this beautiful structure to go look for paranormal phenomena. And I took a Bluetooth speaker with me since I knew it was a theater. And theaters are great conduits of energy, I think, between the staff, between the audience and also the actors and the musicians. There's so much emotion that's there on stage. The actors giving it their all, and then also people in the audience receiving all that energy and showing their appreciation through applause and adulation, emotions of sadness or melancholy. All these things are trapped into a building or compounded in a building through many performances over decades and decades. So I love going to theaters and live music venues and places like that to do investigations, because I think the residual energy or the potential for residual energy is off the charts, right? So I take my Bluetooth speaker into this place, and I'm all over the building, but I spent a lot of time in this one particular dressing room that was used by a lot of people, but it's named in honor of a woman that was a volunteer there, a teacher. She was a tour guide. She was a volunteer who succumbed to cancer. And so they memorialized this dressing room in her honor. And so they're like, this door opens and closes all the time, and it freaks people out. And so naturally, that's a place where I wanted to hang out. So I set up my camera and my cell phone on this counter, and within a couple minutes of being in this room, the door shuts on me, right? So I'm like, well, that's crazy. Let's try it again. So it has one of those door stops on the bottom of it, and it's just an old-fashioned heavy door. No mechanical locks, no like magnetic locks, nothing like that. It's not hooked up to any kind of timer or anything like that. It's just an old school door, right? So I'm sitting in this room. I push the lever down, and I'm really pulling on the door. And I'm in there for about 20 minutes. Paranormal investigation can be very boring. So I'm sitting in this room for like 20 minutes, and lo and behold, the door flips up, and the door shuts. Now, I'm going to show you a clip of that. It's not great evidence because people could say, well, there was somebody behind the door, or you can't see the whole room. It's not the greatest camera angle. Yeah, I know, but I was there by myself, right? So you do what you got to do. You do what you can do. So I'm hanging out in this room. The door shuts after I play a particular piece of music on my Bluetooth speaker, and I'm just kind of sitting there waiting and listening to the quiet and listening to see what's going on. And I have what I guess you would call an experience. Get the out is what I'm going to do. Ooh, man, that's weird. I want to run out of here. I have caught that now on 2 cameras and a recorder. I pulled on that door. Let's see, open it up. Okay, so that was crazy for me. Probably not crazy for you watching it online. But my hair on my arms totally jumped up. And the room felt charged. I don't know if it was electrical or, you know what I mean? It was just like a weird vibe buzz in the room after something like that happened. And it could have been just because of the chemical structure of my bloodstream was altered significantly after that event. Because, like I said, most paranormal investigations are pretty boring. So that was a lot of fun looking back on that to see how much it kind of freaked me out a little bit. So to recap a little bit, I played a little bit of music through a Bluetooth speaker in an attempt to make a connection. I was playing all kinds of music that day. I was playing show tunes from musicals. I was playing some jazz. I was playing a little bit of classical. I played some movie themes through my Bluetooth speakers. I was moving through the building. And I think it's important that you kind of know your audience. So these are some tips here for incorporating music into a paranormal investigation. By the way, music isn't meant to substitute or remove things that you're comfortable with using that work for you in a paranormal investigation. Maybe think of it as just ways to enhance it. A little bit of sprinkles on top of the icing of your paranormal investigation. Anyway, here's a tip. Know your audience. If you're going into a grand concert hall, I wouldn't be playing a bunch of speed thrash metal through your Bluetooth speaker. That might drive people away. It might drive spirits away. It might drive those that are interested in making a connection with you from the other side, kind of be like, I don't know about that. Go out of your wheelhouse a little bit. If you're not so much of a jazz listener, try working on incorporating some jazz into your paranormal investigation. The reason I say that is because, like, jazz especially has a unique background, or it has a unique construction of people intuitively connecting and communicating with each other. I talked to jazz musician Andrew Vogt, who you'll see in a minute, about this. You might be working with a brand new drummer or a bass player sitting in with a group, but it's almost like when you guys are into a intuitive sense of improvisation, taking a standard tune and then making it your own in a way that hasn't been performed before. You're communicating telepathically, intuitively, psychically. You don't know exactly what the drummer's doing. Maybe you're picking up on the ride cymbal a little bit, and then all of a sudden you're going into this another chorus, unspoken. So incorporate some jazz into your musical paranormal investigation. If you're down south, play some Southern music. If you're in the Midwest, play some music that might be common to the area of the Midwest. If you're investigating a place of people that were very religious, try some hymns. Even if you don't enjoy hymns, the people you're connecting with, that you're trying to bridge this gap with, they might enjoy it. I was investigating the Villisca Axe murder house, and I know that the people who were murdered in that house back in 1912, they returned to the house that evening from a church service. So I kind of whistle and hum some hymns. Maybe they find it soothing or comfortable to them. Maybe they just find it recognizable. They've heard that hymn before. Maybe that would help spur some kind of connection and then spur some communication. If you're into tarot or dowsing rods or EVP recorders or spirit boards, or if you're into like runes, anything like that, try using a little bit of music before you do those avenues of exploration. Maybe before you do a tarot card pull, you play a little John Coltrane. Maybe play a little Mozart, a little Beethoven, to kind of charge the atmosphere. Put you guys on you and the spirit world on an even playing surface. Maybe playing some show tunes would be beneficial before doing an EVP session. Maybe they'll fill in the lyrics. Who knows? You're looking for ways to bridge a gap, to make connections. And so if it's a piece of music that you're either familiar with or unfamiliar with, your audience, for lack of a better word, might find a way to enjoy that and connect with you, either through appreciation, maybe, or maybe they'll let you know that they didn't really enjoy it. My friend Andrew Vogt, who you'll meet in a minute, tells a story in his haunted house about a stack of CDs being knocked over by a spirit that he had seen weeks before. The spirit of the woman, he thinks, knocked over his stack of CDs, which just let me down the road of thinking, like, well, maybe she didn't like bebop that day. Maybe she was tired of listening to Art Pepper. So know your audience and let it breathe. Play a piece of music and let it resonate inside the building, inside the structure. Play a piece of music and let it resonate. Let it carry out through the night when you're looking for UFOs or in the forest. Give the Sasquatch a little bit of time to hear the music, be curious about it, and come find you to see if there's anything else. There's that scene inside of Sasquatch Sunset where they find the boom box and play it. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen to you, but I think the natural curiosity of either spirits or Sasquatch or other cryptids or fairies, anything like that you're looking for, might be attracted to whatever kind of music you're playing. So let it breathe. So take your Bluetooth speaker, know your audience, play appropriate music, but don't be afraid to challenge yourself in the spirit world to see if there's something that works. Maybe they really want to hear some the new Kendrick Lamar. They haven't heard, maybe they've heard Hamilton for the first time and they're into hip hop now, these century-old spirits. So give the spirits a chance to listen and make their own decisions about the music, and maybe ask them what they think about it during an EVP session. You never know. The results might be surprising. So now here's a paranormal investigation on a large scale. I host a large event a live event at the Benson Theater in Omaha every year. It's called Historic Haunted Heartland. And this last year, 2023, I had on stage my friend Andrew Vogt, jazz musician from the Denver area. I had psychic medium Cindy Kaza. You know her from like Holzer Files and many Shock Doc things and the Dead Files, and from her live events around the country. And then John Tenney, who you just saw a little bit ago, giving one of his signature weird lectures. So our experiment for last year's live event was for Andrew and I to perform on stage musically, but also use the 172 members of the audience as a choir singing to us reacting to their singing, a very simple melody, in an attempt to kind of unlock the cosmic tumblers, put us all psychically, telepathically on the same page, and use it as a mechanism to welcome spirits to come forward if they're curious, if they like what they hear, to come and communicate with us. And I don't know the effect of it per se. I do know that we did this experiment and then welcomed Cindy Kaza up on stage, who did a gallery reading for the 172 folks that were there that night at the sold out Benson Theater. But I have to think that the way that Cindy was hitting on things, and not vague things, like very specific circumstances with people in the audience, the way that she was connecting, I hope it was because, or enhanced by, this musical psychical experiment of interaction between Andrew and myself on stage and the 172 members of the audience, acting as one living organism, as a choir singing back. And we were singing syllables, not words, because we wanted intent. We wanted the purity of the intent to go back and forth between us on stage and them in the audience. So here's a little bit of a psychical musical experiment on a large scale that maybe you might be tempted to replicate yourself in your town for an event. It might be a lot of fun. You've heard of the Estes method. I like to call this the Benson method. 1, 2, on, ah, and louder. Very good. Feel free to sing out. What we're going to do now, we're going to begin the invitation incantation. So I need you all to kind of clear your thoughts, leave everything that in the rest of your life behind. You're here now. This can never be duplicated again, because each and every one of you is important to this. If one of you was gone, it would be totally different. You're very important to this. We're all one energy. This is our shared paranormal experience together. So take a minute, a moment, deep breath, and we will begin. 1, 2, 3, and... I think the cosmic pillars have kind of clicked into place. And I think we can go on with the rest of the experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Vogt. All right, what'd you think of that? The Benson method. Jazz musician Andrew Vogt and myself playing music on stage. The audience kind of responding to that back and forth, the changing of the color before we had Cindy Kaza come out and give just an outstanding gallery reading, a remarkable gallery reading. I'd love to show that on YouTube, the stuff she hit on, but that's that, and also Mr. Tenney's lecture that night. That's their intellectual property. So sometimes you just gotta be there, right? So I'm gonna kind of sum up a little bit here. All methods of paranormal investigation and research and these tools that we use, all of them I think are valid. I don't want to say that anybody's personal connection or personal beliefs or anybody's personal experiences aren't real. I don't want to say that. So I want you to continue using, like I said, your tarot cards, your dowsing rods, your spirit boards, your EVP recorders, your cat balls, your blinking lights, your runes. I want everybody to continue doing the things that brings them comfort and joy and make sense to them. I would like to encourage you to try to incorporate some kind of music in your paranormal investigation, whether it's UFOs or Bigfoot or ghosts, doesn't matter. If you're trying to connect to something outside of yourself, outside of our known universe, I guess you could say, or our known realm, if you're trying to make a connection, I think that bridging the gap with music can certainly be an enlightening experience for you. It certainly has opened a lot of avenues of exploration for myself and a lot of avenues of thought. I've gone down a lot of rabbit holes. And I'm not the first one to kind of come up with any of these things by any means. This stuff's been kind of studied and talked about and theorized for a long time. I just want to kind of help popularize it and kind of encourage it a lot more, because it's like automatic writing, you know. It's channeling yourself through your senses, through something that maybe you don't even have to really concentrate on, and it's all about having that experience once again. So I'm going to leave you with this story too. I had the opportunity over the summer to give a series of lectures for the Omaha Public Library, and I was talking mostly to teens and young adults. And I was talking one afternoon at a library about historic haunted heartland stuff, all the ghost stories of Omaha and paranormal experiences that people have had in the area for years and years and years and years and years. So I was kind of sharing these stories. And afterwards, a young woman who was working at the library for the summer came up to me, and she attended my talk, my lecture. And she's like, "That was really cool. I don't know if I necessarily believe in ghosts, but something weird happened to me. Can I tell you my story?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, for sure. I want to hear it." So this young lady's name was Vicky, and Vicky was telling me that during the spring, so just a few months ago, during the spring, she was walking through campus of the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and it was a beautiful spring day. And something was weighing on her heart. She was very sad, a lot of melancholy that day, because it was her grandmother's birthday and her grandmother's heavenly birthday. She passed away 5 years before. So Vicky was walking through campus, you know, thinking about her grandma, and she was very close to her grandma. And one of the great memories that she has of her grandma was a pianist, a piano player, a great musician, volunteered at nursing homes and churches, played in community groups. Her grandmother was a really great musician, great piano player. And Vicky used to love sitting by her by the piano bench and listen to her grandma play. Grandma played for birthdays and played at Christmas time. Just a lot of memories associated with the piano music, her grandmother, and the kindness of her grandmother sharing her musical talents with the family and the community, right? So Vicky said one of her grandmother's favorite pieces of music, and one that she always liked hearing her grandma play, was the tune For Elise by Beethoven. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. And so this particular day, her grandmother's heavenly birthday, she's walking through the beautiful campus of the University of Nebraska, Omaha. The warm sunshine is shining down upon her. She's heavy in her thoughts of her grandma, heavy heart thinking about her grandma. And she's passing through this little area where the UNO campus has a bell tower, beautiful bell tower that plays this soft kind of bell piano music, and it wafts through the air of campus. It's a lovely thing. And as she's walking past it, like underneath it, through this kind of atrium area, the bell tower starts to play For Elise on her grandmother's birthday, while she's thinking of her grandmother, with all these great memories of her grandmother. Starts playing the song just as she's passing through it. And she stopped and listened, and she immediately feels her grandmother's presence with her as the music's playing. And so she asked me, she's like, do you think that was a paranormal experience? And I said, I think it's absolutely a paranormal experience. You know, I don't think her grandmother was haunting the bell tower and manipulating the controls and selecting that song to play. But sometimes it just takes you to stop what you're doing, open your ears, and listen to what's going on around you and be ready for that experience. Because I truly believe at that moment of time, on that day, at that hour, at that place on planet Earth, that a telepathic or a psychical paranormal experience did happen. And it happened to Vicky. It was very real to her. And she asked me if I thought it was paranormal. Whatever it was a beautiful experience. Through the gift of music, a connection was made. So, with that, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention. I'd like to thank you for listening to this and contemplating the concepts that I've kind of bandied about here. And if you have any questions or comments, or if you'd like to share some kind of experience that you've had using music, or a paranormal investigation where music was a part of it, or something that's happened to you, some kind of experience that was musical in nature that you just can't put your finger on or explain, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. So just contact me through my email, necronomicast@gmail.com. And thank you, Ryan. Good luck to all you other speakers out there. I know you're recording your stuff now. But this has been a great opportunity for me to share my thoughts on the subject. And I'm going to leave you all with this right now. I'm going to play a piece of music for you. I'm going to show a static or an image of a lava lamp, because why not? But I kind of want to get my face off the camera. And I'm going to play a piece of music that's copyright free. It's public domain, and it's me playing it on trumpet from years ago. It's called Jeopardy No. 1. It's a piano piece that we arranged by Eric Satie. And it's a famous piece of music. But what I want us all to do, if you want, is listen to this piece of music, kind of clear your mind, and see what pops into your head after listening to this talk. See what pops into your mind as I play this piece of music. And it's going to be interesting to me hearing from you your experiences in listening to this piece of music. Now, there's out of tune notes and all this kind of stuff on there. It's not a perfect piece of music, but it's a shared piece of music that's copyright free, YouTube. So nobody's going to get in trouble, and nobody's going to. I give this freely to the community, but I want everybody to listen to it. If anything pops into your head, if anything like that, if something strange happens that you can't put your finger on after listening to this piece of music, I'd like to hear about it, and I'd like to compare notes, and maybe I can get back to all of you once again and talk about if any shared connections happened after listening to this piece of music. So, and by the way, the piano player for this piece of music is my friend Marty, who I told you about in my first story, that lives in South Carolina. So we recorded this years ago. It's called Genopony Number 1 by Eric Satie. I hope you enjoy it. So listen to it, see if anything unusual happens to you after listening to it. And once again, everybody, thank you for your attention, and take care. God bless.
Wow, that was powerful, guys. Special thank you to Brian of the Necronomicast and to Todd Purse of Creative Weirdos for just an awesome art-filled duo of presentations. Thank you so much, guys. Necronomicast. Brian, I'm so sorry if I butchered the name of your podcast. It's awesome, though. Everyone go subscribe. Awesome. All right, guys. So let's move on to our next two presentations, and these are pretty interesting. We're going to be doing UFOs, finally, and some more supernatural stuff. These are going to be very fun. But before we get to that, just a few things. Twitter. If you're over on Twitter watching this right now live, be sure to hit that retweet button. Or if you're posting on Twitter for Anomacon, use the hashtag Anomacon. Let's get that thing bumping up in those algorithms. If you're watching here on YouTube, be sure to share it right here on YouTube, on Twitch, whatever you guys are doing. We are almost up to 900 people. This is stunning. Never expected this. So a special thank you to each and every one of you for joining us here at Anomacon 2024. And again, a special thanks to all of our speakers thus far. Let's move to our next two speakers, and that is going to be Ash Ellis. Ash Ellis is a UFO and paranormal investigator and podcast host. He is also the founder of UFO Identified, the UK's largest and fastest growing UFO research group, hosting the biggest database of current day sightings in the UK, running multiple events every month across the country. And I had the amazing pleasure to speak at one of Ash's events when I first moved here to the United Kingdom, and he and all the people there could not have made me feel more welcomed here in the UK. So I can't wait to watch this presentation. And then directly after that, guys, we have Soul Seekers Paranormal. Soul Seekers Paranormal consists of best friends Amy and Tanya, who have been dedicated paranormal investigators for the past 5 years. This shared passion led to the creation of Soul Seekers Paranormal Investigations. Initially, Amy and Tanya conducted investigations on their own, sharing their findings through their YouTube and TikTok channels and other social media platforms. Their captivating content attracted a growing audience, leading to numerous requests from people wanting to join their investigations. Responding to this interest, they began organizing events, allowing others to experience the thrill of paranormal investigations firsthand. Their events have become particularly popular among first-time paranormal enthusiasts. They prioritize creating a safe, warm, and inviting atmosphere during their investigations, ensuring a positive and engaging experience for all participants. Their passion for exploring the unknown and sharing it with others is evident in every event they host. For more info on upcoming events and to join Amy and Tanya on their next paranormal adventure, visit their website at soulseekersparanormal.com. We'll put a link in the show notes as well for that, guys. So let's get to our next two presentations. Again, the Super Chat, Super Stickers are open all night. If you would like to donate to Anomacon, that goes to 3 incredible organizations that advocate organ donation. This is in memory of my late mother, Susan Sprague. And the other 50% of donations tonight will be going to compensate our speakers. So let's get to Ash Ellis and Soul Seekers Paranormal, and we'll see you on the other side, guys. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ash Ellis, and today I'm going to be talking to you about some of the data and statistics around UFO sightings in the UK in recent years. First of all, I just want to thank Ryan for inviting me to talk in this year's Anomacon. I really enjoyed last year's, and I really hope that I can contribute something good to this one. And it's great to be talking alongside some amazing names, some names I've looked up to and followed their work for years. So it's amazing to kind of be on the same lineup as these people. So thanks to Ryan again for that. So I'm going to quickly introduce kind of myself and UFO Identified, and then we'll crack on with the bulk of the presentation. So to start off, UFO Identified, who we are and what we do. So as I said, my name is Ash Ellis. I created UFO Identified in 2020. Started off as just me on my own doing this stuff. It's now grown to a core team of 4 of us. And we also have teams around the UK doing research and investigations kind of on our behalf. We're one of the biggest research groups in the UK, and we're growing constantly. We also host events and meetings up and down the country, giving like-minded people a chance to come and talk about UFOs and that sort of stuff. I host the Pursuit of the Paranormal podcast. We do episodes on UFOs, paranormal, cryptids, anything really, anything that's kind of above what is normal. Been running for nearly 4 years and almost 300 episodes. So yeah, check us out if you want to for that. So, like I said, we research and investigate UFO sightings in the UK. Over the past 4 years, we have received over 250 different sightings reported directly to us. We personally investigate as many of these as possible and publish our reports on the website. The team all do their own research and investigations, and we publish that on the website as well as our annual UK UFO report, where we look at all the data and stats of the previous 12 months and kind of see if we can spot any trends or interesting stuff that's happened in the previous year, which most of that we're going to be talking about in this talk. The main thing we have is, and what we are most proud of, is the biggest database of current day UFO reports in this country. We collect these reports from all different sources, from different databases, from newspapers, media articles, social media, all different places. We put them all into one central database so you can really get a big picture of what is happening in the UK, because a lot of the stuff we get is about America, whereas I wanted to know what's happening in the UK, and we're filling that gap for people that are interested. In 2023, we featured in over 100 newspaper articles, TV interviews, radio interviews, because the media do like the information that we give. They run articles on like sightings local to their area and kind of do features on that type of stuff. And last year we worked very closely with the Daily Mirror, which is one of the biggest newspapers in the UK, and we created an interactive map where you can go on the website, put in your postcode, or just search around the map. And it will tell you sightings in your local area for anywhere in the UK. So that was really cool, and that really helped kind of grow us as well, being a part of that. So, moving on, as mentioned, we have the biggest database of current day UFO reports in the UK, starting from 2020, which is when UFO Identified started. Like I say, our sources start from databases like MUFON or NewFork, local groups, like UFO groups around the country, media articles. We do Freedom of Information Acts requests every year to every police force, to military bases, to airports, to CAA, and a lot more. We get as much information as we can and put them all into this database. But remember that these are reported UFO sightings, and the estimate is that only between 10 to 15% of sightings are actually reported, and that's something we'll come on to shortly. I'm just going to preface this section by saying that I love the numbers. I love the stats and seeing how these numbers compare year on year and looking at the data. I appreciate that not everybody does, so I try to make this as engaging as possible, whilst also making sure that we get the appropriate information across, because I think this type of research is important, and I'm not aware of anybody else that does this in the UK. One thing to note that I do like about this type of work is that in this industry, in the UFO field, there isn't a lot of cold hard facts. Nobody has really been able to prove anything. That bit of actual evidence always eludes us, and a lot of this is based on witness testimony. Sightings and experiences are all kind of personal, and it's testimony only for most of the stuff. Sometimes get photos and videos, but they're not always the best. Even with mobile phones and everything nowadays, they're not usually that good, and they don't really kind of give much proof to anything. So we do have, for the most part, got to take faith in the person reporting the sightings, that what they're saying is truthful to them, that they're not just lying or making something up for attention or whatever. So the work that we do, which I'm going to talk about, is, I like to say it's based around fact. For example, in 2022, there were X amount of UFO sightings reported in the UK that were reported somewhere publicly. That's a fact. It doesn't matter whether those sightings could all be explained, or most of them could be explained. It's the fact that when that person made that report, they didn't know what they saw. So they've reported a UFO or a UAP. So the data and analysis that we can extrapolate from these reports, that is all based in fact, something that will become clear as we move on. So let's take a look at these numbers. In your head, or maybe in the chat, try and have a guess at how many UFO sightings you think are reported each year in the UK. Let's take a minute, maybe have a think, like I say, in your head or in the chat, see what other people are thinking. To give you a bit of a help, yeah, the population of the UK is around 67 million at the minute. So yeah, let's see what you get. So if we start in 2020, which is when basically our records began, when our research began, there were 484 reports in 2020. Anyone surprised by that number? Do you think it'd be higher, lower? In 2021, there's a drop to 413 before a sizable increase to just under 500 during 2022. Then saw a big drop of around 20% to 386 in 2023, so last year. On the whole, we can see that the trends are kind of similar. The drop in 2021 went back up, went back down in 2023. Bit of a funny story. In 2021, I was approached by a producer for This Morning in the UK, which is a massively popular daytime TV show, millions of viewers every day. And they were doing a feature on UFOs and how UFO sightings had increased during the COVID lockdown. So he approached me, found the website, wanted me to come on and talk to Holly and Phil at the time about how UFO sightings had increased. Well, I had the data, and UFO sightings actually decreased to 2021. And before that, because at the time I had the stats from 2018 and 2019, and the 2020 number was a drop from the previous 2 years as well. So I said to the producer, I'm happy to go on, but I got the data, I got the information, and actually UFO sightings decreased during lockdown. They weren't interested at all. They pretty much said, nope, not interested anymore, sorry. I was like, no problem. Obviously, my stats didn't fit their narrative. They didn't want me to go on and talk about how sightings decreased because that's not really a story. So I watched the feature when they did it, and they got this guy on, and he went on the show and talked about how UFO sightings had increased during lockdown. And I'm sat there watching, thinking, show me where you're getting this from. Like, show me the data, show me the proof. But yeah, not going to go on telly just to say anything to kind of get on telly, you know what I mean? So going back to the numbers. So we're going to be looking at in this presentation a total of 1,780 reports made in the past 4 years, and what this means in terms of where these are being reported, what's being seen, and when. Each of these reports are detailed in our database at ufoidentified.co.uk. And obviously, as we move forward into 2024 and beyond, this database will just get bigger and bigger with more information, and we always plan to put the information out there for everybody to access. So now just to break into when these sightings are being made, let's start with the month. To be fair, it's pretty evenly distributed with a drop off towards the winter months, particularly November and December. I think as the weather starts to get worse and much colder, we tend to stay inside more, so we're just not there to see anything in the sky. You can see how sightings increase in the spring and the summertime, which again, we can attribute to the weather. We are outside more, so we're just more likely to see something unusual. However, on the flip side to this, the days are much longer, not getting dark until 9 or 10 p.m. in the peak summertime. So the sky isn't as dark, so would that make it more unlikely to see something during the hours of daylight? And this brings me on to a fact that I found pretty interesting. Over 40% of sightings are actually reported during daylight hours. It's higher than I would expect that to be. I think we just generally imagine UFO sightings to be at night, and I think media and films and stuff has kind of a part to play in that. But evidently, that isn't the case. So daytime sky watches are good. You don't have to just sit in the cold at night in the dark, looking at the top of a hill. Daytime's fine. 40%, over 40% are seen during the daytime hours. And I don't just base this off the time, because the month is important. 5 p.m. in August would be a daytime sighting, but 5 p.m. in December would be classed as a nighttime one because the days are much shorter and we get dark around 4 o'clock in the winter. So back to the months. There's a couple of interesting things to talk about when we do year-on-year comparisons. July is up there with higher numbers throughout each of the 4 years. August is notable, 31 reports in both 2020 and 2021, with a jump to pretty much double or more in the following 2 years. October is pretty steady, as is May and June, showing similar numbers each year. Just to visualize this a bit better in a graph. So left to right for each month, blue is 2020, red 21, yellow 22, and green is last year. You can clearly see the jump in August over the past 2 years. But just look at March and April 2020 in the blue. Off the charts, literally. March came in at 109 to be exact in 2020, and April was 90 sightings. They both massively tower over all the other months over the past 4 years. Does anyone have any ideas why March and April 2020 might have seen such a big increase in sightings? Let's have a quick drink while you have a think again in your head, or maybe put it in the chat. So when I do this talk in person, people do mention lockdown, because lockdown started March 2020. And yeah, is that a reason why? No. As I said previously, sightings actually decreased during lockdown. So that isn't something that I believe to be an explanation for this. What the region actually is, does anybody know what this is? If you're watching this type of talk, you probably know what this is. But that's the Starlink SpaceX satellites. And during March and April 2020, Elon Musk launched a lot of these trains. There he is, probably buying Twitter or Russia or something. But these Starlink trains are satellites designed to give internet coverage to every inch of the globe. And they're used by the government, by corporate bodies. You can get it in the UK, but it is expensive. I looked, I was like, not a chance. £80 a month or something for like the basic, and hundreds of pounds to install it. No thanks, Elon. I think you're rich enough for having to take more of me. So yeah, these appear as a trail of lights moving in formation, and these caused hundreds of reports, with some people being scared that we've been invaded and all sorts. There were so many complaints by astronomers and others that Elon Musk took action to reduce the brightness of future launches by painting them darker so that they don't reflect as bright, and also aiming the visors on the satellites different directions so they're not reflecting back to Earth, just to cause less pollution in the sky. But it looks cool though, and you can see how, if you're not sure what they are, if you see that in the sky, you might think you're being invaded. It's pretty spectacular. It really is. And they don't always remain in the train. When they launch, they go like this. But when they get into orbit, each satellite will have its own kind of position it needs to move into. So when people report like this similar, but they're moving across each other or moving left to right, some are moving north to south, east to west, it's because they're moving into position, getting into their own orbits. So they do look not always in the train like they do when they first kind of get launched. So moving on now to where sightings are being made. Are different areas of the UK more prone to UFOs than others? Let's find out. So that's our lovely little island. And for each sighting, we document the town, county, region, and so on. See if there are indeed so-called hotspot areas of reports. And so we built this funky little heat map. I'm such a whiz on Microsoft Paint. I'm quite proud of that, actually. I do need someone who's actually good at graphic art or something to do with proper ones, but yeah, we'll stick with this for now. Obviously, the darker shade of red, the more sightings reported in that region. This is broken down into the 9 regions of England, plus Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland's not on this map, but it's just to the left of Scotland, which is the big one at the top. If you don't know the little one in the middle, it's kind of on its own. That's the Isle of Man. Technically not part of the UK or the EU. I've included that purely because they had one sighting in the past 4 years, and they kind of are in the British Isles. So I've included it for that. So if we look at the kind of the darker area, so down south, southeast, below London, you're looking at Kent, Hampshire, them areas really, really dark red. To the left of them, southwest, that's Cornwall, Devon. Quite a not as populated area, but still a lot of sightings coming up. And kind of the Midlands is sort of a lighter pinks, not much going on there, and Wales to the left in that pinky colour, not too bright. Then we've got the northwest where it goes back to darker red. That's my part of the world. And then Scotland, again, quite a dark red. So just to bring up the actual numbers to go with these colours. On the right, we have each region of England, and you can clearly see the difference in number of reports from area to area, plus the Isle of Man with their one report. The southeast has the sheer biggest number of reports with 233. My area, the northwest, is second with 216. Back down to the south with the southwest, 190, and so on. On the left, we've got the other countries of the UK. Scotland with a not insignificant 161. And Wales, an area long purported to be a UFO hotspot. Quite a few famous cases from Wales, with a relatively lowly 97 reports. And Northern Ireland rounds us off with just 30. The order of this league table is very indicative of the trend we've seen, with the same areas consistently being at or near the top of this list year on year. If any of you are quick at maths, you may spot that the total of all these numbers doesn't quite equal the full total of 1,780. That's because there's around 90 reports that don't mention the location, but we can still use the day, time, description, etc. We just don't know where in the UK it was seen. So let's just look at the location data in a bit more detail. Clearly, the vast majority are in England. No surprise really being as populated as it is compared to Scotland and Wales. And just a quickly look at the trends of the other countries of the UK. Northern Ireland has always kind of been pretty low, decreasing each year from 12 reports in 2020. Scotland and Wales both saw year-on-year increases in 2021 and 2022, before both saw a considerable drop last year. It's interesting that they have both followed the same trend. Coming into England and looking at all the regions together. So this is the numbers we saw previously on the heat map, with Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland added in. So as a reminder that we're working from a total of 1,780 reports in this 4-year period across the whole of the UK. Let's just think about that for a second. If we go off a figure that only 10% are actually reported somewhere, and somewhere that we've been able to find it, there's probably some places where we don't look, that we don't know about, that aren't included in our database. So if we say 10% is reported, that's actually a massive 18,000 reports in the UK. And that's quite incredible. That's a lot. And if everybody spoke about it, if everybody talked about it, we were more open, maybe the conversations would be a lot easier than what we do have. Maybe we'd be more accepted than it is. In my experience, most people don't have a problem talking about believing in ghosts or ghost experiences, but UFO sightings do still get ridiculed and still have that stigma attached. Just look at any online article about UFOs, look in the comments. It's all people saying people are drunk or on drugs and stuff like that. It's just, it's stupid. The ridicule is still prevalent, sadly. So almost half of the total reports are made in just 4 regions. As mentioned, the southeast with northwest and southwest, and then Yorkshire. So if we kind of think about why these regions might have more, and in some cases considerably more than other regions. For me, I mean, they're highly populated. The northwest, we've got Manchester, big and pretty built up. Liverpool, Preston, Lancashire, Chester, all pretty well populated. Likewise with the southeast, Southampton, Portsmouth, Reading, Oxford, Brighton, and so on. This image of the UK at night kind of highlights this. The bright one near the bottom is London. And obviously around that is built up. And then you've got the northwest, where it's bright again, and then Yorkshire just to the right of the northwest. So kind of showing how much light there is, how populated that area is. That's where I've also seen the most amount of sightings. So does that play a part in sightings? Is that why we're seeing more sightings in different areas, in certain areas at least? So it's going to do a little bit of maths. So since we started doing our annual reports back in 2020, we have thought a lot about the population aspect and how much of a part that actually plays. So we devised a formula, a method of working out whether a certain area is actually having more sightings or whether it's just because there's more people living there. This formula we dubbed the rate of sighting. This little calculation works out how many UFO reports there are per 250,000 population. In our opinion, this gives a better indication of how likely you are to see something unusual, no matter which part of the country that you're in. To give an example of this, so the population of the UK is around 67 million. We are looking at a total of 1,780 reports. If we use our formula, we divide the number of sightings by the population and times that by 250,000, and that gives us the rate of sighting for the UK as a whole for the past 4 years is 6.6. That means there were 6.6 reports made for every 250,000 people in the UK. Doing this calculation for each different region in the UK gives us a new table. The number we see is now a lot smaller and a lot easier to work with. Put simply, this figures how many UFOs are reported for every 250,000 people in each region for the past 4 years. And there's some notable differences. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed straight away that the top of the table has now changed. I'll bring up the other table just so that we can compare side by side. Quite a bit of change going on. The southeast, who had the highest number of reports altogether, actually moves down to mid-table with a rate of sighting of just 6.3, below the UK average, despite having the most reports than anywhere else in the UK. It's actually below average. The northwest also takes a little bit of a drop, but at the top, Yorkshire leapfrogs them all to top the table as the most likely region to see a UFO. I love AI. For those outside the UK, Yorkshire is famous for sheep and what the farmers might do with them. So, just having a look, London, which is pretty low on the table, a very densely populated area, goes even lower. The least likely place to see a UFO is London, despite a lot of people living there. So this could be one, obviously a lot of light pollution in London, very, very lit up, as you can remember from the night sky map. And also, people seem to be busy in London. People seem to be very occupied and maybe not taking the time to look. That could explain that. But yeah, so I prefer this way, looking at the data, as it does take the population issue out of the equation and gives us a more accurate picture of what is happening around the country. And the rate of sightings number quickly gives comparison information, such as being able to say that you are now twice as likely to see a UFO in Yorkshire than you are in Northern Ireland, for example. So now we know where the reports are coming from. What are people actually seeing? For simplification, both here and in our official reports, we group similar types of sightings together. For example, descriptions such as cigar shape and tic-tac, which has become more common recently, are grouped together under the cylinder category. Likewise, you'll find arrowhead, delta, and chevron under the triangle heading. Otherwise, it would be an endless list of different shapes and just impossible to work with. This table shows how many of each classification or shape has been reported since 2020. The other heading typically includes descriptions that are hard to categorize or that just have one type of that report. This includes things like worm-like or octagon, things that are quite hard to actually put into a shape. The most common type of sighting, and this is the same across the whole of the UK, is what we categorize as star-like, which will typically be a small white light or object in the night sky that looks like a star but is usually moving or otherwise acting strangely. Many explanations for this type of sighting are satellites, the International Space Station, which appears as a bright light moving steadily across the sky, and more recently, the SpaceX Starlink, again, which have caused a huge amount of reports in recent years. Back to the table, orbs in second place, and these are different to star-like in that what we would call orbs have a bit more to them, rather than just a pinpoint light in the sky. They're commonly different colours and having clear visible movements. They're also regularly seen in daytime, and these are the second most commonly reported shape. Also in the list, we have the traditional disc shape, and of course the classic black triangle, a staple since the 80s and 90s. And they do seem to have a bit of resurgence in the past couple of years. My own sighting back in 1997 was a black triangle, so I'm always interested in these reports. We've also seen an increase in the number of sphere-type sightings recently, kind of echoing what's been getting reported by American military pilots and also seen over war zones, such as the Mosul orb footage which came to light last year, taking over Iraq. You may recognise this image, which caused quite a stir, but still may be a light reflecting in a puddle. We don't know for sure. Going back to the table, and these top 5 descriptions, star-like, orb, sphere, cylinder, and triangle, make up around 50% of total sightings, so a big chunk. 33 are recorded as unknown. This is when the witness hasn't given much of a description. Sometimes the report will just say object or UFO seen, without mention of any type of shape that we could attribute to it. Where's the evidence? To quickly consider this, and it's a fair point, there's thousands of reports just in the UK. Where's the evidence? Personally, the evidence for me is with the person, the witness. Those that have experienced it, like myself. I can't explain properly what I saw 20 odd years ago, and I probably never will. That is my own personal evidence. But of course, that isn't going to be enough for a lot of people. They want to see the proof. Based on the sightings that we're looking at, this chart covers off what evidence, if any, has been supplied with these reports. Over 50% are witness testimony only. So it's just their statement, basically. Pretty much a quarter of reports had accompanying video, and 19% had a photo with them. A small percentage supplied a sketch of what they saw as an alternative, and that's something that I always recommend if you can't get a photo or a video. A sketch, a quick drawing of what you saw, can really aid in investigation. And do this as soon as possible after the event. The human memory is very fallible, so even a rough piece of paper with a sketch and key details can go a long way, particularly if you don't report it right away. If there's multiple witnesses, I always ask them to separately draw what they're seeing, so that they don't kind of corroborate on it or influence each other's drawing or description. Even with a fair amount of video and photo footage being submitted, there's not really been anything mind-blowing. The main issue is phone cameras. They aren't designed for taking pictures of things in the sky, things at night, things at distance. Most phone cameras are designed for selfies. Particularly if you zoom in, that just ruins the image further. How many of us have seen images like this on social media? This is called bokeh or bokeh, not sure how to pronounce it. But basically, it's an out of focus point of light. These are usually stars or satellites that someone has used their phone to zoom in on, and the phone just can't focus on it, so it starts giving off this effect. On videos, they can appear to be spinning, changing shapes, and sometimes changing colour. It can look unusual, but if it looks like this, it's bokeh. It's not a shape-shifting craft, which is what a lot of people on social media like to call them. I urge anyone taking photos or videos of strange lights or objects to not zoom in unless you have a proper analog zoom. Digital zooms, which most phones have, well, all phones will have, all they're zooming in on is the pixel. They're not actually zooming in on the object. They're zooming in on the photo of the object in the screen, if that makes sense. So it just gets pixelated the more you zoom in. So it's easier to take a picture normally and to then zoom in using proper software on a computer rather than using your phone's poor camera in most cases. So we've looked at where and what is being seen. How about when? To be fair, again, it's pretty even, although Saturday does spring out in front with over 300 in total out of all the reports. Sunday was the most popular day in 2020. Saturday was the most popular in 21 and 22. And interestingly, last year, Monday takes the title, taking it away from being on a weekend. So Saturday is the most popular day. What about the most popular time of day? Clearly, we can see the vast majority of sightings are made later in the day, with this big increase starting from 6 p.m, with the bulk being between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. Although, don't let that take away from the fact that there are sightings all day. At every single hour, we get reported sightings. So, like I say, it doesn't have to be night time. They can be seen any time of day. So, The most likely time to see a UFO is between 9 and 11 p.m. on a Saturday. Do you want to have a quick think? Maybe again, put in the chat, thinking in your head why you think this might be the case. I'll just have a quick drink. So one that shouts out to me, and when I do this presentation in person, this is usually one of the answers that gets given pretty soon, pretty quickly, is this. It really doesn't help our cause. And we get so many comments on social media and newspapers from our peers, from our family, saying things like, must have been drunk, bet he'd been in the pub when he'd seen the aliens, stuff like that, rubbish like that. I mean, it could explain some reports. Alcohol can affect your perception, your reasoning skills. I won't argue that you may interpret something in the sky differently if you're drunk than when you're sober. Definitely not. But I am going to counter this argument. So if we go back to the day chart, so we can see Saturday's out in front. Look at Friday. It's the second least most likely day to see UFO. Only Wednesday having fewer reports. But a lot of people go out on a Friday as well as a Saturday. So surely if that was the reason why there's so many on the Saturday, there'd also be an uptick of sightings on Friday if alcohol was the factor. Aside from that, what other reasons could there be? Work. Most people spend Monday to Friday simply working or at home. So does having extra time on the weekend allow people to just chill and take in what's happening around them? When you're at work, you come home, probably have to make your tea, sort the kids out, watch a bit of telly, then you go in bed, then you're doing the same the next day. So you might not have even been outside in the week if you're like busy at work and stuff like that. Whereas at the weekend, it's not as rushed. You have the time. You might go out, take the kids out to the park, go for a walk, go out for a pub, go out for a smoke outside the pub and see stuff outside. Just because you're at the pub doesn't mean you're drunk and that's why you're seeing something. It's just like you're actually outside and you're actually looking at the sky. And again, looking at the kind of the summer months, more reports in the summer than the winter. We're outside more. In winter, it's cold, it's dark. People want to get in and just get cozy and sit in front of the fire watching telly. In the summer, you're outside, you're playing, you're going on holiday, you're just not rushed about as much. You've got more time to be outside. So I think that is one of the main reasons why that sightings are more likely at weekends or in the summer, not because you had a drink. I don't think that's the main explanation. And I would always argue against it. It's just an easy target for skeptics out there to say, yeah, Saturday night between 9 and 11 o'clock, most UFO sightings, wonder why. Yeah. So it's, again, it doesn't help our cause, but we definitely can argue against that being the reason. So that's it for the stats. Thanks for bearing through that. I hope it wasn't too, I don't know. Like I say, I like the numbers. I like the stats. I know not everybody does. So yeah, if you enjoyed that, yeah, I hope you did, and let me know. But the key takeaway from it is that over the past 4 years in the UK, you're most likely to see a UFO on a Saturday night between 9 and 11 p.m. in Yorkshire. So to finish off this talk, I'm now going to talk through a couple of investigations that we've done in recent years that have been particularly interesting. So this first case, as it states there, on Thursday, 22nd of April, 21, with multiple witnesses between 3 and 6 p.m. So on this day, there were 8 reports across the UK, either reported to MUFON, local newspapers, or posted on YouTube. Although 4 of these seem unrelated, the other 4 do have some striking similarities to each other, and that's what we're going to be examining in this presentation. So the first of these 4 reports was filmed from a Morrison's car park in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire, in Scotland. The 17-second clip on YouTube channel Daily Triumph shows an object moving seemingly at speed across the clear sky, glinting regularly as it reflects the bright afternoon sun. This isn't the clearest pic, but it appears to show a sphere or fluid-shaped object In the video, it's a bit clear to see. The second sighting was reported in the Grimsby Telegraph, with an accompanying clip reported by the witness Malcolm C., who was in his garden when he first noticed the object hovering in the sky at 3:20. After around 40 minutes, he looked again and saw that it was still visible, this time with a plane nearby. At this point, started videoing the object. In the clip, the object appears to be hovering, occasionally glinting as the sun hits it. As the video ends, the object shot off at speed. This screen grab from the video shows a clear bean or kidney-shaped white object. The next sighting, as reported in the Manchester Evening News, the witness, Dave W., was parked nearby to Rochdale Infirmary in Manchester when an object directly in front of him in the sky caught his eye. The 73-second clip he recorded shows, for the most part, an object seemingly hovering in place, possibly rotating, and regularly reflecting the sun. Again, this white kind of bean-shaped object. The fourth report came a bit further south, down in London. It's taken from a 3-minute video clip posted to YouTube channel Viral Video UK, which shows an object moving slowly across the sky above a park, rotating and reflecting the bright sun, as in the previous reports. Again, a white, small, circular, like odd-shaped circle craft. Object, can't say craft, object. So, 4 reports from right across the country within a relatively short time period of 3 hours with what appeared to be similar looking objects. On the face of it, and viewed independently, my immediate thought was that these were simply balloons of some kind. Most of the time, I'd simply move on and look at the next case, but we cannot ignore the witness testimony in these cases, as well as the clear similarities, and look at all of them together. Especially between the Grimsby and Rochdale objects with their bean-like shape, clearly visible, and the London sighting as well. The images don't come across as well on the screen, but they are all a similar shape, especially when watching the video the screen grabbed from. They all act similar, they all look very, very similar. Of course, these are generally poor quality videos recorded on mobile phones. I don't need to repeat the problems we have with this. So my next step was to reach out and speak to the witnesses in each case. Thankfully, I was able to speak with the Grimsby and Rochdale witnesses, 2 of the more compelling of the 4. Attempts to locate the remaining witnesses haven't been successful, although the caption accompanying the London video on YouTube carried the following statement. The object was much lower and more visible. It's really quite mind-boggling, as it seems to show it looks like a multi-faced solid object, almost pyramidical in shape or multi-sided, and the object appears to then come apart and then reform and looks like some strange ball of energy. Due to the limited information for the Hamilton and London sightings, though, my report from here on in will concentrate mostly on the Grimsby and Rochdale sightings. According to the historic data, the weather across the UK during the afternoon of the 22nd of April was clear, mostly cloudless skies, which we can see in the pictures. This was pretty consistent across the country, with cool temperatures and a wind speed of no more than 3 to 4 miles per hour, classed as a light breeze on the Beaufort scale. April 22nd is also Earth Day, which marks the anniversary of the modern environmental movement in 1970 and pledges support for environment protection around the world, raising awareness of pollution and ways to maintain a clean habitat. There are events which are traditionally celebrated with the releasing of balloons. However, Earth Day is not one of them. Balloons do return to Earth, and they are now litter, and they've also caused injuries and death to many animals and caused dangerous power outages, which directly contradicts the message that Earth Day tries to impart. I couldn't find any other events on the same date, which may explain balloons being released at different parts of the country at around the same time. Because if they are balloons, they're not the same balloon. And any similarities must be purely coincidental, as there's no chance that it could have travelled distances involved in the time periods described, especially with low winds that day. Scotland down to London, you're looking 400 miles. Probably, easily, I think. So, starting with the Grimsby sighting, as this is by far the most fascinating incident of the 4, for reasons that I'll come on to. After speaking with the witness Malcolm, I was able to gain further information about what was seen to aid in helping to try and identify the object. The object was first seen at 3:20 in the afternoon when he was out in his garden playing with his young son. He started recording at 15:55 when he noticed the object was still visible and there was also a plane nearby. Although being reported as being above Grimsby and published in the Grimsby Telegraph newspaper, the witness was actually in Market Raisin, some 15 miles away from Grimsby, and the object was viewed to the southeast, away from Grimsby, and more towards the direction of Skegness, as shown in this map. So the blue arrow shows the direction of sighting from where the witness was located, and the black line going from right to left shows the direction of travel of the object, moving from the coast on the right hand side, more inland over Lincoln, to the left. The witness stopped filming the object as the sun was too bright, after which the object notched up a few gears and shot off and disappeared. 10 minutes after the object disappeared, an AWACS plane from RAF Waddington was seen flying over the area. This is confirmed by Flight Radar 24 data. This is where it gets interesting. An AWACS plane is the Royal Air Force's Airborne Warning and Control System, which is the name of the specific system installed on Boeing E-3 Sentry planes that look like this. You may have seen one of these or two around your time, especially if you're kind of investigating this subject. These planes are pretty interesting. These airborne radar systems are designed to detect aircraft, ships, vehicles, missiles, and other incoming projectiles at long ranges and perform command and control of the battle space in an air engagement by directing fighter and attack aircraft strikes. AEW and C units are also used to carry out surveillance. When used at altitude, the radar on the aircraft allows the operators to detect and track targets, which is the important bit. So, returning to the sighting in Grimsby and using the app Flight Radar 24, we can confirm that one of these E-3 sentries were in the exact area at the time the witness claimed. Might not be able to see it very clear, but the time and date is here at the bottom. So Thursday, 22nd of April, and at 16:15, not long after the object had shot off, as the witness described it, and in the exact location heading towards Lincoln. And if we draw that black line on again from the previous map showing where the object was headed, we can see it's in the same place. The red bit is the plane, and the black line is the direction of travel that the object was seeing. What you can't see fully on here is the full flight path. The Sentry took off from RAF Waddington, flew up over the North Sea to Scotland, and then back down again, seemingly headed towards base at RAF Waddington. However, look at what it does next. Instead of returning to base, as it seemed to be, it does this. So from a pretty standard straight flight path up to Scotland and back again, to then flying around in this pattern, in the exact area where a strange object had been seen just minutes earlier. Just to zoom in and show this a bit better. Looks more like a search pattern. When you see police helicopters, police airplanes going up looking for people, they do this kind of back and forth, circular flight paths, trying to find or follow whatever they're looking for. I'm not a military aviation expert by any means, and I can't say whether this is normal behaviour or not, but it definitely begs the question of whether the plane was diverted to this as a result of the object. It's definitely not a stretch to think along those lines. So I reached out to the RAF and the MOD, Ministry of Defence, in an attempt to get the flight data, the flight recordings, whether this was a pre-planned exercise, and whether this was a deviation from the original flight plan. After numerous back and twos using Freedom of Information requests, I was told that this flight was, and I quote, a routine and uneventful training sortie and did not result in any such investigation or proceedings, and there was therefore no need to retain the documentation. I'm not sure I believe that. So a point to make is that these requests were made less than a month after this sighting and after this flight. And they're telling me that the flight data and the flight logs are destroyed within such a short time period. Again, I'm not an expert, that may be standard, but it just seems to me that they would keep that information for longer. I did reach out to an RAF pilot who had been my contact for a couple of years, and they asked him, I sent him all the information, And I asked him if this seemed normal or did this look unusual, and he ghosted me, and he hasn't actually spoken to me since. Don't know if there's anything to do with that, but yeah, I lost a contact there, which is a shame. I also reached out to RAF Waddington Base themselves, but had no response. The raw data from the video provided by the witness was checked and confirmed that the date and time were as stated. And other information, like the plane being seen, also evidence and proven, so I've got no reason to doubt the testimony of this witness in this case. Moving on to the Rochdale, Greater Manchester sighting, not too far from Todmorden, which is an old hotspot area of West Yorkshire and the scene of the famous incident with police officer Alan Godfrey, which I'm sure a lot of you will be familiar with. In this case, however, the witness, Dave, was in his car parked outside Rochdale Infirmary waiting for a family member to finish their appointment at the hospital. Initially thinking this object was a reflection on his windscreen, he exited the vehicle to get a better look. The object was opposite him in a due south direction, looking towards Oldham and the more built-up Manchester City area. The object appeared stationary for the best part of 10 minutes before beginning to drift eastwards, keeping perpendicular to the horizon with no apparent upwards or downwards movement. After 5 minutes or so, the object stopped and moved vertically upwards at a slightly faster speed. After a couple more minutes, it changed direction, heading in a northwest trajectory towards the setting sun. There appeared to be an aircraft following the same trajectory, but at a much higher altitude. This is the point he started to record the object on his mobile phone. The whole sighting lasted around 30 minutes, and he stopped recording when his family called to tell him that they were ready to be picked up. Dave supplied me with 2 different videos of the object, both showing the object behaving as described, and upon looking at the raw data, the time and dates again confirm that it was at that time and at the location he said outside the hospital. So again, I've got no doubt to any of the testimony given by the witness in this case. In the 30 to 40 minutes following the sighting, there were a number of military and commercial aircraft that flew over the area, but all seemed to be on a pre-planned route following the regular flight path, and none flew over the location specifically. So, as mentioned, and despite the less than high quality standard of the stills, you can clearly see that these objects appear to be the same shape with the same reflective qualities. These similarities are even more noticeable when watching the recordings. What is more striking with these 2 cases is that both witnesses described the objects as being stationary for a long period of time before kind of moving off at different speeds. Therefore, this part of the investigation I'm going to be asking, can Mylar balloons remain stationary in place? When looking into this, and I am not a clever guy by any stretch, the science behind it came a bit complicated. So obviously I'll just try and keep it simple is the best way to explain it. So helium balloons are pulled by gravity, as are all objects with mass. The reason they don't fall to Earth is that there is another force acting on them, a buoyant force from air pressure that is equal to the weight of the air displaced by the balloon. This causes the balloon to rise upwards. For a balloon to hover or remain in place, the average density of the gas inside it would have to be equal to the air outside of it. This is easy to achieve in a controlled setting, such as indoors, as you would know the equilibrium of air density was matched. There's no way of knowing the air density at higher altitudes, plus there are other factors to consider, such as winds, humidity, temperature, all of which would have an effect on the air density. Let's not forget that Mylar balloons are also losing air density as the helium molecules inside are smaller than the pores in the skin of the balloon, which is why balloons always deflate eventually. For these reasons, it'd be highly unlikely and difficult for a balloon to remain stationary in one place for any extended period of time. For this effect to be replicated in different areas, to be witnessed and captured on video, to look as similar to each other as they do, and all happening within a few hours of each other on the same day, makes this explanation even more unlikely. Based on the witness testimony as well as the evidence, I ruled out that this is a balloon. It's just not a balloon to me. I'll also consider what else it isn't. It's not a drone, or not one that we know about, at least. It's not a bird or any other animal. It's not any conventional aircraft. It's not a cloud or other meteorological object. It's not a star, planet, or any other astronomical body. So where does this leave us? High altitude balloon, also known as a weather balloon, it's a possibility, albeit a small one. These are usually at a much higher altitude and wouldn't be in the vicinity of other aircraft due to the chance of a collision. High altitude balloons, released both by the likes of the Met Office and by hobbyists who have permission from the Civil Aviation Authority to do so, are the only ones that kind of release these objects. For one of these balloons to be in this position would be down to a malfunction or a failure. And again, we're looking at this to be replicated in one or possibly more locations at around the same time, making it very unlikely that this is a weather balloon. A military device, could this be a new device or technology being tested by our military or government? Can't rule it out, especially with the ABAX plane seemingly scouting the area very soon after the Grimsby sighting. As our military becomes more and more technologically advanced, who knows what devices or drones could be in the development or testing phase right now. A UFO, a UAP. UFO doesn't always mean alien craft, although the extraterrestrial hypothesis has to apply in this case. Every chance this could be something alien. We really don't know. So as I mentioned, on the face of it, they look like balloons, but they aren't. After speaking to the witnesses and based on audio evidence that I've described here, I don't know what this is. This is one of the cases that we have left. One of the few cases that have left us as unidentified. We've not been able to give an answer to the witnesses. Another potentially related multiple witness case took place in an 18-hour period between quarter to 11 at night on Thursday, 21st of January, and 4:30 in the afternoon on Friday, 22nd of January in 2021. This one is another example of the importance of having a central database which draws in data and information from different sources, as it allows us to spot these types of cases which have multiple witnesses to potentially the same object. So a brief summary of the case. There were 4 reports we made in one 18-hour period. Reports range from Stockport in the northwest down to Tadley, Hampshire, heading towards the south coast. The reports were all kind of down the western side of England, which I'll explain in a minute. And all witnesses reported a triangle-shaped craft or object of some description. So sighting number 1, seen at quarter to 11 at night in Tadley, down in Hampshire. The witness was outside having a smoke and watching the night sky when he saw 3 purple lights in a triangle formation. As the lights neared, they suddenly stopped and were stationary for 2 to 3 minutes. They then started moving again, slowly heading off in the direction of Newbury in Berkshire, before they suddenly changed direction, seemingly without turning. The witness was concerned due to the close proximity of AWE, the Atomic Weapons Establishment, which manufactures and maintains the UK's Trident nuclear warheads. And we all know there's some history between UFOs and nuclear weapons and facilities. The witness provided this sketch of what he saw, talking about these significantly bright purple lights in an equilateral triangle shape, which looked to be at a height of roughly 5,000 feet, and he states that only the lights were visible. You couldn't see an actual physical craft. On to sighting number 2, which took place a few hours later at 2:20 in the morning of the 22nd, up in the northwest, not far from where I live actually, in Stockport, Greater Manchester. The witness noticed 4 or 5 very bright white lights through the trees, moving in an unconventional manner. Upon viewing through binoculars, he saw 3 large, pulsating and spinning, silvery white, very bright lights in the shape of an equilateral triangle. In between the 3 main lights, he reported that there were bright red and golden copper lights flashing intermittently. The object was moving slowly and changing shape to various forms of different sized triangles. The lights were observed for around 3 minutes in total before they were lost from view behind clouds. Sighting number 3. This was reported in Wolverhampton in the West Midlands, 8 hours after the previous sighting at 10:15 a.m. in the morning. After hearing the loud rumble, the witness looked up and saw 2 objects high up, travelling west to east. One of the objects was definitely a military aircraft, grey in colour, and with visible contrails. The second object was a larger a clear triangle shape and also grey coloured. Through binoculars, the witness saw no lights or any features or contrails, just a featureless triangle shape. Using flight radar, I was able to confirm the grey military aircraft in the area at that time was an RAF Airbus KC-2 Voyager, which was on a sortie from Brighton Autumn. So that part of the account is definitely true. There was no other aircraft in the area, at least not showing on flight radar, which could explain the second triangle object. Moving on to the fourth and final sighting of this little cluster. This is on the afternoon of the 22nd, and we're heading down to Wales, Blackwood in Monmouthshire, down near Cardiff in South Wales. After receiving a call from a relative who lives in the same estate, the witness went to look out of his upstairs window, and he saw two clusters of objects in the sky. The first cluster appeared to be two dark sphere-shaped objects. The second cluster, which was around half a mile behind the first, consisted of two dark spheres and one dark coloured triangle-shaped object. The witness likened it to the B-2 stealth bomber plane. These clusters were observed for around 1 minute before they disappeared into the clouds overhead. Let's now look at this map of England and Wales to give a visual idea of where these sightings took place. So, see here, down the western edge of England and into southern Wales. So where Blackwood is to the right is that blue borderline. That's the border of England and Wales. Blackwood's in South Wales there. Considering the descriptions, each one is pretty interesting. Both the Tadley and Stockport accounts report an equilateral triangle, although with different colour lights. The Blackwood report had clusters of spear objects as well as a triangle. The Wolverhampton sighting had a military aspect to it, possibly being escorted. Is that what it was? A new aircraft being tested by the military going up and down the country? Could the orders be misidentifications? With so many reports in such a small period of time, is that likely? To add to these sightings, a day later, on the 23rd of January, a red and white triangle shape of light was seen in Leeds, West Yorkshire, not far from Stockport in Manchester. And on the 31st of January, a Facebook user reported seeing a large triangular-shaped object very low, just above the houses in Bristol. The object was black in colour, with a bright orange light along the side and moving very slowly and quietly. So, a real spate of triangle-like UFOs across England in January 2021, all across the space of a few days. A bit of a callback to the 90s when triangle sightings were rife in this country. Many attributed to the development and production of the aforementioned B-2 stealth bomber. Again, my own sighting was a black triangle in 1997. All these were reported to MUFON, with the exception of the last one. And as a result, I haven't been able to get any further information or speak to the witnesses. We only have the brief descriptions to go off. I did submit a couple of freedom of information requests in relation to the military jet that we know was there, but that never provided with us anything fruitful. An interesting few days though. In this case, again, highlights how important our database is. These reports made to different places, so were likely to be overlooked. Because we collate all these reports, put them into one visible place, it allows us to spot trends and highlight occurrences like this, which warrant further investigation. That brings us to the end of this presentation. A quick reminder of the website ufoidentified.co.uk. You can also find us on social media under the same name. And we do have a sighting report form on the website if any UK viewers would like to report your sighting to us. Make sure you check out the database, which is the biggest database of current day UFO reports in the UK. And we also have plenty of articles and detailed investigation reports to read. And finally, last year I released UK UFO sightings 2020-2022, which features over 100 sightings reported directly to us in recent years. So it's all fresh, new and recent information and a great reference guide. It's split up by region and I guarantee 95% of this or more will be brand new information to you. There's also a section on the data similar to what I presented today and a bit more on the work that we do as a group. It's full colour, full of photos, charts, graphs and reports as told by the witnesses themselves. Nothing's embellished or added to. It's the witnesses' accounts in their words. And that's they're able to buy on Amazon. So thanks for listening. Thanks again to Ryan for inviting me to give this talk. It is an honor to be a part of this. Thank you guys for watching. I hope it was enjoyable. Any questions, just let me know. And I hope you enjoy the rest of Anomacon 2024. Have a great evening.
Spectrovision Radio.
Hi, hello, and welcome to our presentation. My name is Amy.
I'm Tanya.
And we are
Soul Seekers Paranormal.
So, did you say, what's that?
Oh, what's that?
What's that? So today we wanted to do a presentation on a bit about who we are, introduce ourselves to the industry, and we have a different approach than many paranormal investigators out there, and we kind of wanted to show our style, our take, and share a bit of our history on how we became the feel-good paranormal investigators.
Yeah, it was a bit of a journey.
It's been a journey, and it continues to journey. It's been quite the journey.
Journeying on up in this house.
We're on a journey, and we're in the house.
Yes.
Kind of started a lot of it.
That's true.
Actually.
Yeah.
We are right here. Yeah. So let's get into that a little bit. So we have been paranormal investigating for about 5 years now. We actually met while doing wellness events.
Yeah.
So we have
nothing to do with paranormal whatsoever.
Nothing to do with
Wasn't
paranormal.
on our radar, so to
Nope.
speak.
So Tanya grew up in a haunted house.
Yeah.
And haunted houses her whole life.
Yeah.
And she's still living in one right now.
Very much so.
So she's very, very familiar with...
Yeah, like it's my normal.
That's her
my day.
Day-to-day haunted life. It's just the way you grew up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the way like the last 30 years of my life has been. Like it's just my normal. That's why people are talking about being freaked out about, well, how can you go into haunted house? How can you go into haunted jails or houses or whatever? And it's dude, I live in a haunted house every day, so it's not a big deal, right?
Yes. And so for me, I came into the paranormal world. My background, I had experiences when I was younger. We always thought I had anxiety growing up. My mom kind of put it together after I had an experience with kind of channeling, connecting with someone on the other side about a decade ago. And she put it together that the shaking that I would do when
Thinking you had anxiety.
Thinking I had anxiety. She put it together thinking, I think you've been actually connecting with spirits this whole time. She kind of put it together about a decade ago, but it wasn't until I met Tanya after doing our events, that I really started to dig in and learn, the gifts that I had when it comes to this, and starting to come into the paranormal world and exploring it. So I'm very new, minus having a couple of paranormal experiences when I was younger, just a very few that kind of got brushed to the side. Everything had emerged from me 5 years ago when we met.
Yeah, because so what happened was we were doing a wellness event and we rented a Airbnb. We didn't know it was haunted. And so we're doing this wellness event. The night comes to an end. People go home. We're picking our bedrooms out. And there was one room none of us wanted to go in. So that all of a sudden started this whole thing about paranormal, because we're like, why don't we go to, I get bad vibes, like I just happen to have dowsing rods. Pulled them out
of our purse. Like these dowsing rods, I'd never seen a dowsing rod in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm just staring at them spinning. I'm like, what?
Yeah, your eyes are like this, but you're like, what are those? What's happening? Yeah. And so, next thing you know, we're clearing these spirits out, because there was a couple other ladies with us that, they're into this world as well. And so that literally sparked the last 5 years of our lives.
Because the first night we didn't document it, and we thought, wow, this crazy stuff that's happened, no one will believe us.
Yeah.
Like we could tell anybody the story, but no one would believe it because it was pretty insane. And then the next event that we went to, we rented another haunted Airbnb, not knowing it was haunted, but we went with the intentions, like maybe it is, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, it was, and things happened. But then we started video recording what we were doing, and we posted on our social media, and it was starting to get attention. People started, noticing what was happening when we'd go out. So we started trying to, make content around
Be
it.
more purposeful about filming paranormal, picking her paranormal
locations and
right?
things like that. We started to become more purposeful and more curious and excited and just wanted...
And obsessed. Let's be honest. We're obsessed with this world. We can't stop. We've tried. We can't stop. We're obsessed. We live, breathe, eat this.
Yes. So we have been doing this for 5 years now, and we decided, we came upon the Feel Good Paranormal Investigation, I guess the Feel Good Paranormal Investigators tag was given to us from some of our viewers on YouTube that was watching our videos. They actually started calling us that, and we adopted the name. We thought we'd keep it because when we investigate, we're not really out there to look for necessarily the jump scares and the clicks, the clickbait, the clicks and likes. We want people to watch our stories, but we have a different purpose when we're out doing what we do. Much like paranormal investigators, we want to find the evidence. We want the evidence. Yeah. But the thing is when we started 4 or 5 years ago and we started putting our content out there, we thought we had to be a certain image. We thought we had to do the jump scares. We thought we had to do
be very serious
and crazy. And so we found that when we were doing that, we weren't feeling like ourselves, and we weren't really resonating so much. And we felt like we weren't being authentic to our journey, trying to make
felt like
things...
we were putting on a costume or something. Like it just felt like this is what, the images of paranormal investigators. And so we were trying to fit into that mold. Mm-hmm. And it felt really false for a long time. So we took a bit of a break to reassess. And then when we started, we just said, when we reemerged. When we reemerged, it's just like, we love to laugh, and we are constantly goofing around, constantly cracking up. And that's just who we are. Like, that's just who we are. So why try to pretend to be something we're not? It feels false. And so we just said, we are going to be exactly who we are, and we are going to be raw and just show everyone, what we do and how we work.
This is what you get. When you're with us in person and when you see us on screen, we are the exact same. We're not putting anything on. And what we love to do is we film everything from our iPhones. Yep. And our
Samsung. I have a Samsung.
She has a Samsung. I have an iPhone. From our cell phones. So we film everything on our cell phones. And the only editing is just making it flow to show you the story. Yeah. But we don't alter anything. Everything is what we find. And we notice that when we are together, and because, we have friends and we go hunt with other people too, like, for fun, because we love it and our friends love it too. But
committee of AWA.
Haunted life, it's just, there's so much stuff. But what we notice is that we've started noticing, actually, that we really have been connecting with a lot of people's loved ones, which is really interesting. So,
like the owners of the locations, like their loved ones, people that are investigating with us, their loved ones, and we're connecting with them like through our gifts, but also through our equipment. So there's been different experiences where people have actually heard the voices of their loved ones come through.
Yeah.
Which is very powerful, really.
It's very powerful. So we're learning that we might have a bit of a different journey, a different purpose than maybe what we thought when we first started, that it was exciting and new and fun, and we wanted to learn and just keep learning and breathing and growing in paranormal world. But we're learning as we're going along that there's more things that are happening, and it's all feel good for us because we don't want to chase demons. We're not demon hunters. I don't like saying the name. We don't like that. We know they're out there. We're not ignorant to that. We know that dark things are out there.
But we're not saying there's anything wrong with that.
No, absolutely
not. It just doesn't make us particularly feel well, and just feels heavy. And
well, we connect with spirits on a deep level. Like we channel them. We connect with them. We communicate with them. And so when there's things that aren't very good, it doesn't make us feel good at all. And we would leave investigations if we encountered things in the past. We would feel sick and tired and drained
and take days
and
to
it didn't
recover.
feel good. We didn't feel good after our investigations. And so now the way we approach it, one, feel good meaning we have a great time because we're always laughing and going on and having fun. You'll see in the videos how much fun we have. That's just us being us. But also we feel good at the end of an investigation or an event that we host because we haven't we don't really go looking for the demonic stuff. Like we're trying to find the good people that want to share their
we
stories.
want to hear stories. Like that's the big thing, right? Like I want to hear the spirit stories. I want to understand why they're still lingering. We want, like what's keeping you here? Why haven't you moved on? Want to hear, stories that they haven't had an opportunity to share. For me, that's really interesting. Like that's for us. Like we really find that really fascinating when we connect with someone's loved one and they have a message. That's really, that can be life changing, honestly.
Yeah.
And so that's really the direction that we are honoring our journey as to where we're being shown to go on our path, and that's really what's been happening. And
That's
it's been
what's
really,
been happening.
really cool.
It's been really cool. And we noticed that when we started to put out our videos, a lot of people would ask us if they could come along with us. And so that's where the events kind of grew from there, is we love, showing people, bringing people. A lot of people that are first-time paranormal investigators come to our events and they love it and they come back for more. And so we started doing events because we had a demand of people asking us to take them along with
And we
us.
come from that world of hosting events and, groups and stuff like that. So that's very easy for us. So combining those two things has been actually really fulfilling.
Yeah, so our backgrounds, lent us to kind of grow in this direction. So here's a little bit to give you an essence, when we talk about the Feel Good Investigators, feel good, we talk to good spirits, we feel good, we have fun. Here's a little bit of a showcase about who we are.
Yeah. And so just to share, we take the work of paranormal very, very seriously. We
do.
But everything around it, the drive there, the in-between stuff, not so serious.
We're clowns. It's clown town.
It's clown town.
It's good. It's fun. It's having
feel
fun.
good.
So enjoy the clips.
Hello and welcome back, you guys. We are Soul Seekers Paranormal. Tanya and Tara and Jill and Jay and Amy. Welcome everybody to Soul Seekers. No? Soul Seekers. Protect me, sister, for I have sinned. She's protecting me with the oils. Anoint me, my sister. It is. Anoint me.
The Holy of Holies.
Thank you, Spirit.
We got hot Jesus protecting us.
Oh,
It's fine.
my homeboy. Ooh, he is a hot Jesus. Ah, she's hot.
Yeah.
Come closer.
Come close. Oh,
Closer. I'm
down,
sorry, I've
down to
heard
7.
I've heard it from some news. So hard it was me.
Oh I smell sulfur. It's a demon. Oh no, it's just you. It's just your butt.
No one would even notice.
Oh, I noticed. Because I'm close.
She's standing beside me.
Soul Seekers Paranormal.
Oh my god, I'm knee deep. We have Sarah trying to communicate with you. We figured maybe you might be connected with her.
I just want to.
You just want to what?
Shit.
Did you say shit? Did it just say shit?
Kick. Shit and kick.
She just goes, I just wanna, and it said shit. What? I've never heard a box swear before. Alice is a potty mouth. She's my kind of girl.
All right, this is one of our favorites. This place, the first time we came, which is the clips you're gonna see, we swore we would never go back because we were so scared. We were like questioning, why are we here? What are we doing to ourselves? But we just can't stay away.
I have never felt this way in a location
for years.
I haven't yet. I feel like it was the way we felt there. Everywhere you go, every corner you turn, there was nowhere that felt safe. So this is at the Dorchester Jail in New Brunswick. It's now an Airbnb. It was an old jail. And the story of the Bannister brothers, they were the last double hanging. They were hanged back to back. They were two young boys that were hanged for murder in that jail. And we were going to try to connect with them, the families, other things that are in there. And it was really heavy. It was
a lot.
It was a lot. And we have multiple videos up with the Dorchester Jail, and we keep going back for more. There's more coming. There's more coming.
And we can't stay away.
We can't stay away. But now we're getting to know, at least Daniel, he's communicating with us. One of the boys has been communicating with us every time we go back. And even Tanya, they're like, hey, is that Tanya? Like, they're recognizing Tanya. Is that Tanya?
On the ghost box, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So we're starting to connect with this location and get to know them. And so it's been really fun.
Relationships with the spirits.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, if you're an investigator, you get exactly what we're saying by that. You do build relationships with them.
Yeah. So this is just, this is one of our very first, most terrifying for us experiences. So we just want to share this because, I mean, we may still run a scream this day. I'm the most scaredy cat ghost hunter ever. I'm always in the middle. I run away from everything.
She has to be the center of the Oreo cookies.
I'm the most scaredy catest ghost hunter ever. Yeah. But so we just wanted to show you this fun clip because this is way back to one of our original kind of locations.
So basically, it was running and screaming. It was one of those locations that no matter if you look this way, you felt like something was there. If you look this way, something was there. Something was behind you. Something was in front of you. So it was like they surrounded you.
Yeah.
And it was just running and screaming
constantly.
And the clip at the end of this part is the next morning. We call it our haunted candle. It's not an actual paranormal equipment. It is just a candle.
It was given to me as a gift. It was a gift from me from one of those Secret Santa things where people exchange gifts. And the candle, it was just a gift. And the candle itself has a white setting. There's no other settings on it. It's just a white light up candle, has a white LED light, nothing else. And first of all, the candle is dead. Like dead.
And like we've had it for 5 years.
We've had it for 5 years. It's a dead candle. We haven't replaced the batteries. It's dead.
Yeah.
And it's white. But for some reason the next morning and during the night, during the investigation, it would turn on, but it would turn on red.
Yeah.
There's no red setting. And it's dead. So you'll see at the end of the clip what happens with this candle. It was just bananas. I was beside myself. I didn't even know what to do with it. Check it out. There could be.
And I also feel like...
What? Okay, we're in the light. We're in the light. We're in the light.
Seriously, we're gonna shuffle.
Oh my god. Okay, seriously, we were just taking some photos in the jail and on death row. And while Jill was in the cell, Tanya and I heard banging in the walls. Like, there's a room that's closed right now. Like, she has the door closed. It's like the where they would go. Like, it was solitary.
Yeah,
it was solitary. They would have. There was nothing in there but just like a blank
storage or something.
Yeah. Anyways, that we heard banging coming from there, and we took off, and we left Jill in the cell. Sorry, Jill.
Sorry, Jill.
But also, while we were taking photos, these two also felt someone touching the back of their head. I didn't feel that.
I don't know if I felt so much touch. I had pain.
You had pain. I felt
Okay, so Jill had
like
pain.
this.
Okay,
Like
so they're
fingers
feeling
or
stuff
something in the back of my neck.
Oh, okay. We're
It
gonna
wasn't pain though. It was like it was like this.
Oh.
Oh, stop
like,
that.
It was like this, like just feet touching.
Oh, gross. Okay. Well, you could see when I set the candle out, it was white. Because when we set it, you'll see if you rewind back, you'll see when I set the candle and the cap all out, everything was white.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh my gosh, it's red. So
And then we discovered that's not even the haunted candle that we
the candle's white. There's no red setting in this candle.
And that candle's never went red before.
And this isn't the one that always goes red. It's always this one.
That just
it was
just didn't turn on.
It was
You just said that's dead, and I said watch it go back.
and it's turning red, and I literally it was dead. I was just gonna show you guys that it's dead.
Just had another intrusive thought.
What do I do with that?
I'm glad that you're recording it.
There's no red setting on the candle.
And you just turned it on.
I just turned it on and it wouldn't. I said, "Oh, it's dead. I'm going to show them that the candle's dead and that one's white."
And then it turned on right now.
Jill,
What?
you need to see what just happened.
It doesn't matter.
The candle was dead. I picked it up and it turned red.
There's still shit gonna happen.
Look, this candle. I was going to show that this candle is white, as it normally is.
Yeah.
This one was full on dead 2 seconds ago. I was just going to show it's dead, but it went on in my hand.
Just went on.
It's going back on again. It's going back off. Okay.
Don't have to be okay with noises because that's literally why we're here.
Intervention time.
No.
We literally ran
We were running along.
We keep running and screaming. Like, we can't do that. Like, this is like, we have to be brave. This is probably one of the toughest places I've been in.
Oh, yeah.
We've been in a lot of places, and this one's really hard.
So maybe we can have a buddy system with the stairs where we can kind of like take turns in the
Nope. Well, you guys can switch. I'm in the middle. I'm the tiniest. I need to be protected.
All right, so we have we've taken our investigating on the road, and we went to a few notorious, I guess you could say, haunted locations in the U.S. And one of them was the Lizzie Borden murder house, and we joined a group investigation. And it was quite packed. The house isn't that big, and you could just investigate the basement and the main floor. And this was towards the end of the night. It was very busy. There was a lot of people in there, so it was really hard to actually sink into the investigation because it was just too crowded.
Yeah.
So the clip you're going to see is at the end of the night when a lot of people had started to clear out. And Amy was sitting on the couch, the actual couch that Andrew Borden had been murdered. They kept the couch, they cleaned it up, and it's still in the house. And she was sitting on this this couch, and she started to
Enter in the cat.
sorry. So she was sitting on the couch, and your hand really started to shake. So when Amy channels spirit, she allows them in her physical energy. So she started to channel, and what you'll see here is really, really fascinating because she was able to automatic write and use the spirits were using your energy to actually write out.
So you'll see at the very end, take note, there's a piece of paper. We show the actual piece of paper that I was writing. You'll see me writing in the clip. It's very scribbly because the energy is so
like
erratic, and it's hard to get it to write cleanly. But you'll see we have up and down the sheet is his name, Andrew. There was some yeses and nos because we asked some yes and no questions. There was a sad, he said he was sad. So there's all kinds of clues. We have the full video on YouTube that you'll be able to see the whole thing, but this is just a clip to show you when we say channeling. That's one version of channeling, how I'm shaking. The anxiety that my mom, we thought we had when I was a kid, the shaking, this is what it actually is.
Looks
Now
like,
this is what it looks like. And you'll see me shaking and my hand shaking. So just take a look at the end and look at the paper, and you'll be able to pick out some of the words that came through. Yeah.
Are you ready? After 100 meters, you have reached your destination. It is on your right. Perfect, and I'm on the right, so it's perfect. You have reached your destination. 32nd Street. It is on your right.
Easy boarding house, there it is.
Well,
Easy boarding house, we're here.
Here, so I don't see why
It looks like the energy.
I'm feeling very breathless, like I almost can't even catch my breath.
Okay, what is it doing? Oh, well, that looks just like legs. It's
bent over.
It's bent over. I was just going to say.
Okay, my knees are starting to shake.
Oh, it's happening.
It's happening.
What's happening?
So that's a sign. Okay, so Andrew, if you were here,
Something is definitely with you.
Something's going on.
so as long as
And it doesn't really have a head.
as long as you mean me no harm, you can use my body if you need to communicate. I'm here. Do you have something you want to share? As long as you mean no harm. There we go. Okay, yes, you're fine. You're fine.
See how it?
He's like settling.
No, it's gonna go. It's gonna. I can feel it coming in and out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
You
fine.
can see it coming in and out.
Yeah. Here it comes again. Here's coming again. Okay. Oh, do I have a pencil? I didn't bring my pencil with me. Oh, this wants me to write.
Does anybody have a pencil?
I need a pencil. Do you have a pencil and a pen?
Anyone pencil,
wants me to
pen,
write.
paper, anything?
Oh, it's in my hand. It wants me
Yeah,
to
Oh,
that's the side it's on. Like,
It's like over in that
it's
door.
pointing to the kitchen. It's pointing to the kitchen again.
Can you? Is that a 2? I don't know. I can't, like, it literally, it's so much, I can't even, like, make it say. Okay, focus. Can you focus? Can you draw a picture or your name or write a word? Can you please?
Or a letter, even.
A letter.
Can you write a letter to your name?
Can you write it?
Oh, is that a signature?
Oh, it's like a signature.
So this next clip, we went to the Hillsborough Cemetery. It's called Gray's Island Cemetery. And there's a story of the White Lady. It's a white statue that was built by a man. The woman was murdered, and the husband was so upset and sad and tormented about her death that he built a statue in her memory, and he would stay at the base of the statue all day, every day. And then eventually he passed away at the base of the statue. Yeah. And since then, people that visit the graveyard and they go visit the statue, there's a folklore that we wanted to explore. And they say if you go backwards blindfolded 3 times around the statue and then you look up at her face, that she will either cry tears or blood, or you'll hear someone scream. You can touch on the shoulders, you can touch, there's all kinds of things. So we decided that we would try this folklore and see what happened. So I went around it once and I actually kind of went statuesque And tears were profusely crying out of my eyes. They weren't mine, but they were just, my eyes started watering, which was interesting.
Froze, kind of like you were super stiff.
Yes, I froze.
During the day.
It was in the daytime, and I froze and just pouring out of my eyes.
Yeah.
And then our other friend, Jessica, she froze and saw some images. She was given messages from, the lady. And then Tanya did it, and she froze. Do you want to explain what they're going to see?
Yeah.
You might want to put a disclaimer here, like let them know what they see.
So she basically, I don't even know how to describe it. For me, it was a different experience than what everyone witnessing had.
Yeah.
For myself, I just got completely enveloped in this beautiful white light and felt quite calm and peaceful. The only thing I actually could see other than this white light was looked like a chalk line of a body. And that's all I could see before these girls pulled me out, because what was happening to me from their point of view, and what you'll see in this clip, was I froze and I stopped breathing.
Yes, you can hear, if you listen to the clip, you can hear her breathing out, but she never once breathes back in. And so in my head, I started to panic because I was thinking, she's not breathing in, like she's gonna stop breathing. There's no breath left, because she just kept going, and you can hear it going out, and her eyes roll back in her head, and but to her, she was fine. But to us on the outside, she was not fine. And I wanted it to stop, because I was worried about her. So we always take care of each other, and so I just wanted to pull her out.
Yeah, that's probably for the best, quite honestly.
Probably for the best.
It was very intense. It was when we do trance mediumship, when it's to that extent, what happened at Lizzie Borden House with Amy, and what happens in this clip with me at Hillsborough, it's very physical. So it does take a toll on you. And as you'll probably see in this clip, it can be quite intense.
It can be intense. Check out Tanya doing something crazy.
So
she's going counterclockwise. So she's supposed to that way we can officially go all the way down.
Is this our last song? Yep. And we'll go in front. Okay. And I'm behind you.
Oh, instantly.
Is the lighting okay, Aim?
Be careful.
Be careful. Be careful.
Is Tanya frozen? What's happening? Is she stiff? Are you?
It says nurse.
Says Tanya, are you okay? Uh-oh.
All right. Okay. I got you. Yeah.
What's happening? Her eyes are flickering.
Should we bring her back?
Bring her back.
You okay?
All right. She's not okay.
Come back.
It said nurse,
back.
right? When it said that, it said nurse.
Okay. Ready? Come back.
Tanya, please come back.
Come back.
Tanya.
Come back.
Tanya. Tanya. Tanya, release.
Please.
Break cords. Break the cords from her.
Yep.
Break it. What's happening?
Okay.
Can she breathe?
Yeah. She's coming back.
Oh, Tanya.
There you go.
Break it. Please release from Tanya, please. Do not hurt Tanya, please. You do not have permission. You need to go. Release.
Oh, how is there? Yeah. Shit. See, she's strong, isn't she?
She showed me a body on the ground, but I don't know whose.
As soon as her eyes flickered in the back of her head.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, come around.
The thing said nurse right at the time, like she was in.
That's not good.
You were like that was. Wait till you see that. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen.
I'm staying right here for a minute though.
All I have to say is thank God you were here, Jess, because
it just said good, so you're good now. So I wanted to show you a little bit about the evidence that we get, because we get so much good stuff. It's crazy.
It's good. So good.
So good. So we wanted to show you just a few of our favorite clips that we have. Every day.
It's hard to pick, right?
It's hard to pick because we keep getting more. As like we do this all the time, and we just keep getting more and more since we've made these clips. More has been happening, but that's besides the point. You can subscribe to our YouTube.
You could do that
if you want to see them, or follow us on our socials, or TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. We continue to collect so much good evidence. So we wanted to share with you a couple of clips here. One is at the Halifax Club. We did a private investigation for a podcast team that reached out to us, and they said, will you take us on our very first private investigation? So they wanted to podcast about it and then go on the investigation and have the whole experience. So we were like, yeah, let's do it. So we took them to the Halifax Club. It's a well-known old building, used to be a gentleman's club back in the day. And we got so much.
And there's tunnels. There's a big story about that. There's tunnels that would lead from the waterfront into the bottom of the Halifax Club, that they would actually sneak prostitutes in and alcohol. So there's a lot of stories you can imagine about what went down there. And so we jumped at the chance to investigate this because it's kind of an iconic location in our area. And it did not disappoint. Let's just put it that way.
So we have, you'll see in the clips, the Dead Bell.
Love the Dead Bell.
We love Dead Bell. We have that, and you'll see numerous times we bring Dead Bell out. In the Halifax Club clip, it was going off. We weren't even in the room.
Yeah,
we were totally out. We set it up, we left, and it starts.
Sorry, try that again.
We set it up in the other room, we left, and then we just start hearing it going off. There was nothing in the room because it was in a whole other room, and it starts just going bananas. So we started talking.
So you have to listen in this clip very closely. You'll see us come into this room, and you can hear the dead bell going off in the background very faintly.
Yes. So it was going off on its own. We go to talk to it. It's saying all kinds of words that relate to the location. It even says hi to Tanya, clear as day. Hi, Tanya. It was amazing.
Since I'm a prostitute, there's one thing.
Yeah. You're a prostitute? Since I'm a prostitute?
I didn't say I'm a prostitute.
You just said since I'm a prostitute. I swear you said it. Rewind, zip, zip, zip.
Since I'm a prostitute. It's great.
But it said all those things. So it was all alluding to all the history of that location. Yeah. And one really cool one with the dead bell we love was, and the SLS. We have an SLS, camera.
Like the real one.
The real one.
Big, heavy.
It's heavy to work, but we love it. We're obsessed with it. So we were at the Kings County Museum, and the dead bell kept going off. So we put the SLS on it to see if we could capture what was ringing the bell. And you can see the stick figure standing in front of the bell. And
which is so amazing to have the two different, you can hear the dead bell going off. Yeah. And that's exciting. But when you can map what the dead bell, what's touching.
Yeah.
Like what's touching the dead bell to go, that's different.
It was
completely
next level. So we asked it to ding the bell, and then you see the hand reach up and ding it. And then we said, will you ding it twice? Like, if you can hear us, will you ding it twice? And he goes, ding, ding, clear as day. It was so good. That was really fun. And another fun thing that happened, you're going to see at the Kings County Museum, is a Chucky doll got flown across the room. It was just a doll that was in there for props, in the props room. Yeah. And we had left the room. Tanya had a group of people up there. This
was during an event.
That we had. They were all leaving the room, and as they were leaving, the doll was in this.
They hear a big crash.
They heard a crash.
Them screaming.
Yes, it was thrown across the room because it was originally in this coffin that was on the side of the wall. And when they went to look at what the sound was, they noticed the Chucky doll was in the corner of the room, upside down, underneath a mannequin that had fallen on top of it. Someone had chucked it so hard that it just knocked everything off the wall.
And
it was
probably 8 feet.
Oh,
it was chucked it from the middle of the room to the corner
all the way
of the
over,
room,
and nobody was in the room.
It was
So you'll see the clip is the aftermath of that because we didn't catch it on camera. No one had cameras set up because they didn't.
We were doing an event.
We were just doing an event. We didn't even expect anything to happen. Like we were just having fun with people, and we didn't really expect so much craziness was going to happen.
Like that.
Epic. So you're going to see a little bit of the aftermath of the shock of what was happening. And what else do we have on there? Do we have
Henley House?
Oh, the Henley House. So you're going to see a little bit of the Henley House as well. The Henley House was an amazing. This was the kind of the triggering what we noticed the beginning of the feel good part. Not necessarily just having fun and feeling good, but actually connecting with people's loved ones. This was a breakthrough episode for us, a breakthrough investigation for us.
Yeah.
We ended up we thought we were connecting with the Henley family. That's who
Which we did.
We did
connect quite a bit with them, but there was this one part that wasn't quite adding up, and I'm sure if you're investigating, you'll understand what I'm talking about. We're just kind of like, something's just not right here, like it's not quite making sense. But we kept continually connecting with this one spirit that we weren't sure, it wasn't adding up that it was a Henley.
Right.
And a Henley family member group, because was a family home that's been converted into a pub and restaurant. And the reason we went there was waitresses and friends had told us, you gotta go check this Henley house out. So what ended up happening was the new owner's son who had passed 2 years ago. And this is completely caught in the moment when wasn't even us who figured, it wasn't really us, it was the people who we were investigating with that were connected to the family and to the Henley house.
They put it together. Enjoy this series of clips that's going to show you our epic evidence and give you an idea of our feel good.
Investigating!
Yeah. So we're gonna put Dead Bell on the safe because Tanya right away earlier had goosebumps. She was feeling this like crazy.
And all the hairs on my hands, my arms
just
stood
stood up. So we're just gonna stick Dead Bell on it, and we're gonna leave it, and we're gonna go.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's going off over there.
That shouldn't be going off anymore.
Hello. So he's getting our attention.
Yeah. Okay, so we gotta stand so we're not triggering.
This bell's just going off by itself on the safe.
It's like...
Okay, so we're gonna ask... Okay, I'm gonna come around this side of it. Okay, hi, can we have your attention? We see you. Can you stop ringing the bell for a second, please? If you want to talk with us, can you stop ringing the bell?
I know it's really cool, but we can't communicate.
Okay, can you please slow down? Good job, thank you. Thank you. We're going to ask you to stop, and then can you please stop ringing the bell?
Just for a moment, just for a second while we...
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is there some...
Oh. Can we get a name?
I know it didn't say that, but it sounded like, I'm a prostitute. Someday.
The party down here, you want to dance? It was dancing earlier. Yeah?
Hi, Tanya. Did you hear that? That was Claire's dance. Did you not hear that?
I heard that.
Recognize me. I've been around here a lot.
This is somebody outside of the Henley family. Green for yes, red for no.
Ooh. Is it Dave?
Oh, who's Dave?
It is, right?
Green for yes. I never even thought about it.
Who's Dave?
Was it you in the brewery that I saw that day?
Green for yes, red for no. I don't know I don't know what to do with that.
So who's Dave and what brewery? What's happening?
Okay. Chastity said you and I would be friends. Do you agree?
Oh my god.
Who's Dave? Who's Dave?
Dave is Meryl's son.
That passed away. So I felt him here a lot, and Meryl's not here, so I can say
I was just gonna say I don't think we should tell Meryl.
No, but I felt him here a ton. And I saw somebody in the brewery the one day, and I described him, and Chastity said it was Tim. So it wasn't Tim. It was you.
Dave, was that you? Green for yes, red for no. Oh my god.
I described him to a T. I said he's big, bushily beard, dark hair. She goes, it was Tim. I said it wasn't Tim. I know it
No,
wasn't
but that's
Tim.
what Dave looked like.
Yeah.
The two of them were two little peas in a pod. Oh, look.
Okay, I knew. We're good.
I never in a million years would have come up with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's who we've been talking to for
Yeah?
most of the night.
Dave?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah?
I do. Not all of it, but a
A
large.
lot? What can I do to help you? Who do you need me to connect with? Is it Becky? Is it Becky? Your mom?
So it's like you could.
He's trying
Pretty much.
Yeah. The emergency or something emerge. The emerge.
Becky
takes away all the noise.
Becky's got the emergency with him.
Oh,
right?
Oh my god.
Did we not see the emergency EMS right in front of us when we came here? And I said that's a bad sign.
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah.
Okay, that's crazy.
You coded.
Yeah, that's what it sounded said.
I coded.
I know.
Does that mean something?
Yes, I know.
Oh my god, I have goosebumps. He just said I coded.
What do you want me to tell her?
Well, he's touching the bell. He's.
Wow.
And then you can see them on.
You touched the bell again?
Can you ring the bell again? Thank you.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Doesn't look like a regular.
It doesn't look like it's really.
He just put his hand up. If that bell dings in 2 seconds, he has his hand up to the bell.
Yep.
Are you gonna ding the bell?
Touch the bell.
Can you ding it twice instead of just once?
If that goes, I'm gonna lose my damn mind because he's touching it right now.
Come on, you can do it. You stand his energy. Oh!
One more time.
You could see.
There you go.
But you can see his hand doing it.
His hand moving it.
Yeah, the Chucky doll.
Yes.
Flew across the room.
You have a Chucky doll?
Upstairs.
What?
Yeah,
That's where we were talking to
I hope they're video recording this.
That's where we were talking to David.
We're talking to David. Okay, you guys, we are talking to a kid named David, and Tanya just came down and said she's talking to a kid named David upstairs. So we're both talking to a kid named David. What are the chances? We're totally separate from in the building. We're separated.
Okay, so my little group, I left some of them in the room talking to supposedly David.
Yeah.
But my little group, we're not getting nothing. So I think we should either to go here or
You can come down here, go with them. So a Chucky doll just flew across the room. But come down. David's talking to us down here.
David's talking to us up there.
So is it one David?
I don't know. I don't know. But this is exciting.
David is a common name.
Are you a different David?
This is exciting. So I get.
It's behind the.
There's no way. There's no way that could have happened any other way.
No one. You guys didn't do anything.
No, I'm dead serious. No, I just walked out of here.
Aggression, stand.
Okay.
What? Is that what it said?
All got thrown across the room before we left. It was in that box.
The Chucky doll.
And the Chucky doll got thrown over here when we were leaving the room. When we were in
It was in the coffin, and now it's over behind the.
Why was it in the coffin?
It wasn't in here when we first came, but when we came in to investigate, the Chucky doll was standing in the
right in front of the coffin.
And then I was like, mad.
Why are you mad?
Because we were leaving.
Yeah, it's a second hand to see.
And then we went to leave. He was the last one out. All of a sudden, it just this big bang, and we all turned around, and the Chucky doll is now over here.
In the coffin.
Was there anybody else in
So
here?
yeah, so everyone was out. I was standing right here, and Keith was right by this. He was the last one coming out. And then
we all heard
the
crash.
noise.
I heard that.
Yeah, 'cause I was over
flashed
here.
the flashlight over, and the legs had slid down.
And the Chucky doll was from there
that was
to
over
there.
there is over there.
But the Chucky doll wasn't in there when we first came.
What is that?
No, it was over there.
Exactly. When we came back to investigate the room, it was there. But
We've
when
been
we
here
were
for
first
20
here, it
minutes or
wasn't there.
so.
They were in the room, and then they went back into the room, and then the Chucky doll was in the coffin, and then they were about to leave the room, and then the Chucky doll flew across the room and hit like one of the mannequins, and then
My light.
that's why you heard them scream. I thought like you would have heard them scream.
Oh, we heard them. I heard them scream.
Yeah, that's why they screamed. Because
So we hope you enjoyed all of these clips that we've shared. And so the next kind of little tidbit here is just kind of showing you, that a bit of our events, like these are our little posters that we make up. We have 3 different types of events that we do. We do group investigations where we bring a group of people in and we investigate.
It's usually about a 3 or
4
4 hour event.
We do the investigation in the location. The second type of event that we do is we do one called Food and Spirits. Food and Spirits is our signature.
Well, we've been doing Food and Spirits before we were doing the events Food and Spirits because we've been to lots of haunted restaurants and had lots of food spirits. It just seemed natural. Why not make it an offering? Like, why not do that?
And something that we always do after we investigate, we always eat gostros or nachos, and we debrief during our eating of the nachos.
Yeah.
So we're talking about spirits while we're eating food. And so we just kind of naturally came up with this Food and Spirits style event. So
plus we launched our own branded beer.
We have
Blueberry
beer. It's a blueberry flavored ale.
Branded beer. So it's a blueberry ale.
And so, spirits. So we have this, naturally, it kind of made sense. We partnered with Great Roads Brewery and we came up with this blueberry ale. And so we bring these with the events, like the licensed restaurants will have these during the events, which is kind of fun for those who are legal age, can enjoy our spirit while eating food and having spirits. So the Food and Spirits events is we have a meal and then we investigate that location. And if that location isn't investigatable, we usually pick a location nearby that we can eat and then go investigate.
Yeah.
So
it makes for a really fun evening. It makes for a really unique experience,
Absolutely. It's a great night. It's about 5 or 6 hour experience. People have a great time, fill their bellies, go have some fun, investigate.
Create some memories.
And have memories. And then the last type of event that we have is a paranormal retreat or like an overnight experience. So we pick places such as Dorchester Jail, Liscombe Lodge, and people we have an event where we sleep over in the haunted location. It's an overnight experience. And so those are the types of events that we do, and we absolutely love them. And our big goal is that people may hire us internationally. And, if they want us to host events outside of our hometown, we are open to travel.
We certainly are.
So just throwing that out there, ask, you don't get, right?
That's right.
So we love doing our events. A lot of these are hosted in our hometown of Nova Scotia or our province.
And it's not just us, it's not just us, you watching us investigate. Like, we have kits for everybody where they get their own EMF reader, their own like spirit or cat ball, and they really get to immerse themselves with our guidance, and they get to use the actual
Play with all the things. We have so much equipment.
All of the things,
Like,
all of the things.
this is a fraction.
This is like a baby amount of this. Wait, read this one.
We have SLS, we've got literally, pendulums, dowsing rods. We have so much equipment, and we let everybody experience it and play with it. And so we have a really, like, we invest a lot into our events. And so right now in, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick right now, and, we go across Canada, hopefully US and international. Soul Seekers Paranormal! So anyways, it's a great fun. We love to do it, and we put our videos up on YouTube for you to enjoy, and our social media as well. So yeah, just check us out at soulseekersparanormal.com if you ever want to.
YouTube, TikTok, Insta, Facebook. We're all over the place.
So thank you guys for watching our presentation. We hope you felt good after watching this.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow. There we go, guys. A huge thank you to Amy and Tanya. Man, I've been on a few ghost hunts with Amy, and she is a magnet for the paranormal. In fact, got a little something for you, Amy and Tanya. Yeah, you're going to want to bring this with you next time. Sorry about the ghosts and the machine guys. Apologies to everyone out there for our tech issues, but thank you again to Amy and Tanya for stopping by, and for everyone sticking with us through our technical difficulties there. But we got everything back. None of you left. We only gained viewers, so that is incredible. So huge thank you again to Soul Seekers Paranormal and to Ash Ellis. Those were fantastic. Let's see, what else do I have, guys? So I was notified during the last talks that our merch shop is on sale right now. So you get discounts on your Anomacon merch. You can go to anomacon.com to learn more, or there's a link in the show notes for our merch as well. Let's see. Super Chat, Super Stickers are still open, but let's not waste any more time. Let's get to our next talks, and that is going to be, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm going to have to pull up our talks because of our tech issues. I was not able to get these all set up for you guys, but we are going to be speaking with first Dr. John Findora. So Dr. Findora has taught for over 20 years, 16 of those in higher education. He's given dozens of presentations around the country on different aspects of learning and learning assistance. The author of 2 poetry collections, he holds a research doctorate in educational technology and has focused on studying educational tech in college, writing centers, digital learning environments, and the effects of AI on learning. He is also a licensed psychotherapist working with adolescents and is very comfortable listening to the stories of others without making a judgment, which is helpful in many, many areas. And then directly following Dr. John Findora, we are going to have Lester Nair. Lester stands at the confluence of technology, real estate innovation, and the world of UAP. As the visionary founder of UAP Caucus, Lester has pioneered a platform that melds scientific inquiry with public policy and community engagement, shedding light on one of the most perplexing subjects of our time. With an esteemed academic foundation from Princeton University and a dynamic career that spans over a decade in the startup ecosystem, Lester has been instrumental in redefining the real estate sector. His leadership in developing Steadworth, a revolutionary platform designed to democratize home ownership, showcases his commitment to leveraging technology for societal advancement. His dual role as a tech entrepreneur and UAP advocate exemplifies a unique blend of practical innovation and exploratory zeal, making him a distinctive voice in the ongoing conversation about humanity's place in the cosmos. All right, guys, so we're going all UFOs for the next hour, hour and a half or so. So sit back, grab a drink, grab some snacks. Let's talk UFOs with Dr. Jim Fendora and Lester Nair. Give me one moment to pull this up for you guys. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Dr. John Fendora, and I'm going to be talking about the stories we tell, the importance of witnesses and qualitative data in research, UAP or otherwise. So a question I'm asked a lot is, who the hell are you and why are you in my kitchen? I don't have an answer for that, but I can tell you who I am. So I'm a professional educator. I've been teaching for over 20 years now. I run the Writing Center at a community college in New Jersey. I also teach composition and literature. I teach technical writing in a local university in their College of Engineering and Computer Sciences. I hold an EDD in educational technology. It is a research doctorate, so I do research. I've done quite a bit of research. I've looked at things like next generation digital learning environments, AI, ChatGPT, virtual reality, augmented reality, things like that. I'm also a licensed associate counselor in New Jersey and a national board certified counselor. And I did practice psychotherapy for about 5 years. I worked with adolescents. So when it comes to research, I have a lot of experience researching different technologies and stuff like that. And my focus when I research is not necessarily the technology itself. I'm not a computer scientist. I don't do programming. I don't do coding. I don't do algorithms. What I'm interested in when I'm doing research is users' perceptions of them, how people use those technologies, what they get out of them, what they think of them, some of the off-label uses of those technologies that they use. And to do this, I interview. I do a lot of interviews. And that's what qualitative data is. It's researching, and it's not looking at I'm not looking at circuit boards and actual software. What I'm looking at are people's stories. And, everyone wants to see, the UFO that lands on the White House lawn. We want to take that, analyze it, ask them where they come from, all that stuff. So far that hasn't happened. But qualitative data, those witness stories, those witness testimonies, those are legitimate data points. Those are just as valuable as, holding a piece of a flying saucer in your hand. I think for the general public, most people would rather, have the alien body that they can see and run medical exams on. But as far as researchers go, those witness testimonies, those stories, they are just as important and give you, a lot of information that can be useful. So that's what I'm going to be talking about here. And, I hope I'm able to straighten out some things. I know a lot of people out there like to conduct their own research and, question like, well, I don't have any alien biologics at home, so how can I do research? Well, you can still interview people. And my training as a psychotherapist, it's a lot of listening to people, non-judgmental listening to people, listening to them tell me their stories. And listening, I think when a lot of people are engaging in a conversation with someone, when you're talking, a lot of times what happens is you're not really listening to them. What you're doing is you're thinking of the next thing you're going to say while they're speaking. So you're not actually hearing what they're saying. As a psychotherapist, you learn to not do that. Just to fully immerse yourself in what you're being told, what the other person is saying. No matter how outlandish, no matter how, I don't want to say crazy, but sometimes how crazy it sounds, we withhold judgment and we sit there and we listen, because a lot of times these things are not crazy. These are real experiences that, these people are having, and this is the way they're interpreting them. And, who am I to say if they're interpreting them correctly or not? So that is what I'm going to be talking about today. And I just want to thank Ryan Sprague and everyone at Anomacon for letting me do this. This is, a topic I've been interested in since I was a little kid. And usually, I try and work it into a couple of English classes here and there, but it gets a little difficult sometimes. So hopefully this is the right audience where I can talk about some of these things and you're going to get something out of it. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is gathering witness testimonies, speaking with people. So let me start right off the bat. A lot of people, when it comes to witnesses and the stories they're telling, they say, well, a lot of times they're wrong. And they point to a lot of studies with police lineups. Someone robs a bank, there's 12 people there. They, guy steals the money, the police interview those 12 people. They get 12 different accounts of what happened. He was wearing a red hat. He was wearing a blue hat. He was 6 feet tall. He was 5'7". He was dark skinned. He was light skinned. He had a mustache. He didn't have a mustache. And it's well known. Police lineups like that are notoriously unreliable for picking out specific people from a lineup. I think the number is something like 30% are end up being incorrect. So the thing is, though, when there is a robbery and there's 12 people who witness it, the police are going to get different descriptions of the robber, the clothes they're wearing, the height, all that stuff. What they tend to not get wrong is the fact that there was a robbery. The witnesses may not get all the specifics correct. Memory is a funny thing. High stress situations tends to affect how you perceive things. For some people, things slow down. For others, things speed up. Some people get tunnel vision. There's a lot of physiological things that happen that can affect your perception of, the person that is there. What is not affected is the fact that you saw something. So in many UAP sightings with multiple witnesses, the people see different things. Oh, it was a saucer. Oh, it's like an egg. Oh, I saw beings. They had 4 fingers. Oh, they had 5 fingers with suction cups. And there's a lot of different things being said. But just like in a police lineup, they've seen something. There's no debating that. What exactly they've seen, that can be up for debate, but not the fact that they saw something. So the first thing I want to talk about is the Ariel School incident. Many of you know, back in September of 1994, in a small village in Zimbabwe, at a school called the Ariel School, about 62 children witnessed an anomalous craft land outside their school. And many of them also saw beings exiting this craft. And reported communication from these beings telepathically. This is one of those things, when I was a kid, did I make stuff up? Everyone makes stuff up. But the interesting thing about this one is that Dr. John Mack was involved in researching this. And Dr. John Mack, he's a really big name in a lot of areas. He was a Harvard psychiatrist, and he really took an interest in these anomalous phenomena, especially with witnesses. Now, as a trained psychiatrist, like I said, John Mack was trained in asking the right questions and listening to the responses, getting people to trust him and tell him things. Now, I will tell you, as a therapist working with people, it's often really hard to get them to tell you exactly what happened. They're coming to me, they're, making an appointment, they're paying, and they sit there and, in cases it's taken, 4 or 5 weeks before they're really able to tell me about why they're there. People don't like being judged, and even though, tell them I'm not judging you, no one wants to get judged. No one wants to say, hey, I'm super depressed, this, that. The other thing, it's uncomfortable to say it. And, look around the room, most of the people have depression. When it comes to seeing aliens land, people are a lot less willing to talk about that. So just getting someone to talk about that is a tremendous step. And John Mack was able to interview these 62 children and get a lot of information from them. Some of the things that are, you can't argue with is these kids saw something. I mean, it's been going on 30 years now, and these children who are now adults have not changed their story. They're not saying, oh, I was screwing with you guys. Or, well, he told me he saw something, so I was like, yeah, I saw something too. That hasn't happened. These kids have stuck to what they've said. There's been no monetary gain for them. There's been no positives for them sticking to this. In fact, just the opposite. Most of them have had to deal with ridicule and scorn and people being like, well, you're insane. And no one wants that, especially not for 30 years. At some point over that length of time, most people would say, you're right. I didn't see anything. I was just screwing with you all. Yes. All right. So stop bothering me. I didn't say anything. But that's not what happened. They're still, saying, hey, this is what happened. This is what I saw. And one of the people that believed them was Dr. John Mack, who is, an expert on this type of thing, on mental disorders and mental illnesses, and people telling him, God is talking to me, and he's able to sit down and be like, okay, well, let's see what's going on here, and figure out, okay, well, you have oral hallucinations, it's schizophrenia. These kids, he's saying, no, it's not schizophrenia. They saw something. They saw something real. Whether they were aliens from Alpha Centauri or whatever, who the hell knows? But they witnessed something, and they believe that it was a spacecraft with aliens in it. So do I believe that? Well, it doesn't really matter what I believe, because that's the whole point of doing research. I have no reason to question Dr. Mack's conclusions, his analysis. He knows way more about how the brain works than I do, and he believed this is legitimate. So, not one who often questions things like that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things in physics that I don't understand. In quantum entanglement, spooky relationships over a distance. I don't understand that. That sounds like either magic or bullshit to me. But scientists who know what they're talking about are going to go, nope, this is real. We've done experiments. This is what's going on. So, if you're willing to listen to them about that, well, maybe we should listen to the guy who really understands how the brain works and people's perceptions of things and how they kind of internalize these things. Let's listen to him and see what he has to say. I think a really good book to read to kind of understand this a little bit more is D.W. Pasulka's Encounters, where she talks about a lot of people that she's spoken to. And there's a tremendous amount of data points out there with this information in it. And this information, once you gather it, you analyze it and you look for patterns. You look for things that pop out at you. And at some point, you can't just say, well, I don't believe it. You have to look at what the data is telling you. And what the data is telling you is there's something there. The Titanic, we all know it sank. Hit an iceberg, it sank. Well, how did we know that in 1912? Well, the people who were there said, yeah, it was on the boat, hit an iceberg, it sank. So we used the data that we had. We found, 1,200 people or whatever, in the middle of the ocean, couldn't find the boat. They said it hit an iceberg. Okay, that's what happened. We listened to their story, looked around, believed them. It wasn't until many, many years later when we actually found the Titanic and say, oh yeah, hey, there's the damage. It probably did hit an iceberg and sink. So, we kind of pick and choose what we're going to believe, what data we're going to say, okay, I agree with that data, based on our preconceived notions of different things. There's still people who don't believe we went to the moon. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what data is going to change their mind. I don't know, what data is going to change the mind of people who believe that, airplanes are releasing chemtrails and controlling the weather. Like, do I think that? No, but they believe it even though the data says otherwise. Some people are going to look at data and just totally disregard it and ignore it and come up with their own. And you can do that. You're wrong, but you can do it. Another really interesting bit of witness testimony comes from the Pascagoula event in 1973 with Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, two guys who were fishing down in Pascagoula and said they were abducted by aliens. And, as soon as someone says, I was abducted by aliens, I think most people go, well, okay, you're out fishing, had a couple beers, yeah, I was abducted by aliens too. Except these two guys were not the kind of people that we're going to make this up. Again, very few people want to bring attention to the fact that something is off. People don't like to talk about the negative stuff. They don't want people to think that they're crazy. They don't want people to think that they have wild imaginations, that they're suckers, that they're fools. These two gentlemen also felt like that. They don't want people thinking that, they're insane. Again, nothing to gain from this. They gained nothing other than having people question them for the rest of their lives. The information they gave together and separately was extremely consistent. It has since been backed up by some other witnesses who did see strange lights in the area where they were on that particular night. The other people were not abducted, but they did see something that they believed was strange. They referred to it as a UFO. And these two gentlemen had an experience that they really have no reason to make up. If you look at the reasons people tend to make up stories, it's either, for monetary gain, to save face, to get themselves out of trouble. None of those things were at play here. They made no money. They were not in any sort of trouble. They weren't saving face. And in fact, anything, it brought unwanted attention and made them look you know, made people look at them differently. Like, oh, there's the guy that was talking like aliens. You know, that's not exactly what they were after. What they wanted was to share their story. So here we have another data point of people with nothing to gain, seeing something, talking about it, and it being relegated to wild imagination because there's no physical, there's nothing to hold. There's nothing for me to hold in my hands and stick under a microscope. So it gets written off. About 9 years before Pascagoula was the Juan y Zamora incident in Socorro, New Mexico. Again, this is a rather famous one. Juan y Zamora was a police officer. He was chasing someone, and he thought he saw an overturned car in an arroyo. He pulled off and went, and what he saw instead was what he described as an egg-shaped craft with humanoid-like figures walking around it. He observed them. They noticed him. They got back into the craft. They took off with an audible engine, left burn marks on the ground. And, you know, Juan y Zamora called us in. He was a trained observer. The site was looked at. There were physical things there. There was burned grass. There was indentations where this craft had landed. And again, you know, Juan y Zamora had reasons to not tell anyone about this. And here's where we get into another interesting thing, which is the expert observer. Because Juan y Zamora was a police officer. In the Pascagoula incident, they were just a bunch of guys out fishing. The Ariel School incident, you got a bunch of school children. Can they be mistaken? Well, 100%. Anyone can be mistaken. But expert observers tends to be less. They tend to know what they're looking at. So Juan y Zamora says, this is what I saw. He was not prone to flights of fancy. He was given a psychological exam. Everything looked great. This is what he saw. And yet, for most people, they look and they say, well, you know, that's not what he saw. This guy's trained to do this, but that's not what he saw. And that's a really easy way of getting rid of data that you don't want to deal with. Anyone doing serious research does not throw away data like that, because who am I to tell, you know, what is real, what's not real? Just because something sounds, you know, improbable, I can't just disregard that data. That's not how research works. So with the observer, you get into things such as David Fravor in the Tic Tac, the Nimitz encounter in 2004, where he, you know, saw the Tic Tac. I think everyone knows about that now. Again, this is someone who's trained to observe things, to see things, know what they are. You know, if I'm flying in an airplane and I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at. I'm not trained to do that. But if you were to, you know, come observe my classroom and say, well, you know, I've been a carpenter for 15 years and I couldn't help but notice you're teaching these kids how to write essays the wrong way. I'd be like, what the hell? You know, your opinion is not doing a whole lot for me, because I'm an expert in doing this. I've been doing this for a very long time. I was trained how to do this. You have no knowledge of how to do this, and you're telling me what I'm doing is wrong. You know, I don't fly F-18s. I'm not an observer. If he's saying, hey, this is what happened, I'm tending to believe him. You know, it's kind of like, I had a plumber at my house last week. There's a valve that broke. And the plumber came in, he looks, he goes, yep, you know, your valve's broken. It's going to be, you know, however much money to replace it. And I said, oh God, I can't have my house flood. So he replaced it. And I was thinking, like, what would happen if I call up the plumber? He comes over to my house, opens up, you know, the little pump house, and he looks in there and goes, yeah, you know what? I've never seen anything like this before. I don't know what that is. So I would think, well, I got myself a not very good plumber. Then I call another plumber in, and he comes over and he goes, yeah, you know, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've seen every type of pipe and valve that is known to mankind, and I have no idea what that is. I've never seen anything like that. Okay, well, maybe I got 2 lousy plumbers. The thing is, how many plumbers do I have to call in who tell me, I've never seen that before. I don't know what that is. Before I start to think, maybe that's not what I think it is. Maybe something is off with that. Because all these guys who are specially trained to work with pipes and valves and this, they're looking at it and going, I don't know that's never seen anything like that. And yet, you have a Navy fighter pilot saying, yeah, I don't know, I've never seen anything like that. And people go, you're mistaken, it was a bird. Like that's, could it be a bird? Sure. On a probability scale, is it a bird? Probably not. These people don't make mistakes like that. And if one person does make a mistake, the chances of a second person also making a mistake are extremely, extremely small. I'm not a statistician, but I've done statistics enough to know that, there is a margin of error. But at some point, it is what it is. You're not going to have, 4 fighter pilots make the same mistake. That's not going to happen. That's, statistically extraordinarily unlikely. Let's take a quick stop over in England. Bentwaters Air Force Base, Rendlesham Forest, 1980. Here's another good one. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this. Over a few nights, there were numerous reports of anomalous aircraft flying over the forest over Bentwaters Air Force Base, which is a joint U.S. RAF base with a stockpile of nuclear weapons in it. And on at least one occasion, the deputy base commander, whose name was Colonel Charles Holt, went out with a group of other Air Force personnel to see what this thing was. He took contemporaneous voice memos. And that is actually available. You can Google it. I'm sure you can find it. And he's describing what he's seeing. And what he's seeing is a triangular shaped object illuminating the forest around them, leaving burn marks on trees, leaving radiation. And the official explanation for this afterwards was that they misidentified a lighthouse with this object. So again, here's a person who's kind of in charge of a whole bunch of nuclear weapons, and he mistook a lighthouse for a glowing triangular object that left burn marks in the middle of the forest. Again, is that possible? Sure, it's possible. Anything's possible. Or is it more likely that he did see something and it was not a lighthouse? Based on the other data available, statements from other people who were there, it seems extremely probable that that is exactly what happened, that there was something in the woods that was not a lighthouse, something that was anomalous. And here's another data point that often gets thrown out because, where's the physical stuff? Where's the physical stuff? Well, they had physical stuff. Burn marks on trees, radiation levels were, elevated. But, again, that kind of, we don't know what could have caused that. And they just take that qualitative information, those witness statements, that witness testimony, what they saw, what they felt, they take that, throw out to the side because people can be mistaken. Right. Air Force officers in charge of nuclear weapon arsenals are rarely, mistaken about things like that. Especially when their entire livelihoods are on the line, their careers, and not just their careers, their reputations. The military doesn't take these things lightly. And for someone to come out and say, hey, this is what I saw, and for a whole bunch of people to go, that sounds weird though, so I'm going to choose not to believe it. Again, it's not about whether you believe it or not. It's looking at the data. It's taking these data points. It's analyzing them. and trying to figure out what is the most likely explanation for this. Even if you don't come up with a likely explanation, what is this saying? What does this mean? And over the years, I've looked at, hundreds of these cases and hundreds of, these witness statements and these testimonies from people that are either expert eyewitnesses or people who have no reason to tell anything except the truth. In fact, it would be better for them if they didn't say anything at all or lied and said, "No, I saw nothing." But they're not doing that. They're telling what they saw to their detriment. Why would people do that? Is it possible that, it's, mass hysteria? Sure, it's possible. Does that happen? Yeah, it could. With things like this, though, not like this. It'd be a real stretch when looking at things like the DSM-5, the manual for diagnosing mental disorders. You could probably do it to be a stretch. It doesn't really fit, but you could. But I'll tell you one of the most important things about doing research, and that is you go where the data takes you. You can't go in with preconceived notions. You can't go in saying, "Hey, I'm going to prove this," because you're not going to do it right. The research is going to be tainted. If you want to prove something, you probably can. That's not the best way of doing it. The best way is going in saying, "Hey, you know what? I don't know what the answer is, but I'm going to look at this data and I'm going to analyze this data and I'm going to figure out the best interpretation for this data." And, this is something I do on a regular basis with educational technology and different other parts of education. And I'm able to make good decisions and get high quality results that really answer some questions. With this subject, you really need to do the same thing. And, I think this is one of those things where, a lot of people laugh when I say I'm going to do a presentation on UFOs and stuff, and everyone's laughing like, "Oh, of course you would." But, I do take this seriously because someone's got to do it. I mean, Gary Nolan out in Stanford, he's taking this very seriously. Avi Loeb is taking this very seriously. There's these serious scientists taking this very seriously who are much better at this and much smarter and much more capable than me. But even I'm able to take some of these data points and look at them and, come up with an analysis that says something is there. What is it? I can't tell you. Where does it come from? I don't know. But it's a real thing. These objects are there. Are they coming from outer space? Are they coming from another dimension? I don't know. And, as soon as you say UFOs, people start thinking, well, you're wacky. But, you talk about the Marian apparitions in Fatima, and you've got 1 billion Catholics who go, yeah, Virgin Mary appeared. It's 3 girls. And people seem to be okay with that. And, as a Catholic, I look at that and go, yeah, that's... And for me, I think, the religious thing and the anomalous phenomena thing and the consciousness thing, it's all part of a big picture, these things that we don't understand, that we may never understand. But if you look at them seriously and not take it as a joke, you can get some really good information out of it. Some that says, something is going on here. Something anomalous is happening. Am I able to explain it? No. But I can say that these people are having these experiences. That's real. They're seeing something that's real. and they don't know what it is, and I don't know what it is. But just to laugh and say, "You're nuts. That's swamp gas." That's being dismissive, and that's not going to find out what's going on. No one does that in other areas of science. No one is doing quantum mechanics and going, that seems like bullshit, I'm just going to ignore it. You can't do that. You go where the data takes you. So I don't think I really said anything that a lot of you may not know, when it comes to certain cases and whatnot. But, as someone who is trained in research, someone who does do research, this is a legitimate thing that you can do. And, you need to look at that qualitative data, the stories of people. For the most part, people are going to tell you what they believe is the truth. And you have to look at that, and you have to look at it non-judgmentally. And I'm not saying believe every single thing that they say, but you have to go in with an open mind and take that information and then figure out what that information is telling you. I hope this helps for all you amateur armchair researchers out there. And if anyone's into poetry, feel free to go to Amazon or barnesandnoble.com, buy my books. Thanks for listening. Take care.
We have credible sightings now in the United States, Canada, England, Hungary, Finland, Sweden, Guam, and Japan. Not to mention unconfirmed reports elsewhere. No sound, extreme maneuverability, high rate of climb, hypersonic velocity, no apparent means of propulsion, no heat signatures of any kind, and shaped like discs. Flying saucers.
Hello, Anomacon 2024, and welcome to our presentation, Beyond the UAPDA, Shaping the Next Generation of UAP Policy and Governance. My name is Lester Nare, founder at UAP Caucus, and in this presentation, we're going to explore a comprehensive framework that tries to address the complex nature and challenges around creating policy related to unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. So let's dive right in. Let's begin with an overview of where we stand today in UAP policy. First, the UAP Disclosure Act, or UAPDA, of 2024. This legislation mandates transparency and establishes a basic governance structure for UAP-related matters. It's a crucial first step in addressing this complex phenomenon. However, the UAPDA has limitations. It focuses primarily on military and intelligence sectors, and it lacks a comprehensive approach to addressing the wider societal implications of UAP. This is where the National UAP Response Plan, or NURP, comes in. This plan represents a holistic framework for UAP policy and governance designed to address the wide-ranging implications of UAP across all sectors of society and government. As we move through this presentation, we'll explore how this plan aims to take us beyond disclosure and into an era of productive UAP management and understanding. Let's delve into the first key area of our National UAP Response Plan, governance structures. Now, some of these first components will sound very familiar. First, we propose creating new UAP agencies. This would be specialized departments designed specifically for UAP oversight and management, ensuring focused attention and expertise on this complex issue. Next, we need to restructure existing bodies. This involves incorporating UAP responsibilities into current governmental structures, allowing for the integration of UAP considerations across all relevant areas of governance. Third, we must establish clear command chains. This means creating unambiguous decision-making processes for UAP incidents, ensuring that in critical moments there is no confusion about who's in charge or what protocols to follow. Fourth is the need for adaptive governance. We need to create flexible models that can evolve with our understanding of UAP. As we learn more, our governance structures should be able to adapt quickly and effectively. And lastly, we need comprehensive regulatory frameworks. This involves developing detailed guidelines for all UAP-related activities, from reporting requirements to potential technological applications. By implementing these governance structures, we'll be better prepared to manage UAP-related challenges and opportunities in a coordinated and effective manner. The next key area focuses on oversight mechanisms. These are crucial for ensuring accountability, transparency, and effectiveness in UAP-related governance. First on the list are civilian oversight bodies. These would be review boards similar to the review board that's been proposed in the UAPDA, with appropriate security clearances designed to provide independent scrutiny of UAP programs and policies. Next are agency reporting requirements, also included in the UAPDA. Clear protocols for UAP-related activities, ensuring that all agencies are held accountable for their actions and decisions. Congressional oversight is another vital component. Specialized committees for UAP matters would allow for legislative supervision and guidance on these complex issues. Internal watchdogs within relevant agencies would serve as an additional layer of oversight, monitoring UAP programs to ensure compliance with established protocols. Regular audits are essential for maintaining transparency and effectiveness, with periodic reviews of UAP-related operations to help identify areas for improvement and ensure that resources are being used appropriately. Finally, and this won't be the first time this comes up, whistleblower protections are crucial. Systems to safeguard those reporting UAP-related concerns encourage transparency and help to prevent potential abuses or continued cover-ups. These oversight mechanisms, working in concert, create a robust system of checks and balances in UAP governance, promoting accountability and, crucially, public trust. The third key area is the interagency process. This focuses on fostering effective collaboration and information sharing among various government agencies involved in UAP-related matters. Easier said than done. A centralized task force is a critical component. This would be a UAP coordination center with representatives from relevant agencies such as the DoD, FAA, NASA, and others, ensuring a unified approach to UAP management. This coordination would be separate and apart from the work of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW, which is a decidedly DoD-related program. Standard information sharing protocols are essential. This would enable efficient exchange of UAP-related data across agencies, balancing the need for transparency with security concerns. Joint training programs would ensure consistent understanding and handling of UAP incidents across different agencies, promoting a cohesive response to UAP events. Secure, interoperable communication systems are needed for real-time information sharing during UAP events, allowing for rapid and coordinated responses. Clear role delineation among agencies is important to avoid duplication of efforts, which we have seen in the past, and to ensure comprehensive coverage of all aspects of UAP management. Finally, regular collaboration through interagency briefings and working groups would facilitate ongoing discussions on UAP developments and coordinate responses effectively, a welcome change to the history of our approach to the subject. This interagency process is designed to create a seamless, collaborative approach to UAP management across all relevant government bodies. The next key area in the National UAP Response Plan addresses criminal justice and legal protections. This section focuses on developing a robust legal framework to address potential crimes related to UAP activities, protect whistleblowers, and ensure due process. UAP-specific statutes are a crucial starting point. This would involve developing clear legal definitions and regulations related to UAP-linked activities, including potential crimes associated with the concealment of evidence or unauthorized technology exploitation. Whistleblower safeguards are equally important. Robust protection laws tailored to UAP-related disclosures are essential, considering the unique challenge posed by highly classified programs. For specialized investigations, legal frameworks are needed for investigating and prosecuting alleged crimes related to UAP activities, such as unauthorized crash retrieval or reverse engineering programs. Classified information procedures are crucial. This involves developing legal protocols for handling sensitive, classified information in court proceedings related to UAP cases. Historical case reviews may also be necessary. This could involve examining the potential for addressing or providing closure for past UAP-related incidents, possibly through immunity programs or special investigative bodies. Finally, private sector guidelines are needed to establish clear legal boundaries for industry involvement in UAP research and technology development. This comprehensive legal framework aims to ensure accountability, protect individual rights, and address potential criminal activities in the complex landscape of UAP-related matters. The Declassification and Public Transparency section focuses on responsibly sharing UAP-related information with the public while maintaining necessary security protocols. A comprehensive declassification framework is crucial. This involves establishing clear criteria for reviewing and releasing UAP-related documents, balancing the public's right to know with national security considerations. This is currently a responsibility that is being proposed for the review board as a part of the UAPDA. A dedicated public information office serves as a centralized source for declassified UAP information. This office would be responsible for disseminating accurate, up-to-date information to the public and media. This is currently a responsibility that is shared across the National Archives, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and the proposed review board in the UAPDA. This responsibility should be clarified to a single public office outside of the control of the Department of Defense. Regular public briefings are also essential for maintaining transparency. These periodic updates on UAP activities and findings help keep the public informed and engaged. Clear FOIA request protocols are necessary to handle the anticipated increase in UAP-related information requests. These procedures ensure timely and appropriate responses to public inquiries, and we already know that there is a backup that will only get worse as the public becomes more aware of the information that the U.S. government knows about UAP. Redaction guidelines provide a standardized approach to protecting sensitive details while maximizing the amount of information released. This balances transparency with the need to safeguard critical information. Authenticity measures, such as digital watermarking, can be implemented to verify the integrity of declassified information and prevent the spread of misinformation. These are just a few measures aimed to foster public trust, enable informed discourse, and support scientific inquiry while maintaining necessary safeguards for sensitive information related to UAP. The scientific research and data access component of the National UAP Response Plan is crucial for advancing our understanding of UAP through rigorous public scientific inquiry. A dedicated research program forms the cornerstone of this approach. This involves establishing well-funded UAP studies across various scientific disciplines, ensuring a comprehensive and multifaceted examination of the phenomenon. A centralized UAP database is essential for coordinating research efforts. This secure repository would be accessible to qualified researchers, allowing for collaborative analysis and cross-referencing of UAP data. Standardized methodologies are key to ensuring the reliability and comparability of UAP data. By implementing consistent protocols for data collection, researchers can build a more coherent body of knowledge about UAP. Interdisciplinary collaboration is emphasized in this plan. Research teams spanning multiple scientific fields can provide diverse perspectives and expertise, leading to more comprehensive insights into the phenomenon. Grant funding plays a vital role in supporting independent UAP research. Financial support for academic institutions and independent researchers helps broaden the scope of UAP studies beyond government-led initiatives. Lastly, citizen science integration recognizes the potential contributions of the public. By incorporating citizen observations and data into formal UAP studies, researchers can significantly expand their data set and potentially uncover new patterns or phenomena. This multifaceted approach to scientific research and data access aims to elevate UAP studies to a rigorous, mainstream scientific endeavor, fostering a deeper understanding of these phenomena through collaborative, evidence-based inquiry. Technology assessment and integration addresses the complex task of evaluating and potentially incorporating advanced technologies associated with UAP in the public domain. Expert assessment teams are at the forefront of this effort. These specialized groups, composed of leading scientists and engineers from various fields, are tasked with evaluating and potentially reverse engineering any recovered UAP technology or materials. Secure research facilities provide protected environments for the study of UAP-related materials. These facilities ensure the safe handling, storage, and analysis of potentially exotic or advanced technologies. A technology integration framework guides the process of responsibly adopting UAP-derived innovations. This framework considers potential applications across various sectors from energy and transportation to communications and beyond. Ethical guidelines are crucial for ensuring responsible research and application of UAP technologies. These standards address the moral and societal implications of potentially transformative technological advancements. Risk assessment protocols help evaluate the potential impacts of introducing advanced UAP-related technologies. These methods consider scientific, economic, and societal factors to guide decision-making. Private sector collaboration parameters define how industry can be involved in UAP technology development. This ensures private entities can contribute their expertise while adhering to necessary security and ethical standards. By implementing these measures, the plan aims to responsibly harness any technological advancements derived from UAP research, potentially leading to significant scientific and societal benefits. The aviation safety component addresses the critical intersection of UAP activity and air travel safety. Standardized reporting protocols are fundamental to this approach. These protocols provide a uniform method for pilots, air traffic controllers, and other aviation personnel to document UAP encounters, ensuring consistent and comprehensive data collection. The recently proposed Safe Airspace for Americans bill attempted to address these standardized reporting protocols. Pilot response guidelines offer clear procedures for UAP encounters during flights. These guidelines prioritize flight safety while also facilitating valuable data gathering when possible. ATC system integration involves incorporating UAP detection and tracking capabilities into existing air traffic control systems. This integration enhances overall situational awareness and improves the ability to manage potential UAP-related air safety risks. Specialized training programs are crucial for educating aviation personnel on UAP recognition and appropriate response procedures. This training ensures that pilots, air traffic controllers, and other staff are prepared to handle UAP encounters effectively. Real-time data sharing systems enable rapid communication of UAP incidents between civilian and military aviation authorities. This swift information exchange is vital for coordinated responses to potential UAP-related safety concerns. Risk assessment models provide frameworks to evaluate the potential impacts of different types of UAP encounters on flight safety. These models help in developing targeted mitigation strategies and informing aviation safety policies. By implementing these measures, the aviation safety component of this plan aims to enhance air travel safety in light of UAP activity while also contributing valuable data to the broader understanding of the UAP phenomenon. The nuclear deterrence and strategic security component of the National UAP Response Plan addresses the critical intersection between UAP activity and nuclear capabilities. Enhanced facility security is a top priority. This involves implementing advanced protocols at nuclear sites to detect, monitor, and respond to UAP activity. These measures aim to protect critical nuclear assets from potential UAP interference. Incident response plans specific to UAP encounters near nuclear facilities are crucial. These procedures ensure a coordinated and effective response to any UAP activity in proximity to nuclear assets, maintaining the security and integrity of these sites. A strategic stability assessment is necessary to evaluate the implications of UAP on nuclear deterrence doctrines. This involves analyzing how UAP capabilities might affect the concept of mutually assured destruction and overall strategic balance. Sensor integration at critical nuclear locations is vital. This entails deploying advanced UAP detection capabilities to provide early warning and detailed data on any UAP activity near nuclear facilities. International cooperation frameworks are going to be essential, given the global nature of both the nuclear security and UAP phenomena. These frameworks facilitate information sharing and coordinated responses to UAP activities near nuclear sites worldwide. Public communication strategies are needed to address concerns about UAP and nuclear security. These plans will aim to inform the public responsibly about UAP-related nuclear security measures without compromising sensitive information. These are key areas to address, and the plan seeks to maintain the effectiveness of nuclear deterrence and ensure the security of nuclear facilities in light of UAP activities, contributing to overall strategic stability. Environmental impact and resource management addresses the potential ecological consequences of UAP activity and the responsible management of any UAP-related resources. Environmental monitoring systems are crucial for tracking the potential effects of UAP on ecosystems. These systems will be implemented in areas of frequent UAP activity to detect any changes in atmospheric conditions, wildlife behavior, or other environmental factors. Containment protocols are essential for the safe handling and storage of any exotic materials or energy sources potentially associated with UAP. These procedures ensure that any recovered materials are managed in an environmentally responsible manner. Impact assessments involve conducting comprehensive studies on the environmental consequences of UAP activities. These assessments cover potential effects on climate, biodiversity, and overall ecosystem health. Resource management strategies provide frameworks for the responsible use and integration of any new resources or materials derived from UAP technology. This ensures any potential benefits are harnessed sustainably. Ecological restoration plans are preemptively developed to address any potential environmental damage resulting from UAP activity or related research. These plans ensure readiness to mitigate and reverse any negative impacts. Sustainable technology integration explores how UAP-related innovations might be applied to address existing environmental challenges. This could include advancements in clean energy, waste management, or climate change mitigation. By implementing these measures, the environmental impact and resource management component aims to ensure that our pursuit of understanding of UAP does not come at the cost of environmental health and that any derived benefits are managed sustainably. One of the most important aspects of the National UAP Response Plan is the global finance, technology, and geopolitics component, which addresses the far-reaching international implications of UAP. Economic impact analysis is crucial to understand how UAP disclosures or technological breakthroughs might affect global markets and industries. This analysis helps in developing strategies to mitigate potential economic disruptions and capitalize on new opportunities. An international cooperation framework is essential for promoting collaborative UAP research and information sharing among nations. This framework aims to balance the benefits of cooperation with the protection of national interests. Technology transfer policies are needed to manage the potential spread of UAP-derived technological advancements. These policies would address issues of intellectual property, national security, and equitable access to potentially transformative technologies. Global security implications of UAP need careful evaluation. This includes assessing how UAP might impact international military balances, strategic alliances, and global power dynamics. Financial system preparedness involves developing strategies to manage potential market disruptions that could result from significant UAP disclosures or technological breakthroughs. This includes considering impacts on energy markets, transportation sectors, and other key industries. Diplomatic protocols for UAP-related matters are necessary to facilitate clear international communication and prevent misunderstandings. These protocols could form the basis of a new aspect of international relations focused on UAP issues. By addressing these areas, the plan aims to proactively manage the global implications of UAP, from economic impacts to shifts in geopolitical dynamics, while promoting stability and equitable progress on an international scale. The subject of UAP has massive potential social implications, and the social implications component addresses the broader societal impacts of UAP disclosures, ongoing encounters, and potential technological advancements. Public perception management is crucial in addressing societal reactions to UAP disclosures. This involves developing strategies to mitigate potential fear or anxiety while promoting informed and rational public discourse on UAP. Cultural and religious considerations are essential, as UAP revelations could significantly impact various belief systems and cultural paradigms. This area focuses on understanding and addressing these impacts in a sensitive and inclusive manner. Educational curriculum updates are necessary to integrate UAP-related knowledge into academic programs at various levels. This ensures that future generations are equipped with a scientific understanding of UAP and their implications. Psychological support systems are important to assist individuals who may be significantly affected by UAP revelations. This could include support for those who have had direct UAP encounters or for those experiencing existential concerns due to paradigm shifts. Media engagement protocols provide guidelines for responsible UAP-related reporting. These aim to promote accurate information dissemination and prevent sensationalism or the spread of misinformation. Social cohesion initiatives are designed to maintain unity amid potential societal shifts caused by UAP disclosures. These programs focus on fostering dialogue, understanding, and cooperation across different segments of society. By addressing these societal implications, the plan aims to facilitate a smoother societal transition as our understanding of UAP evolves, promoting resilience, unity, and an adaptive capacity in the face of potentially paradigm-shifting revelations. Education and public engagement is the last component of the National UAP Response Plan and focuses on fostering an informed and engaged citizenry regarding UAP matters. Comprehensive curricula are to be developed to integrate UAP-related topics into educational programs at various academic levels. These curricula aim to provide age-appropriate, scientifically accurate information about UAP from elementary school through university levels. Public awareness campaigns are designed to disseminate factual information about UAP to the general public. These campaigns utilize various media channels to reach diverse audiences, ensuring widespread access to accurate UAP information. Community outreach programs establish forums for dialogue between UAP experts and the public. These programs may include town halls, Q&A sessions, and local events, fostering direct engagement and addressing community concerns. Interactive learning platforms leverage digital technology to create engaging educational experiences about UAP. These might include apps, virtual reality experiences, or online courses, making UAP education accessible and appealing to a wide audience. Citizen science initiatives enable public participation in UAP research. These programs allow interested individuals to contribute to data collection and analysis, fostering a sense of involvement and expanding the scope of UAP studies. Media literacy training provides resources to help the public critically evaluate UAP-related information. This training aims to combat misinformation and conspiracy theories, empowering individuals to distinguish between credible sources and unfounded speculation. By implementing these measures, the education and public engagement component aims to create an informed public capable of engaging in constructive dialogue about UAP, supporting evidence-based policymaking, and contributing to the advancement of UAP research. As we conclude our overview of a hypothetical national UAP response plan, it's important to reflect on the comprehensive nature of this approach to UAP policy and governance. The plan's comprehensive approach addresses multiple facets of the UAP phenomenon, from scientific research and technological assessment to legal considerations and social implications. This multifaceted strategy ensures that no aspect of the UAP challenge is overlooked. Interdisciplinary collaboration is a cornerstone of this plan. By bringing together diverse expertise from fields such as aviation, physics, psychology, and international relations, we can develop a more nuanced and effective response to UAP. The adaptive framework of the plan allows for flexibility as our understanding of UAP evolves. This ensures that our policy and procedures can be quickly updated in response to new discoveries or changing circumstances. Global cooperation is emphasized throughout the plan, recognizing that UAP is an international phenomenon that requires coordinated efforts across borders. Sharing information, resources, and technologies will be crucial in advancing our understanding of UAP. Public engagement remains a key priority. An informed and involved citizenry is essential for the successful implementation of this plan and for maintaining transparency in UAP research and policy. Looking ahead, the next steps involve initiating the implementation of this plan across various sectors. This includes establishing new research programs, updating regulatory frameworks, and launching public education initiatives, among many other things. The National UAP Response Plan represents a significant step forward in our approach to unidentified anomalous phenomena. By embracing this comprehensive, adaptive, and collaborative approach, we position ourselves to better understand and respond to the challenges and opportunities presented by UAP.
All right, guys. There we have John Findora and Lester Nair bringing you all the latest with UAP policy and witness testimony and everything in between. The chat is getting live, guys. It's getting later in the day. You guys are getting a little rowdy. I love it. Behave, be nice. We're just here to have a good time and have conversations. Let's see. What else do I have for you guys before we get to our next two presentations? You're going to love these. You're going to love these. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who have donated through Super Chat, Super Stickers, through PayPal, through Buy Me a Coffee. Truly appreciate all of your support. Once again, if you are just joining us, all of our donations tonight go 50-50 between our speakers and these amazing organizations: Donate Life America, NHS Blood and Transplant, and Canadian Blood Services. This stretches across the UK, the US, and Canada to bring more advocacy to organ donation, of which my mother, the late Susan Sprague, was a kidney and pancreas recipient 27 years ago. We got an extra 27 years of life with my mother, which was such a blessing. So if I can say anything, guys, donate your organs, tell your family. It's very important. You might put yes on your ID or your driver's license, but at the end of the day, it's your family who gets to make the final decision. So yes, you can check out all of those organizations at the links in our show notes as well. And you can find all the different ways to donate today here at Anomacon. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's get to our next two presentations. First up, it is Spectre Vision Hour, guys. I love this. We have Jim Perry. Jim Perry is a podcast host, creative producer, and entrepreneur based in the Pacific Northwest. His fascination for the anomalous events that happen in people's lives inspired the creation of Euphomet, the critically acclaimed audio documentary podcast about the strange and our relationship to it. When he isn't embedded in the paranormal, Jim's running Defy Wrestling, which is so cool. If you guys like wrestling, I have a wrestling podcast, Somewhere in the Ring, and we just had Jim on to talk about Defy Wrestling. Anyways, I am getting in the middle of his bio here. Jim's running Defy Wrestling and is also the director of Spectre Vision Radio, the newly formed podcast network division of Spectre Vision, run by Daniel Noah and Elijah Wood. Next up, coming after Jim, we have the one and only Mitch Horowitz, who spoke last year. You guys loved him so much, we brought him back this year. Mitch Horowitz is a Penn Award-winning historian, former vice president at Penguin Random House, TV host at Discovery, and one of today's leading voices of occultism, mysticism, and the unexplained, with bylines in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and appearances on CBS Dateline, NBC, and NPR's All Things Considered, and other major media. Mitch co-hosts the Discovery show Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction, with Chrissy Newton. He is the Penn Award-winning author of books including Occult America, One Simple Idea, The Miracle Club, Daydream Believer, Uncertain Places, Happy Warriors, and Modern Occultism. His book, Awakened Mind, is one of the first works of the New Thought translated and published in Arabic, while the Chinese government has censored his work. He is repped at Spectre Vision. All right, guys, so these are our next two talks for you. I can't wait. Let me pull these up for you. Give me just a moment here. Here we go with Jim Perry and Mitch Horowitz. Enjoy, guys.
Liminality is the in-between, a space in which, unmapped, becomes a place of obsession and lore, a memory of one small crack on a sphere, its own surface refusing to be made flat. Without distortion, once a plane, now merely a projection of the unknown. I'm Jim Perry, and this is Inliminal. Conversations somewhere in between. Some may know my friend Garrett Kelly as the kindly creator of Liminal Earth, this crowdsourced digital map of amazing experiences. But what some don't know is he's an absolute wild genius when it comes to developing new technology for paranormal experiments. DIY, very strange, artful. His designs, thoughts, and aims are for an open source paranormal world. And I've been invited into his lab to experience it for myself. You know, this experience is really interesting, and I'm glad you're the first one that I'm trying this out with, because it's a new thing. It's a new territory. And it's been an entire day. No, I mean, longer than that. A day of, like, sort of getting here, of assembling the gear, of assembling Carl and John, assembling what we were going to do. The pandemic, in some ways, was a lot easier, my friend.
Right, right.
Since we're all back out in the world now, how do you feel like that has affected your work in phenomenology, in studying and playing with the phenomenon? Is it different now than when we were all kind of shut off and shut away?
For me, it's not much different because I'm still like a hermit and I'm not quite out in the world as much anyways. I mean, ever since I moved out here too, I'm kind of sheltered. So I'm not doing stuff in person as much even. But we have been doing the WUFO thing for over a year now that came out of the pandemic. So in that way, I mean, that's still continuing doing that online way of doing like group seance-y kind of things. Yeah, I mean, in some ways I'm still in that pandemic mindset, I guess.
Yeah. What do you think you're ever going to break out of that like specific mindset, or do you think that's just the new reality?
I mean,
you've crossed into something else here.
I like the hermit vibes. I like being in my little basement, and I don't know. I think I realized this is like, I just like got rid of all the FOMO of
What did you were going on with? What did you realize? You think?
What did I realize?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That it was okay to like be in your space or something, right?
Yeah.
Is that it? Like when you were in Seattle, like you were.
I mean, I was
there was
very,
pressure, and it was a social element. You had a radio station, and of course,
DJs in my house, like all
DJs
the time.
in your house, yeah.
Lars Ulrich's dad, Torben Ulrich, you know him? The drummer Metallica's dad. He was in my house one time. Because we were doing the radio, and I came downstairs, and there's this like wizard with this long beard. You know, people making breakfast at our house. I'm like, I mean, that was cool. But that was also funk bands at 10 a.m. or whatever too, to wake me up. So
those are the kind of things that push you out of a city into small peninsulas.
Now we're just in a quiet spot, and I like being at home with my family, and you know, I'll do weird stuff on the internet. But I go out, I go out into this natural area around here, so I can do that kind of stuff. And actually, in the pandemic, I was feeling a little bit like everyone was feeling weird, and so I was watching TikTok, and I decided to go make a TikTok, and that became a whole thing of like
you killed TikTok in a way that I can't even imagine my brain trying to manage. I mean, you guys tried to help me with it, and I just like couldn't. I couldn't keep up. It's like something that you have to have a very unique energy for, I think, or just be younger than I am, and like that was an awakening for me. Like, maybe it's okay that I'm not on this platform too. Maybe I'm an Instagram guy, and that's okay. I feel the same way. I think that we learned a lot about ourselves during that time. Some of us experimented and tested out what life could be afterwards. But I think I've had like a hard time figuring out what those next steps are and being a person in real life again in a weird way. I'm different than I was before. I really am. And it's hard to come to that realization that you realize that you've changed, and you changed very quickly.
Yeah.
And not to say that it's a positive thing or a negative thing. I think it is just a thing. And I think a lot of people are still kind of going through that. And it reminds me of the closest thing I can compare it to within context of my life is a paranormal experience. Is an experience of seeing something that you have no fucking idea why that happened or how it could have even happened. And oh my God, am I going crazy? Right. To now your life has changed because it did happen to you. That's the only thing I can compare it to. Like the whole experience and coming out the other side. And I mean, it makes me think of you a lot and your work in liminality. And because you kind of love that space. Like that's the space you kind of like building myths around and worlds and inviting people to participate in. And I suppose like, I don't know, what's your perspective on that?
It reminds me of this time, like there was a snowstorm in Seattle and the bus was stuck and it was like, oh, you know, just like interrupts everything, you know? But then I got really, I do like thrive in that time when everything like, you know, it's like this like, what now kind of time, you know, like that is exciting. I mean, the COVID was fucked up. It's horrible. I'm not like thankful to go back to COVID or something.
Yeah, exactly. The good old days.
But I do like, it didn't impact me a lot. I think like I kind of did like find internal things and staying at home and like different. I was okay with that change, you know, and I realized I did like aspects of being not going out and being this social. I think I get drained when I'm around a lot of people. Yeah. I like people. I really love other people, but I was doing all these shows and stuff and I just feel like my energy gets zapped. So I kind of liked that time, especially like my own personal time to be internal. So yeah, I don't know.
When we did that Euphomet feature on you, it was right before all that stuff kicked off. And it was sort of like the last breath of, you know, modern normalcy right then. And you were already on that trip of sinking back into something a little bit more distant, a little bit away from people. You moved out here. And a lot of what that episode of yours, I think, was, and that feature was the narrative. The narrative was, you know, you're being pushed out of the city, but you're also embracing that and you're creating something new out of it. And you're taking something like Liminal Earth and the map and you're helping others remythologize their areas, such as you did here in this place. What do you think is like, if this was like a straight up, you know, this is them now kind of a kind of thing? I guess, you know, and of course you've been on Night Drift and stuff since then. But what are some of the things that you think have changed about you from that time?
Well, let me think. I mean, I really have got into that whole remythologizing the landscape thing. Like, I think that moving to Bremerton is almost like a test case for that, like learning the history of this place that you're in. Because, you know, a lot of people who grew up here, they're kind of over it. But I'm like excited, like what, you know, that's L. Ron Hubbard's house or what, you know, like I'm excited about all the little details and finding things that people have forgotten. And I think, you know, doing TikTok during the pandemic, like I found out there was that park that's behind my house over here that's been abandoned for 15 years. And then there's like, and so I started filming that and talking about that. And then the neighbor said, oh, I saw a raccoon go down the slide. And I was like, what? So I like put a trail cam in there and I continued to like invest in this park that's just empty. And then I made this TikTok at the same park where I had people come there in their dreams and try to find an object that was in the park. And then like that blew up. All these people were having dreams about this park and saying they saw my shadow self there and all kinds of stuff. And then like the city I tried to pitch the city council that should be a dream park, and that should be like what that park is used for now. Like people just go there in their dreams, and it's like a silent park. But it's like that kernel of like, just like, I heard there's an abandoned park. Now it's a raccoon park. Now it's a dream park. Now it's maybe a sanctioned city dream park. You know, it's just like re-mythologizing and like building on a place or a little kernel of a weird story about a place. Yeah. And just building myths kind of around that and like magic. Yeah. I'm really into that, and like finding ways that it's almost LARPing, but like it kind of borders on real or not, you know? I don't know what that weird, I'm really into that little, I know sometimes it's like just play or like imagination. Yeah. But it's like sometimes like when you're in that mode, weird things do happen. You know, like the whole Philip experiment kind of thing, you know?
Lapping.
LARPing, like live.
No, we'll call it
lapping.
Live action paranormal play.
I like this.
We'll
okay, I'm going to use that, lapping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you talk about. Tell me a little bit about this, because this like kind of.
This stuff
dips into what you're saying about you're not just like sort of now remythologizing places, but you're remythologizing. I mean, biology items. You're making potions and stuff now.
Yeah, this is Jeremy and I are working on this stuff. Jeremy does the map with me as well. This is some beaver spit.
Can I pick this up?
Yeah. He collected, there's a beaver near his house that felled a tree, and there's like all the little wood chips, and he's like, whoa, that definitely has a beaver spit on it. So like maybe we could use this for like a spell, you know, about, you know, beavers are like mythology. They're kind of like changing the landscape or whatever. And like,
interesting.
You know, so there's like spells you could do around like reshaping and,
you know. Interesting. And since like naturally, like within their ecosystem, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
You're kind of using that energy, but no, you're kind of like hijacking their mystical. You're hijacking their biological process for mystical purposes.
Yeah.
So the beavers are like a divination tool.
Right. Yeah.
What the man?
Totally. Yeah.
That's wild. And then you told me that there's like some sort of introduction to AI within this process.
Well, that actually, you know, we asked AI, ChatGPT specifically, we said, hey, we have some beaver spit. Can you help us write a spell that has to do with beaver spit? You know, and it's, I think that kind of purpose is like, we've been finding good results through that, you know, kind of as almost like a sounding board. And like,
what are some of the results that you've been finding? What's an instance?
Well, I've been I think I told you about, I had this idea for like summoning spirits in a parking lot. That's one. So I was like, because I was thinking about like that dream park, you know, it's like, this is a park that's been sitting there for 15 years empty. It is totally liminal. Like it has no idea what it wants to be. It's just sitting there as a square that has no purpose.
Yeah.
And so like, can we enchant that? And so I was thinking about that, and I was like, oh, there's all these parking lots. Yeah. And like, what if we tried to, you know, like kind of invent or like summon whatever you want to, you know, some kind of parking lot spirit. And so I put these ideas into ChatGPT, like, hey, I want to do this. Like, what's some divination methods so we could do that? And, you know, it's like tarot cards and, you know, like pendulums. I'm like, wait, imagine you don't have any of that stuff. You're just in the parking lot. What could you do? And it came up with this idea for license plate bibliomancy.
Okay, so you asked AI, you asked ChatGPT, what can you do in this parking lot, because you didn't want to include tarot or other popular methods, and then it responds to you.
Yeah, and it says, you could do this license plate bibliomancy, where like the letters have to do with like an attribute of the thing you're talking to, and then like if it's a number after that, it's the power level of that attribute. So like what? So like L might be like a lover, but it'd be a 1. The next letter would be a 1, so it's like a low. It's
Which means
not a lover.
Yeah.
Bad lover.
Yeah. One night stand. Not recommended. It got weird. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just like, whoa. I mean, maybe I would have come up with that, but it's so cool that it's like, here are these elements, and like it kind of put things together. Like, oh, we can do this. It said like you could use the cracks in the ground to like, it gave me like a table. Like we worked for a while, but it made me like a table of like, if you see a crack in the asphalt that's like a Y, that means this, and if it's like an L shape, it means this, or, so I've been building all these things, and kind of, it's not always great, but if you keep talking to it and like going down the rabbit hole with it.
Do you feel there was a time where, wizards, for example, mystic men or women or individuals who that was their job, was providing some sort of mystical process for people to navigate through the world, right? Do you feel you're kind of doing the same thing here? Because they also had like sort of sigils with sticks and symbols that would occur, or using natural elements in this way. Just so happens that you're using this different function that is technology to really kind of give people, I mean, it's an oracle process, really, right? It's like more of an oracle process in what you're doing. And what do you think, like what's some of the value in it, you think? Could you imagine someone like going into a parking lot at a Dollar Tree and with an idea of what they wanted to maybe gain from whatever that is, and instead of like drawing a deck, like pulling 3 cards, they did something like this?
I don't know. I don't know the purpose of it. I just like doing it.
That's what this gets into, though, right? It's like kind of the belief of this, and that if you lean into some of these process, people like yourself have experienced results of things lining up sometimes.
Right.
And so that leads you to believe that the more processes you make in this way, like using these things to like divine some information, has the ability, if you believe into it and you put that energy into it, to potentially also work as well.
Yeah, and I don't know how it works, or what. I don't know the mechanism, but it seems like it does. So I just want to keep. I want like tons of pareidolia machines, like tons of, and not always technology, but things that generate like weird things, and then you connect them and like blow your mind. Like I want things that do that. Like the spirit box is one of those things where people hear like random things and then they make connections and they tell a story afterwards. And I want more things like that. Like even like the florophone is the plant talker thing is where the plant, like that is just, it's like another pareidolia machine. But then, like, there's a story about talking to the
that thing is talking.
Yeah, well,
it was like, live on the radio, sir.
It did say weird stuff when we were talking.
It did.
It was fun. It was like you asked it. You asked it. What should we eat if plants are conscious like this? And it said to eat air.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty funny.
It's pretty good. A comedian.
Yeah.
I heard there's a lot of writers on strike now. Oh, jeez, I just dated this goddamn thing. John and Carl, cut that. That will not make the cut because that will time this when it comes. This comes out next year.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, don't apologize. I'm sorry. Pareidolia.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain a little bit about that term, that concept, and what that kind of means?
Well, I'm not a psychologist, and I don't know technically everything.
I thought you had a doctor in front of your name.
But like, like it's like seeing patterns in like noise and like, like the like an ink blot test where it's like they have the ink that looks like a crab or what, people see like a crab or a bat or like their mom or whatever, in that same noise. And I think that is an interesting. And people use that as a like debunking excuse for what is happening, but I think it's like something to like sink into. Like, why did that image come to you?
Yeah, why did
you
it
saw
come
that?
to you?
Like when you pull tarot cards, like you can say it's fate for that card, but like what I think is interesting is like what that card makes you think of that like helps you reflect on that thing. It's almost like, it's not exactly like pareidolia, but it's the same kind of thing. You felt some kind of thing when you saw that card, you made some connection in your head. Why is that the thing
Mm-hmm.
that you know, your subconscious? It's like a way to tap into your subconscious, all this stuff, I think. And your intuition. I think that's what it's doing.
So you believe that like that what we are seeing is all of this is various ways that we're tapping into our consciousness, even if it is pareidolia. Someone using that to debunk something isn't really debunking it in your mind, as in they're just describing, well, yeah, that pattern recognition is just another way to tap into like what your consciousness is, like divination of some sort.
Yeah. I mean, not always. I mean, I'm not discounting that people are really seeing things too. But
absolutely. You know, I don't
But
think
this
you
is
are.
just the
What
part
you're just saying is like
I'm going into.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's helping. I mean, in a way, it doesn't matter if it's pareidolia or not, because it's tapping into the same whatever that is.
Maybe.
Potentially, right? If, for example, participating in this and agreeing to participate in it, like it's taking you to that door, just like the other thing, like the pattern that you saw that maybe is not paranormal, but brought you to that place where then. Here's the thing: is like I get tripped up on, and like I'm a little sensitive to. I think is that are the people that just will use that to debunk everything, right? Like here's pareidolia, that's all it is. There's nothing else here. And I wonder what you think about that. Like, are you a person that when folks try to debunk things, just like, just nothing, does that irritate you? Or are you, sort of not affected by it as much?
It's just not what I care about at all. I mean, I think there's value in that, especially like for me, who's like a scaredy cat. Like I want to know sometimes, like the real explanation for why, not real, but like a scientific sound explanation for why I'm hearing growling outside or whatever, Yeah. So like, I respect that. I think it's good, but it's just not. I don't care about it. Like I'm not interested in like getting real evidence and like being. Like I'm more interested in from like a artistic or like a mystical, like I don't care if it's real or not. I want it to, I want it to be. I just want to have. I just want fun. I don't know, but I don't. There are times when it's just like I cannot explain. Like I called you that one time when I was panicking. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah,
like I had this.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, this is during the pandemic, and I had went to this parking lot where there's the phone booth, and I had called the phone booth. I just picked up the phone booth, and there was no dial tone. So I was like, I'm gonna make a interdimensional phone call, and so I dialed a random number, and I was
as one would,
and I was like, hey, if there's any entities out there who want to make contact with me, like I'm ready and waiting, and I hung it up, and then like maybe I think it was like 14 days later, Bex and I went to this. We went to this kind of abandoned cemetery, and we were out there doing like, talking Estes method, and we were like talking to the spirits there and all kinds of stuff. And this is at the time I'm doing the dream park and everything.
Yeah.
And
so you're like really.
Yeah. We were doing
really
all kinds of stuff. Yeah. But then like the next morning I woke up and this woman that I don't really know that well, I've never met her. She's on Twitter. I hadn't talked to her in like months. She's like, hey, I had a dream about you last night. I was like, oh, that's weird because, we're doing the dream park stuff. And she doesn't know anything about that. I was like, that's weird. She's having dreams about me. She's having random dreams about me too and has no idea I'm doing this dream experiment. And she's like, yeah, I had this dream and I was with my husband. I was driving through a cemetery and I was trying not to hit any of the gravestones. And I was like, this is the next morning after Bex and I were in that cemetery. And no one knew we were there.
Oh, my gosh.
And then she's like, I came over to your house, and I was feeling sick, so you put something over my head, like a sheet, so I couldn't see anything. And then you put these headphones on my ears, and they were playing all this, like, random noise, and I couldn't understand what was happening. And then you were trying to talk to me through the headphones. And it was, like, mirroring everything that we had done the day before in that park.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, what? Like, I get chills now thinking about, like, how did this person know we were doing all that? Or like those similarities, I could not make like a rational explanation for why. Because I just don't understand how that person you know, and it was the same. It was that night, you know. So I don't know. It's just like really weird to me. Like it freaked me out. Like because it felt to me like it was the answer to that phone call from that phone booth. Yeah. It was like, I saw you in that cemetery yesterday. You know, like I'm gonna reply through this person who lives in Indiana.
Yeah, right.
Like I thought that was weird. That was just weird. I don't know. Maybe they're. I don't know. It just made me, you know, because I play with this goofy stuff with like beaver spit, but you know, I'm like, haha, like LARP and paranormal stuff. And then like this happened. I'm like, whoa, I called you. I'm like, I'm freaking out. Yeah. Call me now.
Yeah. Yeah. In a gas station parking lot at the edge of town, the phone booth. So was this working when you did it?
No, there's no dial tone when I did it.
And what did you do?
I just left a message I said, calling all entities or spiritual beings that...
Here, how did you do it?
1-800... And then I just said, let's see. I don't know if I want a phone call back from them, though. It freaked me out so much last time. So this is Garrett calling again. You got back to me about seeing me in the Seebeck Cemetery, returning your call. Yeah, I just wonder if there's any spiritual beings or cryptids or entities that want to communicate with me and send a message back. This is me putting the call out for you, leaving an astral voicemail. I'm here and ready to receive your message. That's basically what I did. And then I hung up, and then I waited a couple of days. I waited, I think it was 14 days. So I don't know if that's how long it takes to come back.
Right.
Or just slow to check their messages or what?
Right. There's a 14-day delay in voicemail receipt.
Right. You should make your call now too.
Oh, okay. What should I say?
I don't know. Do you have a similar question? Or?
I'm reaching out to a multidimensional entity, perhaps?
I think so.
Hi, this is Jim. I am calling you to maybe touch base. I think you talked to my friend Garrett, who you maybe have sent a message through kind of space and time to be received only in the dream state. And it's interesting, and maybe you'll find this interesting, or maybe not. The first thing I thought of when I picked up this receiver was proof of life after death. I don't know what that means. I really don't even care much about that topic, but for some reason, that's just what I thought about. So, I don't think I need to receive proof of that, because that may involve something I am not comfortable with. Please, maybe there's an abstract, artful way you could suggest why I picked up on that first thing. Thank you. I feel very vulnerable at this moment. But, thank you. I feel like I made a big mistake. I just immediately realized what I was asking for, and that for proof of such things, is that going to require my death?
No, definitely not.
Oh man, I feel like I've really.
There's lots of ways.
Should I just make a call for a pizza instead? Oh my god.
Yeah, I would.
Well, because like you said, like you're a self-described scaredy cat.
Oh, big time.
I mean, like, it's funny because I feel like you could comment on this if you want or not, but like to me, it feels like you are exercising a lot of that stuff through this spooky work, and like a part of it is like I think I don't know, like as your friend, I feel like some of this is therapeutic for you because it's giving you a way to like kind of control a little bit what those fears are, don't you think?
Yeah, I have a recording actually of Amber and us talking about this. She's like, "You like to be scared all the time." I'm like, "No, I do not." And she's like, "Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess like you do all this stuff because it makes you you get to make up the story of what's happening instead of it like being confusing and like kind of controlling that, through fear, you know? Like maybe that's why I'm so interested in like the like kind of storytelling aspect and the like imagination aspect of like being able to, I don't like where that bad trip's going. I'm going to reroute it and tell a new story from that. Instead of making it, you know, I'm not going to do the scary thing. So it's a way to wield it a little bit and like have some control. Because I used to feel way out of control about it. Like I was nervous. We talked about this. We saw the guy, the sightings director.
Oh yeah.
And I told him like, you ruined my childhood. All those like alien videos.
Right, with those are the alien videos and stuff like that. And we were talking about sightings today in the car coming up here and about how things like that did affect us in our childhood so much. And, you know, I mean, what is fear, right? Like, I think for some people it is, I'll speak for myself. Fear for me is lack of control, I think. It's probably why I'm straight edge and stuff. Yeah. Because like that's a real fear of me. It's like losing a sense of control. And so when that's the so-called reality that we live in, right?
That's interesting. Because I feel like exactly the same. That is fear of control. That's exactly how I would say it. Like I'm really terrified of that. And that's
I started the podcast because of that, to like help try to figure out and put a lens to some of this stuff so I could understand some of it, or maybe not. I don't know. Like you're enamored by sometimes what you're afraid of as well.
Yeah.
But we weren't talking about like some of those fundamental images of, and I forgot to say this like when I was talking to Whitley in his interview, but I wanted to say like, dude, come on, the communion cover. Why'd you do that to everyone?
Totally. Yeah.
Why'd you completely fuck us like that for our entire lives? You've made so many dumb podcasters like me and people making beaver spit potions, and just because of your dumb book cover that we couldn't control. So I don't know, like, that resonates with me in terms of how to kind of find a space to control what your own narrative in this is. And I think it's really impressive and exciting to see you helping shape narratives where there isn't any, because what you're doing is you're creating a different form of paranormal reality in one that is, I guess, like more artful and expressive and open to exploration and not so scary. I mean, even with Liminal Earth's WUFO, when you guys do that, it has the ability to invite people into a process of trying to, search for UFOs and stuff, but not in kind of not in the way usually, like the tone that there usually is present.
Or like making cookies and stuff.
Yeah.
Doing that kind of thing. Yeah. And, we've been using AI for that too recently.
Oh my God.
So because I got really into these solo role playing games where it's kind of like the parking lot thing where it's like use some dice to like kind of play this game, but you're kind of writing a story as you go along.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where the parking lot thing came from. But sorry. So I saw someone using ChatGPT to be the dungeon master in like a role-playing game. I was like, oh, well, we should do that for WUFO. We should have ChatGPT be the aliens or whatever that we're talking to. So we did a whole session with like all the people, all the people at home, and we're talking to like this entity in the Lynx constellation through ChatGPT. And part of the thing is that it would tell one of us specifically, okay, Jeremy, you roll dice and do like a magic sentence, or like now it's Garrett's turn to do like a tarot reading or whatever to like kind of weave the story. So like ChatGPT was playing the role of the kind of entity for us.
Yeah.
And we've been doing that. We're trying to replicate the Philip experiment. Same thing where we're having Philip be the ghost. The ghost of Philip be ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT is like playing the role. And we did it the other day with John. Did it, and we were like, talking to it, building a story with it, like trying to kind of replicate the experiment. And then we're trying to get it to knock in our houses. And there is like a weird, like it's all intentionally like fake and imaginary, like that we're coming up with. But then like there is this weird voice that comes through the recording that we're like, what?
Oh my gosh.
But so like, I think we got like weird results, even though we're totally goofing off, like, and just using AI to do it all. So,
tell me a little bit about Philip's experiment.
Yeah, this is like in the 70s. They had this experiment where they invented this not real fictional person, made up a whole backstory, and then they would have seances to try to communicate with it. And at first it didn't work. I think they did it for a long time, this little group. And then they started like, really getting into the seance mode, I think, and really like playing. And it started like they'd having things where the table moved and real effect and like I think they got real like answers that were kind of like from Philip or whatever.
Yeah. Allegedly they had independent investigators go in and try to debunk the process, and no one was able ever to. And
I mean, it's to me the same thing. It's like it's fun, even if it's not. I don't know the real science behind it, but I like going into that. Let's just see what happens when we try that.
Do you think that you're a part of the problem with AI?
Is that what you wrote down? Yeah, I mean, I have tons of problems with the AI stuff.
Just like how you helped elect Donald Trump as president.
You're going to get into that too? I think the AI stuff does have a lot of problems, like especially like there was like the people that were in charge of the trust and safety, like dealing with like horrible content that was coming through, like, and they were farming it out to like African workers at really low wages, and they have to see these disgusting images, and like there's tons of issues with all of that, and like of course all the problems with like artists and art, and I do have issues with that. So I don't know. Probably am part of the problem though, because I think I want some of the thing I like. Working with it, synthesizing things in new ways, having it do, like I love having it be it doesn't have to be AI, this doesn't have to do this, but I love the AI can like just make decisions about, okay, I want you to do divination, I want to like be this kind of leader that's independent of us.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about it is you're using it as a tool, just as prominent parapsychologists do today with random number generation. You're using it as a random idea generator. And I mean, how do you best experiment and test some of the stuff and play with it? Well, having that outside force really helps, because so much of it potentially is, perhaps liable to suggestion, right? When you have that outside force, you do start tapping into something different, I think.
Yeah.
Like
it's weird. It almost feels like a weird assistant that's there. Also, like we've been using it to like, someone's doing like a spirit box or whatever, and they're getting these words, and I'm like, hey, do you see any connections between these words? And it will maybe see something that we are missing. Or make some weird connection between things that we totally were. I think that's fun. I don't know. I want to do more of that kind of thing. I'm interested in it for that sake. I think I'm not interested in it for like writing my essays or whatever, But I like this. I like this aspect of it, because it is almost like it almost acts like pareidolia. It has seen patterns and things and made conclusions. So like,
how far do you think? This is an abstract question, but and also like you're completely free to wildly speculate, so feel free. But how far do you think you're going to be able to take your experimentation with something like AI as it stands now? Do you have plans in the works right now for things that you want to try with it? And where do you think that goes as its role on, the study of the phenomenon?
Well, I think you've talked to me about some stuff.
Well, I've given you an order to make me a paranormal AI assistant.
Yeah, actually, I'm on this waiting list because you can actually give it like a spreadsheet of data.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
then like draw me some charts from this. And I really want like, here's all the entries from the Liminal Earth map. Here's a bunch of stuff from, I don't know, MUFON or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, here, find some connections. Here's all the coal mines in the United States. Like, find some connections between that,
Yeah. I think that's where this stuff gets really,
code or, you can do this in minutes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Like, maybe it will see weird data that people are missing. I think that's the potential for that is really exciting.
Yeah. Do you find that you're obviously an early adopter to some of this technology and like by trade, you're a coder, right?
Yeah.
So does anyone in your, sort of normal life, at work and what do they think?
I've totally used AI to like make something for work.
But I mean, like, what do they think of like your pursuits? What do they think of Liminal Earth and your majestic majestic efforts here?
I'm gonna have to plead the fifth on this one.
Really?
I think so.
Why? You don't. Yeah, but you haven't told people, or you have.
Oh no, they know I do weird stuff. Yeah.
But you don't think that the reception is there's not a warm reception towards it, or they love it.
I mean, I think they think I'm weird. I don't know. I don't want to speak on their behalf about it.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's more about like not what they're saying about you. What's your feeling about it? Do you harbor? Well, I think a lot of us, like in our normal, like sort of, there's going to be a lot of people watching this now who have normal jobs that when they come in after they've seen something incredible or experienced something or made a potion, and they're going to feel like that they're not wanted or that they're out of place. And then a lot of these people probably find podcasts like this one or join Liminal Earth. I guess I'm wondering if, like me, you ever have that feeling of insecurity around this, or like, oh boy, maybe I'm on a different trip than these people in this room, or.
Well, I think the fact that I do stuff with beaver spit and make weird TikToks is because it's a defense mechanism about really being interested in this stuff because people think you're weird. So at least it's like I'm going to make fun of myself a little bit in order to, like be more of a clown in a way. Yeah. In order to feel more comfortable about it. But also I am interested in this stuff. So I think it's like one of my defense mechanisms for like feeling awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So
yeah, it's probably not something that you actively also think about in every day, right? Because you're doing your thing, And I don't know. Like I would suggest to you as your friend that how you present is never in that way. You present as always someone that is just authentically yourself. So I never like read you as like maybe this is a defense mechanism for this dude. That's why he's like in this phone booth at 5 a.m. for TikTok.
No, but
it's more like this dude's making art. This is great.
But yeah,
but I do understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I don't mean
I feel
to
the same
be a
way.
downer, but I think just you talking about it made me think that maybe that is why I do that. Like I think I would use humor in moments, sometimes inappropriately when I felt like nervous about something. So I think that is like why this is. I dress up like a shrimp sometimes because I want people. The other thing is I want people to feel like comfortable, like they cannot be too weird when they talk to me about their story. Like I'm already doing weird stuff. You're not going to out weird me, So like you can feel comfortable coming talk to the shrimp. Maybe that's a bad thing too. Sometimes like I have a really serious story. I'm not going to talk to that shrimp guy, but I think that that is kind of like I want to give off that.
Well, one thing but you take like what you do take very seriously amongst all of that play is that you want to have people having that same feeling as you.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, you're not going to out weird me. Don't worry about it. We're all on the same team here,
Right.
and you can get weird, and you can do art, and you can be yourself, and that's what one of.
I really want. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was just my first impression of meeting you, and I think how we became fast friends is because I immediately saw someone that was as weird as me, potentially, if not maybe even slightly weirder, and that was reassuring to me because then I was able to tap into a weirder part of myself and create a time traveling museum.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So, but what were you going to say?
Okay, I was thinking about how in high school, like some of my best memories are with my friends. They came up with this, but it was basically we'd go out at night, they'd flip a coin, and it would tell us which direction to go. Or we had like a Xandar crystal ball that we would, wave your hand over from like a board game.
Yeah.
And it would tell you yes or no answers. And we would just go and we were like, we're going on a mystical journey and like whatever it tells us to do. And weird stuff would always happen. Like we have this like mindset, and I'm constantly chasing that feeling. Like they like blew my mind when we did this, and it was goofing off with your friends, but like that if you get into that mindset and that mode, I was always surprised at the crazy stuff that would happen. So I just want other people to know that they can do that. And I want to do more, show that, and do more of it. That's like my main motivation.
I think it's awesome, man.
Like that's like really what I'm. If I could be in that state, you can't be in that state as much, but I want to be in that state as much as possible. It's like my favorite thing to do.
CQ, Whiskey India 5, Hotel Echo Romeo. This is Wisher, WI5HER. CQ.
Made of PVC pipe, tape measures, and a ham radio, Garrett and I use a homemade antenna gun to shoot signals at Venus, with the only contact being made that night between two friends, reconnecting under a starry sky. And I think that's the point.
What's up? CQ, Whiskey India 5, Hotel Echo Romeo. This is Garrett. Whiskey India 5, Hotel Echo Romeo. CQ. This is Garrett in Bremerton. Please come back.
Spectrovision Radio.
We stand on the cusp of an ever-evolving future. The world around us is experiencing rapid technological advancements and unprecedented changes. From artificial intelligence and the search for extraterrestrial life to the mysteries of unidentified aerial phenomena, humanity is confronted with questions that could reshape our understanding of existence. In this era of transformation, it's crucial to consider what these developments mean for our future and how they'll influence the way we live, work, and connect. At The Debrief, we're dedicated to exploring the cutting edge of science, technology, and defense. Our mission is to provide intelligent reporting and in-depth analysis that goes beyond the headlines, offering insights into how current advancements will shape the world of tomorrow. By focusing on groundbreaking discoveries and examining the broader implications of technological process, we aim to equip our readers with the knowledge and foresight needed to navigate an increasingly complex and interconnected world. Join us as we delve into the unknown, challenge conventional wisdom, and prepare for the future. Visit us online at thedebrief.org.
I want to thank you all very much for being here. I know that there's a lot of different media resources and responsibilities making a very just claim for your time, and to spend a little bit of your time in exchange with me is something that I consider a real privilege and I value. So thank you. The theme of tonight's talk, non-human intelligences, is really one that I've never spoken on before. I suppose I've spoken on it in fragments, but it seemed an opportune time to speak on it more concertedly, especially since the theme of non-human intelligences is really roaring into our culture. People specifically are fascinated with the idea of otherworldly intelligences, whether they're ultra-terrestrial, that is to say, belonging to other dimensions, something that I'll be talking about more this evening, or whether they're extraterrestrial, coming from other solar systems, other galaxies. And then there's also the question of non-human intelligences that we might encounter or that individuals report encountering as part of the spiritual search, whether beings encountered in the process of near-death experiences or various magical operations or ghostly visitations, apparitions, or cryptozoological encounters with beings that we might refer to as Bigfoot or Sasquatch or Yeti, or encounters with beings who populate the folklore of different nations, fairies or Aleutians or leprechauns or little folks. And in fact, the term non-human intelligences is so broad, maybe too broad, and that's something I'm going to come back to, that it might even include intelligences that we exist with side by side within our very evident and commonly observed terrestrial reality, like simians and dolphins. And there are also our ancient pre-sapient ancestors, such as Neanderthal men and women, who could be considered non-human intelligences. All of this wraps together, even if the term seems especially and uniquely broad. And of course, I must also add to that that some people feel that we're on the precipice of a human-made extra sapient intelligence in the form of AI or artificial intelligence, a term that is almost becoming so widely used. I tend to wonder whether we as a culture have really caught up to its implications as much as we read about it every day, and in fact, whether we've even defined the core term intelligence itself, and what the implications are of using a term so frequently and freely whose meaning has no consensus definition, even among 21st century thinkers, readers, seekers, scientists, and the general public. I got interested in this question of the public exchange around non-human intelligences on the set of the show that I've been doing for Discovery, Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction. And the show is based heavily upon reports from experiencers, which my colleagues and I evaluate and attempt to come to some sort of a reasonable jury decision to on whether or not what was witnessed could be classified as unidentified. One of the things I noticed among many of the experiencers who came to the table was that a lot of the language that was getting used really bore the markings of our present generation. So much so that any reasonable observer or participant in the query around alien life, let's say, or close encounters or unknown encounters or anomalous encounters, any reasonable observer has to take a breath and pay attention somewhat ruefully to the fact that many people use language that smacks of the popular culture. Many people use language that could almost be seen as a kind of off-the-shelf language, where somebody will talk about a gray, one of these aliens with the almond-shaped dark eyes that are familiar to so many of us today in the culture. It's probably the most familiar alien image, a being with this large cranium and spindly limbs and a expressionless face. That image was probably popularized by Whitley Strieber in his 1984 memoir of some kind of visitation encounter entitled Communion, and I'll be coming back to that. Or people might say a tall gray or a reptilian or something that is very much part of the lingua franca of popular culture at the moment. And there is a kind of pop culture repeat feedback loop that runs through some people's experiences, and that has to be taken note of. But when I take note of that, that doesn't necessarily disqualify from the validity of the person's encounter, because it struck me as I was listening to many, many different witnesses, experiencers, many of whom were really very highly capable people, not infrequently people with technical backgrounds, maybe an engineer, maybe a computer programmer, maybe a very experienced backyard astronomer, and there are backyard astronomers, as any scientist worth his or her salt can tell you, who have technical training that is absolutely impeccable. Some of the people were veterans. They had Air Force or Navy experience. Many of them did some homework before they came to the table. They knew about satellite launches. They knew about software that tracked or reported different kinds of mundane aerial phenomena in the terrestrial skies. They knew about a very wide variety of disqualifiers apropos of UFO or UAP experiencers. And they were very capable and canny people in many cases, And I think it's almost it occurred to me that it's a given that when we have anomalous encounters, we are almost certain to use language, examples, and archetypes that belong to our immediate generation and culture. And this came home to me when, during the course of the show, because of certain things that people were saying, I revisited a book that was published in 1893 by, of all people, President Teddy Roosevelt, who happened to be a very good writer, and it was called The Wilderness Hunter. It was a big 2-volume book of Roosevelt's experience in big game hunting all over the world. The ethical concerns around worldwide big game hunting were not acutely felt back in the 1890s because the extinction problem was not as pronounced. So trophy hunting, so to speak, wasn't controversial in the way that for some people it may be today, although I'm not passing judgment on trophy hunters. There are a lot of animal reserves and such that are set aside actually for sportsman activities. So I'm not rendering a judgment, but it's just something to mention. Anyway, Teddy was telling a story about hunting experiences that he had on the Idaho-Montana border. And at that time, even up to the late 19th century, the Idaho-Montana border was real hardcore wilderness. There might be a few Native Americans remaining in that area. There was very little development, very little trade. You maybe had some game paths, some trappers would pass through, and beyond that, this was hardcore wilderness of a kind that doesn't exist in too many places in North America anymore. And he told a really chilling story in this book about what we would probably refer to as a Bigfoot encounter. It's perhaps the most chilling Bigfoot encounter I've ever read. I certainly have returned to it several times. The story was told to Teddy Roosevelt by his guide, who was an old German-American guide who said that this encounter had happened to him in that same area several decades earlier when he was a young man. The guide had been out with a colleague or a friend of his, and they were doing some hunting and they were doing some trapping in this Idaho, Montana wilderness area. And they felt like they were being followed and being watched, and they could smell some really weird beast that they could not identify that seemed to be hanging around their camp. And it was extra frightening because the forest was covered with a very soft bed of pine needles. So you didn't even really hear footfalls, and it wouldn't be that hard for an animal or some kind of creature to sneak up on you. And one night, the trapper and his friend returned to camp after a day of hunting and setting traps, and they found that their camp had been ransacked. Their lean-to was knocked over and their stuff was scattered all over the place. And they figured, a bear came into our camp, and all right, now we have to repair the whole thing. So they repaired the whole thing, and it got dark. They made dinner. They had a fire lit, and one of the guys took like a bright burning coal from the fire or a brand, and he used it to follow the tracks that led away from their camp. And he came back and he sort of stared into the fire for about 2 minutes, and he said to his partner, "Listen, whatever it was that destroyed our camp, that thing was walking on 2 legs." And the guy went, "Oh, come on, man, you're crazy." And they took they took another brand out of the fire, and they followed the tracks again, and they realized this thing was walking on 2 legs. And they were pretty creeped out. And they, that night, smelled this really rancid, awful odor around camp. And I guess this is where the expression "not happy campers" comes from, because they decided in the morning they were going to get out of there. They were seriously spooked. And these were experienced hunters. And so they split up their tasks. They decided one guy would strike camp, another guy would go check on some traps they had laid down by a river a little lower down from the area where they were staying. The Wisdom River, actually. It was the Wisdom River. And so the one trapper went down to the Wisdom River, and he had some trouble with the traps. One of the beavers had dragged one of the traps into its dam. dam that the beaver had made, and he retrieved the trap, retrieved the beaver. He was occupied for several hours, and he came back to camp, and the sun was starting to set, and he found that his friend had been murdered, that his friend had been shaken back and forth, and there were 4 fang marks on his friend's neck. So his friend had been wasn't eaten, but was shaken back and forth by this what obviously must have been a very powerful being, and had 4 fang marks on his neck. His throat had been torn open, and again, there was an unmistakable track marks of an upright being that had entered and left the camp, just as they had seen earlier. And he realized that there was something hovering around the camp, and he had his rifle with him, obviously, and he shot at it, and he thought he saw this big simian-like being, what we would call Bigfoot or Sasquatch, and the being took off and ran, and the hunter, of course, gathered up his stuff, and even though it was near nightfall, got out of there as quickly as possible. What struck me about the story was not just its verisimilitude and its vintage, but the language that Teddy Roosevelt used. He called it a goblin encounter. Goblin is a term that sounds antiquated to us today, but it wasn't for several decades that the terms Bigfoot, Yeti, Sasquatch would come into use. As it happens, in North America, from, let's say, the Canadian Yukon area down to the Pacific coast, let's say the coast of Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, there were well over 500 distinct Indian tribes. And each of these tribes had its own term for some sort of wild, unknown being, a man-like being, dwelling in the woods. Now, why would Indian tribes from Portland, Maine to Eugene, Oregon, who had no traditional means of communication, all have that same terminology, a terminology that also exists in tribes that occupy the Arctic Circle? One of those tribes is known as the Cree. They're still there. Different Eskimo tribes, Inuit tribes, Tibetan indigenous people. They all have terms for a simian-like creature, and they're all different and they're all distinct terms. It would seem a damn big waste of time for people who had no means of communicating with one another, who had no common shared culture. These were distinct groups occupying different geography. We could, of course, have a wonderful evening discussing questions of extra-physical communication. I'm all for that, but for now, I'm going to stick with the pedestrian and say that none of these tribes per se had ways that we know of communicating, and they all had the same experience, frequently enough so that they all had a term and a name, just like we do. We all have terms and names. Everybody here has some conception of what a goblin is, or what the boogeyman is, or what a fairy is, or what have you. Sure. But the names that we defer to much more frequently are names that are of this particular cultural moment. And so those terms and those names tend to run in the direction of, again, as I was saying earlier, an ET, a tall white, a gray, a reptilian, and yes, of course, we also use terms like Bigfoot and so forth. And if you go to a different region or a different part of the world, people will have their own terms for all these things. In Latin America, if you want to talk about little men who occupy the highlands and woods, they're called aluches. In England, fairies, fae folk. In Ireland, leprechauns, and so on and so forth around the world. There are terms in Africa. So it struck me as very possible that we're just drawing upon language that belongs to our generation, and that doesn't serve to discredit the reports of people who believe that they've had experiences, so much as we have to historically understand that we may all, it seems to me, I mean, this is the thesis of my talk tonight, that we may all be having the same conversation as we're trying to come up with some consensus language, vocabulary, profile for encounters that are not only as old as humanity, but, and I mean this very literally, and I'm going to be very clear about it, older than humanity, that are prehistoric. And this is what I mean. One of the extraordinary facts of the, I want to say the human story, but it includes the pre-human story, is the existence of some of the very forms that I've just been talking to you about among our pre-sapien, pre-human ancestors, specifically what is called Neanderthal men and women. Neanderthal men and women who predate our presence on this planet, they are in some respects our eldest known ancestors, were not human beings in the strictest of sense. They were not Homo sapiens. They were Homo Neanderthal. They were different. They were different from us. They existed approximately from about 150,000 years ago to probably their point of extinction 40,000 years ago. And they bore a great similarity to us with differences. Their craniums were shaped very differently. They were more oblong than ours, which are more rounded and bulbous. So the brain matter that sat within their craniums obviously was different and was presumably possessed, as it must be, of a different biology, or at least differences in biology than the brain matter that we possess. And I have been very touched to discover, I've been very, very touched to discover that our Neanderthal ancestors, think of it, these are pre-human ancestors. These are not human beings. These are Homo Neanderthals. Our Neanderthal ancestors possessed a spirituality, a belief in the coexistence of an extra physical world. Whenever I say spirituality, I really mean extra physical. And we know this because not only did our Neanderthal ancestors engage in what we would call arts and crafts, arts and sciences even, the making of tools such as hatchets, axes, hammers, spears, hunting apparatus. But they also crafted talismans, necklaces, little statuary composed of eagle claws or bear claws, eagle talons or bear claws, which may have been more than just decorative, because everything, I think, had to be useful in a primeval society. Everything had to have a use. And these things may have been injunctions to unseen entities wishing for help with the hunt and help with fertility. One of the extraordinary things that we as a 21st century human community possess from our pre-human antiquity are these little statuettes. There are hundreds of them in museums around the world, which in the 19th century were given the somewhat hokey name of Venus statuettes. Venus statuettes. You see, we're using a Roman god, god of beauty, god of fertility, or a Greco-Roman god, to classify the activities of our pre-human ancestors, because what do? We reach off the shelf and we use terminology from our own era. That's what we as humans do all over the world. And so these so-called Venus statuettes are believed to be fertility talismans. You can find them online. They are round, bulbous, almost a Buddha-like statues, a certain kind of Buddha that you might have grown up with, seeing in restaurants and things. A certain hoary, happy, almost Santa Claus-like Buddha who is supposed to bring you good luck. And these Venus statuettes are a feminine form, very bulbous, very broad, bulbous, broad breasts, bulbous, broad hips, and hundreds of them have survived from a civilization that went extinct 40,000 years ago. And these things were small, maybe about 4.5 inches or so, and they could be carried around. They were portable, very important for a so-called hunter-gatherer society. Agriculture hadn't been fully developed yet, so you eat what you kill. And so people had to travel around, follow herds, follow migration patterns. Again, look how I defer to the language of our era. I'm saying people. They weren't people. They were Neanderthals, and they were our ancestors. They were our ancestors. And the Neanderthal civilization was a nomadic civilization by necessity, because they lived by the hunt. And so they apparently, based on what we are able to understand, would carry around these Venus statues as maybe a petitionary tribute, a petitionary appeal to those forces that could help with fertility. Survival was an everyday game. Life expectancy, very short. Maybe you'd make it to your 30s. Maybe if you were lucky, you'd make it to your 40s. Disease, hunger, animals preying upon different human groupings, occasional wars and breakouts of violence among people who might have been fighting over resources, the cold, the elements, very, very tough existence. And hence, life was so precarious. I don't think it's possible for us even to understand sometimes the brutality of life in the 19th century, much less among our pre-human ancestors. Their survival itself is extraordinary. So it stands to reason that fertility and the hunt were the chief concerns, and shelter too, of course. Fertility, hunt, shelter, the chief concerns among a civilization attempting to survive. And nobody had time for speculation or nonsense, or there were no luxuries, there were no obvious wastes of time. What could you possibly do with yourself? There was a constant wish for survival, and they had apparently a spirituality. They had objects that we would recognize right off the bat. There's an extraordinary continuum, almost a universal language in the form of these talismans and statuettes that we would understand today. And it raises for me a remarkable question, or prospect, and that is the following. Strict materialist skeptics of religion, strict physicalist philosophers of religion will usually tell you one of two things. Religion is or spirituality of whatever type is a mere byproduct of brain chemistry, brain biology. It soothes fears. It gives us a serotonin hit, or it gives us a dopamine hit. And there's always some headset wearing TED Talk expert, usually a neuroscientist, who will be delighted to tell you that certain parts of your brain electrically light up when you're making a spiritual appeal, or you think you're having some sort of a revelatory experience, and this coincides with the release of dopamine or serotonin. So we're just moist robots having a neurochemical experience, and that's that. That's one line of reasoning. Another line of reasoning is that we as human beings have various sociological, anthropological needs to believe that there's a big daddy somewhere that's looking out for us, and hence religion is nothing but a way of metaphorically keeping the lights on at night because we're frightened of the boogeyman. Okay. Those are the arguments, and there are ways that those arguments could be countered. But it seems to me, leaving aside all the kind of polemical partisan debates over all this stuff, that the Neanderthals themselves were presumably possessed of a different brain chemistry than ours, for the simple fact that their craniums were shaped differently. We know this. And there's no reason to assume that their neurochemical processes were the same as ours, nor was their culture the same as ours, affirming different kinds of religious belief, rewarding different kinds of religious belief. Of course, one could draw extrapolations between our 20th, 21st century cultures and their so-called prehistoric cultures and say, well, human, pre-human, we're all the same, but we don't know that. We don't know that. That's a supposition. What we do know is that they constructed apparent spiritual structures that ring so universally true and recognizable in terms of modern and pre-modern human practices that we could recognize them with the same immediacy that we might recognize a hatchet or a spear or another vital survival tool. And to me, it beckons the prospect that spirituality is neither biological nor cultural, but is realization. Because the culture and the biology of Homo sapiens versus Homo neanderthals is so vastly different and in many respects, of course, unknown, that to witness the tools of an identifiable spiritual process among intelligent pre-human ancestors suggests realization, suggests universality, suggests that the common journalistic tropes or academic speculations about religion as a physicalist or materialist byproduct, epiphenomenon, or pathology of the human condition has this massive gaping hole in it, because we see a reach for the ineffable and a personification. Again, you'll have to forgive me because that's not quite the right term, but an individualized picturing of a deific force, personage, entity to which appeal can be made. The Neanderthals didn't look like the statuary that they made. They weren't bulbous. They were thin. They were contending with hunger. They were possibly emaciated at times, because in such a society, when you eat what you kill, there's no luxury of additional caloric intake. They were identifying something across vast stretches of Africa, Europe, Eurasia, the Far East, wherever we found Neanderthal remains. They were identifying like individualized, unseen beings to which an appeal could be made. And they were identifying within some of the game that they were seeking to hunt a kind of extra-physical coexistence that they thought could be summoned, beckoned, called to them. The occult formulation is as above, so below, or like attracts like, called to them by use of relic-like objects of some of the game that they were seeking to hunt. There are so many things that I could talk to you about with regard to stories and testimony and other things that touch upon perceptual studies, which I'm going to get to in just a moment. But the historicism of pre-humanity and the shared commonality around spirituality or belief in and appeal to, petition to the extra-physical is an extraordinary part of the story of life on this terrestrial globe. Modern people have been fascinated for centuries with the question of extra-physical existence. And this has taken so many different forms. It took a certain form in the spiritualist era. It took many, many vast-ranging forms in antiquity, in civilizations that span the globe for millennia, literally. And in our own era, it takes a great many different forms. The one that has perhaps the keenest popularity today is the question of the alien life form. What is it? Why is it? Is it real? Is it fantasy? Is it imaginary? And so on and so forth. I mentioned Whitley Strieber and his wife Ann Strieber earlier. I first met Whitley, and we've worked together a while. Back in my publishing days, I published about 4 of Whitley's books, and I wrote an introduction to his most recent book, which is called Them. It's a good book. I recommend it. I first met Whitley in 2009 at a retreat at the Esalen Institute. It was just before my book Occult America came out, and it was a conference for people from a wide variety of different fields who study the metaphysical, the extraphysical, and so they got together people from the humanities, physics, seekers, kind of independent seekers like me, people who have written within the so-called UFO space like Whitley. And in preparation for the conference, I read Whitley's memoir, Communion, which I had never read before, and I was really enchanted with it. It's not only vivid and compelling, but it's very specific. It names places, dates, people, in a practice that I think people who write about the paranormal ought to make a point of following. And I saw he was standing out looking at the Pacific Ocean off this little patio in this meeting house where some of the guests were gathering. He was out there by himself. And I wanted to go out and say hello to him, so I opened up the door, and the waves were crashing into the rocky Pacific coast. So there was kind of this white noise, and you couldn't hear very well. And I walked out there, and his back was to me, and I wanted to say hello. And I said, "Excuse me, Whitley," and he almost jumped out of his skin. He jumped out of his skin. And it struck me at that moment that this is a man suffering from PTSD. It seemed to me that his encounters with unknown visitors had left him in a state of high anxiety. And he was struggling with the bodily trauma of a profoundly disturbing event, something that I think he would certainly attest to himself. And his wife, Anne, was still living at that time, very warm person. And Anne had taken it upon herself to catalog the many thousands of letters, literally thousands of letters, that Whitley had received in the wake of publishing Communion, of people who felt seen for the very first time in their lives, in their adult lives, who themselves had had alien encounters of some kind or another, and wanted to reach out to the Striebers as people who could understand this. And so Anne spent many years cataloging these letters, which are today archived at Rice University, thanks to Professor Jeff Kripal there. And Anne made a statement to Whitley one day, poring over all the letters. She said, "Whitley, whatever is going on amidst all these encounters, it has something to do with life after death. There's some kind of relationship between what the experiencers are reporting and life after death." And he believed, I think rightly, that there was a profundity in Anne's observation. And I suppose it speaks to the theme that I'm wrestling with this evening, which is that humanity and pre-humanity has been reporting encounters with unknown intelligences, let's say non-human intelligences, not only since the dawn of humanity, but since the dawn of pre-humanity. Hence, it seems to me, we should fall to our knees in front of that simple but undigestible, astonishing, awe-inspiring fact. We should fall to our knees in front of it. And that's why I think that although all of us, myself included, are going to keep using language that speaks to our time, place, and culture, we mustn't get hung up on this language. We must permit ourselves to be flexible about this language. I don't care whether someone says goblin or Bigfoot. I don't care whether someone says reptilian or gray or whatever. I mean, of course I care. I'm not trying to be glib. Different encounters have different folds, meanings, experiences, yes. But I don't want to get ourselves in the culture of search, hemmed into a kind of orthodoxy or hemmed into a kind of a repeat use of language that limits our ability to be flexible, to search, to morph, to change. I have a sympathy for these accounts. And I say that by way of disclosure. I say that in a cautionary way because it's a malady of human nature that all of us read preferentially. I read preferentially. Skeptics read preferentially. We write, we communicate preferentially. We believe what is in line with our perceived self-interest. And it is a malady of human nature. And anybody who thinks that he or she is free of it is probably the worst offender among us. It's a very serious blind spot in human nature. So it's very difficult to get to any kind of intelligent consensus around any of this. But I must say the following, and I ask that you hear this very clearly. The philosophies known as materialism or physicalism in their strictest senses have expired. They've expired intellectually, even though they're dominant culturally. And it's very, very important to be watchful for this, because I think it's an important pivot point in our modern human story. The philosophy of materialism, which has held sway in the Western world for perhaps 300 years or so, holds that everything is an epiphenomena of matter, that matter creates itself, that everything is a chemical process, that your thoughts, whatever they are, whatever a thought actually is, are just like bubbles in a carbonated glass of water. And when the water is gone, the bubbles are gone, and that's that. Well, that philosophy is obsolete. It doesn't hold up. It no longer covers the bases of observation in 20th and 21st century life. Excuse me as I perform a materialist process. And it is a very compelling philosophy to much of academia, much of our therapeutic culture, and much of the irrigation channels from those worlds, most especially mainline media or opinion-making mainstream media. And these philosophies are compelling because they work up to a point, but no one questions the limits of their empiricism. I'm speaking colloquially, of course. Lots of people question the limits of their empiricism, but very few people who contribute to the parapsychology articles on Wikipedia, very few people who work at opinion making, or once upon a time opinion making media. Very few people within the academic humanities and social sciences. There's a great deal more liberalism in the hard sciences and medicine. Very few people who participate in the therapeutic culture, with exceptions. Some of those exceptions might be with us tonight. And the contention that everything is matter and that matter creates itself and that everything you experience is an epiphenomena of matter has failed in the face of world-class science. The founders of quantum theory themselves were philosophical idealists. The founders of world-class modern hard science were philosophical idealists. In other words, they believed in a perceptual dimension or component or premise to reality, that human perception was not just a matter of prejudice or bias or preordained thinking, but it was an actual correlative or causative tool in determining what appears in actual reality. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. The founders of the most compelling modern philosophy, which would be idealism, were in direct agreement, as it happens, with the founders of particle physics and quantum theory, which is to say, Kant, Hegel, were of the belief, for which they argued with the most assiduous logic, that reality was a product of human perception, sensory data that not only allowed us to interpret the world, but proved determinative of the world, not just interpretation, but positive, causative action arose from perception, not just in terms of cognition or motor skill. I wish to pick up this, or I wish to, move this over there, but actual concretization of experience based on measurement, based on sensory data. It stands to reason that that phenomena doesn't just go away in our above ground macro world. And it stands to reason that the logical necessity of simultaneous outcomes might announce itself, might express itself, might exist under the rubric of terms that we use, like different dimensions or different intersections of time. This is what string theory is all about. String theory postulates that everything that is a thing exists on these undulating bands of strings, which is why there's a so-called mirror effect, not only within particle physics, but within macro astronomy as well, something observed by Sir Isaac Newton himself, that objects at a distance seem to affect one another with no evident, obvious point of connection. This is what Einstein somewhat derisively referred to as spooky action at a distance. Well, string theory is a conceptualized model of reality that seeks to explain why things with no obvious connection affect one another, because these different dimensions or intersections of time all exist along these undulating bands of strings, and something that might be happening in one of these intersections of time that we don't necessarily see commonly is affecting stuff that's going on in the world that we do commonly see. and it could be, and I'm just making a leap of supposition here, but I think it's a reasonable leap to the extent that I think what I've explored provides a sufficient enough springboard to sustain this leap. It could be that this vast, millennia-spanning record of encounters that we possess, going from our pre-human ancestors up right through today, maybe consists of some of us getting glimpses of, experiencing things that do simultaneously coexist with us along different strings or bands of reality, different intersections of time, different dimensions. The computer scientist and UFO theorist Jacques Vallée reasoned that actually aliens, ETs, might more likely be explained as beings who are interdimensional rather than extraterrestrial. And I'm very sympathetic to that point of view, because the fact is, we have better conceptual models, some of which I've just been describing, of interdimensionality than we do of extraterrestriality. The real tough aspect of the extraterrestrial thesis is spanning these vast distances, How could it be done? Can something move faster than light? Because even light speed is insufficient for there to be any kind of real interstellar contact. Well, we have theories that there are things that are referred to as cosmic wormholes, and the theory is if you introduce some piece of exotic matter into space, you may be able to create a portal where time-space collapses. We know that time bends. We know Einstein was right, that time is not an absolute. Time itself is conceptual. We experience linear time as an absolute reality. And yes, it's overwhelmingly persuasive and, I presume, overwhelmingly necessary, but it ain't ultimate reality. Time bends at or near the velocity of light speed. And in fact, as I've mentioned previously, astronauts in our own era, even though they're moving nowhere near the velocity of light, do demonstrate minute but measurable reductions in the aging process. It's surreal, but true, but factual. Just like gravity, just like electricity, just like a wave state, or if my purist friends insist, a wave function, that only concretizes into reality upon observation. We don't know why, but we know that it is. We know that it is. So my contention, given that our interdimensional models are better worked through than our intergalactic models or our interstellar models, my contention is that all of these encounters, all of these reports, all of this testimony, and yes, all of this evidence, I'm going to get to that in 1 second, points to the possibility that we are experiencing beings from different intersections of time or different dimensions or different bands of string. And believe me, they may be just as freaked out to see us as we are to see them. You know, we're always assuming, we as a human community are always assuming, oh, this is purposeful. They're coming with an environmental message. They're coming for this. They're coming for that. They may be like, who the fuck are these beings? You know, and they want to get out of here, you know, as much as we want to get out of their way. I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm just sort of you know, talking kind of friend to friend at this point, but I do believe that these are real possibilities that our generation ought to be grappling with for a very particular reason, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. Now, evidence. By the way, I just want to say a little quick and fast word about evidence. There are insistencies that even impressive as the current crop of high-def video or radar-based evidence is for UFOs, it's not enough. The benighted Neil deGrasse Tyson says, hey, you abductees, next time you're abducted, come back with an ashtray, and then I'll believe you. Well, people have come back with an ashtray, so to speak. People have come back with an ashtray, so to speak. In 2010, actually it was December of 2009, the Defense Intelligence Agency released a report, which you can find online in PDF at a .gov site, which disclosed that Air Force and Navy personnel were displaying signs of bodily trauma, including radiation burns, after flyovers by objects, aerial objects of unknown technology. And when I read this, my jaw fell open. I thought to myself, this is as close to a holy grail of UFO reportage and marshaling of concrete physical evidence as anything that we've ever seen. It is, to my mind, equally momentous to the wonderful, epic-shaping reportage done by Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper on the cover of the New York Times in 2017 about the Pentagon maintaining a previously undisclosed UFO tracking program and the verification of cockpit footage of the so-called Tic Tac UAP. This 2010 recently declassified Defense Intelligence Agency report documented physical evidence in the form of bodily trauma and specifically radiation burns on the bodies of Air Force and Naval personnel following flyovers, and I'm very closely paraphrasing, by objects, aerial objects of unknown technology. That is a plain, clear acknowledgement of UFO activity, now close to 15 years old, leaving empirical evidence in the form of radiation burns identified as such by military medical professionals. Of course we have physical evidence. Of course we have physical evidence. On the show Alien Encounters, there was a geologist, Frank Kimbler, who was a earth scientist and associate professor of geology at New Mexico Military Academy, who came on the show and He felt that he had found an unexplained metallic fragment at the alleged Roswell crash site. We tested it and found that, in fact, according to the lab report that we received, the object was composed of a pure aluminum, that it showed impact, that it showed markings of manufacture, that it showed damage from combustion explosion, but that it was pure aluminum, which was very unusual because pure aluminum is it's too flexible, it's too unstable. It's not an alloyed compound. Aluminum in its pure form is not used for manufacturing simply because it's too unstable. So Frank, who is himself a trained geologist, found this fragment at the alleged crash site. And although it shows signs of manufacturing, impact, and combustion explosion, it's made of a material that is not used anywhere in our industrial society for manufacturing, aerial or otherwise. And Frank further explained to me that the lab report found that a very small atomic measurement below the surface shows an aluminum alloy of unknown compound. Now, this is something that I haven't studied, and further tests need to be done, specifically radiation tests, to determine whether this particle that Frank found has an extraterrestrial origin. It's obviously not that unusual that extraterrestrial objects strike Earth. I'm wearing one myself. This stone is moldavite, which comes from a meteor that crashed some 10,000 years ago in what is now Eastern Europe. But the point I'm trying to get at now, by the way, the radiation tests were unaffordable for us. They cost about $7,000. Not a huge sum of money. If somebody wants to slap down a credit card and do it, it's a damn good way of forwarding pure questioning. In science, it does destroy the particle. And I'm hopeful that funds will soon become available to perform a radiation test on Frank's particle. The barriers are not that high, and this is the kind of thing that helps the conversation. But I say this not to get lost in a tangent, but to say to you that we have verified physical evidence. We have high def cockpit and radar footage. We have radiation burns on military personnel following a dead to rights description of UFOs, and this is just that data and material that has been disclosed. But we have it. And so we need to sort of move the conversation beyond these glib remarks and start to ask, well, are we going to test this evidence further? Are we going to properly fund and pursue the field on significantly serious enough grounds so that we can test and gather more? And what will we learn? I couldn't begin to say, other than the fact that it's a misnomer, and it's a kind of a canard to say, in fact, that we have no physical evidence, ashtray or not. So my wish tonight for myself and for all of you who have been good enough to join in this exchange is that we explore, we seek we not get held up by language, we not get held up by glibness. We unplug from people, institutions, settings, situations that stymie rather than foster the search. And we honor this generational moment where we face a kind of new day in terms of human inquiry, because our physicalist and materialist philosophies, they've exhausted themselves. They failed at this juncture intellectually to cover all the myriad bases of life. And we are, as a human seeking community, going to be playing catch up for a while. These next 30 years, for those of us who are here to see them, I might just make it, are going to be an interesting time, because there are new verities, defensible, mature, sustainable, bubbling up from the human story. Many of them very ancient, coming back to us today. And these new verities are going to require probing and exploration so that we can move the human story forward and not get stuck with philosophies and outlooks that belong in a museum. But let's create new horizons rather than new museums. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. How you doing? How's everyone doing out there in Anomacon land? We've been going for almost 9 hours. Look at how red my eyes are. I promise you, I haven't been smoking. But thank you. Thank you to all of you for sticking around. We have some awesome talks still coming up here at Anomacon. Things just get better and better, right? So let's move from UFOs and the paranormal to cryptids. How's that sound? We're going to explore everything going on with small town monsters. If you guys are not familiar with small town monsters, you need to check them out, smalltownmonsters.com. They come out with documentaries, web series, television series, everything you can think of in the realm of small town monsters and beyond. They cover it. And tonight we have the next 3 presenters are members of Small Town Monsters. So how about some lake monsters? You guys want to hear about Ogopogo? That's where we're going next. And we are going there with Jason Hewlett and Eli Watson. So let me pull this up here for you guys. Jason Hewlett is a paranormal investigator, researcher, author, and filmmaker from British Columbia. He is the co-creator, writer, and director of the award-winning web series We Want to Believe, and the author of 4 books, the most recent being The Legend of Ogopogo, Canada's Loch Ness Monster, from Small Town Monsters Publishing. He also appears in the Small Town Monsters documentaries Cursed Waters, Creature of Lake Okanagan, and On the Trail of Bigfoot, The Origin. Next up, we have Eli Watson, who hails from Southern California. He is a filmmaker pursuing stories of the strange and unusual. Working primarily with small town monsters, he's directed projects such as Bigfoot, The Road to Discovery, and most recently, Cursed Waters, Creature of Lake Okanagan. And guys, directly following that, we have another member of Small Town Monsters, and that is Alexander Pedikov. Alexander is a documentary filmmaker, outdoorsman, and avid adventurer, constantly searching for the unknown. Traveling across North America and the world, Alexander has looked into various cryptozoological creatures like Sasquatch, the Loch Ness Monster, the Lake Champlain Monster, mystery big cats, as well as other bizarre phenomena and mysterious places like the Bridgewater Triangle, and he's done many documentaries on these topics and more. He is a Small Town Monsters crew member and has searched far and wide for Sasquatch in the, quote, Bigfoot Beyond the Trail documentary series on YouTube, which has amassed over 17 million collective views on the platform. That's just amazing. All right, guys. So let's do it. Let's talk Ogopogo with Jason Hewlett and Eli Watson. And directly after that, Alexander Petikoff is going to be bringing us to strange places. Stick with me. Let me find these presentations for you, and we will get started. Hang with me, guys. We had some tech issues earlier. I usually have all of the presentations ready and raring to go, but now I have to upload them individually. The curse of live streaming, right? Cursed waters. You're welcome. All right. Let me grab this for you guys. Here we go.
Lake Okanagan is a glacial lake. It's extremely deep, with depths being more than 700 feet, even further, like 2,500 feet in some areas. And of course, it is rumored to house a lake monster.
The actuality is a lot of people saw something out on that lake that's got 4 or 5 humps, 10 and 60 or 70 feet long.
So when settlers came, they saw something in the water and it spooked them.
Settlers believed it was like a lake demon, something to be feared, something ferocious.
It's a shapeshifter, it's a dimension walker. It will manifest itself and it'll have antlers much like a deer. That's its spiritual form.
I have zero theories on what this might be because it is too anomalous.
What is Ogopogo and what does it mean?
So it was October 15th, 2022, and then all of a sudden we saw the thing in the water.
We got within about 12 feet of it and she took that picture. And we were just kept right on going because the speed we're going right now, this is our getaway speed.
Yeah.
If you saw something in the lake that you couldn't explain, would you call the media?
All right. Welcome to our presentation on the legend of Ogopogo. I am Jason Hewlett.
And I am Eli Watson.
And we're going to be chatting for the next half hour or so, basically about Ogopogo, covering off why we wanted to talk about Ogopogo, what is Ogopogo, and then we'll provide a few final thoughts on the whole experience. We're going to be touching on my book, The Legend of Ogopogo, Canada's Loch Ness Monster, and Eli's film,
Cursed Waters. Yes. The Cursed Waters, The Creature of Lake Okanagan. Yes.
Which by now actually is out, as is the book, both from Small Town Monsters. So, all right. So, Eli, why don't you just share a little bit about who you are?
Sure. So I'm like a filmmaker, and that's a quote right there. I'm like a filmmaker and a director at Small Town Monsters. I also host a podcast called Cryptid Campfire.
Awesome.
That's me in a nutshell.
That's you in a nutshell. And as for me, who is Jason Hewlett? Basically, I too am a filmmaker, author, paranormal researcher, investigator from Canada, actually, British Columbia, Canada. And I live about 2 hours from Lake Okanagan, where Ogopogo is believed to reside. That's basically me in a nutshell as well. Eli and I we're not deep people. We keep it pretty shallow.
I don't know what else about me is pertinent to this presentation, but
this is very true. I know. Same with me. Like, I could go into my whole life story if I thought people would find it interesting, but they're not here to listen to us. They're here to find out about what Ogopogo is. So why Ogopogo? So Eli, why don't you explain why? You can start off by saying why you're interested in Ogopogo, like what kind of got you interested, and then I'll kind of dive in as well, if you'll pardon the pun.
Well, why Ogopogo? See, I feel like I don't have a great answer for this, but When I started the podcast with my two co-hosts, Cryptid Campfire, back in 2018, the very first episode we did was called Battle of the Lake Monsters, and our wonderful idea was to cover 3 lake monsters in 30 minutes. And so obviously we had Loch Ness Monster, Champ, the Lake Champlain Monster, and then Ogopogo. And so it's always kind of been there. I couldn't tell you like the first time I ever heard about Ogopogo because, for reference, I'm from Southern California. Canadian lake monsters aren't, a topic of everyday conversation down here in San Diego. So
They're not?
no.
I'm baffled by that.
But yeah, so then fast forward a few years, and I'm working with Small Town Monsters, and I'm doing my own series called Mysteries and Monsters. And I was, Seth Breedlove likes to do shoots in a kind of conjoined effort. So if there can be multiple projects being made on the same trip, he's all for it. And so we were going up to British Columbia to do an On the Trail of Bigfoot movie, and I was like, hey, what's close by is Ogopogo, and I think I should make an episode of my series while I'm there. And he was all for it. So, 'cause, up to this point, we had only one lake monster documentary in our repertoire, which was Champ, On the Trail of Champ. And so Ogopogo was something very different. It's not Sasquatch, it's not UFOs, it's a lake monster, and it's very cool. So that's basically why I wanted to do Ogopogo. There wasn't anything super special about it.
I think that's pretty cool, though. I mean, the fact that I think even someone in SoCal would know what Ogopogo is, I think speaks to how the story is it's expanded beyond the border of Canada to a degree. I think more so now that the STM projects have kind of come out, a lot more people are becoming aware of Ogopogo. I grew up with it. Like I said, I live 2 hours away from Kelowna. And so growing up, I heard the stories as part of our folklore here in British Columbia. And whenever my family and I would go to Kelowna when I was a kid, because it was like closer than Vancouver, better shopping, better foods, we'd always go for weekend trips. And I had to go to like the shores of Lake Okanagan and see if I could see Ogopogo. And of course, there's this Olin statue that's in the Kelowna Park. So I'd have to go there and hang out on the statue. And then as I got older and had a family of my own, I'd take my son, same thing. And he's all well aware of what Ogopogo is. So if you're from British Columbia, you can't escape the story of Ogopogo. So I was researching the book, what became the book, at almost the same time that you told me you were coming up to Canada to work on the Mysteries and Monsters episode. And of course you're like, do you want to come? And I'm like, yeah, I'll come, and we've got to work on this project together. And of course it morphed into what it is. So that, I guess, is why Eli and I are talking to you about this subject now.
Well, I have a quick little question for you.
For sure.
Growing up down here, I grew up with legends of the Chupacabra more than anything. And there's a lot of things that I heard growing up that just aren't true. Like the Chupacabra comes out in the full moon. That's just not true. But is there anything like that with Ogopogo that you heard growing up that you discovered in the making of this project that just is not true?
No, it was kind of the other way around. Like what I thought was Ogopogo was something far more, as we discovered while making the documentary. I knew that there was the whole indigenous story, but I didn't know that Ogopogo wasn't, it's a made up word. You know what I mean? All this stuff we discovered about how Western culture basically took the story and ran with it on their own. I had no idea. I thought that was the story. So it's more like what I thought was the story became kind of a little bit wrong. It was like the opposite of that, actually, which I thought was really fascinating.
Interesting.
I didn't expect. And so what is Ogopogo? That's what we're going to talk about now. And you can kind of see this really cool graphic over there showing basically what Ogopogo looks like. It's got a long snake-like reptilian body, the head of like a horse or a dragon, sometimes with a mane, and then a forked tail, like a whale's tail. Is basically the one. So we'll sort of touch on Ogopogo lore by discussing sort of the book, The Legend of Ogopogo and Cursed Waters, and how we kind of basically, I think, made it, if that works for you, Eli, because that kind of became our means of learning about about this creature, and it's a little bit of shameless self-promotion. And there's Eli and I at the statue in Kelowna Park as well. That was on the first day I think that we were there, and that was the first day we'd actually met face to face, wasn't it, Eli?
Yeah, it was. Pretty legendary first photo together, I think.
I think so too. At the statue, like we'd talked many times before, and did video calls, but never like face to face. So I guess the first thing that we really did, like the first day, was kind of us hanging out, getting acquainted, planning. Well, we already planned the shoot and the research, but it was that was just sort of shooting like B-roll, etc. So the first thing we really did was we interviewed Dale and Colleen on the day one of what was a fast-paced 2-day shoot, wasn't it, Eli?
Yeah. Day 1 of 2. Yeah.
Became a feature film documentary at the same time. That was crazy.
But yeah, Dale, Colleen, and Myrna, well, I guess Colleen is the one who took the photograph. They had a sighting of what they believed to be Ogopogo back in October of 2022. That photo went viral all over the internet. I mean, I remember I probably learned about it in November of 22 when it made its way to cryptozoology subreddits and stuff like that, and no one really had a clue as to what they were really looking at. There was no formal investigation into it, as far as formal can be in the world of cryptozoology, but I mean, they did one interview with the local news, and that was it. And, you had people weighing in from Wisconsin saying that it was a bird, and people saying that it was a wolf or a moose, and there was, I mean, just so many theories.
Dog, a crawfish.
Yeah, a
crawfish.
And so what's really unique about the documentary and the book and just being there was that in May of 2023, when we filmed it, we were the first people to interview them about it, which is just like, how does that happen for
Like
7
months
months?
later, wasn't it? Yeah, because November, December,
Yeah.
January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, 7 months after, no one had gone up and talked to them. They just spouted, and I'll bring the picture up, actually. I'm going to do that. I kind of already showed it just really quickly earlier in the presentation, but that's the picture. And it looks like, if you go back, a lot like that. That's more of a cartoony representation, but you and I, because Colleen gave us a copy of that picture, and we even went back to the statue and put the picture up, and you can see like there's the representation there. You can see the horns, an eye, a snout. You can see the trailing off underwater.
Yep.
It could be like a long serpentine neck. A lot of people had their theories, but once we went out on the boat, like we were almost in the middle of the lake in several hundred feet of water, and your perspective changes. And they're saying that the head, from their perspective, is like 3 feet wide. That's huge. That would have to have been a really big decaying upside down crawfish for it to be like that, or a dog or something swimming way out there. That they're what they had to say was there's a lot of credibility to their story.
Yeah. I'll say the biggest pushback that I found against that photo is the presence of the horns. A lot of people seem to think that it's not legitimate just based off of the horns alone, because the majority of Ogopogo sightings don't have horns. But for me, it's like almost every single depiction of Ogopogo, even in Hahaitku, in the West Bank First Nations folklore, they depict it with horns as well. So it's like, where does the observance, you don't add horns to things that don't have horns, like how many bear depictions in Kelowna have horns? None, because bears don't have horns, so to me it's indicative that there is some sort of observable quality on this creature. Maybe not all of them, as we explore kind of in the movie, maybe not all Ogopogo creatures have horns. Maybe it's a male exclusive trait, which, sexual dimorphism is a thing we see in the animal kingdom all the time. So maybe only the males have horns, and, males would be seen less frequently, but still be seen every once in a while. Or maybe it's going even further in that direction, maybe they're like a pinniped-like animal to where those are things that inflate during mating season. And so they're not even there all the time. So maybe this is just sitting there trying to attract the mate. I don't know. That's extremely speculative, but that's that's where I kind of fall with that. So if you had any wondering about what I think about this photo is I think it's legitimate.
As do I, Eli. Like when you're out in the water at that location, hearing their story, seeing the representation there and how it ties into like every other Indigenous First Nations representation. And we were keeping in mind too, like this was October. I think it was like October 15th or something like that. They were like the only boat on the water, and they have a sailboat, so their boat makes no noise. It's right smack in the middle of, we have a salmon run every year at that time, and then salmonoid fish are the primary fish inside Lake Okanagan. So if there's a species there existing, it's probably eating salmon. So salmon is plentiful. It's quiet. There's no one on the water. So that would be a time that you would think something that is an elusive creature might feel safe to surface. And maybe it's feeding or something like that, like you say, trying to attract a mate. Like we're speculating here, but that's all we can do in these situations. But it just makes sense that if there is a creature in Lake Okanagan, this would be a perfect time for it to be servicing. I think most of the time it would probably be up at night when there's no one on the water really, and it's probably safer to kind of feed and hang out, which is why maybe there's not so many sightings. But for a daytime sighting, this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, if I may add too, the horns protruding out of the water may, in some weird way, act as a sort of camouflage, because you might assume that it's a log or something sticking out of the water. So, how many people have seen something similar to that and just not thought anything of it? I know Dale, Colleen, and Myrna were drawn to it because of how strange and out of place it seemed, yet not everyone's going to think that way, you know? Some people might look at it and just think, "Oh, there's a log," and just keep going on, you know?
Exactly. And I think Dale has spent a lot of my interpretation, spends a lot of time on the water, and he keeps an eye out for certain things like dead heads, which are, upside down logs. It could be a boating hazard. I think that's what attracted him initially to it. He saw something and he wanted to check it out.
Right.
So yeah, no, this is like sort of, I think, the most recent bit of evidence that's come up. And I agree with you, Eli. I think they got Ogopogo. They were one of those lucky few who got it on film.
Yep.
And from when we hung out with Colleen and Dale, we heard about Jackie, who's a friend of theirs, who had an Ogopogo sighting in the 1970s. This is like, we went right over to Dale and Colleen's place to interview her. And Jackie, her story was kind of interesting because she went and reported it to the radio, and she met Arlene Gall out of that story, didn't she?
Yeah, so I guess the story was that she was on shore, I think by the bridge, and I can't remember if it was a friend or she was with other people, and they saw this, form kind of come up out of the lake and kind of had these humps and, traveled through the water, and they realized that it must have been Ogopogo, so they reported it to the news. And I mean, it's kind of a, it's not like the most exciting story when it comes to cryptozoology cases, but it's just an example of how prevalent the sightings of Ogopogo are in Lake Okanagan, and I wish we could have touched on this more, but I mean, I remember stopping into the Lake Okanagan Library there, or the West Kelowna Library, and running into or asking the librarians what kind of Ogopogo books they had, and they said they didn't have any, but each of the two librarians had some sort of personal connection. They either themselves saw Ogopogo or they knew someone who had seen Ogopogo. And to me, it's just like, dang, many people don't see stuff that's not there, in my opinion.
I agree. Even when my family and I went back to Kelowna this past March for a little family trip for my wife's birthday, we went into a candy store, and it just came up in conversation because I had Arlene Gall's book. I'd found it, one of her books. I was like, "Oh, Ogopogo," and he's like, "Yeah, I know all about that." Blah blah blah. And he just did without hesitation. And I said, "Well, keep an eye out because we got a book and a documentary coming out later this year." And he's like, he's super stoked about it. But yeah, everyone knows it's such a well documented lake monster. I think probably the most documented lake monster in the world. Even out in terms of like number of sightings, multiple people seeing this at the same time, you know, footage of it from different. Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
that many people can't be having like a hallucination or misinterpreting something.
Right. And so you brought up Arlene Gall, who was really the foremost researcher for Ogopogo for decades once she moved to Lake Okanagan in the 1960s. And I mean, she was just kind of I think she was a school teacher or a
A
journalist.
journalist, like she wrote a weekly column for the paper.
Yeah, and just got really invested into it. And she's written multiple books on it, and she passed away, I think in 21.
Yeah. Yeah, 2021,
And
if my memory serves.
in 2021. So that was, huge loss for the cryptozoology community. But I mean, her research is like you would be hard pressed to find someone who's done more research into Ogopogo than Arlene Gall. And we ended up contacting her daughter, trying to
Lori.
discuss
Yeah.
Lori Gall, and I reached out with the intention of maybe interviewing her about her mother, but she declined to be interviewed. But we did get, because Arlene was also a collector of a lot of Ogopogo stuff, so she actually bought the rights to Ogopogo film and photographs. And so to add to that point, a big chunk of her, the last book she wrote, like a huge chunk of that book is just a list of photographs and videos of Ogopogo, like known photographs and videos. And I mean, it's almost like half the book. And I mean, we included, let's see, in the film we have, I believe, 3 pieces of video evidence and 2 photographs. That's 5 pieces of evidence, which I think is a lot for a cryptid documentary, but that is literally just scratching the surface when it comes to Ogopogo. There's so much more that it's just hard to get the rights to, and obviously we have a budget when making the movie, so we can't just keep perpetually licensing footage and putting it into the movie, and then you have to also account for runtime because you don't want the movie to go too long and you're just beating people over the head with lake monster footage.
It's true. It's true. We only have so long to hold the tension with people, right? But I thought like you did a great job of putting a lot of information in, Eli, and one piece that you managed to get in there, which I think is one of the most important, is the Folden film. It's the first piece of video evidence of Ogopogo, which we'll get to Susan in a second. But talk about the Folden film there, if you can. And we went with Andrew McKay of Into the Portal podcast to what he believed was the location where that film was shot.
Correct. So Andrew McKay took us to the rough location of where Art Folden filmed Ogopogo back in 1968. So he was on a family vacation. He was leaving Kelowna. I think he was heading to Penticton. I'm not sure.
That'd be about the right angle. He was heading south, and Penticton's to the south.
Yeah, and he saw something moving in the water. He pulled off the side of the highway, pulled out his camera, and started filming it. And so the footage itself is not that great, or rather, I should say that the quality of the footage that we do have is not that great. I know for a fact that Arlene Gall purchased the original Folden film, and so I'm willing to bet somewhere in her archives there is the film, the actual film itself, which I would love to see rescanned and digitally remastered so that it's much higher quality than what I used in the film. But yeah, the Folden film appears to be showing something, a large object kind of submerging and reemerging in the lake. And people say that it's like a beaver or something like that, or ducks, and I think that's ludicrous too, because it was obviously enough for him. He saw it from driving on that highway, and it was enough for him to pull over and film it, because it was so like, wow, what is that? You don't do that if it's a beaver. I'm not sure if you would even be able to see a beaver in the middle of the lake from the highway.
No, it's a good distance from the highway down. Like once you're standing there, again, it puts things in perspective, right? And I think they've done analysis to the trees, the height of the trees, to like what they saw in the water, and they figured it was 40 to 60 feet long. Which is big enough to see from a highway. If you're driving that road, you and I drove up and down that road, you'd have to be hard pressed to catch for something to catch your eye.
Yeah.
Being in
Oh,
that
yeah.
water.
It would have to be pretty big.
Yeah.
So, and I think the estimates they came up with was that it was like 45 to 60 feet, right?
Yep. 45, somewhere 40 to 60, somewhere in there. Some people say 60, some say within the 40 range, but that's still big. Like,
Yeah,
that's a
yeah.
lot.
It's much bigger than anything else in the lake. So
Yeah. Interesting stuff. And it was neat to be there, like, and just sort of hear Andrew's sort of thoughts on it as well. Then after that, we went to Susan Allison's house. Now, she was the first European settler to see Ogopogo. And what's neat is this is her house, which is now part of Quail's Gate Winery. And when you stand there again, it kind of gives you perspective, because this isn't like on the where you were standing when you took this picture. It's not like the lake's right there. You've got a good kilometer or so to get to the water. So when she saw something in the water, and again, it had to be significant. And she described it as being a dinosaur in her journal, didn't she?
Yeah, like a dinosaur. I don't know. That's open for interpretation what exactly that means, but well, you know what's significant about that? Because she apparently saw it in 1872, and for her to describe it as a dinosaur means she was pretty up to date, because I'm pretty sure dinosaur was a term that was coined in the 1860s.
Yeah, she was. I get the impression she was educated. Like she knew what she was.
Yeah.
She had her wits about her.
Yeah.
And there's debate if it was her or her husband, but she's the one credited with the sighting and talking to the West Bank First Nations about it at the time, where she's the one that took like that Nsnahaitku and turned it into like Nahatik kind of thing. If I remember Coralie
Nataka,
Miller's, Nataka
yeah.
thing, which we'll get to that in a moment. But she's sort of the first, because there's the Métis settler John McDougall, who had seen it, I think, roughly around the same time, and he's of course the one story that makes Ogopogo out to be this lake demon pulling horses under the water, and him having to cut the rope so lest his canoe or whatever get hauled under with them.
Yeah. So John McDougall, I think he was slightly before Susan Allison. I think he's credited as the first white settler to experience Ogopogo.
Yeah, although he was Métis, from what I understand, which is sort of a little bit of like part native, part Caucasian, I think.
Oh,
if my
interesting.
memory serves correct.
There's some history I didn't know there. Wow.
Yeah, and I could be wrong. Suddenly, I'm questioning myself now that I've said it for public consumption, but it's just something about that sticks to my head. But yeah, he was sort of, his was, of course, I think the first significant real encounter, just given the how exciting the story is and terrifying, and how that spread the rumors of this being a ferocious lake beast.
Yeah, and who knows if it's even true. I think that's something to call into question.
That lake currents, man.
Yeah.
If he was indeed out on the water pulling horses, it's a big lake to swim horses across. They could have gotten tired. There's a current. It's a body of water. They could have got pulled under, and then he just attributed it to the Ogopogo, or other people just attributed that to Ogopogo. Or you're right, or it could be a completely BS story. Like,
yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, so much gets lost in interpretation and retelling of stories. I mean, why do we even call it Ogopogo? I mean, the Ogopogo is the name of a song, and it got attributed to what's in Lake Kelowna or Lake Okanagan for whatever reason. And I mean, the reason itself is lost to time. Who was the first person to call that Ogopogo? We don't know. And why did it stick? We don't know. And so it's like, with a story like John McDougall's and him crossing the lake and stuff, it's like, what are you gonna do? Scrape the bottom of the lake to find horse bones at the bottom of the lake? That doesn't prove that they were his horses, you know?
oh yeah, there's so much speculation going on here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I mean, who knows? Maybe it happened to somebody, and maybe it didn't even happen to John McDougall. It just got attributed to him. but we don't know. We don't know.
No, we're just going
Maybe
by
I'm
what
wrong.
the books. We're going by
Yeah.
what the books say. All the books seem to attribute to have it. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's so long ago, and there's so much. I find with Ogopogo, there's so much just folklore associated to it and urban legend. Despite that, but Coralie Miller, I think, put a lot into perspective here because she's from the West Bank First Nations. She runs the museum, which we spent time in. And she provides a lot of information. Like, that was an interesting interview. And for me, Eli, this is kind of talking to her because I'd interviewed her before we went out to film, and then also we interviewed her on location, where I learned a lot about the story that I didn't know. For one, that it's the West Bank First Nations don't call it Ogopogo. It's Naha'idku, and it's a dimension walker. It is literally the spirit of the lake itself that shows itself from time to time in a physical form, which is the representation with the horns and likewise. And how they're kind of, they're okay with the tourism story, which is the Ogopogo story that came from the song, but they also don't want people to understand, to believe that is the true story of Ogopogo. To them, the true story is it's a water spirit. They never made sacrifices to it, like chucking cows and chickens and such into the water. They would maybe offer like a little bit of meat, but mostly tobacco, other such things as respect to go out on the water before traveling on it. And it's just interesting, again, how Western culture did what it does, and it takes this simple story and it almost blows it out of proportion. I found that to me to be one of the most fascinating aspects of this whole expedition that we went on.
Yeah, I keep thinking about that too, because it almost seems like it's an accidental thing. I don't think you can point to any one person, a Westerner, I mean, and say, oh, it's their fault the story exploded in the way it did. Like I said earlier, we don't know the first person who called it Ogopogo or why the name stuck. We don't know if the John McDougal story is actually true. But what is true is that there's Ogopogo everything now. And I mean, the story has spread so much that a person in Southern California has heard of it. So, I mean, whose fault is that, I think, like you said too, I think what's key is that they don't necessarily despise that. They don't, they don't, it doesn't seem like, at least what Coralie said, they don't hold any ill will towards people for making Ogopogo merch and capitalizing off of Ogopogo, just as long as there's an understanding that it is different from the spirit of the lake.
And I think the work we did is the first time that's really been driven home. That two different, or that there's these two different perspectives. It's always, if you watch like Monster Quest or Unsolved Mysteries, which are both folk, or even In Search of, it's Ogopogo. And I think we were the first people to really even call it in like in what would be called a popular medium of film and book, where we call it by its full name and tell the full story, the full indigenous story behind it.
Well, I think what resonated with both you and me is, what we learned while we were filming this documentary. There's this heart at the center of everything, is this like heart of conservation, this desire to preserve the beauty of the lake, and to, I mean, even from, you have John Kirk saying those things as well, and John Kirk being a Westerner and a Canadian, and there's this big call for, we need to protect the beauty of this lake. And I think it's such a deeply personal message, and I think it's one that relates to, for so many people. I think that's why, and maybe something that it doesn't necessarily sell a whole lot, which is why it never made it to cable television and stuff like that. But we have the luxury to kind of pursue the story in the way we see fit, and I think both you and I really resonated with that.
Big time. And it's partly changed my perspective on what Ogopogo could even be. We did, of course, our expedition to Rattlesnake Island, which is believed to be the home of Naha'idku. And we went there with renowned Ogopogo researcher Bill Stesiak, of course, who runs the Ogopogo Quest website, which is a great resource for people who are interested in Ogopogo. He's like, I think almost got every sighting that's ever been recorded on his website. And we were lucky enough to go out there with Coralie and her cousin Kate as well. What was your perspective of Rattlesnake on getting to see there? I mean, this is like where it's agreed that this is where the story kind of where the lake monster is supposed to reside, you know, tunnels underneath and all.
Yeah, you know, it was cool. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It was like, you know, you hear this name so much, you know, I'll speak for myself only, you know, like I heard this name, Rattlesnake Island. It carries that reputation, you know, oh, it's the home of Ogopogo and it's covered in rattlesnakes and it's extremely dangerous and it's in the middle of Lake Okanagan and it's extremely difficult to get to. And then we just rented a boat and went there. And
there was no rattlesnakes on the island.
There was no
Haven't seen
rattlesnakes
there for
there.
years.
You know, it was so, and what kept blowing my mind so much was that whole area, the Okanagan Valley, looks just like Southern California. And so, like, looking at Rattlesnake Island, I was like, this could literally be anywhere in SoCal. I mean, so, well, that part kept continually blowing my mind. And obviously it was like super cool. Like, I mean, as far as, you know, cryptid tourism goes, you know, you have to go to Rattlesnake Island. It's almost like going to Bluff Creek in terms of Bigfooting. You know, it's like you go to Rattlesnake Island, you go to Bluff Creek. But I mean, nothing. I mean, the other aspect of going there too that I thought was really, really cool was when Coralie and Kate said their prayer and offered the tobacco in the water. Thought that was very, very cool.
That was a really great moment to be there for that and to just see how they pay respect to this thing that's very important to them and their culture. It's an integral part of it. That was very powerful. Just getting to meet Bill, of course, because he's got this reputation. Like he's been on many of the other, you know, he's been on Monster Quest, etc. And he was to hear his sort of story and all of that. I thought was really neat. And it was just to go to this. It's not as big an island as I thought it was. Like it seems bigger, but when you're there, it's like it's not that big. And it wasn't like it was a really good moment. Like nothing happened. Like we weren't suddenly inundated with being assaulted by lake monsters or anything, but it was just a really neat place to be. And it was interesting how at that point, because it's kind of in Squally Point, like it's just you're like maybe 30 feet from shore, but it's several hundred feet deep because the lake just literally goes straight down like this at this point. I think partly why with the wind, there's the squalls that come up and make the water turbulent. So I thought that was fascinating. So if there's a monster there, it could easily be hiding anywhere below where we were by, you know, and we would never have known it was there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's another aspect of the lake is how deep it gets and how quickly that happens. And then I don't want to say the murkiness, but the darkness of the water itself provides a lot of camouflage for anything underneath the water.
Big time. Even when we were doing our little bit at the end, like a lot of people ask Coralie, like cryptozoologists who go to Kelowna, well, we want to catch Ogopogo, so how do we do it? And she's like, well, just take a cup, go down to the water and scoop up some water. And when we did that, just to kind of at the end of our little adventure there, even that water was murky in the cup. You know what I mean? Like you hold it up, and you can even see it in film, all the little particles that are in there, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, look, it's me.
It's you at Rattlesnake Island. And there it is. Like literally you can see it right there. We were only like maybe 30, 40 feet from it. It's not huge.
Yeah.
Like it's not huge at all. And of course you got to pilot the boat on the way back because you always wanted to.
Yeah, I did. You know, I do like driving. And that was fun. I have a video of myself driving that boat. That was super fun.
You even lost your hat Indiana Jones style, and I think Ollie caught it before it went right off the back of the boat.
Yeah, he did. He did this exact hat. So that's pretty cool.
It was. I took mine off just for the record before we even started. I didn't want to lose mine. I think my head's not so big to hold it on. And then there's just I had to get it. We all had to get pictures with Bill because he's such a legendary figure. And of course, there's ogopogoquest.com, which if you're interested in learning more, definitely go check out his website.
Yeah, I would say other than Arlene, Bill is the one to go to about an Ogopogo sighting.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And then of course there's a picture of Arlene who died in 2021. And we already talked about meeting her daughter, Lori, which I thought that was neat. That's kind of, we did that kind of, that was like the last real thing we did other than go and shoot the ending down at Lakeside. Like we just chatted with her, and it was just a nice way to meet Lori and hear her story and basically implore her not just to sell off all of her mom's research, which has happened with other researchers after they've passed away, is it just their work disappears into like history, basically.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, that was actually really nice of her to meet up. You know, even though she declined to be interviewed, she still met up, and so we spoke face to face, which was really nice.
Bought her a coffee and hung out, and
yeah,
that was a nice memory. And then any final thoughts? That's my son, by the way, at the Ogopogo statue when he was 7. I think he was a young lad then, 6, 7. But do you have any final thoughts about? I guess I'm really glad we did it. Like we did it, and we had those 2.25 days to make the film and research the book, and I'm really happy with how everything turned out and where it's kind of gone.
Yeah, I am too. You know, it's interesting to me too because I don't think I've done a project that's gotten so much attention. So to keep talking about it all the time, talking about those 2.5 days. I mean, dude, I don't know. When I was filming it, I wasn't thinking about everything after the fact. I was thinking about these next 2.5 days are going to be hell, you know?
So much had to happen in 2.5 days.
You know?
Like,
so
there was pressure. There was pressure there.
There was a lot of pressure, but, you know, they say pressure creates diamond. You know,
like
that's
that.
how it works, right?
And
then,
it did, yeah. And it's been all summer talking about Ogopogo, and the attention that it's brought the story, I think, to me is very rewarding. That a lot more people are interested in it. That we're even doing presentations like this about it. I mean, we were on Coast to Coast AM a few weeks back talking about it. I just think it's great how this story is getting more out there, and I hope it makes a lot more people aware of Ogopogo, and that it's not this big scary beast.
No, it is. It's totally a scary thing. I mean, look at the mouth on that statue. It could gobble your son up, dude.
Right? Its happy tongue sticking out.
Yeah. No.
And if you want to learn more, of course, there's the shameless self-promotion. There's the book, The Legend of Ogopogo, and the documentary Cursed Waters, both available now wherever you find your books and your movies. I guess thanks for coming and doing this with me, Eli. This has been great. Thanks to Ryan for hosting us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to be part of this.
This is good stuff, and hope everybody, if you come to Lake Okanagan, keep an eye out for Ogopogo.
And if you film it, contact us first.
Yeah.
Wow. Contact us first.
We will
so
preserve
we can
it.
Make Cursed Waters 2.
Yes. Cursed Waters 2, the second expedition. Yeah. All right. Take care, everybody.
Is it UFO or UAP? The government's confusing me. The experts make it complicated. Lack of answers has me jaded. UFO, I don't know. UAP, yeah, I guess so. Searching for answers, where to begin. Round and round in circles again. Thunderstruck by mass confusion. Is it fact or fiction? Convolution. UFO, UAP, which is right idiomatically. Just my luck now. Scratch my head and
Hello, everybody. It's an honor to be with you here at Anomacon 2024. I'm honored to have been asked to be a speaker at this event. Really looking forward to hearing what others have to say. But for now, my name is Alexander Pedikov. I'm a filmmaker, adventurer, outdoorsman, do a lot of stuff in the cryptozoology and mystery documentary world. You might be familiar with some of my work through Small Town Monsters. I produce a number of documentary series with Small Town Monsters, such as Bigfoot Beyond the Trail, as well as Strange Places, which I'm going to be talking about today. So a few other ones as well, and I've worked on a bunch of other Small Town Monsters productions as well. So without further ado, let's get right into my presentation. So what makes a place so strange? This is an examination of strange places. We'll start out with the definition of the word strange: unusual, unexpected, or difficult to understand. Those of us that are familiar with the paranormal world, obviously you hear the word strange a lot. I don't think a lot of people think about what the actual core meaning of it is. So when it comes to my documentary series, Strange Places, which I launched earlier this year in 2024, it's pretty straightforward. Strange place, right? There's not a lot to it. I'll get into some of the thematics about what makes a place strange. I have a little bit perhaps of a broader definition than maybe other folks do in terms of what I'm including, but we'll highlight a bunch of locations. But to start out with, one genre or a theme that I'm heavily exploring and utilizing in Strange Places is urban exploration, or urbex. Now, this is something that's become very popular over the last few years online. It's been popular for quite a long time. I mean, some would even consider archaeology a form of urbex, perhaps in antiquated times. But in a modern context, you're exploring abandoned structures, infrastructures. Oftentimes that includes secret facilities, military installations, that sort of thing. That'll play a part in some of the locations I talk about a little later. But for example, this is a picture of me exploring very recently when I was in Croatia, what's called the Željava Air Base, which was one of the largest underground military installations in all of Europe, formerly in Yugoslavia, which no longer exists. But this was an underground base that housed jet fighters, so there were up to 60 fighter pilot planes that could fit inside the base here, and this doorway I'm standing in is where the jets would have came through. So this is an example of one. It's been abandoned now for about 30 years since the Yugoslav civil wars. It's a location that you'd consider to be an urbex location. Now we have dark tourism and morbid curiosity. And keep in mind, some of these themes, they sort of merge and can be interchangeable in a lot of places. So dark tourism and morbid curiosity. Dark tourism, places of death or tragedy. So think about a lot of people visiting battlefields or even concentration camps, places where there's been heavy tragedy, maybe out of curiosity or out of mourning. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why people visit these locations, but I think there's definitely an attraction. We have a very morbid curiosity, again, where tragedies happen. For example, I have one of the pictures here is it's an ossuary church actually in the Czech Republic in a place called Kutna Hora, and it's actually a bone church. The inside of the church is decorated with thousands of bones and skulls and skeletons of people who died of the Black Plague. Very kind of creepy, weird, morbid vibes. I actually got kind of physically ill while visiting this location, but it's one of the most visited places in all of the Czech Republic, or Czechia as they're now called. And then we have visiting dangerous locations. So adrenaline junkies, things that you kind of are on the edge of danger. Perhaps there's a mortality there. Caves, very tight places like that, such as this tunnel pictured here. And I also consider post-humanity and apocalyptic landscapes to be part of this kind of dark tourism. So we visit a lot of these abandoned locations because perhaps it can give us a window into how the world would look in a post-human sense. If all of a sudden human civilization was to end today, what would it look like? I think we have a fascination with that. There's a reason why so many of our religions, pop culture, throughout human history, we've been obsessed with the apocalypse, with Armageddon, the end of the world, whether it be through giant floods or natural disasters, nowadays nuclear war, and that's been a theme for a long time. I think there's a definite fascination we have. Some of these abandoned places, in my opinion, give us a sort of view into, let's say our civilization was to end today, come back 20 years later, 30, 50, 100 years later, what would it look like? Nature would begin to reclaim it. So I think there's an element of that. We also got window or flap areas. This is kind of where high strangeness is compounded. Now, you don't have to be a believer of this to kind of accept the terminology. I'm just illustrating these sort of regions that are out there. So you have stuff like the Bermuda Triangle. We're all very familiar with an area where there's a lot of tragedy associated with strange anomalous weather or mystery occurrences. And of course you have something like the Bridgewater Triangle, named sort of after the Bermuda Triangle, popularized by Lauren Coleman, a world-famous cryptozoologist. And the Bridgewater Triangle is a kind of paranormal smorgasbord where a lot of strange things are reported in one place. You have ghost stories, UFOs, haunted locations, Native American curses, cryptid creatures, Bigfoot, black dogs, strange winged creatures, all seen in the same sort of place. Obviously, it's not just a triangle, but that's sort of, it's easy for us to understand what a triangle is. It's neatly packaged. Some of these areas, some of these strange places are kind of window or flap areas. Now, this merges into urban legend, however. So urban legend includes a lot of different topics. You have, of course, famous hauntings, locations, such as in the Bridgewater Triangle with, you know, some of the murders that have happened there, Freetown Forest, some of the cult activity. It's kind of taken on urban legend status. You've also got things like cryptids. So some of the examples I have here, we've got the Mothman of Point Pleasant. So Point Pleasant, West Virginia is very well and closely associated with the Mothman lore and legend. You've also got places like the Bell Witch Cave here pictured, which is a cave in which the Bell Witch, famous case in Tennessee, one of the most famous witching cases after the Salem witch trials, perhaps, in terms of the United States, in Adams, Tennessee. So you've got that cave that's associated with that legend. Miracles, magical occurrences, these are all kind of tied into urban legend. And again, you don't have to believe in any of these things to just admit, you know, hey, there are urban legends. I mean, you can say, yes, the Pine Barrens of New Jersey are said to house the Jersey Devil. Does that mean you believe in it? Not necessarily. It just, you're talking about an urban legend. We've also got liminal spaces. Now, liminal spaces are a little bit harder to define, but from my understanding, they're sort of transitionary spaces. There's some places between a destination, hallways, train stations, places that sort of make people kind of uncomfortable. It's almost like an uncanny valley in a physical sense, in a space. So this is an example of one in an abandoned location. Abandoned liminal spaces seem to be kind of creepy, and there may be a connection, again, while we're fascinated. This connects perhaps into dark curiosity, stuff I was talking about earlier. So now I'm going to talk about and break down some of the locations I've covered, and they fall again into those various categories. We have regions, so like a flap area type stuff. We have specific locations tied to one location where maybe some strange history has taken place. And we'll kind of get into all that in the locations I cover. But this is just a map of some of the places so far I've covered in this series. I've got about 7 or 8 episodes. I believe it's 7 as of count. I mean, there's so many of them, it's hard for me to even keep track of. But there are a few that I'm going to talk about as well that aren't yet out in terms of episode. So in terms of an episode, so you guys will be able to hear about those towards the end of the presentation. We'll start out with one, controversial. Definitely hinges a lot on urban legend, a little bit of dark tourism, some urbex as well. We've got the land between the lakes on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. This is actually a national recreation area. It's a massive area. As you can see on the map here, it's the largest inland peninsula, I believe, in the United States, and it borders Kentucky and Tennessee. And it has a very kind of tragic history. It was not naturally formed. It was formed by the usage of eminent domain to seize land from people that had lived there. Now, this land had been previously seized from the Native Americans, so there's a lot of kind of suffering that's compounded in the area. But in the 20th century, when the land was seized by the federal government for use with the Tennessee Valley Authority, it was then turned into a recreation area. There was a lot of resentment and bitterness that kind of clung to what had happened there with the eminent domain and the land seizure, and people were basically cleared out of the area. So this is a little bit of visual what it looks like. Now, the land between the lakes now has become very infamous, almost in an internet creepypasta sense. So this is hinging very heavily on urban legend. But if you Google or search on YouTube land between the lakes nowadays, what you'll most likely come across is something to do with the topic of Dogman, or a werewolf canine-like creature. Allegedly, there was a massacre that took place in the 1980s in which a family was killed by one of these dogmen creatures in the land between the lakes. It's a big if, right? I mean, it's a story that, frankly, I'm very skeptical of. But for some reason, that story, at some point, was attached to the land between the lakes, and that is stuck. And now it's become an area that a lot of people go to, claim to have these encounters. So it's a kind of an interesting cultural creation, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, what the reality is behind it. But the land between the lakes seems to attract these sorts of stories. And this story in particular, I don't know if it hinges on a little bit of some dark tourism, place where people allegedly were massacred. That is somewhere where people want to go and explore and try to find the location. There's a lot of people who have thought of, oh, this is where it happened, or that's where it happened. So again, it's hinging very heavily on urban legend. You also have the element of that urbex, as I talked about. Throughout the land between the lakes, there are abandoned structures, such as this one, formerly a boat captain's house, nicknamed Hotel California now, completely abandoned. You have houses and cemeteries all throughout the land between the lakes that were there from when people lived there before they were forced off. So you have that element where you can be exploring in what looks like some desolate woods and come across a structure or what's left of a home or an old homestead. So I think you have a combination of factors that make the LBL a strange place. You've got, of course, the more modern Dogman story, that sort of stuff, allegedly Bigfoot stories, other kind of weird occurrences. Then you also have what I learned about while I was at the LBL, which is very interesting, the Vampire Hotel. I was told, hey, do you want to go visit the Vampire Hotel? I said, what is the Vampire Hotel? Well, apparently it's an area where this sort of LARPing kind of cult, the vampire cult, out of Murray, Kentucky, which you can see on the map there, used to do some kind of role-playing or rituals in the LBL. I mean, the story has kind of taken off a little bit. Nobody's really sure what exactly happened, but apparently there was a real location that was an abandoned house of some sort in the LBL that was then used by a group of people alleged to be a sort of cult, vampire cult. And it culminated in the leader of this cult going to Florida and actually killing 2 people. And it caused a sort of hysteria in that part of Florida. You can see one of the newspaper titles, Trial of Teen Vampire Killer May Expose Wide Cult Circle. Small town possessed by vampire murders, Tavares, Florida. So this had nothing to do with the LBL, the murders themselves. This group, this sort of guy who thought he was this reincarnated vampire, used to just lurk around the LBL, or he would do rituals there. That's where the story is unclear. But after these murders happened in the late 90s, they actually demolished that hotel, the Vampire Hotel, the building that was there. And you can still visit now, but there's really nothing to see other than a foundation. There's not a lot there. So it's a very interesting story. Before we move on from the LBL, just wanted to say, yeah, this again, there's multiple pieces to the puzzle here when it comes to the land between the lakes. You don't just have the Dogman stories. I found when I was there, a lot of people tend to want to cover that Dogman element, right? That's maybe, now again, it's kind of the creepypasta stuff that we're into, a little bit of that urban legend. But I found when I went there, it was very interesting to hear the other stories or other crimes and criminal activity and allegedly people missing there, the vampire murders. I mean, all this stuff, vampire cult, this all fascinated me. And that's the reason why actually it was my first ever episode of Strange Places. I felt that it's this sort of window flap area where there allegedly is a lot of different phenomena going on. And you have this huge influence from the internet world in terms of a lot of the creepypasta stuff and that urban legend, and it all compounded. And you don't have to believe in anything that happened there at the LBL. There were real things that happened, real crimes. People have died out there. These vampire cult people apparently were out there. Again, you don't have to believe in any of this stuff, but it doesn't mean that the land between the lakes is not a strange place. I think it categorizes that. For some reason, this area is attached to the constant stories of dogmen, and that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. It could be a complete fictional creation of the human mind, so be it, but it is still attached to this one particular area for one reason or another, and I think that's why it lands it solidly into a truly strange place. So now moving on to my number 2 kind of location, we have these abandoned fortresses along the Mississippi River in South Louisiana. This is somewhat dark tourism, a little bit more urbex, historical exploration. This is actually one of the 2 forts there. There's these 2, and I'll explain a little bit more of the context why I found them unusual. This is Fort Jackson, actually named after President Andrew Jackson. And this is a map that shows you the mouth of the Mississippi River, which is arguably the most important river in American history. It's certainly played such a huge role in the 1800s, the creation of America, and kind of the country that we know nowadays, especially the Midwest and that whole region. And where these forts are happens to be very close to the mouth of the Mississippi, where it empties out into the Gulf of Mexico, and about 60-ish miles from New Orleans, which is to the left there. So that's where the forts are. And what we have is 2 fortresses across the way. So you have Fort St. Philip and Fort Jackson. I'm not going to talk a lot about Fort Jackson. It was created later. Fort St. Philip is arguably the more interesting and unusual, in my opinion, of the 2 fortresses, because Fort St. Philip started out actually as a Spanish fortress when Louisiana was part of the Spanish Empire. Then traded hands to the French, who took it over, became it was Fort San Felipe before, when it was Spanish. Then it became Fort St. Philip. Eventually, Louisiana becomes part of the United States, so the Americans take it over. It becomes Fort St. Philip. So this fortress is one of the most historic old fortresses in the United States. It's been in multiple wars, a lot more than most fortresses. It was in the War of 1812 with the British, the crucial Battle of New Orleans, played a crucial defense in kind of keeping the British at bay. Fort St. Jackson was added afterwards, after the War of 1812, President Andrew Jackson. During the Civil War, both of these forts were used by the Confederacy as the main defense of New Orleans. The Confederates lost the battles of Fort Jackson and Fort St. Philip, and thus the Union was able to capture New Orleans in 1862, which was the largest city in the Confederacy at the time. Very costly for the Confederacy. So these 2 forts played kind of an integral role in that early American history in the War of 1812 and the Civil War. And Fort St. Philip then would have very interesting kind of fate. Both of the fortresses would continue to be used and were outfitted in World War I as well, possibly. Actually, during the Spanish-American War, I should say, they were outfitted then as well, used as some training grounds in World War I. And then their strategic value was sort of lost. Fort Jackson just kind of is on the side. You can see with this satellite map, Fort Jackson is on the side where there's road access, whereas Fort St. Philip is very tough to get to. And Fort St. Philip then in the mid-1900s was actually used as, I've heard it described as a concentration camp, possible internment camp. Into the civil rights era in the 1960s, there was a parish president there in Plaquemines Parish, which is a location of both of these fortresses. And he wanted to round up Martin Luther King Jr. and a lot of his supporters and throw them into this internment camp, which Fort St. Philip was basically turned into a kind of prison. It never ended up happening. That's just another piece of the history there of Fort St. Philip. Then in the 70s and 80s, a group that's been described as a cult, the Vela Ashby commune, lived in the fort, and they had some kids there. They were kind of a somewhat quasi-religious cult. There's really not a lot known about them, but they were there until the leader of the cult, who I believe called himself kind of an anointed one, he passed away, and the whole group sort of fell apart. So since basically the 80s, that fortress has been entirely abandoned. This is the area that we're talking about, South Louisiana. Just absolutely feels like the end of the earth, by the way, when you're down there. You're in areas that are being reclaimed by the Gulf of Mexico. Very little dry land there. And here's just another map exhibiting the positions of the 2 fortresses in the Mississippi River. Again, in a very crucial area. Many historical battles, of course, as we talked about. And this is what's currently left of Fort St. Philip there. It's almost like, looks like an Indiana Jones set. This is a drone shot I got flying over the base. It's in private hands, but I don't think it should be lost to the impact how unusual it is that one of the most historic forts in U.S. history, a Spanish fort that became a French fort, that then became an American fortress, that was used in the War of 1812, then became a Confederate fortress, was used during the Civil War, then was used in the Spanish-American War, then was turned into basically an internment camp, then was the host of a cult that lived there. So it's been in use for hundreds of years for one reason or another, whether it's a cult or the Confederacy. It doesn't matter. It's been used and utilized, and now for the last 40, 50 years it's been completely abandoned, and it looks like an Indiana Jones set. Actually seeing inside the fortress there with just desolate. I just found that very unusual and intriguing that this historic fortress was in such a state, and very few people know about it. I actually coincidentally learned about it, and it's very hard to get to because it's on the side of the Mississippi with no road access as opposed to Fort Jackson, so you can really only get over there via boat. And it's in private hands now, so it's very hard to actually get into and observe, but it is a very fascinating location. And these two fortresses in such a historic area along the Mississippi, I thought were a solid addition to Strange Places and really piqued my interest as somebody as much as a lover of history as I am. All right, moving on. We've got Apocalyptic, Pennsylvania. So this was a little bit of a combination of a few locations, very heavily hinging on urbex. Because I visited 3 locations and I put them into one film about these locations. Pennsylvania was a state that had a lot of industry back in the day. There was a lot of coal mining, the Industrial Revolution, a lot of iron production, just a very, very populated, very busy state in the late 1800s and certainly into the 20th century as well. This location actually pictured here is called Concrete City in Nanticoke, Pennsylvania, just outside of the Scranton Wilkes Barre area. And it's former housing for a coal processing colliery plant with these sort of bizarre concrete houses that were set up in these formations. You can see here's a closer picture of the modern look of them, and they were abandoned they were abandoned in the 1920s. So they've been abandoned for over 100 years now, and this is the abuse they've taken in that time since then. And it's just a very fascinating location to see, just very eerie visiting there. As I talked about earlier, one of the themes being the post-apocalyptic landscape. What would it look like if we just ceased to exist and you visited a location where humanity lived afterwards? And I thought this location really exhibited that. You know, what would a housing development look like? As we can see with this picture, what would that kind of look like? How long would it take? Obviously, these are made of concrete, so they've fared somewhat well in 100 years. Of course, they're probably won't last another 100 years, but all in all, interesting to see. The second location is the Pennsylvania Turnpike Tunnel. So it's a couple of sections of the Pennsylvania Highway Turnpike system that were abandoned, turned into these tunnels. There's actually been a post-apocalyptic movies filmed here before, like the movie The Road with Viggo Mortensen, a very disturbing movie. It's a great movie, but they filmed a pretty interesting scene of it here at these tunnels, because this is a sort of infrastructure. All these highways, these transport systems we have, what would they look like if they were abandoned? They would look like this, a very creepy location to visit, very strange, very odd. Normally you drive through tunnels. There are plenty of tunnels in Pennsylvania today you can drive through just like this that are in operation. You don't think anything of it. But visiting one that's been out of commission since the 1960s, it just has an eerie feeling. And that is what we got while visiting the tunnels here. As you can see the inside of the tunnel, you've got water leaking everywhere. It just shows that our engineering feats that we carve through mountains or tame the land, nature still finds a way to kind of crawl back. So visiting the tunnel, a very interesting and creepy experience. And again, it's kind of, you wonder why. Why is it creepy? Why is it weird? Why is it intriguing? It's a little bit of that morbid curiosity. It's a little bit of that post-apocalyptic vibe that we get with this obsession with the end of the world. And this gives us a sort of glimpse into that. This is the highway actually leading up to one of the tunnels there. There's 2 tunnels that are actually, you can visit, and there's a highway in between that connects them. And the third location was a paper mill, actually, that was involved in multiple floods that had happened in northern Pennsylvania, a place called Austin. And this is a kind of an exterior shot above the paper mill. You know, we have plenty of factories, plenty of manufacturing around the world. What would happen if one of them just natural disaster or apocalypse would cease to exist? Might look a little bit like this. And just kind of intriguing to visit. Again, unusual. Some people might not be that creeped out. Others may be very creeped out by a location like this. Water everywhere. You have stalactites growing from the ceiling in certain places, just really showcasing what Mother Nature can do in even less than 100 years. These were some kind of processing chutes for the pulp or something that had to do with the mill. I don't exactly know, but it gave me that sort of liminal space, weird sort of feeling while I was there. So that's Apocalyptic Pennsylvania. That kind of covers that aspect of why are we so obsessed with these abandoned locations? Even if they don't have any weird stories attached to them, they are just weird on their own. Now, this connects into that. We're going to talk about haunted abandoned anthracite mine in Pennsylvania. This is certainly dark tourism, urbex, urban legend, all kind of wrapped into one. This is one of the coal mine chutes there, as you can see, with somebody at the end. I took this picture while we were in there. But we should just say, Pennsylvania, as I mentioned earlier, we're talking about the industry there, heavy industry. It was home to one of the earliest coal mining regions in the U.S. and one that's still in use to this day from the 1700s on. And it's actually one of the purest forms of coal found on Earth, which is called anthracite coal. I've got a piece of it actually right here on my desk. I don't know if you can see that. I'll try to hold it up to the camera. It's one of the purest forms of coal. And the industry was particularly brutal in this part of Pennsylvania. Up to 37,000 people died, violent deaths in the mines. That's not including of anthracite or black lung, that sort of stuff from long-term coal exposure, just violent deaths inside the mines, being crushed by a mine cart, being crushed by a mule that would be in the mines, a shaft collapsing and killing dozens of people. This was a very regular occurrence for hundreds of years in this region of Pennsylvania. This photo here shows mostly young European immigrant boys that would have worked in the mines. You had children as young as 6 or 7 working in the mines in abysmal, appalling conditions. So, brings it to the exploration part. So, there are hundreds of these coal mines peppered across Pennsylvania, especially in this anthracite region, which I should say is northeast Pennsylvania, Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, that area. It's called the anthracite region, actually. There's hundreds of these mines everywhere. And there are sort of groups of people that go and explore some of these. It's a little bit of a gray area if they're allowed to or not, and it can be somewhat dangerous. So maybe there's a little bit of that adrenaline junkie sort of human need to explore, even if it may cost you your life. But I was lucky enough to get involved with a group of these people that explore some of these mines, and they took us to one in particular that had been the scene of quite a bit of tragedy. There had been some miners' deaths there, just brutal kind of collapses. As I mentioned, it was just a brutal industry, and this is us traversing in one of the mines there, and you can see the old mine cart track. And I say haunted abandoned anthracite mine because these guys, they explore these mines. They're not really into the ghost stuff. They don't do the paranormal stuff. But they have this urban legend that they call the Tommy Knocker. Now, that is something that actually comes over from the UK. Welsh miners talked about Tommy Knockers. So anything weird that would happen in a mine, if it was something got moved or something unusual happened, it was blamed on the Tommy Knocker. And that is described as this small sort of almost like an evil leprechaun, little gnome creature that lives in the mine and causes, like a gremlin, causes mayhem and mischief. Now, this has sort of been adopted in this Pennsylvania region as well for any kind of alleged ghost stuff. Oh, that's just the Tommy Knockers. So it's a very interesting old story that's translated into the modern era. I mean, some of these mines these deep coal mines were used up until the 60s and 70s. Now there's very few of them, mostly strip mining, which is surface mining, because of how dangerous these deep mines are. But while we were actually in this one mine, we had a couple times where something in the same spot, like rocks being moved around, got shifted around, and it really kind of threw us off a little bit. And the guys we were with said, we've been to hundreds of these mines. We almost never have this kind of stuff happen. But in this one particular mine, this is where it happens. So that's why we thought it was sort of unusual. But these mines are incredible. They're like a time capsule. You have equipment that was left the day of guys were working. They left some of their stuff. They go home for the day. The mine shuts down. All the stuff they had in there is left. paperwork. I mean, we had paperwork going back to the 40s you could look into. All this stuff sort of laying around, really just kind of frozen in time. You can see one of the shafts going down to a flooded air tunnel, actually. And this was mule stalls. They used to have mules in the mines before a lot of the mechanized machinery. They had mules, and these mules are known to be murderous. They would actually sometimes kill miners if they were whipping them too much or kind of hassling them too much, and they'd crush people against the side of the mine. Talk about scary, right? So they used to bribe them with pieces of food or pieces of their dessert just to keep the mules on their good side. Knowing how many humans and animals suffered underground in these conditions really was sort of sobering, and how this is really just under the surface. These subterranean realms, which in this case, a lot of these are right under downtown Scranton, Pennsylvania, or other parts of Pennsylvania, side of a mountain. You may look at it and say, oh, it's a mountain, but there may be 5 mines that are all interconnected in that one mountain. I mean, it's unbelievable to think about how this is all just really hidden under the surface, and these worlds that these people toiled in, very unusual. You can see some of that sort of really, the water there, just the chemicals, everything. This is a really interesting, another air chute that very creepy, like a portal to hell looking thing, and you have these sort of stalactites hanging in the ceiling. So I thought it was a very interesting topic to cover for Strange Places. I'm glad I did a exploration of these mines. Certainly was, a little bit scary getting in there and crawling through some of these tight spaces and getting into these mines. It's somewhat similar to cave exploration, but so much different because, this is not natural. This wasn't formed by nature. This is humans extracting a precious resource at an incredible human cost, I might add. And then some of the weird stuff we had happen. Next location, probably one of my favorite I've covered in this series so far. One of my top locations I've ever visited, actually. It's the North Concord it's the North Concord Air Force Radar Station, also known as the Lyndonville Air Force Radar Station, changed names. So this is urban exploration, probably one of the coolest places, and you have urban legend, and we'll get into that a little bit. So what is the North Concord Air Force Station? That's what I'll refer to it as because of the two-name kind of situation. So it was actually a Cold War era radar tracking facility during the height of the Cold War, late 1950s and the early 60s. You had, of course, mutually self-assured destruction with the Soviet Union, with the U.S. and its allies. These radar posts all across North America and other parts of the world to monitor potential aerial attacks or nuclear attacks coming from the Soviet Union. And this location, the North Concord Air Force Station, is in northern Vermont, very close to the Canadian border, very close to the state of New Hampshire as well, my home state. And these were basically, as you can see the little domes there, the radars were inside the domes on top of these towers. So you can see some of us standing on the towers there, and that's where the radar units would have been back in the day. Now, the North Concord Air Force Station was only in operation from 1956, I believe, to 1962, and it was decommissioned. A very short time period. It became very costly to maintain, but it was part of this overall defense that was taking place in the U.S. with threats from the Soviets. And it was chosen to be put on a very remote mountain called East Mountain in northern Vermont in the middle of nowhere. And you can see actually in this drone shot just how dramatic of a landscape it is around there. I mean, it's very sci-fi in appearance. It looks like something out of Star Wars or Fallout, secret rebel base. Here's another close-up of it. You can see there were originally 5 towers. The one in the middle, I believe, was never actually used. I could be wrong on that, but towards the end of the base's lifespan, it was renamed the Lyndonville Air Force Station very soon before it was closed, actually. And so they were trying to update the radar systems, and they didn't end up actually completing it entirely. So you have this middle tower that happens to be the tallest one that I believe was never in use, whereas the other ones were. Here's just an overview picture, as you can see. I mean, it was an impressive facility. Just the view around there, absolutely unbelievable. We camped there on one of the towers. I mean, talk about exploring a cool place. Such a really interesting history, and we'll get into some of the really interesting history because this place ties into UFO history quite significantly, in my opinion. There's a view from that top tower. Actually, you can just see how you can see into Canada. You can see into New Hampshire. You have, when the weather's clear, just 360 panoramic views. Some of the best views in all of northern New England, which is a very mountainous area. You'd have to get to the top of a place like Mount Washington or something along those lines to get a view akin to this. There's still a lot of old equipment and machinery left, and unfortunately with a lot of these abandoned locations, vandals often get there and destroy them and have their way with them, and that's just an unfortunate reality of when these places become known. They become targets of vandalism and bored teens and destruction and theft, so they don't last very long. I mean, this place has been abandoned since the 60s. It's now been over 60 years, and the structures are pretty much the only thing that's really left there at any quantity. This is a view from one of the towers there. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable views and all that. Again, it just gave me some sort of Star Wars and kind of sci-fi vibes. This beautiful pictures. This was the view there at night. So part of it was, I believe it was about 170 service members were stationed there, but you had a lower base, and this is a picture of the lower base. So this is on the mount. This is beneath the mountain. This is where they would have been housed and lived. They even had a bowling alley apparently there. This was a gym. You can still visit that there at the lower base, and it's about 2 miles up a paved road to get to the actual upper part of the base. More kind of indoor, a lot of just destruction, weather. Brutal northern New England climate over the years has taken its toll in this location. Now, what's fascinating is you have one of the most famous UFO abduction cases in history, arguably one of the first really well-known cases, the Betty and Barney Hill encounter, incident, however you want to call it, September 19th, 1961. So that is something very well documented. The story is well known. That took place in northern New Hampshire in the White Mountains, Franconia Notch area, allegedly where the abduction happened, missing hours. Now what's very fascinating is you have Project Blue Book, which is a government, I believe it was the third iteration of the government at the time, studying UFOs, or UAPs as we might call them now, unknown aerial phenomena and that sort of stuff. And they took thousands of reports from across the U.S., and there actually were 2 from the North Concord facility. One happened in, I believe, early 1960 or 1961. Gosh, I can't remember the exact date, but it was a service member at the lower base there seeing something from the mess hall that kind of was sort of looked like a comet or something, and I believe it was observed in other places. Project Blue Book was pretty skeptical of these sightings, but they wrote it off as sort of just a sort of like the meteor or something like that was seen. Now, the more interesting one is this one right here, this Project Blue Book file, which happens to be from the 19th of September, 1961, in which a relative low speed and high altitude object was observed on radar, tracked on radar for 18 minutes. It was tracked on radar, had a very erratic movement. So you can see in the report, a return on HF radar, size of aircraft appearing, normal target at 62,000 feet, appeared at 196 degrees at 84 miles, lost contact at 199 degrees at 80 miles. Going northwest, then south, gradually south on scope 18 minutes. So on scope for 18 minutes. And they concluded it was traveling at a relative low speed, high altitude, coupled with erratic course, including hovering, indicate target was probably high flying weather balloon. That's what Project Blue Book assumed. Now, sure, that could be possible. Weather balloon maybe moving around in erratic fashion. But what's very interesting about this report is that this happened a mere few hours before the Betty and Barney Hill incident, which again took place September 19th, 1961. Timeline-wise, the radar tracking sighting happened only a few hours before the incident there in New Hampshire. So this is a map of where you can see the North Concord Air Force Station, Franconia Notch, where Betty and Barney Hill were alleged to have their encounter. It's only about 30-ish air miles. You can easily see Franconia Notch, which is a sort of notch in the mountains there, in which the road passes through. You can see it from the North Concord facility when you're up on the radar tower. So for an aircraft, 30 air miles is really not that big of a deal, very close by. So it's just very interesting, I find intriguing, and maybe just a tangential connection, that the same night as allegedly the most intriguing and well-known UFO abduction case in history, arguably, Betty and Barney Hill case, is corroborated by a UFO reported at a government facility very close by, had erratic movement. They again rationalized it away as a air balloon, which it could have been, weather balloon perhaps. But I find interesting that there were no other reports during the years that base was in operation. There were no other reports of any kind of objects unusual being tracked on radar that we know of that were filed with Project Blue Book. The only other UFO report was one that was just a visual and was corroborated by other sightings of objects in the sky that seemed to be not tracked on radar or anything. So out of all those years, how is it that same night is the only night when an alleged UFO was tracked on radar for 18 minutes before losing contact? And then a few hours later, this incident takes place in Franconia Notch. Could just be a completely crazy coincidence. Sure, that's possible. I just do find it very interesting to draw that sort of connection and say, hey, did something actually take place here? Perhaps. All right, as we move on, we've got the Brown Mountain Lights, more aerial phenomena. So this is definitely hinging on high strangeness. You've also got urban legend. You've got the story of the Brown Mountain Lights, which are tied to Brown Mountain, North Carolina, which is an area in the Linville Gorge, this kind of wilderness area in the mountains of North Carolina, beautiful area. But they're these sort of weird Appalachian spook lights that have been described for centuries as these sorts of visuals. Brown Mountain Lights remain a mystery to viewers, seen primarily in Brown Mountain, but also Wiseman's View here, which is in a different area than Brown Mountain, very close to one another. And this is where the story gets kind of complicated. You have these stories of these lights seen. They're seen in the valley. They're seen at the top of the mountain. They're seen floating above the mountain. They're seen independently flying around. There's lots of different descriptions of what they are and where they're seen in this area, but they happen all in that kind of area. Now, is there some sort of paranormal explanation? That's what some have theorized. Is it just a natural explanation? Perhaps there's some sort of ball lightning that takes place in this one specific area of the Southern Appalachians? That's a good question. We don't know. There's a lot of different kind of possibilities, right? There's also people say, people go there and they see what they want to see. They make up the stories. There are people that go and play the Brown Mountain Lights and launch fireworks just to mess with tourists. That's sort of the mystery there. So this is an alleged photo of some of the Brown Mountain Lights. And you can kind of see, it looks like they're floating. Now, some of the ones in the past have been explained away as, they were trains or car headlights seen in the distance. You even had a sign that used to be there. The long, even-crested mountain in the distance is Brown Mountain. From early times, people have observed weird wavering lights rising above this mountain, then dwindle and fade away. Now, I was there just a few months ago in the month of May. I was there with Joe and Jesse of Hellbent Holler. They're actually also presenting here at Anomacon. And we did a kind of experiment. We were filming what we believed there. You can see on the ridge with the Brown Mountain Lights. This is actually what we captured, these lights upon this ridge. And I don't want to give too much away, but we were able to do some really cool experimenting there, where we had one team in Wiseman's View and the other on Table Mountain doing an experiment with lights to see, are these the Brown Mountain Lights? Does this explain the Brown Mountain Lights? This is a daytime picture of the area. So very fascinating to see that sort of thing. We thought we were seeing the Brown Mountain Lights. Did we? I don't know. That's something in the experiment, we were able to kind of figure out what we were actually seeing. And again, there may be multiple phenomena going on here with the Brown Mountain Lights, and it all gets rolled into one in an urban legend, but it's part of that area. It's part of the folklore. It's really become part of the story there of the Linville Gorge area and that part of North Carolina. And this is going to be a future episode of Strange Places. I'm really excited to showcase people this because you have certain sightings. Joe and Jesse actually filmed objects that were flying well above the ridge, which raises another question of what is going on. Either way, it's captivated people for many years, and many people go there just to try and see the Brown Mountain Lights. And a lot of times, likely, they're seeing another hiker with their light, and that then becomes the Brown Mountain Lights. But there's a lot going on there, so that is a very fascinating kind of phenomena tied to a specific geographical area. And the last one we're going to cover tonight is something else, also the topic of a future upcoming Strange Places. It's called the Go Road in Northern California. A little bit of urban legend, a little bit of urbex, abandoned highway. As you can see the road there. It's considered to be a highway, but Many people are familiar with this photo right here. This is from the 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film, taken in Bluff Creek, Northern California. Arguably one of the most famous and interesting pieces of footage ever filmed, other than perhaps the Zapruder footage of the JFK. It's been analyzed and overanalyzed. Everyone's looked at it. Everyone knows this as Patty of the Patterson-Gimlin film. Very famous alleged Bigfoot footage. Still, to this day, considered to be one of the best pieces of footage of a Bigfoot-like creature in existence. And this area of Bluff Creek, Northern California, the rough wilderness there, is where a lot of the term Bigfoot came from. Late 1950s, even previously to the Patterson-Gimlin film, you had these tracks found out there by logging crews that were trying to punch into some of the virgin wilderness out there, and finding these tracks that were then labeled as Bigfoot by a journalist, and the story kind of took off from there. So most people are familiar with this story, and people that are into the Bigfoot topic or other paranormal things, they know about the Bigfoot topic. They've heard Bluff Creek, so associated with the events of the late 1950s, and this here, the Patterson-Gimlin film. Most people don't know that there is this abandoned highway that is basically the gateway into Bigfoot country. So the GO Road, called the Gasket-Orleans Road, the Gasky-Orleans Road, was actually intended to be a highway that would link the redwood coasts of California into the interior part of Northern California, and then be able to use that for logging, extraction. And what happened was the road was nearly completed. I mean, it was 55 miles long, and I believe it was all but like the last 10 or so were completed. Because in between the two areas, and this is how crazy it is. You can see with the visuals here, this is basically a highway that's going into this really desolate kind of wilderness. This is one end of the pavement. Now, what happened was there was a struggle there to try to get the road shut down, because there's a valley that the road would have gone through that's actually sacred to many of the Native American tribes in that area. And they had fought very, very tough to try to get this road shut down and stopped before it completely bulldozed through this sacred land of theirs, and actually was stopped, nearly completed. So this is one end of the pavement from the interior part of Northern California, and this is the part if you're coming from the redwoods. And you can drive to either end where the pavement ends, and there's about a 10-mile valley in between where there is a wilderness area. It's a designated protected wilderness area now, part of the Siskiyou Wilderness and the Six Rivers National Forest. And that is a very interesting area. It's, of course, like I said, it's very tied to the local tribes. It's very sacred to them. But it's very fascinating knowing that there's a highway basically in some of the most desolate wilderness in all of California that just ends on either end. And to get from one end to the other, it's almost a 4 to 5 hour drive. You either have to go north into southern Oregon or south to the Redwood Coast and then up from there. And we did, actually, while I was there, this was back in July, I was there, and we hiked from one end of the pavement to the other. Here's another photo you can kind of see. It's very high elevation, just beautiful views on this highway. Just knowing you're in such a desolate area, and it's just an incredible place. Nature, of course, has done its number on the road, and the road is sort of a reminder of a period where the resource extraction was seen as more important than protecting the land, and that, of course, has changed since then. To some of the territory in between the GO Road there, we actually did the entire back from one end of the pavement, essentially, to the other and back hike overnight, just to kind of document that wilderness in between and how beautiful it is and how interesting it is. And it's very tied to the Bigfoot subject. As myself there in this wilderness area. And the one side of the GO Road, I mean, when most people are going to Bluff Creek, when they want to go visit the Patterson-Gimlin film site or Louse Camp or any of the areas at Bluff Creek that are known for alleged Bigfoot activity going back to the 50s, they drive in from the town of Orleans there to Bluff Creek on the GO Road. So they go on the GO Road, and multiple Bigfoot encounters have happened on the GO Road. While we were out there, we visited a location where there were some fairly recent tracks in the last couple of years found in the snow on the GO Road. They were very convincing. We also met with James Bobo Fay of Finding Bigfoot, who had a potential sighting while on the GO Road as they were doing an operation there in the early 2000s with some speakers and call blasting alleged audio to try to entice any potential Bigfoot activity, and he had some sort of a sighting while out there. So the Go Road is integrally tied into the lore of Bigfoot country. It truly is an abandoned highway in the middle of Bigfoot country. Very unusual. Not a lot of people know about it. You wouldn't really know about it unless you were interested in this topic and you decided to travel to the area. And then you say, why? My first impression driving there a few years ago, going to Bluff Creek for the first time, was why are we on a paved road? I thought this was a wilderness, a wild area. And then you hear the story of the Go Road and how unusual it was, how it was very close to being completed and then was shut down. I mean, look at it on Google Earth and you'll see what I'm talking about. Each end of the road, they just come to an end in this wilderness area. The amount of effort just to get that far and to have to be shut down. And of course, thankfully, the preservation of not only this beautiful land, but sacred land to many of the tribes that reside there in Northern California. It's just a story. It's a very fascinating, somewhat unusual story, and this will be all covered in a future episode of Strange Places that I'm very excited to showcase. There's another beautiful shot there of the Go Road. So there you have it, folks. I've rambled enough for you tonight. That is the story of Strange Places and kind of an examination of what makes some of these places strange. These are just a lot of my observations and some of the places I've chosen to highlight, and hopefully it all makes sense. I think there's a lot of different categories and things that fall into the topic of what can be a strange place. It doesn't necessarily have to be associated with a cryptid story or some sort of other mystery. There's just the pure and usual nature of how something was abandoned or the way it is. That's how I approach the topic. That's how I've approached the series. And I'm really excited to showcase some of the stuff I've had happen. If you're interested in seeing any of these episodes, go to the Small Town Monsters YouTube channel and look up in playlists. You can find Strange Places, or you can just search it in a tab and it'll come up with the episodes that are out so far. There's quite a few of them. They're all about an hour or so long, from the LBL to some of the stuff that's going to be upcoming. There's just a lot of really interesting content. I've been really blessed to travel to some of these places, and I'm glad to have shared some of them with you tonight. So without further ado, thank you guys so much for listening, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of Anomacon. I know there's some awesome speakers, and I just want to thank Ryan Sprague and everybody who set up Anomacon. Thank you for the opportunity to share my presentation. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you to Alexander, to Eli, and to Jason. Be sure to check out all of their work at smalltownmonsters.com. And a special thanks again to Small Town Monsters, one of our sponsors at Anomacon. All right, guys. How we doing? Going on 10 and a half hours. Are we crazy? We're crazy. Yeah, Suzanne's nodding her head. We are insane, but that is Anomacon. I'm also seeing you guys like exchange contact information in the chat. Like, that's what this is about. That is the reason for Anomacon, to have discussions, to have conversations, to meet like-minded people, and to just learn from one another. So thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you, God, for so many people sticking around for almost 10 and a half hours. This is insane. Thank you to all our super chatters, all of that good stuff. But let's get to our next two talks. We're going back to UFOs, guys. We have a duo for you who are going to be presenting all about UFOs. So let's pull these up for you here. First up, we have Christina Gomez returning this year to Anomacon. Christina Gomez is a UFO and paranormal researcher, podcaster, journalist, and content creator. She is a proud Gen Z Latina, being of Venezuelan heritage. She has produced and presented over 700 shows for her YouTube channel and podcast platform. In 2021, the show Shifting the Paradigm became a regular weekly feature on KUNX Radio. Christina interviews researchers, witnesses, and enthusiasts of the UFO and paranormal on the UFO and paranormal topics. Christina presents several other weekly shows, including Mysteries with a History, co-hosted by veteran radio host Jimmy Church of Fade to Black. And each Friday, Christina presents Strangest News of the Week, which focuses on covering recent news items related to the strange, mysterious, and paranormal. You can learn more at strangeparadigms.com. And directly following Christina is going to be Pavel Ibarra. Pavel is a seasoned Mexican journalist and digital media creator with a background in sports and media analysis. He founded Psychoactivo podcast, in 2021 with the goal of exploring the world of psychedelic substances and consciousness. However, he eventually found that the UFO phenomenon is also connected to his main points of interest. After that, everything started getting weirder and weirder by the minute. Pavel is having a blast doing something he loves, and he certainly didn't imagine he would be doing just that he would imagine doing 5 years ago. He doesn't know where this road will take him, but he is eager to find out. Awesome, guys. So, without further ado, let's get to Christina and let's get to Pavel. And we're going to be throwing some links in the show notes for you guys for Pavel's presentation a little bit later on in reference to some of the stuff he'll be presenting. But bear with me one moment here while I pull up our presentations. And I'll see you on the other side, guys. Enjoy.
Has happened in the last few years when it comes to the United States government taking a serious look at UFOs. And according to Anna Paulina Luna, we should be getting yet another UFO witness hearing in September or October. But it seems like a lot has happened before getting this more bright future. So today we will be covering all of the public UFO hearings that have taken place in the 21st century, sharing both important information, connections, and video clips. You could say that the United States government has been attempting to unravel this mystery that has a pretty extensive history. Let's get straight into it. The first one we need to look at is the one that took place May 17th of 2022, being the AOI MSG, which was an open subcommittee hearing on UAP. This was the first one that took place in 50 years, and it was run by two people, a part of the AOI MSG, being Scott Bray, who was the then Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, and Ronald Moultrie, who was the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. He's going to be very important, so remember that name, remember what he used to do, write it down because we're going to get back to it. And so looking at Scott Bray first, he was chosen to be a part of the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group, also known as the AOI MSG, back in 2022 due to his extensive experience and expertise in intelligence collection and analysis. And then as of December of 2023, Scott Bray is no longer serving as the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, and instead he's taken a new role as the Assistant Secretary General for the Intelligence and Security at NATO. Looking at Ronald Moultrie, he served again as the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, and in his role, he acted as the principal advisor to the Secretary of Defense on matters of intelligence, counterintelligence, and security. He was sworn in on June 1st of 2021 and then retired in February of 2024. And just like Scott Bray, he was also involved in the Navy because he served as a senior advisor to the Secretary of the Navy and contributed significantly to the Department of Navy's comprehensive cybersecurity review. So looking at Project Blue Book, that was run by the Air Force, and it seems as if the AOI MSG kind of seemed to have been run by the Navy. Looking at the opening statements given by Andre Carson, he really highlights that this was the first one done in 50 years since Project Blue Book, but I'm going to let him speak on this.
More than 50 years ago, the U.S. government ended Project Blue Book, an effort to catalog and understand sightings of objects in the air that could not otherwise be explained. For more than 20 years, that project had treated unidentified anomalies in our airspace as a national security threat to be monitored and investigated. In 2017, we learned for the first time that the Department of Defense had quietly restarted a similar organization tracking what we now call unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs. Last year, Congress rewrote the charter for that organization, now called the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group, or AIMSOG for short. Today, we will bring that organization out of the shadows. This hearing and oversight work has a simple idea at its core.
I think this was a brilliant way to start the very first hearing in 50 years, and it set the stage for a level of seriousness. And it's actually because of this first hearing, we've been able to get several others up until the future one that should take place in September or October. We have to look at the basics, the stepping stones, to see where we are today. Now, while I am praising this great intro, it went downhill from there for those that aren't familiar with it, because Bray and Moultrie, after giving their starting out speeches, reading a sheet of paper, they were doing great. They were doing amazing. And then when it became an open panel, of questions, that's when it just began to plummet. Not only were their answers not concise, they were vague, their body language displayed how uncomfortable they were. And when they attempted to show footage of UFOs, did it go so bad? And you're going to see why. I'm going to play this right now.
Thanks, Chairman. Mr. Bray, can you rerun that first image? It looked like it was outside of a plane window. And if you wouldn't mind going up to the screen and tell us what we're seeing. Not that you can necessarily tell us what we're seeing, but explain what we should be looking at in that first image.
Absolutely. And Alexi, what I'll ask is if you can stop it at a certain point.
Okay.
So as you can see, it's difficult, and I think the part of the issue here is the laptop we're working with is not as easy for stopping that video in the right spot.
We'll describe what we have seen in that. What are we observing?
What you see here is aircraft that is operating in a U.S. Navy training range that has observed spherical objects in that area, and as they fly by it, they take a video. You see it looks reflective in this video, somewhat reflective, and it quickly passes by the cockpit of the aircraft.
And is this one of the phenomena that we can't explain?
I do not have an explanation for what this specific object is.
And is this one of the situations where it is? That's the object that we're looking at right there. Thank you. And is this a situation where it was observed by the pilot and it was also recorded by the aircraft's instruments?
We'll talk about the multi-sensor part in a later session.
So as you can see, the then chairman, Adam Schiff, said, well, can you show us this? And what exactly are we looking at? The worst part is that little section that I had to zoom or speed up about 10 times the speed. It was 3 minutes of wasted time for them to attempt to pause the video and then to say, oh, sorry, we don't really know how to work this computer. In 2022, you don't know how to work a computer and use the pause button? Give me a break. And even then, it was such a bad display of a UFO video because you weren't really able to see anything. And they were like, oh, this is a great example of what we're looking into. No, it wasn't. It was actually dreadful. Then after this huge downfall, this cascade that was taking place, Representative Mike Gallagher brought it back to a level of seriousness because he brought up historical cases such as the Roswell incident, the Maelstrom Air Force Base incident, and even the Wilson documents as well. But starting off with one of the first things that he brought up when it was his time to speak was that he asked Moultrie specifically, saying, have there been any projects right between Project Blue Book and an ATIP from 2017? Has anything taken place in between? Well, let's hear the question from him and let's hear the answer from Moultrie.
Mr. Moultrie, as the chairman mentioned, DoD had an initiative to study UFOs in the 1960s called Project Blue Book. It's also been well reported in our briefing and in other places that we have more recent projects, specifically ATIP. Could you describe any other initiatives that the DoD or DoD contractors have managed after Project Blue Book ended and prior to ATIP beginning? Did anything also predate Project Blue Book?
So I can't speak to what may have predated Project Blue Book. I mean, of course, there's Roswell and all these other things that people have talked about over the years. I'm familiar with Blue Book. I'm familiar with ATIP. I haven't seen other documented studies that have been done by DoD in that regard.
So you're not aware of anything in between Project Blue Book and ATIP?
I'm not aware of anything that's official that was done in between those two.
Okay.
Hasn't been brought to my attention.
Of course, this is incredibly disappointing. Why? Well, now the public knows with the latest Arrow report, there have been a lot of studies on UFOs prior to Project Blue Book and all the way to Arrow. So we have 50 years of a lot of funding taking place for projects and groups to research UFOs, and yet all providing the exact same information of there is nothing to see here. And we were able to witness that in this hearing as well. But then Gallagher says, you know what, I'm not liking that answer. I'm going to ask yet another question. And then he brings up the Maelstrom Air Force Base incident. This is so good. You have to listen to this one.
It's also been reported that there have been UAP observed and interacting with and flying over sensitive military facilities, particularly, and not just ranges, but some facilities housing our strategic nuclear forces. One such incident allegedly occurred at Malmstrom Air Force Base, in which 10 of our nuclear ICBMs were rendered inoperable. At the same time, a glowing red orb was observed overhead. I'm not commenting on the accuracy of this. I'm simply asking you whether you're aware of it and whether you have any comment on the accuracy of that report.
Let me pass that to Mr. Bray. If you've been looking at UAPs over the last 3 years.
That data is not within the holdings of the UAP task force.
Okay, but are you aware of the report, or that the data exists somewhere?
I have heard stories. I have not seen the official data on that.
So you've just seen informal stories, no official assessment that you've done or exists within DoD that you're aware of regarding the Malmstrom incident?
All I can speak to is, what's within my cognizance of the UAP task force, and we have not looked at that incident.
Well, I would say, it's a pretty high-profile incident. I don't claim to be an expert on this, but that's out there in the ether. You're the guys investigating it. I mean, who else is doing it?
If something was officially brought to our attention, we would look at it. There are many things that are out there in the ether that aren't officially brought to our attention.
So how would it have to be officially brought to your attention? I'm bringing it to your attention.
Sure, so,
this is pretty official.
Sure. So we'll go back and take a look at it, but generally there is some authoritative figure that says there is an incident that occurred. We'd like you to look at this. But in terms of just tracking what may be in the media that says that something occurred at this time, at this place, there are probably a lot of leads that we would have to follow up on. I don't think we have resource to do that right now.
Gallagher is gobsmacked. He said, how are you not aware of this? How is this not, quote, in your purview? What is going on here? But Gallagher went in armed with really fantastic questions, and Andre Carson and Mike Gallagher really elevated the conversation on this. And then other representatives, I think they did pretty well, but those two did the best. But then you have Krishnamurti, who brings up the question of, well, have there been any near misses? Take a listen.
There have been no collisions between any U.S. assets and one of these UAPs, correct?
We have not had a collision. We've had at least 11 near misses, though.
That is pretty wild stuff. 11 near misses that were documented. That is amazing. But one thing that we're going to see consistently through all of these hearings that I'll be covering with you today is the theme, the conversation, the question, the comment of NASA. Moultrie starts it off with this.
It's important that we, as a part of this effort, really build out the relationship that we have with others, including NASA, and for the reasons that you just pointed out. So there are elements in our government that are engaged in looking for life in other places, and they have been doing that for decades. Right? They've been searching for extraterrestrial life. There are astrobiologists who have been doing this too. We're a part of that same government. And so our goal is not to potentially cover up something if we were to find something. It's to understand what may be out there, examine what it may mean for us, if there are any, from a defense perspective, any national security implications or ramifications. But then to work with organizations as appropriate, if it's a weather phenomenology with NOAA, if it's a potential for extraterrestrial life or an indication of extraterrestrial life.
Why is NASA being brought up? Well, because they are they're the explorers of space. They're saying, we're going to tell you everything we know about space, and if we ever get into contact with extraterrestrials, we'll let you know. We've been told this for, I would say, a good amount of years, decades at this point. And with all of these hearings, NASA's going to keep coming up. And when we're looking at the ARROW funding hearing that took place April 19th of 2023, obviously NASA was brought up. So let's start off with that one.
How the independent study being done by NASA complements ARROW's work.
Sure. And so as ARROW is developing and implementing its science plan, it has to do so grounded in a solid foundation of scientific theory across the entire range of hypotheses that have been presented for what UAP are. That range spans adversary breakthrough technology on one hand, known objects and phenomena in the middle, all the way to the extreme theories of extraterrestrials. All of that has physics-based signatures associated with it, whether it's theoretical from the academic community, known from things like hypersonic weapons, or adversary breakthrough technologies, as we've talked about before, or the known objects that we have to go measure. The idea is across that entire range, you have to come up with peer-reviewed scientific basis for all of it.
Now that's out of the way, remember I told you to remember Ronald Moultrie and to remember his background? Because that is who Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick had to report all of his information to. That was Kirkpatrick's superior. And this is something that I find very shocking, because if you're going to kick out Bray and Moultrie, change the entire name from the AOI MSG to ARROW, then why is Kirkpatrick reporting to the exact same people? For what purpose? Do you see the flaw in this? I find it very odd. And Moultrie didn't retire until 2024, so he was able to see all of Kirkpatrick's research, information, and data collected. And I can assume here that he also, being the superior to Kirkpatrick and to ARROW, it seems like, he gave the clear to release that March report of all of the previous UFO offices, some that we knew about and some that the public didn't know about. That is odd, because just 2 years prior, they're like, oh, we don't know anything about any projects between Project Blue Book and ATIP. Paperwork and time tells us otherwise. Now, as for the report that Kirkpatrick gave to Kristen Gillibrand, it's honestly, don't watch it. It's a waste of your time. It's just a report on how great he is and how much work he's done, and to all of his graphs or just show that, oh, here's all the stuff that we are able to explain away. We have a very small team and we need more funding in order to get better data. That's some of the biggest takeaways on that. And I'm saving you time there. However, there are a few things that need to be very much highlighted, preferably with a yellow highlighter, because near the beginning of this, he mentions that he wants to make his reports an SEP. What does that stand for? Someone else's problem. Take a listen to this.
When previously unknown objects are successfully identified, it is AARO's role to quickly and efficiently hand off such readily explainable objects to the intelligence, law enforcement, or operational safety communities for further analysis and appropriate action. In other words, AARO's mission is to turn UAP into SEP, somebody else's problem.
That one does not sit well with me, and I'm gonna guess it doesn't sit well with you either. Why would you say that, right? Of course, I can attempt to understand the logic that once it becomes something identifiable, they can give it to the proper branch to proceed with the investigation or the research. I can get that. But when your goal is to make every single UFO an SCP, someone else's problem, even when you can't explain it, that's where it's not sitting well with me. And for him to address that publicly, I'm like, oh my goodness, not the best move to make. And he didn't have the best public appearance. The majority of people didn't like him. They didn't like how he held himself, how he handled his interviews, especially when he kept contradicting himself from previous interviews or conversations that he had that were made public, right? You know, maybe he wasn't the best candidate for AARO. And now that he has resigned, we don't really know much about AARO since then, in the sense of there hasn't been a permanent chief right now. For the time being, it's Timothy Phillips. But aside from that, we're not really given any information, any future reports, no updates whatsoever. And what's even more shocking is that when this hearing took place, they didn't have an AARO website. People weren't even able to report their UFO sightings to AARO because they didn't have a website. And Kristen Gillibrand was pretty concerned about this.
Have you submitted a public-facing website product for approval to your superiors, and how long has it been under review?
I have. We submitted the first version of that before Christmas.
And do you have an estimate from them when they will respond and when you'll have feedback on that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
In all honesty, it's very pathetic to where you submitted your website over Christmas in 2022, right? The website didn't launch until September of 2023. Do the math. How many months did that take? And then even then, when the website was available to the public, it still took about a month or two for people to be able to report their UFO sightings after that. I know because I was keeping an eye on it, and whenever we got an update on the AARO report, I was always commenting on it in Strangest News of the Week, keeping all of us up to date on that. And that's truly appalling. And yet it's not surprising, because with all the reports that we've received from them have been late. And the website being late, it's not a shocker, but it's disheartening to say the least. Right now, one of the best things, maybe the word best isn't the proper word to use, but one of the things that it's known for the most at the moment is the collection of potential witnesses that many of them were not aware of, but that Grush was willing to speak to AARO, and Kirkpatrick didn't do a follow-up. Before we move forward to the UFO witness hearing that took place July 26th of 2023, Kirkpatrick had mentioned to Gillibrand, stating that because our website isn't done, please continue to reference witnesses to AARO. Take a listen.
When do you expect that you will establish a public-facing discoverable and access portal for people to use to contact your office as the law requires?
So I would like to very much for referring the witnesses that you have thus far to us. I appreciate that. We've brought in nearly 24 so far. It's been very helpful. I'd ask that you continue to do that until we have an approved plan. We have a multi-phased approach for doing that we've been socializing and have submitted for approval sometime. Once that happens, then we should be able to push all that out and get this a little more automated.
Great.
What I would ask, though, is as you all continue to refer to us and refer witnesses to us, I'd appreciate if you do that. Please try to prioritize the ones that you want to do, because we do have a small research staff dealing with that.
The reason to why this is so shocking is because of Grush. Right now, the man, the face of the UFO transparency disclosure phenomena. Like, he is the face for it at this moment, especially when he spoke to News Nation in June of 2023. And then just over a month later, he's speaking to Congress under oath about all of the very scary, interesting, bizarre experiences that he's had, that his men have had, along with Ryan Graves and David Fravor. And Anna Paulina Luna asks the question of, well, what about Arrow? Did you go to Arrow? Did they do a follow-up? And if they didn't, why not? And you know what? It's best if you hear her ask the question and getting the response from Grush.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Arrow, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Arrow in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Arrow.
Looking at that particular UFO witness hearing, that is definitely one that I recommend you watch or re-watch before the next hearing takes place in September, October. Why? Because it was the most thought-provoking, condensed, informative hearing we have ever heard pertaining to the UFO phenomenon and UFO disclosure. We have not come across anything in the last few years where Congress is concerned, where they have taken a serious look at this, where you have every single representative asking tough questions, from Burchett to Gates to Mace to Luna, and that list goes on and on. It was truly remarkable. And I want to share with you a few more snippets here, but this is one that requires an entire show to do analysis on, which I've already done. You can find that right in the description box below. So we're just doing really what seems like a preface over all of these so that we can be prepared for the next one. And with some of these tough questions, Burleson asked truly an important one, and it was pertaining to injuries. Has anyone ever been injured by people in the military, in the government, to silence, or by NHI? Take a listen to this one.
At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity. I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
And then as a follow-up, Anna Paulina asks, are you in fear of your life?
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
And of course, it simply wouldn't be a UFO hearing without talking about NASA. And we do have to thank Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held that its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
So yet again, why is NASA being covered consistently? Why is it being asked about consistently, right? Well, as Frost had mentioned, that at the time, they were in the midst of having their research group releasing their report, and then NASA had their briefing, their media briefing, September 14th of 2023, around the same time that the ARROW website was released. And that, from beginning to end, it was an awful briefing in the sense of starting off with the panel, the people speaking to the public, they were talking to us like we were in elementary school and had no idea what was going on. That was depressing and disappointing and a little bit disgusting. Then you had the open panel where the media was able to ask questions to NASA, and they were not able to answer one question transparently or consistently. They were all very vague, or they're saying, oh, we can't answer that. After Bill Nelson consistently said, we're transparent and you can bet your boots. Where is the transparency, Bill? NASA, come on, guys, get it together. Well, all of that buildup from 2022 into 2023, all that buildup about NASA comes in, gives their briefing, and it was that was a nothing burger completely. Would I recommend you watching that one? No. Do I recommend you watching the UFO witness hearing? Yes, absolutely. Something that happened rather recently, however, was when Congress had a hearing with the Department of Energy, May 23rd, 2024. This particular hearing went under a lot of people's radars. I wasn't able to catch it until an article was written several weeks after the incident. But the reason to why UFOs were brought up was because of Miss Representative Anna Paulina Luna. Because when we are looking at the Department of Energy, we're also looking at nuclear facilities. And what do we know about nuclear facilities and UFOs? I feel like Anna Paulina Luna gives this subject justice.
Secretary Granholm, earlier when Representative Burchett asked you about some UAP stuff, you said that the DoD essentially had denied any existence of that, and you referred to them as drones, correct?
It's my understanding that the Department of Defense has looked at this
Okay.
and issued a report about it.
I have a lot of questions, so just quick and concise if possible. There have been persistent claims and reports, including those from credible whistleblowers to this committee, suggesting that the U.S. government, potentially including the Department of Energy, has been involved in reverse engineering technologies recovered from UAP. For example, the Pentagon's proposed Kona Blue program aimed at reverse engineering such technologies, although it was ultimately not established. Can you clarify whether the Department of Energy has been involved in any such efforts, or, either historically or currently, to analyze reverse engineering materials from related to UAPs?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, there are several reports indicated frequent drone incursions over DOE nuclear facilities, including an incident on April 1st, 2021 at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, also known as LLNL. Can you detail the DOE's current security measures to prevent unauthorized drone activities or UAPs, and what steps are being taken to enhance these measures of frequencies of incidences?
Yeah, we have a whole counter drone effort to make sure that all of our national security sites and our labs are protected from incursions from drones, I'll just say, that are not authorized. So there's a whole series of protocols, probably not ripe for discussion in this public setting.
Correct. So I reviewed some unclassified materials from around the 40s and 50s, and so they weren't just being reported as drones back then, and I encourage you to look over those materials because I think that you guys should be upgrading that program to cover down on UAPs. There have been documented sightings of metallic spheres over DOE facilities, if you want to call them drones in this instance, such as one report on April 30th, 2019 over LLNL. What investigations have been conducted in regards to these sightings, and what conclusions do you guys have about the nature and origins of these objects?
I'm happy to follow up with you on that.
Okay, we'll be submitting also too for public record some questions after this, if you could please answer those. Considering the DOE's involvement in nuclear and sensitive research facilities, how does the DOE coordinate with agencies like the Department of Defense and AARO to investigate UAP sightings?
We obviously are teamed with the Department of Defense because of our national security and nuclear mission.
Are you able to cite any specific investigations or shared data analysis efforts?
I don't have information on that.
Okay. As of right now, again, we'll be submitting some questions for you after this, but I hope that you guys can answer those in a timely fashion. And again, for those that might be tuning into this, I would encourage you to look at some of those unclassified materials, and we'll be happy to provide your office with that. I'll just follow up by one other question, I guess, to close it out. Does the DOE currently work with JSOC in order to handle security measures?
We work with all of the security entities around the federal government. We're part of an overall all-of-government effort on both cyber as well as national security.
Do you guys work with JSOC? Yes or no?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
It's very exciting to see all these representatives showing an interest in the topic of UFOs, UAP, what's really going on. One thing that we've seen consistently from the AOI MSG all the way to the Department of Energy hearings and all the ones in between, it's not only showing an interest of the protocols that should take place when a UFO is seen, but also looking at it as a threat. And we're going to get to that in just a moment, but also the money and the funding. Like, where is the money going for this research on UFOs and UAP, right? Like, that's one of the biggest focuses that SUPERCHAT and Anna Paulina Luna have when they are pushing for this UFO transparency / disclosure is, where is the money going? Now, as for the threat narrative, I know some are rolling their eyes, are like, Christina, how could you bring this up? But hear me out. Because when we are dealing with military, when we're dealing with government, if it's not a threat, they're not going to put tax dollars, money, and research into it, right? If it is a threat, that gives them the excuse to do the research and collect the data on those incidents, right? That's how I perceive it. That's why they are really pushing this threat narrative, is for that reason. And then also, when you look at alleged alien abductions, like, I can understand the threat narrative there. Like, that's pretty freaky stuff, right? Yes. Yes, it is. Now, looking at all of these other hearings that have taken place over the years, what can we expect for this September or October hearing that's going to take place in 2024? Because according to Ask a Poll, when they asked Representative Anna Paulina Luna about this, she said it's going to be around that time frame. So who can we expect to be speaking at this next hearing? What questions will be asked? Will there be any repeat questions from the previous hearings? For instance, during that UFO witness hearing in July of 2023, one question that was consistent was the question of, is there a disinformation campaign? It was asked at least 2 or 3 different times by different representatives. And the answers were either I don't know or I can't answer that in a public setting. Are we going to get those same kind of questions for this next one? Or are we going to get completely different questions based off of the witnesses that are going to speak? We've heard rumors of new whistleblowers that are going to be coming forward at some point, right? Are we going to hear some old whistleblowers that we haven't heard speak under oath right in front of Congress? Who do you want to see? What questions do you want to have them ask? And what are your expectations for the next one? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the live chat as well, because I'd truly like to hear where your mind stands on this one, where your expectations are here. And hopefully these representatives that are going to be asking these hopefully tough questions will be made aware of the questions that you have. And I do make music. It's space ambient music. You can find it under Cosmic Portals, and that will help you relax, fall asleep, or use your imagination to wander the universe. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
When I was 10 years old, I had an experience that I've never been able to explain, and I've been searching for answers ever since. Now, I'm inviting you to join me in my search on my podcast, Parareality. Join me and my roster of special guests, experts, and experiencers as we explore topics such as ghosts, spirits, hauntings, cryptids, UFOs, conspiracy theories, and other unexplained phenomena. New episodes drop on the first and third Friday of every month and can be heard on your favorite podcast station and at parareality.com. Turn on, tune in, and find out.
Can't explain this feeling, the darkness in my mind. I feel it taking over, it's got me from behind. I can't keep my composure, so many times I've tried. A shadow creeping closer. Oh yeah, it's just me, myself, and I. You can run, but you can't hide from the beast that sleeps inside you. I feel it come alive. Alive in the darkness. Even though I try to hide it, they see through my disguise. A different form of madness is clearly in my eyes. I can't stop this transformation, it's already underway. There's no one that can save me. Oh yeah, it's just me, myself, and I. from the beast that sleeps inside you. I feel it come alive. No more, no more, no more, no, no, just take me home. No, 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 no.
What's up, humans? What's up, Anomacon? I hope everybody's doing okay. I want to thank Mr. Ryan Sprague for allowing me to be a speaker on this year's Anomacon. Today's presentation will be sort of a letter to one of the most influential ufologists in history, a person that I deeply admire on the field, and someone whose books have made a profound impact in me. I'm talking about Dr. Jacques Vallée. There's a case that I've been following for a while, which has to do with a doctor who is also Mexican like me. His name is Dr. Jacobo Greenberg. I've done extensive work on my Psicoactivo podcast channel about his case and about his life's work. He wrote about 50 plus books about human consciousness. He's the only certified scientist in PhD level who studied Mexican shamans for decades. And he wrote multiple books about many of them throughout his career. Along this exploration of Mexican shamans, Dr. Greenberg came out with a theory called the Syntergic theory. I do have a lot of videos trying to explain it, but I think it's best if I gave you like a little preview from his own words of what the Syntergic theory is. Here's Jacobo Greenberg explaining the Syntergic theory for every one of you.
Several clarifications before starting. You said the shamanic conception of existence. And yes, I want to clarify a little what this shamanic thing is, or what shamans are. They are the indigenous wise men of many places in the world. We have studied these wise men in Mexico. One of the lineages of these people is found in the state of Sonora, the Yaquis of Sonora. And they have Carlos Castaneda, oh yes. And they have a conception about how perception is created. They are fundamentally interested in explaining, or trying to explain, how images appear, how sounds appear, how different levels of reality appear. So, in this sense, the Syntergic theory is related to this shamanic conception, but does not arise from it. It is related because this theory is also a theoretical attempt to try to explain how perception is created, but the nomenclature it uses is different from that used by shamans, although the conclusions are very similar. The Syntergic theory states that there is a basic organization of space. This basic organization would be like a matrix, a lattice, whose fundamental state is total coherence and symmetry. Contemporary physics also agrees on this. Any modification in this fundamental matrix of space is detected by a physical instrument as an elementary particle. Then the instrument detects that there is something appearing against a stable background of all total coherence. And physicists and people who know what the measurement of the instrument means talk about the appearance of an elementary particle. The idea is that lattice distortions, especially complex distortions, are what we can call objects. The synturgic theory states that the human brain is capable of distorting the structure of the lattice in the most complex way known in the universe. And this complex distortion of the lattice constitutes perceptual reality, in such a way that each of the neuronal activities constitutes a micro-distortion of the lattice. And since the human brain contains around 10,000 and 12,000 million neuronal elements, each micro-distortion, each alteration of this basic structure of space interacts with each other, forming a complex macro-distortion that the theory calls the neuronal field. Thus, the fundamental hypothesis of the synturgic theory is that perception arises as a result of the interaction of the neuronal field with the lattice of space. There are different levels of interaction between the neural field and the lattice, and each of these levels constitutes or is associated with or is perceived as a different level of consciousness. For example, there is auditory consciousness, visual consciousness. They are different types of consciousness. And the theory states that each of them is related to the parameters of this interaction between the neuronal field and Galatas. Well, first, I don't understand why someone takes the attribute of judging the understanding of others. I mean, it's very strange. Second, in any creation of a theory, for the creator of the theory, the experience of creation is an extraordinarily interesting event. When the theory is created and given as a final result, the listener of the theory can consider it as a product of an intellectualization foreign to experience. But every creation of a theory, when this theory is deep, comes from experience. For example, I mentioned these indigenous wise men who are interested in explaining perception. They have a theory of perception, but this theory of perception arises from their experience. They perceive the world in a certain way that is different from the perception that other types of people have because they were born in another culture, simply because of this. And then from this perception they create a conception. The interesting thing about the conception and every specific attempt to try to understand perception is that in some way, the attempt to understand perception puts us at the foundation of any reality. In our time, one of the great dangers, one of the great pains that we are experiencing is the loss of meaning and dispersion. In other words, we often encounter people who really don't have much of an idea of who they are, nor do they have anything that helps them understand themselves and reach their center, a unification of themselves. So the attempt, for example, to explain perception is an attempt to achieve this unification, because we will be at the basis of the creation of any reality. And understanding how reality is created helps us unify. So it is not intellectualism, especially in the process of creation, because fine theory, deep theory, always arises from experience. I would like to give two pieces of advice, but first something very interesting. Salvador and I witnessed an extraordinary event, and come on. I am a scientist. I have a laboratory. I study brain activity, brain physiology, and they invited me to meet this Pachita woman and her operations. And what I saw there in principle contradicted every concept and every knowledge that I had about reality. And what that I saw taught me, that Salvador was describing it, and that I was also a witness of that. What it taught me is that I cannot say what the limit of human capacity is from that experience. I do not dare to say that the human being cannot do this. The brain has such a limit to its potential. But it would seem that we are within a very extensive continuum, and we do not know what the extremes of this continuum are. Now, the two tips, the two pieces of advice. One is laughter. Laughter is excellent. It is an extraordinary therapeutic measure. There is even a Taoist meditation technique where the person, and it is very easy to do it, the person sits and smiles. Try it. Smile with your eyes and mouth, that is, really turn your corners up. If you are in this situation, there is immediately a series of messages that our body receives, that our brain receives. First of all, everything is fine. There are hormonal secretions given by the change in physiognomy that produce an extraordinary improvement in all physiological systems. That's one of the tips, laugh. The more we laugh, the more we give ourselves good signals, the healthier we will be. And the second is observation, which perhaps in combination with laughter can be an excellent therapeutic measure. We are able to observe even what we think cannot be observed. For example, at first we think that we cannot observe our brain activity, and yet there is a Buddhist technique, Vipassana, which teaches a person who practices it to observe their own brain activity. And this is an extraordinary experience, especially for a neurophysiologist. Realizing that you have an observation mechanism that allows you, for example, to see your own brain. Not just your own brain, your glandular activity, which allows you to feel your body part by part until you achieve a unified body image. And what we know, and from these techniques, is that the fact of observing, for example, a diseased tissue, a pain, and observing it with equanimity, calmly, has a healing effect. So this is the second tip.
Okay, so the reason that I am addressing to Dr. Jacques Vallée is because there's a documentary called The Secret of Dr. Greenberg, where director Ida Cuellar talks about the life's work of Dr. Greenberg. And on that documentary, there are two pictures that he shows. In those pictures, one of them has, I am going to show them as we speak. One of them has Dr. Jacobo Greenberg on the right-hand side of the image. And next to him are, you may recognize them, author John Keel, who famously wrote the Mothman Prophecies and Operation Trojan Horse, Dr. Jacques Vallée himself, and at the far left we have Andrea Pujarich, who is one of the most famous parapsychologists in history. So this picture is very indicative that they at least shared a table and conversed about who knows what at a certain point. The other picture is more mysterious even because Dr. Greenberg appears in the background. Dr. Jacques Vallée is walking alongside other researchers and investigators. One of them, I was very curious to see him on this picture. His name is José Juan Benítez. He's one of the most famous Spanish authors in history. He writes a series of books called The Trojan Horse, just the Trojan Horse, where he talks about time travel. And he claims that he visited the time of Jesus Christ. And he has a very wild story of what he claims to have experienced on those trips. For decades, his work has been considered French topics, but I find it really interesting that he was there at the same time Dr. Greenberg and Jacques Vallée were there. In August, there was an Ancient Aliens episode of Dr. Jacques Vallée's live work, where they show a picture, a new one, twice, of Dr. Vallée at a conference with none other than Dr. Jacobo Greenberg right beside him. I want to know, and I want to ask Dr. Vallée, why was he photographed with arguably the most important Mexican scientist who dealt with consciousness studies and the study of shamanistic traditions? What were they doing together in those three separate occasions? So I want to ask directly to Dr. Jacques Vallée a few questions about this. I want to know, first of all, I am not accusing anybody of anything. I don't know why Dr. Jacobo Greenberg disappeared. I don't claim that I know. I don't presume to know anything. I'm not making any assumptions. I'm just following the data. I am just following these photographs and the documentary Ida Cuellar made in 2021. So I want to know what was Dr. Jacques Vallée's interest in Dr. Greenberg. The first question has to do with those pictures. Two of them, I believe, that were taken in summits in Madrid and Costa Rica. The one where Jacobo is with John Keel, Jacques, and Andrea Pujarich is supposed to be in Costa Rica. The other one where he's with Jacques Vallée and JJ Benítez is supposed to be in Madrid. My question is, What topics did you cover in those conferences? And which summit is the third photograph from, the most recent one that was shown on the Ancient Aliens episode? That is question number one. Question number two, based on your interactions with Dr. Jacobo Greenberg, what is the concept you have about his work and his personality? And what relationship did he have with you, author John Keel, and parapsychologist Andrea Pujarich, who are also in one of those pictures? That is question number two. Question number three, what do you know about the interest that three-letter agencies SRI or perhaps the Invisible College could have had on Dr. Jacobo Greenberg's work? What was the potential nature of this interest? Because Ida Cuellar, on his documentary, found evidence that the CIA had a program where they attract academics and scientists to work for them. And there is evidence that he was offered multiple jobs that were very well paid from American universities and potentially the CIA. So I would like to know if you have any information on that. That is question number three. Question number four, what do you know about the last experiment he was working on? It's about the transferred potential. That's what it's called. It attempts to prove Albert Einstein's famous phrase of spooky action at a distance between two human brains, regardless of how apart they were from each other. That's what the experiment was trying to prove. They proved it 70 to 80% of the times within a confined space on the same building. And when Dr. Greenberg was about to go to India to conduct an experiment through a satellite, that's when he disappeared in 1994. So I'm going to leave wherever they can share on this Anomacon conference a link to this potential paper that was never peer reviewed and some other documentation where you can find the work Dr. Greenberg did, and a link that proves that the CIA had taps on Dr. Greenberg. There are FOIA documents that came out where they proved that they had taps on him. They have some work that he did and he wrote in English. So I want to know, what do you know about this interest from either these three-letter agencies or SRI? Because we know SRI is where the Stargate program was conducted, and a lot of the work that Dr. Greenberg did is linked to the Stargate program in one way or the other. So I would like to know this information from you. That is question number four. Question number five, and this is a little bit more difficult to answer because I get that there's a reason his disappearance was so mysterious. There's a reason why the leading investigator, Commander Clemente Padilla, was ridiculed and was persecuted by his own government for investigating this case. If you guys can't answer me this question, I understand. I understand if there's a level of secrecy to this. My intention is to just shed light on the doctor's work, see how important you may think it is. It may not be, but I think that it is. Based on what I've read from his extensive work, I do believe that there is a lot of evidence of experiments he was conducting and he conducted for decades.
Well, it has been very interesting to listen to everyone, and I agree with Dominique. The important thing is synergy. And I would like to tell you about an experiment we did in Mexico that is closely related to some of the things that have been discussed. For several years, we have been recording the activity of the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere. And what we did was a program with a computer where the computer received the information from both hemispheres, compared it with each other, and depending on the result of the comparison, gave a series of signals to the subjects. For example, if the waveforms of the two hemispheres were very similar, the computer gave a very low tone, a low sound. if the shapes began to be different, the electroencephalographic shapes, it gave a high-pitched sound in such a way that the subject could know through a sound feedback system the state of his interhemispheric unification and also learn to modify the interhemispheric relations. It could, for example, decide to increase the interhemispheric correlation by moving towards the low sounds, or decide to increase the difference, the lateralization, by moving towards the high sounds. We repeated this on more than 30 subjects for 3 or 4 years because what we wanted to know is what was the experience of unification, that is, what was happening with the psychology of the subject when his two hemispheres began to work in a correlative way. And what the subjects reported in all cases is that as the interhemispheric correlation increased and the two hemispheres came to work coherently, their sensation was that of reaching or touching an ego center, a unity, an internal state of stillness, of peace, of coordination. That is, there was an isomorphism between their subjective experience and the interhemispheric correlation. In contrast, the less interhemispheric correlation there was, the less subjects reported a sense of dispersion. They felt bad. They felt they were not in unity. Very interesting. The most trained subjects reported that when they were able to control at will the interhemispheric correlation, that is to increase or decrease it at will, they began to feel as if they were in an existence, in a state, in an extracerebral location. That is, I don't mean that they stepped out of their body and saw their body, but that they felt that their experience was located in a place that was no longer right-left, but included both. In one experiment, what we did was to interact people who normally remain in a state of high interhemispheric correlation. All of us have oscillations in our interhemispheric interaction. There is, unless we are veteran meditators, no state of continuity in the interhemispheric correlation. We oscillate. Sometimes there is more correlation, sometimes there is less correlation. We have patterns of interhemispheric correlation that are surely associated with these states of identity or non-identity, of unification or non-unification. So what we did was to interact subjects that were at different levels of correlation, and what we observed, similar to the transferred potential experiment, is that the subject that had the highest interhemispheric correlation always attracted the other subject to its level. This is pre-verbal interaction, right? Without verbalization, simply by the sensation of mutual presence, the subject with a low correlation began to increase it, and the one with a high correlation slightly decreased its correlation until they reached an equilibrium. And I think this is very interesting to think about in terms of the relationships between us humans, how we feel about each other, and to what extent someone's unified state changes the environment.
That explored the potential of the brain on a scientific framework. So I think that there may have been interest from these agencies for him to work with them. So my question number 5 is, do you have any idea, or maybe Dr. Hal Puthoff can answer this, or maybe Dr. Russell Tark can answer this, or maybe Dr. Kit Green can answer this. What do you guys know, or do you guys have any idea of what could have happened to him? Or if the nature of this work could have any correlation with his disappearance? I would love to know, because when I saw Mr. James Yandoli from Engage in the Phenomenon talking about these groups that included the Aviary, the Invisible College, and the Advanced Theoretical Physics group, the last one, James says that they had contracts with the government to use secret technology to weaponize things, or weaponize potentially psi abilities. And Dr. Greenberg is famous for working on a lot of this stuff with shamans, with children, at his laboratory in UNAM University in Mexico. So I want to know if you have any idea of what could have happened to him, or if the nature of his work could have any correlation with his disappearance. Those are the 5 questions I have for you, Dr. Jack Valet. I certainly hope that you don't take them as offensive in any way, because that is not my intention. I would like, obviously, me and the people that I work with would love some clarity on what happened to the doctor. But more importantly, his family wants clarity. They don't know what happened to him since 1994. And I do think that they deserve to get an answer, or at least a clue, to what could have happened. Some of them even think that he's still alive, working in secret with some of these agencies. And my intention is to just clarify all the conspiracy theories that have been running around his disappearance. I don't think it's fair for the family to still hold some level of hope that they may find out someday what happened. And I do think that based on the investigations and this photographic evidence, maybe you do know something that you may be able to share with us. I certainly hope so. I want to say that I admire your work. I think you are one of the most important voices in this space ever. And I don't know why, if there is this photographic evidence, nobody has ever mentioned the doctor's name. There's so much work he did. There's so many experiments he conducted, scientific experiments, and he repeated them many times that prove that this work has something to it. So what happened? We would love to know. And I hope that you can help us identify what went down, or if you guys know anything about his work, if it has continued after he disappeared, anything that you can give us will help the case. So there are some recommended videos that I'm gonna leave for people to check out on my channel. I am also going to leave a link to Ida Cuellar's documentary of Dr. Greenberg, and I am going to leave a tweet that I left with all these pictures where I ask the same questions. This is my presentation for Anomacon. I was thinking about what was I going to do when I was approached by Ryan, and I figured that I would just talk about the main case that I've been following for a few years now, and maybe try to get through to Dr. Jacques Vallée, Dr. Hal Puthoff, Dr. Kit Green, Dr. Russell Tark, the people who are still with us that may know what happened to Dr. Greenberg. I want to thank everybody for your attention. I'm just leaving those questions out there for whoever wants to answer them, but especially for these people, these legends in ufology who may or may not know. The truth is out there. Thank you guys. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
All right, guys, a special thank you to Pavel, who is in the chat right now, chatting it up with you guys all night here. Be sure to subscribe to his YouTube channel, and also to Christina Gomez as well. Special thanks to both of them for those fascinating talks. All right, we're going to move on to our next two presenters. I'm really excited about these ones as well. We are going to the Appalachian, and we are going to New England. All right, guys. So, first up, we are going to have Nomar Slevik. He is an independent creator, writer, researcher, and investigator in numerous aspects of the paranormal. He delights in sharing stories through different mediums such as books, documentaries, and podcasts. He's been fascinated by all things paranormal since childhood, beginning with a UFO encounter at 4 years old. His life's passion has been to research, investigate, write, and share otherworldly encounters from everyday people in a manner that underscores the very human element in profoundly strange encounters. And then following that, guys, we have Jesse Doyle. Jesse is one half of Hellbent Holler, along with Joe Doyle. Hailing from the Carolinas, Hellbent Holler is a two-person research team that investigates all manners of high strangeness in the southern Appalachians. The duo has researched researched Sasquatch, Dogman, anomalous lights, and wilderness paranormal activity. Hellbent Holler consists of Joe, who has spent the last 2 decades looking into the existence of Bigfoot in the southern states, and Jesse Lee, a longtime researcher of the paranormal and occult. The two members combine and sometimes contrast their research methods and philosophies on various phenomena to create a unique and holistic approach to their search for answers. I can't wait for these guys. This is awesome. We are in the home stretch, so check out these awesome presentations. Be sure to click like, click subscribe, whatever you got to do right here on YouTube. And remember that all of your super chats and super stickers and donations are going to all of our speakers throughout Anomacon and also to our charities as well. You can find links to all that in the show notes. But without further ado, let's get to Nomar and Jesse. And I'm going to pull these up for you guys. Give me 1 second. Here we go at Anomacon 2024.
Hey, Nomar Slevik here. I hope everybody is having a wonderful Anomacon 2024. Shout out to Ryan Sprague and shout out to all of the other presenters. For me, I am a writer, a storyteller, a researcher, and an investigator. I'm also a quasi-documentarian, and for this presentation, I'm bringing to you 4 mini documentaries. It's 4 stories from the New England area for what I'm calling New England Encounters. This first story takes us back to the 1970s, where 2 people came across something truly odd and unusual. This is the Surrey light bulb. It was around 10 p.m. when Mrs. Dickinson was seated inside her enclosed porch. This overlooked Patton Bay and the Hancock County Bar Harbor Airport beyond. She routinely observed the lights of approaching small-engine aircraft, and this night was no different. At this moment, her friend arrived, parked his car, and walked into the enclosed porch to join her. Before he could even speak to Mrs. Dickinson, he yelped at the sight of something strange outside, just on the other side of the porch. Dickinson hadn't noticed whatever made her friend yell, and she jumped up to face him after being startled so severely. The friends observed a small, translucent vessel that appeared to resemble a light bulb. Dickinson said, quote, "It was just big enough for one occupant and shaped like an antique Mazda Edison electric light bulb. I know, I have a couple," end quote. And since the aircraft was transparent, they were able to see the occupant inside of it. It was a small creature, estimated to be about 3 to 4 feet in height, and its head was oblong and described as, quote, "the layered, bandaged look of a wasp's nest," end quote. It sat on what appeared to be a white or pale blue box, and its right hand extended forward onto some sort of control panel. It had large black eyes, but no observable mouth, nose, or ears. Its left arm, quote, sort of hung at its side, and its feet hardly touched the floor, similar to a child in a too large chair, end quote. As the craft slowly glided by them, the creature turned its head mechanically and stared directly at Dickinson. The unusual movement was described as, quote, "a porcelain doll, swivel-headed," end quote. Before she could even react to the stare down, the craft disappeared before their eyes. Not knowing what else to do, they retired to the living room to discuss what had just transpired. She thought the light bulb-shaped object could have been a scout craft from a larger vessel that possibly loomed somewhere higher above them. They planned to check out the yard the following morning to see if there was any sign of the object having been there. When morning arrived, they checked the immediate area and found nothing unusual. They even ventured onto the property next door to have a look. The neighbor stepped outside and asked what they were doing. They told them of the incident and asked if they had seen anything. The neighbor hadn't and appeared frightened at the story. Dickinson decided not to mention it to anyone else after that. She added, quote, "I knew my world would never again be the same. There was a whole universe full of new activities in which I had become involved. Now I had seen a number of lovely spacecraft, but as long as they were way up in the sky, they did not concern me. This, however, was another matter." End quote. What an unusual vessel and creature to encounter, especially so close to your home. Moving on to the next story. A gentleman in 2015 traveled north to visit their parents. They went outside one evening and they encountered something unlike anything I've ever heard before. This is the unlikely story of the static in the sky. I hope you enjoy. It was a beautiful night in June of 2015 when a man named Sean visited his parents in the unincorporated village of Crouseville, Maine. There is very little in the way of light pollution in this area of the state, and Sean had situated himself on the front lawn to smoke a joint and watch the stars. Before it was lit, a bright flash of light from somewhere above him caught his eye. He told me later, quote, "I rolled said joint and went out to stargaze, as I usually do because of the lack of light pollution up there. It's magnificent. You can see so many things you can't down here in Portland. Anyway, as I came out the front door, there was a flash of light in the sky. I didn't catch it visually, just the afterglow. When I looked up, I thought, cool, heat lightning, but noticed there were zero clouds in the sky. Thought that was a bit weird." End quote. While odd, he continued on and grabbed a patio chair so he could sit comfortably. As he did this, another flash occurred behind him. This time, it was accompanied by an odd sound. He turned as quickly as he could, but missed it. He said, quote, "I turned and it was dissipating. It was more of a weird glow and a strange hiss. It was oddly pitched, almost like it was chords. Super hard to explain, but I've come close to replicating it on my synthesizers." End quote. At this point, he abandoned the chair and the joint and was now staring up at the sky. He began to question whether it was heat lightning or something else entirely. He didn't have to wait long. A moment later, another flash appeared, and it seemed to be a more dazzling display than the previous flashes. The hissing sound seemed to emanate from the flash. The visual aftermath was disconcerting to Sean. The sky above him harbored what appeared to be a miles-wide television-like square with a static disturbance inside of it. In his own words, quote, "What I saw was a gigantic square in the sky that looked like a TV, little squiggles of little moving lines. I was immediately struck with adrenaline." End quote. As he watched the manifestation above him, the square began to narrow and reduce itself. The sinuous white lines seemed to consolidate into the square's center. All the while, the hissing sound grew louder and louder. Quote, "I knew what I was seeing wasn't normal. After the square shrunk to a certain point, it formed into a circle, creating a bright center. The hissing became louder, the pitch of the hiss changed, and the low hum became more apparent to me, to the point I could almost feel it in the air." The white parts of the static square started coalescing into the center, creating a circle that I can only compare to a coronal ring during an eclipse. Once it reached the point where the square was fading, as the center circle became brighter, the pitch almost became a pressure in my ears." End quote. A moment later, everything was silent. The atmosphere changed around Sean, and he experienced a total vacancy of sound. Suddenly, the circle light pulsated, made a strange sound, and then shot off at an unbelievable speed until it disappeared. He stood in the silence of the night. The static in the sky was gone, and now he was alone. He eventually walked inside, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. The following morning, he was still thinking about the previous night's events. He wanted to know more and decided to walk into the field where he thought the anomaly hovered. He wasn't quite sure what he was looking for other than some sort of evidence or validation that would prove to him that what he had witnessed was real. After walking for a little while, he found that evidence. He told me, quote, "About a mile or so out, the hay was splayed flat, and there was a giant checkmark-like